Crossed over, the protagonist is not me. Introduction. Orphan start, must be the protagonist. Lin Xian has always thought so, until one day, he witnessed the rise of a certain waste named Xiao. Bad news, I am not the protagonist. Good news, I am not the protagonist. I'm sorry, but you have not provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate to English. Protagonist number 1, no, if your cultivation is not enough, do you just break through temporarily? Lin Xian, is it unreasonable for a supporting role like me to have some talent? Protagonist number 2, I have a system, I will take you to fly. Lin Xian, no need, my younger brother has the demeanor of an emperor. Protagonist number 3, this life, let me protect you. Lin Xian, top family escort, want to know more? Protagonist number 4, as a genius of the sect, he was falsely accused, thanks to brother Lin's help. Lin Xian, punch T0, kick green tea, take life and death lightly, if you're not satisfied, then fight. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided a source text for me to translate. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. Chapter 1, Crossed Over, I'm not the protagonist. Xiaofeng, open 3 pulses, level, low level. Hong Liang's voice, with a hint of regret, rang out from the high platform, echoing in the ears of the crowd. As soon as the voice fell, the scene below became restless, with curses, mockery, and sounds of regret filling the air. This is genius, opening the triple pulse? It's really hilarious. After practicing for so many years, still only at the triple pulse opening stage, it's really embarrassing for the family. If you ask me, if it weren't for his father being the clan leader, he would have been kicked out of the Xiao family long ago. A useless person, not worthy of staying in the Xiao family. Alas, I really don't understand why the genius who was once famous in Tianling City has fallen to such a state. Who knows, maybe I've done too many guilty things and now I'm facing retribution. In the high platform, the striking large characters shining on the pitch-black stone steel deeply pierced the heart of the young man beside it. The boy's palm clenched slightly, but soon loosened again. A self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he slowly turned around and walked towards the audience amidst their mocking laughter. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided a source text for me to translate. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. The fall of a genius? Wow, isn't this a perfect waste protagonist template? Offstage, Lin Xian's expression lifted as he looked at the dejected Xiaofeng on stage, involuntarily recalling the plot of a novel about a waste protagonist from a past life, and let out a cry of surprise in his heart. Lin Xian is not an ordinary person, he has a secret unknown to others, he is a time traveler. Like many other time travelers, he was also sent to this world by a large truck. However, Lin Xian is quite special. Others who are reborn and travel through time are all full of vigor and vitality, possessing golden fingers, divine-level martial arts in one hand, and heaven-defying divine artifacts in the other. From then on, they soar into the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. But Lin Xian, it can be said that he is penniless, without any divine tools, techniques, or golden fingers. He doesn't even have 3 meals a day, a true hard-working commoner, an ordinary person with an ordinary destiny. Lin Xian looked around, looking at the crowd below with mocking faces, couldn't help but smirk in his heart. If these people see Xiaofeng rise again in the future, what kind of scene will it be? Forget it, it's none of my business, let's go solve today's eating problem first. Lin Xian suppressed the astonishment in his heart, and then squeezed out of the crowd and walked outside. He knew that Xiaofeng would definitely rise again after all, but this had little to do with him. At the peak, he did not flatter, and in his downfall, he did not mock. Even though he knew that Xiaofeng would rise again in the future, Lin Xian did not actively seek to make amends or curry favor. After all, the other party is just lacking in talent, not acuity. Approaching the other party inexplicably will only arouse suspicion and bring trouble. After leaving the city, Lin Xian headed towards the mountains and forests to check his hunting traps. After all, he was not like Xiaofeng, who had a tribal chief father to rely on and didn't have to worry about meals. Since he was reborn, he has never seen his parents, only his grandmother who raised him. However, his grandmother passed away 2 years ago, leaving him alone as a lonely person. Facing the mist in the mountains, moving forward continuously in the woods, Lin Xian skillfully checked the traps he had set up before, and soon he had caught several prey in his hands. Fortunately, I watched a lot of survival shows in the wilderness before, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to survive, Lin Xian muttered, his hands moving quickly, rearranging the last trap, and then headed down the mountain. However, just as he was about to descend the mountain, a small iron piece buried in the soil caught his attention. Dig out the iron sheet, carefully clean the mud on it, a silver luster also emerges from it, making people unable to open their eyes. Wow, it's not rusty, and I happen to not have a knife, it's just right for handling prey. The iron sheet is very thin, made of an unknown material, with no rust on it. However, Lin Xian does not think it is a treasure. After all these years, he has never even found another bottle. Finding treasures outside is not within his consideration. Carrying the iron sheet to the riverside, Lin Xian skinned and gutted the prey, cleaned it up, then hummed a tune as he lit a fire, and roasted the freshly prepared wild chicken on the charcoal fire. Before long, the scent wafted through the woods. Okay, let's eat. 2.5 hours later, the roasted chicken was sizzling with oil, turning golden and crispy. Lin Xian took it down from the fire pit and was about to start eating when there was a commotion in the nearby woods. Soon, a young man emerged from the trees. Lin Xian looked at the newcomer with a slight surprise, because the newcomer was none other than Xiao Feng, the young master of the Xiao family whom he had seen in the testing ground in the morning. However, at this moment, Xiao Feng has already swept away the desolate and melancholic feeling of the past, with a smile on his face, looking refreshed and energetic, as if the desolate appearance in the morning is completely different. Xiao Feng, young master Xiao, what a coincidence. Lin Xian greeted the newcomer with a smile. Do you know me? Yes, the reputation of being the #1 waste in Tianling City. Who doesn't know? Xiao Feng was a little surprised when he saw Lin Xian greeting him, and opened his mouth with some confusion, but before Lin Xian could speak, he started to mock himself again. Want to eat together? Lin Xian did not engage much in this topic, but instead raised the roasted chicken in his hand and invited Xiao Feng. Although Lin Xian and Xiao Feng did not know each other before, he did not intend to deliberately approach each other, but as a child of China, being warm and hospitable is already ingrained in his bones. Xiao Feng looked at Lin Xian with a calm and sincere expression in his eyes, and couldn't help but be stunned again. Since he became a waste, there was a hint of disdain and mockery in the eyes of the people looking at him, even if it was not too obvious. He could clearly feel it. But the young man in front of me now does not have that kind of look. Then I won't be polite. Xiao Feng grinned and then sat down by the fire. Lin Xian saw this and smiled, then took the iron sheet from the side, split the roasted chicken in half from the middle, and handed one half to Xiao Feng. However, at this moment, Xiao Feng did not accept the roasted chicken, but stared blankly at the iron sheet in Lin Xian's hand. What are you looking at? Lin Xian looked at Xiao Feng strangely, shook the roasted chicken in front of him, then looked at the iron sheet in his hand, and couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt in his heart. Could it be that this iron sheet in his hand is more attractive than his roasted chicken? Oh, sorry, I got lost in thought. Brother, can you show me where you got the iron sheet in your hand? Xiao Feng came back to his senses, took the roasted chicken, but his gaze still lingered on the iron sheet in Lin Xian's hand. Picked up from the ground, if you want it, just take it. Lin Xian threw the piece of iron in his hand over, then picked up the roasted chicken and started gnawing on it, ignoring Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng took the iron piece and then carefully examined it. A hint of excitement appeared on his face. This iron piece of yours is no ordinary item. If I'm not mistaken, it should contain a cultivation technique. Oh, Lin Xian responded lightly, then turned his attention back to the roasted chicken. Looking at Lin Xian's indifferent reaction, Xiao Feng had a few question marks in his head. Don't you have anything to say? Let's focus on the martial arts, since we already have them in our hands and can't run away. The roasted chicken will not taste good when it gets cold, Lin Xian said while eating. You are truly extraordinary. Hearing this, Xiao Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up, feeling that what the other party said seemed to make some sense. Looking at Lin Xian, who was focused on eating chicken, Xiao Feng ultimately didn't say anything either. He also took a bite of the roasted chicken. However, just this bite made his eyes light up, and he couldn't help but enjoy it. Before long, only a pile of bones from the roasted chicken was left, along with the two people who were full and satisfied with food and drink. Burp, the taste is really good, Xiao Feng said with a satisfied face. Practice makes perfect. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, if he had as many seasonings as in his past life, he could have made it even more delicious. By the way, I don't know your name yet. Xiao Feng did not continue on this topic and instead asked for his name. Lin Xian. Lin Xian responded with a faint smile, and at this point, the two of them could be considered as having met. Chapter 2, Opportunity, that's something only the protagonist has. By the way, you just said that there is a technique inside this iron piece? Lin Xian nodded indifferently, then remembered what Xiao Feng had said before. At the same time, Lin Xian's heart also murmured, the protagonist is the protagonist, even ordinary iron pieces can make him see the way. It can only be said that we do not have the fate of the protagonist. It can be said that people have different destinies. This time Lin Xian finally understood that there are differences between people. He does not have the destiny of a protagonist. In his hands, it is only an iron piece that can be used as a knife. In Xiao Feng's hands, it becomes a treasure that records martial arts techniques. Yes, but what techniques are recorded inside? You have to decipher it before you can know. If Brother Lin trusts me, Xiao Feng nodded, then hesitated to speak. It's okay, you can take it. Anyway, to me, this is just scrap iron. Even if there are techniques, I can't decipher them. You can just give it to me later. Lin Xian also saw the other party's thoughts and immediately smiled and said, he knows nothing about practicing a technique. Wanting to decipher the iron pieces and obtain the martial arts is undoubtedly a fool's dream. It is better to let Xiao Feng take it away. If the other party has a conscience, he can also share the martial arts with him. Brother Lin, rest assured, after the iron piece is cracked, the techniques inside will definitely be shared with brother Lin. Seeing Lin Xian so carefree and indifferent, Xiaofeng couldn't help but feel respectful, and immediately stood up, cupped his hands, and said seriously, "I believe you." Lin Xian didn't have too many doubts about Xiaofeng's words. Generally speaking, someone who can become the protagonist definitely has credibility, except for a certain person surnamed Tang. And even if the other party really monopolizes it, it is not a big loss to him. The high and low are just useless iron pieces, even if they contain a set of exercises. Seeing Lin Xian trust himself so much, Xiaofeng's heart was quite complicated, but also very touched. After all, the two had just met, and it could be said that there was no emotional connection. It's almost noon, I still have to take the prey to sell, I'll leave first, see you later. Looking at the sky, Lin Xian suddenly slapped his head, picked up the prey beside him, and hurriedly rushed down the mountain, leaving Xiaofeng with a confused look on his face. Watching Lin Xian disappear in a hurry from sight, Xiaofeng couldn't help but smile again. I never expected to encounter such a carefree person. This person is indeed worth befriending, don't you think so, Mr. Li? As Xiaofeng's voice fell, a figure appeared by his side. The figure had white hair, but showed no signs of aging, exuding an otherworldly aura, like an exiled immortal. The white-haired figure stroked his beard and watched Lin Xian leave, nodding with a smile on his face, acknowledging what Xiaofeng had said. His character is indeed good. However, it seems you forgot to ask for his address. It seems like I forgot, but it's okay. Brother Lin should come here every day. I'll wait for him here next time. Xiaofeng was taken aback for a moment, only then did he realize that he really didn't ask for the other party's address. Li Lao, what level of martial arts do you think is in this iron sheet? Withdrawing his gaze, Xiaofeng played with the iron sheet in his hand and asked Li Lao. Li Lao heard this, did not immediately respond, just raised his hand lightly and waved it, then the iron piece flew into his hand as if it had grown wings, accurately. After checking it out, Li Lao Gujing's calm eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, then he slowly spoke. There is an ancient seal within this iron piece. To be able to use this kind of seal, the things recorded in it should not be ordinary, but what exactly it is, we need to break the seal to find out. Fortunately, perhaps due to the ancient age of this object, the seal on it has long been non-existent, fragile and easy to break. Saying that, Li Lao began to break the seal, and saw the Tao rhyme flowing on his body, constantly gathering towards his hands, turning into extremely mysterious runes, continuously pouring into the iron pieces. Before long, a sound of shattering was heard in the darkness, and the gleam of the iron piece flashed and disappeared, but soon it returned to silence, returning to normal, and Mr. Li also stopped moving. See, the star body refining technique? 9-grade body refining method. Looking at the content of the technique in this iron piece, Li Lao couldn't help but inhale a cold breath, his eyes full of incredulity. 9 ranks. Xiaofeng was also shocked. He never expected that these inconspicuous iron pieces would record the 9 ranks of martial arts. You kid, you're really lucky. This is a 9th grade body refining technique. If it leaks out, all major forces will have to make a move for it. Li Lao looked at Xiaofeng with emotion. Hey, it's not in vain. Xiaofeng chuckled, his eyes full of excitement. This is a 9th grade technique. What are your plans? Li Lao smiled and looked at Xiaofeng. Li Lao, as a person, one must be honest. Brother Lin trusts me so much. Even if it's a technique beyond the 9th rank, there should be a share of it. Xiaofeng said firmly. Not bad, repay kindness with gratitude. I didn't misjudge you. Remember this technique first, then hand over the iron piece to him. He has not yet embarked on the path of cultivation. Only by letting him recognize the master with blood can he obtain the technique. Li Lao nodded in satisfaction, threw the iron piece to Xiaofeng, and then said, Good. Xiaofeng responded, then used his mental power to explore it, starting to comprehend the techniques within. Soon, Xiaofeng firmly remembered the contents of the technique, opened his eyes again, but at this moment, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Li Lao, practicing this technique seems to require the power of the stars, but I have the fire attribute. Is this? Xiaofeng looked at Li Lao, puzzled. Stupid, didn't the martial arts say that in the end, all methods are the same source? No matter what power you cultivate, you can cultivate your body with this method. You just need to replace the power of the stars with the power of fire attribute, right? Although the effect may be a bit off, it's not a big deal. Li Lao looked at Xiaofeng somewhat speechlessly. So that's how it is. The disciple was careless. Xiaofeng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. The things happening in the forest, Lin Xian naturally did not know, and at this moment he had already arrived in the city. Turning left and right on the bustling streets, Lin Xian finally arrived at a restaurant. The restaurant owner, upon seeing Lin Xian carrying the prey, also came forward and instructed the servants to take the prey from his hands. Lin, you're a bit late today. I thought you weren't coming, the restaurant owner said with a smile. How can I not come? It's just that I ran into something and got delayed for a while, so I arrived a bit later. The shopkeeper's business is good today, almost full. Lin Xian laughed. Fortunately, the recent foot traffic has been high, naturally bringing in more customers than usual. The shopkeeper said it was fortunate, but there was an inscrutable smile on his face. And just as the two were chatting, a group of people led by a young girl entered the tavern. Several people were dressed gorgeously, with a hint of arrogance in their expressions, emitting a subtle pressure all over their bodies, indicating that their cultivation levels were very powerful. The personal disciple of the Wind Spirit Sect Master. The shopkeeper looked at the leading girl, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Shopkeeper, do you know that person? Lin Xian asked curiously. Others may not recognize, but I have had the privilege of meeting him once. This is undoubtedly the personal disciple of the Wind Spirit Sect Master. Sorry, Lin, I have to go. After explaining to Lin Xian, the shopkeeper immediately went up to greet him. Following the shopkeeper's gaze, Lin Xian looked up and saw a young girl coming into view. The girl has a beautiful appearance, with long hair as black as ink, cascading down her shoulders. While she may not possess the stunning beauty that can overthrow cities and ruin states, her looks are definitely considered excellent. After taking a brief glance, Lin Xian withdrew his gaze with a strange expression on his face. It is rumored that the personal disciple of the Wind Spirit Sect Master has a close relationship with Xiao Feng. Now, the other party came to Tianling City, nothing more than to visit the Xiao family, and also came for that marriage contract, but Lin Xian did not think that the other party came to fulfill the marriage contract. According to the usual routine, the protagonist of the waste material flow will have a scene of breaking off the engagement, and then the protagonist will shout out the classic 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully the young and poor. Who cares? It's not me who got dumped. Lin Xian muttered in his heart, then walked out of the inn, strolled around the city for a while, and leisurely left the city towards his own home. At this moment, the sky is gradually darkening, with only the remaining afterglow of the setting sun stretching his shadow long. There is only Lin Xian on the road, his pace is slow, walking leisurely until the sun sets in the west, accompanied by the stars. Chapter 3, 3-Year Pact. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Xian got up early and once again came to the mountains and forests to check the traps that had been set up. The forest was very quiet, with a thin layer of mist lingering. Lin Xian walked slowly towards the depths of the forest, but to his surprise, Xiao Feng was also in the forest. At this moment, Xiao Feng's clothes were wet, obviously not just arrived, but had already been here for a long time, or perhaps stayed here overnight. Waiting for me? You didn't go back, did you? Looking at Xiao Feng in front of him, Lin Xian seemed to have thought of something, and asked in confusion. Yesterday I forgot to ask where you live, so I can only wait for you here. Xiao Feng smiled bitterly, then handed the iron piece in his hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, the technique is called Star Body Refining Technique. It is a body refining technique. I have already read it. With your spiritual power, you probably can't directly view the technique. However, as long as you drop blood on it, you can also inherit the technique. After that, Xiao Feng explained it to Lin Xian intimately. You've worked hard. Thank you very much. Lin Xiancheng nodded at Xiao Feng, smiling and thanking him. It's me who should thank you. I'm just benefiting from it. Xiao Feng also smiled. Without you, I wouldn't know the secret of this iron piece, let alone obtain the techniques within it. Lin Xian shook his head, but then seemed to remember something, looking at the other person with a strange expression. By the way, do you have a fiancée, and she is also the direct disciple of the sect master of the Wind Spirit Sect? Fiancée? It seems, there really is one. I remember my father mentioning it before. Hearing this, Xiao Feng pondered for a moment, then nodded. I saw the other party in the city yesterday. She is really beautiful, probably here to see you. Xiao Xiong, you are quite lucky, Lin Xian joked. As I am now, I'm afraid this is not a good thing. I'm afraid the other party. Hearing this, Xiao Feng's expression changed slightly, with a hint of seriousness in his tone. You should go back and take a look, Lin Xian said. Then I will take my leave for now, let's chat another day. Xiao Feng had no intention of staying any longer at this moment, and hurriedly wanted to leave. Xiao Xiong, I'll give you a word, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river, do not bully the poor youth. Looking at the departing Xiao Feng, Lin Xian smiled lightly and spoke, giving the widely circulated inspirational sentence from the previous life to the other party. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. He nodded at Lin Xian and then took another step forward, heading towards the forest outside the mountain. Watching as the other party left, Lin Xian then began to check his hunting trap again. Although he was curious about the scene where Xiao Feng was called off the engagement, he understood that he wouldn't be able to see it. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided a source text for me to translate. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. On the other side, Xiao Feng returned to the Xiao family and was soon called to the hall by his father. At this moment, in the hall, Xiao Feng's father, Xiao Tian, is sitting in the main seat of the hall, talking to a middle-aged man on the side. Beside the middle-aged man is a beautiful young girl, who is now looking faintly outside the hall, as if waiting for something. Master Xiao, the purpose of this trip, I will be straightforward about it. I have come this time to ask for a favor. The middle-aged man picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then looked at the girl beside him and said, "Elderly, it's okay to say, as long as it is something within the capabilities of my Xiao family is willing to do its best." Xiao Tian stood up and politely said, "The other party is from the Wind Spirit sect. Even though he is the head of the Xiao family, he dare not be presumptuous. Elder Xiao, do you recognize this person?" Elder Li's gaze fell on the girl beside him. Xiao Tianshan followed the other party's gaze and looked over, sizing up for a moment, then slightly shook his head. "Forgive my poor eyesight, I don't know this young lady." Cough, her name is Lu Yanran, the direct disciple of our sect master. Elder Li coughed a few times and said slowly, "Yanran Lu, granddaughter of old master Lu." Xiao Tian was slightly stunned, his eyes full of astonishment, but then it seemed like he remembered something, and a hint of uncertainty surged in his eyes. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, Xiao Tian smiled and said, "So it's Yanran's niece. It's been many years since we last met, and my eyesight has dimmed a bit. I hope you don't mind." Uncle Zhao's words are heavy. The girl smiled lightly and shook her head. Niece Yanran, I heard about you being taken in by the Wind Spirit sect master before. At that time, I thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. Niece, you really have great talent," Xiao Tian praised with a smile. Uncle Xiao praised wrongly, "It's just that my niece is lucky." Lu Yanran responded with a smile, then looked at Elder Li. Cough, Elder Xiao, this visit is still for the matter of the engagement. Yanran has great talent, and the sect master intends to cultivate her as the next sect master. During this period, the sect master hopes she will not waste time and energy because of love. Elder Li received a signal from the other party, coughed again, and then spoke. "So, we came this time, hoping that Chief Xiao can cancel the engagement." Bang! Just a muffled sound, the chair under Xiao Tian's seat turned into powder in an instant, and Xiao Tian himself also stood up suddenly. Although he had guessed it beforehand, hearing the other party say it in person still made him unable to help but feel angry. At this moment, Xiao Tian's face was extremely gloomy, his gaze coldly sweeping across the hall, finally fixing on Lu Yanran, and coldly said, "Miss Yanran, is this your intention?" "Yes, I don't want to live with someone so untalented in the future." Lu Yanran faced Xiao Tian's angry gaze and said firmly, Good. What a Miss Lu from the Lu family. What a Lu Yanran." Xiao Tian resisted the urge to hurt someone, and slapped the table next to him. After a muffled sound, the table turned into powder. At this moment, the hall was terribly quiet, you could hear a pin drop, and the atmosphere was frozen to the extreme. For a long time, Xiao Tian took a deep breath and slowly spoke, "Forget it, the current foamer really doesn't deserve you, this engagement." "Father, wait." However, at this moment, a deep voice interrupted Xiao Tian's words, and then Xiao Feng's figure appeared in the hall. Xiao Feng scanned around and then looked at Lu Yanran beside him. Xiao Feng's gaze was calm, but it made Lu Yanran tremble slightly involuntarily. Being stared at by Xiao Feng's gaze, Lu Yanran felt as if she was being targeted by a ferocious beast from the ancient wilderness. Elder Li took a step forward and stood in front of Lu Yanran, looking at Xiao Feng's seemingly calm but deeply suppressed eyes of extreme anger, feeling a bit heavy in his heart. This child has a terrifying control ability. If he gains power in the future, he will definitely be a dangerous person. For a long time, Xiao Feng restrained his gaze, then slowly spoke, questioning coldly, "Miss Lu, you should know, in this world, how embarrassing it is for the man when the woman calls off the engagement. I don't care, but my father is the head of the family. How do you expect him to stand in this Tianling city in the future? Then how can you be willing to call off the engagement?" "No. I can compensate you with elixirs, martial arts techniques, whatever I can do, you can freely ask for it. Even if you want to enter the Wind Spirit sect for cultivation, I can request the master for you." Asked by Xiao Feng in this way, Lu Yanran's temper also rose, angrily said, "If it weren't for Uncle Zhao's reputation, I would have already made the matter of divorce public to everyone." Facing the somewhat annoyed Lu Yanran, Xiao Feng's expression remained calm, and he coldly said, "So, I have to thank you, Miss Lu? Someone always has to bear the consequences, so let me bear this consequence myself. Today this marriage can be cancelled, but 3 years later, I will go to the Wind Spirit sect to challenge you. The loser will be a slave, dare you?" Xiao Feng looked at Lu Yanran, his tone strong and powerful, took out the marriage letter from his arms, and also placed a challenge letter in front of the other party. "What's there to be afraid of? 3 years later, Wind Spirit sect, I'll be waiting for you." Yanran Lu was so angry that she laughed back, tore up the marriage certificate, and then signed her name on the challenge book, saying coldly, "With your current appearance, not to mention 3 years, even if it's 30 years, you won't be able to catch up with me. Father, 3 years later, I will personally go to the Fengling sect to clear up the grievances I have caused you today." Xiao Feng came to Xiao Tian's front, knelt down and knocked 3 times, then turned and left, leaving behind a cold message. "Lu Yanran, no one will stay in the past forever. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully the young and poor. Chapter 4, Circumstantial Star Technique. After a busy day outside, when Lin Xian arrived home, the bright moon was already high in the sky, and after some washing, he was ready to go to bed. This world doesn't have too many entertainment programs? Unlike Lin Xian's previous life where he generally had a cell phone and computer, and there wasn't much else to do at night other than sleep. However, it's not that there are no entertainment programs at all, it's just that those things, they all need money to support them, and Lin Xian, being penniless, is simply not qualified to touch, right, that iron piece. Lin Xian had just laid down, and then he remembered the iron piece he had placed on his body. With regards to cultivation, he didn't really have much expectations, as he seemed to have absolutely no talent for cultivation. As far as Lin Xian knew, the cultivation levels in this world were divided into vein opening, qi gathering, spirit sea, tao-gi, enlightenment, stepping on the void, royal law, creation, and heavenly sage. The first step in cultivation is to sense the heaven and earth's spiritual qi, draw the qi into the body, and use the heaven and earth's spiritual qi to flush the body's strange meridians and veins, so that they are unobstructed. Pulse opening realm cultivation was very simple. Even if no one was guided, it could be cultivated. But Lin Xian, on the other hand, was stuck at the first step in a good way. Perhaps because he was a traveler, he couldn't sense the spiritual qi between heaven and earth. So Lin Xian had never stepped into the cultivation path. It's just a matter of trying it out. Looking at the iron piece in his hand, Lin Xian held the mindset of trying it out, biting his finger and dripping blood on top of the iron piece. In the next moment, the iron piece glowed brightly, as bright as a star, nearly blinding Lin Xian. Then, there is no longer any. The light on the iron gradually converge, and then the original still brightly shining iron is reduced to pieces, floating in the wind. That's gone? Huh, no. There seems to be an additional technique in my mind. Zhou Tian star technique? Didn't Xiaofeng say it was called the star refining technique? Could it be that Xiaofeng remembered it wrong? As Lin Xian viewed the extra gongfu in his mind, a few more question marks couldn't help but appear on his head. This gong method covers a really wide range of topics. The sword technique chapter, the body refining chapter, and some miscellaneous gadgets. Wait a minute. The body practicing chapter technique in this perpetual star technique seems to be the star body practicing technique that Xiaofeng talked about. I'll go. I can't have gotten the full version. Could it be that I'm going to change my fate against the heavens? As he viewed more and more, a look of shock appeared on Lin Xian's face. However, very quickly, Lin Xian understood what was going on. The circumstantial star skill, only those who had not yet absorbed the aura could cultivate it. As for Xiaofeng, he had already stepped into the cultivation path, and the iron piece automatically filtered out the circumstantial star technique. So it wasn't that Xiaofeng remembered wrongly, but that he simply didn't know the circumstantial star technique. Ha ha ha, my luck has finally gotten the better of me. Lin Xian laughed out loud, his face filled with joy. After laughing out loud, Lin Xian collected his emotions, and then he began to cultivate as described in the gongfu. As the gong method operated, the power of the stars continued to converge, flushing Lin Xian's peripheral meridians with surging power, which soon opened up his meridians, allowing him to successfully break through to the first level of pulse opening. Feeling the changes in his body, Lin Xian wanted to stop cultivating and check out, but at this time, there was a sudden change. A terrifying suction force erupted from his body, just like a black hole, constantly absorbing the star power that wandered between the sky and the earth. Lin Xian was startled in his heart and hurriedly stopped his technique, but his body's absorption of the power of the stars showed no signs of stopping. Instead it intensified, and at that moment, Lin Xian also realized that this terrifying suction force and, not from the functioning technique, but from his body itself, he could clearly feel his body's desire for the power of the stars, a kind of longing that came from the depths of his soul. Since that's the case, let the storm come harder. Feeling the abnormalities in his body, Lin Xian also crossed his heart and once again revolved the circumstantial star technique. The rich star power was like a stream of water, forming a star vortex with Lin Xian as the center. At this moment, Lin Xian sat cross-legged, the bright stars surrounding his body, his figure gradually hazy and illusory, sacred and noble, just like a deity. However, Lin Xian didn't know all of this, and after running the Zhou Tian star skill with all his might again, he was plunged into a state where he had forgotten both things and himself, a metaphysical and mysterious state. He seemed to have touched something, but when he wanted to grab it, he realized that it seemed to be far away from him, as if he was separated by an abyss in the sky. and as if it was right in front of his eyes. At this moment, many of the previously incomprehensible contents of the Gong method have become simple and easy to understand, and can be easily deciphered. As time passed, under the rich star power, Lin Xian's realm climbed at an extremely lurid speed, breaking through 8 minor realms in succession, eventually stopping at the 9th level of the vein opening before slowing down. Phew! Lin Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes, and that mysterious feeling disappeared without a trace at this moment. Lin Xian smacked his lips with intent. His face was filled with regret. If he was given some time to practice, he could definitely break through the chi-gathering realm in a single stroke. But unfortunately, at this moment, the sky had already dawned. As the rising sun rose in the east, the power of the stars in the heavens and earth had been diluted by the rich power of the hot sun, and could no longer support him to continue to maintain that metaphysical state. Lin Xian squeezed his fist, feeling the surging power in his body. He felt that at this moment, he was 100 times more powerful than before, and the force of a single punch was enough to open up a mountain and crack rocks. Is this the power of the vein opening realm? It's really a pity. I almost broke through the chi gathering, but this is good. It's not a good thing to raise the realm too quickly. However, very quickly, Lin Xian's face was once again filled with a touch of regret. Slightly collecting his emotions, Lin Xian raised his head to the sky, took a look at the color of the sky, and pondered for a moment before he walked out of his house towards the forest where he used to hunt in the past. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the forest, but to his surprise, he saw Xiaofeng here again. However, this time, Xiaofeng was not waiting for him, but was practicing his fist techniques. Xiaofeng's punches were very harsh. One move was like a tiger descending from the mountain, with a hint of wild rage, unstoppable and fierce. Seemingly sensing the commotion, Xiaofeng's hand movement slowly came to a halt and turned his head to where Lin Xian was, revealing a smile. Hello again, brother Lin. Come to collect your prey? Still really diligent. How did you think of practicing here? Lin Xian nodded, then asked with a smile. According to the routine, the protagonist goes out to pick up the treasure and falls off the cliff to meet the chance. It can be said that it is a very rare thing. Xiaofeng came here to cultivate. It must be the arrangement of the destiny in the underworld. There is some chance waiting for him. If that was the case, Lin Xian wanted to follow the other party around. Xiaofeng would eat meat and he would drink soup. And from then on, he would go to the peak of his life. He often hunted here, but he had not seen Xiaofeng come here before, which made him a bit strange. After realizing that this place is quite quiet and suitable for cultivation, I remembered this place. Xiaofeng wiped the sweat on his forehead and then explained. Alright then, you practice first. I have to go collect and look at my traps. Lin Xian nodded, and seeing that Xiaofeng had no intention of going around, he had no choice but to give up his intention of going with the other party to collect the treasure. Good. Xiaofeng nodded, and then he practiced his boxing again, while Lin Xian continued to walk towards the depths, and soon there was no trace of him. And when Lin Xian walked away, Li Lao Dao figure also appeared beside Xiaofeng. Looking at the direction Lin Xian had left, his eyes full of incredulity murmured, strange, overnight from no cultivation to the 9th level of the open vein, and the foundation is without flimsiness, unlike forcibly elevated up. Could it be that I looked away before? Or is that iron piece another mystery? What? Brother Lin, he's already at the 9th level of vein opening. Xiaofeng's face was filled with shock as he looked at Elderly in disbelief. Well, that's right. Looking at its breadth, it is indeed the 9th level of pulse opening. That iron piece is estimated to have another mystery. This place is sparsely populated. Want to? Li Lao looked at Xiaofeng with a smile and gave the other party a look. Xiaofeng naturally understood Elder Li's meaning. He let out a bitter smile, and without thinking, he rejected the other party's suggestion. Elder Li, Lin Xian is my friend. I can't do anything to betray my trust, although I want to become stronger. I also have my bottom line. Since we can't even discover it, it should be his chance. Not bad, not bad. Not even moved in the face of such temptation. My vision is good. Cultivate well. With my help, in less than half a year, you will be able to recover to the chi-gathering realm again. Elderly nodded with satisfaction. Then his figure turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared. Chapter 5, Fei Shu. What kind of leading role is it? It's better to be comfortable as a supporting role. In the middle of the courtyard, Lin Xian was lazily lying on a chair, his eyes slightly closed, enjoying a leisurely afternoon. Every now and then he lifted his teacup and took a sip, eating a pastry, so it could be said that he was very cozy. Time flies. Turn around half a year of light quietly passed. This half a year, Lin Xian lived a very plain, hunting during the day to maintain subsistence, night cultivation, and no major events. However, the protagonist, Xiao Feng, did come over to him from time to time, which added a touch of fun to his bland life. And the relationship between the two had also changed from being friends at the beginning to being die-hard friends without saying anything. Unlike Lin Xian's plane, Xiao Feng's life can be much busier. The return of talent, rise again. Just half a year is to raise the cultivation to the qi-gathering realm, belonging to the protagonist of the high light. In its body can be said to be the best performance. At the same time, the trouble is also one after another. Casually out of the door can meet the eye of the guy. The protagonist is a taunt. And then the protagonist cannot stand it, out to teach each other a lesson, and then hit the small to the big, hit the big to the old, and so on and so on. So much so that later on, Xiao Feng became depressed and couldn't help but begin to wonder if he came with a hateful physique, and also that you will enjoy life. A voice rang out and Lin Xian slightly opened his eyes, but he realized that at some point, Xiao Feng had already come to the entrance of the compound, but this time, he didn't come alone. Beside him, there was also a young girl in green clothes. Yo, isn't this Grand Duke Xiao so free today? Not going to cultivate? Lin Xian smiled. Xiao Feng can be said to be a real cultivation maniac, either in cultivation or on the way to cultivation. The protagonist's power is not without reason. If I had your perverted talent, I wouldn't try. Xiao Feng blankly glanced at Lin Xian, and then he just sat aside with the young girl beside him, lifted the teapot and poured a cup for himself and the young girl, and picked up the snacks on the table and ate them. Come on, where is my talent better? It's still the 9th level of vein opening after so long. Lin Xian shrugged with an innocent expression. Hearing this, Xiao Feng was also a bit puzzled. By all accounts, with Lin Xian's talent, he should have broken through the qi-gathering realm long ago. After all, the horrifying talent of penetrating through the tendons and veins around his body overnight was by no means ordinary. Nothing is wrong. You must have something when you came to find me. First things first, don't look for me to go shopping. Lin Xian sat up slightly straighter and looked towards Xiao Feng and the young girl on the side, his gaze full of caution. As we all know, the protagonist usually has a handful of childhood friends, and Xiao Feng is no exception. He also has one, which is the green-clothed girl on the side. The girl in green is named Xiao Feiyu, but she is not a member of the Xiao family, but was taken in by Xiao Feng's father in the Xiao family. As for her origin, Lin Xian is not clear. He only knows that the other party is Xiao Feng's childhood friend, and his strength is still a mystery. However, Lin Xian is a clear recollection that a peak qi-gathering Xiao family enemy injured Xiao Feng, and then the next day evaporated. Even the ashes could not be found. And the main reason why Lin Xian said this was because before, Xiao Feng brought a young girl and invited him to go shopping, and as a result, the two of them showed their love all the way, making him eat dog food for a day. Do you know how much that hurts a single dog? It's almost worse than killing him. Only later did he realize that it turned out to be Xiao Feng who had promised to accompany the other party to go shopping, but didn't know how to get along with the other party, so he just pulled him up, thinking of letting him give advice. In response, Lin Xian said that he was a single person who had never even touched a girl's hand, so where was the advice for him? Cough cough. Don't worry. It's just that the Prosperous Star Academy has started enrollment and asked if you want to enroll. With your strength, there shouldn't be the slightest problem in entering the academy. Xiao Feng coughed slightly awkwardly and then said, Prosperous Star Academy? Are you going? Lin Xian froze and opened his mouth to ask. He also knew the reputation of the Prosperous Star Academy, which had produced countless strong people, 10,000 years ago, which even walked out of a heavenly saint strong person. The Flourishing Star Academy could be said to be the place that all young cultivators aspired to. However, the enrollment conditions of the Flourishing Star Academy were extremely harsh, only accepting those who had reached the 7th level of pulse opening before the age of 18. I'll go as well. However, I'll have to wait until 3 years later. I guess I'll have to take a vacation. Xiao Feng nodded, then explained. That's fine. It's time to go out and see the outside world. Hearing that Xiao Feng would also be traveling to the academy, Lin Xian naturally had no reason not to go. He was unattached and it was the same no matter where he was. Let's go then. Seeing this, Xiao Feng was greeting the two of them and headed towards the city. Sky Spirit City, the center of the square. At this moment here has been lined up a few long lines, and these teams, without exception, are all the nearby range, the young generation of outstanding talent. What a long line. I guess it won't be our turn until dark. Why don't we come back another day? Looking at the long queue, Lin Xian couldn't help but get a bit headstrong, and immediately made a suggestion. He didn't want to wait in such a long queue. It'll have to be like this. Their enrollment will last for a few days anyway. Xiaofeng looked at the long line and responded helplessly. However, just as the two of them were about to return home, Xiao Feiyu, who had never said anything on the side, opened her mouth. Brother Xiaofeng, big brother Lin Xian, I have a way to not have to wait in line. Do you guys want to give it a try? Hearing this, the two of them also brightened up and looked at each other in unison, waiting with some anticipation for what was to follow. I can take you guys through the back door. Under the two men's expectant gazes, Xiao Feiyu took out a jade pendant engraved with the word prosperous star with a faint smile and waved it in front of the two men. Looking at the jade pendant, Xiaofeng was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, "When did you sign up? Want to know?" Xiao Feiyu said quietly as she came to Xiaofeng's ear, and there was even a hint of mischief on top of her stunningly beautiful face. Think. Xiaofeng nodded honestly. Hey, just don't tell you. Let's go. I'll take you guys to the back door. A touch of complacency surfaced on Xiao Feiyu's face, and with a light laugh, she lightly moved her lotus steps and walked in a direction. Xiaofeng smiled helplessly and did not ask any more questions. Then he greeted Lin Xian and followed him. Under Xiao Feiyu's leadership, the two of them returned above the street, and after passing through a small alley, a small courtyard came into view. At this moment, at the entrance of the small courtyard, a red-haired teenager was leaning against the door, yawning, with a look of lack of interest. But when he saw that someone had arrived, he was instantly energized. Ha ha, finally someone has come. I'm dying of boredom. And it's only because senior sister Xiao is so powerful that she found two geniuses in one go. A trace of excitement flashed in the teenager's eyes and he laughed out loud. His gaze toward Xiaofeng Lin Xian and the two of them was filled with fire. Brother Xiaofeng, big brother Lin Xian, as long as you pass the senior's test, you will be able to pass the academy's enrollment directly. Xiao Feiyu looked at the two Xiaofengs and explained, "That easy? Well then, I'll go first." Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Although he knew beforehand that there was a test to watch, he didn't expect it to be so simple. Wait, you're still at the 9th level of vein opening, right? If you want to go through the back door, you should at least have the cultivation level of the Qi gathering realm. The red-haired teenager sized up Lin Xian. Then he spoke. Like this? Lin Xian froze. Those who could break through the Qi gathering realm at this age were geniuses among geniuses. Sorry friend, this is the rule. But this friend of yours already has the Qi gathering realm and has the qualifications. The red-haired teenager looked at Xiaofeng who was on the side and said, "Wait, I didn't say I wouldn't test, right? Since that's the rule, then I'll just break through the Qi gathering realm." However, at this time, Lin Xian was the one who suddenly opened his mouth to interrupt the other party. Chapter 6, Breakthrough. Afterwards, Lin Xian was sitting cross-legged in front of the red-haired man's puzzled gaze and began to activate his gongfu. With the operation of the gong method, Lin Xian's body meridians and the spiritual energy quickly gathered in the dantian into a nebula vortex. As the vortex continues to rotate, the nebula also began to continuously compressed, gradually liquefied, and ultimately in the dantian into a clear spring. At the same time, Lin Xian's aura around him surged steeply, instantly breaking through to the Qi gathering realm, and even breaking through two small realms in a row, directly arriving at the 2nd level of Qi gathering. Looking at Lin Xian, who had completed his breakthrough in a matter of moments, the red-haired teenager had been shocked beyond words, and he felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. No, it can still be played like that. Who breaks through and sits on the ground? And all of a sudden, he broke through to the 2nd level of Qi gathering. Compared to the red-haired teenager's shock, Xiaofeng and Xiao Feiyu appeared much calmer, as if they had expected it. Worthy of you, the talent is really perverted. A breakthrough is the 2nd level of Qi gathering. If not before did not encounter a suitable technique, I am afraid that your current cultivation is more than the 2nd level of Qi gathering. Xiaofeng sighed out, but at the same time, he was also a little envious. He had only been able to gather Qi at the 2nd level after fighting to the death, but as a result, the other party had arrived as soon as he sat down on the ground. This kid is patient. He spent half a year polishing his foundation and tempering his body, and now he has made a breakthrough. If I see it right, he is afraid that he has already cultivated the star body training technique to the point of initiation. Old Taoist Li's voice sounded in Xiaofeng's ears, and his tone of voice was full of appreciation for Lin Xian. So fast? A trace of shock flashed through Xiaofeng's eyes. If he knew that his star body training technique could only just touch the threshold, not the old man to hit you. Lin kid's talent can be too much than you, and this body training technique and his fit is also better than you. This is normal. You have to work harder, the old man said with a smile. And then it is once again silent. No longer say anything. Soon enough, Lin Xian woke up and stood up again, patting the dust on his body. Then he looked at the red-haired teenager on the side and spoke. Long time waiting, let's begin. Ha, oh, alright, let's go to the courtyard. It's a bit more spacious inside. The red-haired teenager snapped out of his shock and looked at Lin Xian as if he was looking at a monster. Then he nodded his head. And then he was leading a few people into the courtyard. Perhaps for the sake of facilitating the test, the courtyard of the small courtyard had been arranged as a small martial arts arena, with all sorts of weapons placed on both sides. My weapon is a longsword. It's not fair to you to go barehanded. Do you want to choose a weapon? The red-haired teenager drew his longsword from his waist and looked towards Lin Xian, signaling the other party to choose a weapon from above the weapon rack. Seeing this, Lin Xian didn't refuse. After all, the other party had a sword. Wouldn't he look like a fool if he fought the other party with his bare hands? Without too much hesitation, Lin Xian took a long sword from above the weapon rack. There was a sword Dao chapter in the Zhou Tian star technique. He hadn't completely failed to cultivate it in the past half a year. As the long sword entered his hand, the aura on Lin Xian's body steeply became stern, and a sharp aura, if anything, quietly escaped from his body. Begin. Lin Xian looked at the red-haired teenager, smiled bashfully, and slowly said. As Lin Xian's words fell, the red-haired teenager didn't hesitate in the slightest and took the lead to move. And with a shake of his figure, he arrived in front of Lin Xian, lifting his sword to chop. In the face of the powerful blade, Lin Xian didn't retreat in the slightest, raising his hand and swinging his sword out. Clang! The sound of gold and iron resounded through the clouds. The two touched back, quickly pulled away, respectively, on both sides of the martial arts arena. But this brief exchange of hands has allowed the two to have a certain understanding of each other's strength. What a quick reaction! How about a move to determine the winner? The red-haired teenager's eyes flashed with excitement as he looked towards Lin Xian. Can. Lin Xian smiled bashfully. He was thinking the same thing. Why keep leveling A when you can open big? Boom! The red-haired teenager's red hair fluttered, his body surrounded by crimson aura, like a trace of a murderous aura permeating his body, causing Lin Xian to feel a trace of pressure if nothing else. Looking at the explosive red-haired teenager in front of him, Lin Xian wasn't willing to show weakness. The breath of the second level of the Qi-gathering realm suddenly erupted. The bright star power rippled on the surface of his body, and a sharpness that made people's skin raw gradually spread in the middle of the martial arts arena. Be careful. I can't control myself with this blade, the red-haired teenager reminded. And along with the swinging of the long blade, a domineering and incomparable chopping attack came out from above the long blade, carrying a forceful intent towards Lin Xian. 7 swords of the stars. Break! Lin Xian let out a breath and swung the longsword in his hand, the majestic power of the stars intertwining with the sharp sword intent, transforming into a brilliant sword chi that chopped out horizontally. Boom! The two attacks collided, erupting with a loud bang, and the aftermath swept, spreading extremely fast towards the surroundings, impacting towards the surroundings. But at this time, a barrier was steeply enveloping the escaping aftermath, preventing the tragedy from occurring. You too, are you trying to tear down the courtyard? A pleasant and melodious voice resounded steeply, and at some point, a silhouette had already arrived in the middle of the martial arts arena. Red Lin, didn't I say that I would let you simply test it out? With this murderous aura of yours, who are you trying to kill? Xianing glared at the red-haired teenager. A trace of coldness added to her beautiful face. The red-haired teenager who was called Red Lin's breath steeply tightened, shrunk his neck, and didn't dare to say anything. Obviously this sinister shadow wasn't a lord to be messed with. After reprimanding the red-haired teenager, the sinister shadow then slowly looked at Lin Xian, and after surveying him for a few moments, he revealed a satisfied expression and slowly nodded his head. Not bad. You've already comprehended sword intent at such a young age. Your future is unlimited. Senior is too kind. My talent is average. It's actually not worth mentioning compared to this one beside me. Lin Xian smiled, followed by a sentence that drew Qian Ying's gaze to Xiao Feng who was beside him. Second level of Qi gathering? Talent is indeed good. The sinister shadow sized up Xiao Feng. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she nodded in satisfaction. More than good. Mind you, he was still at the 3rd level of vein opening half a year ago. Lin Xian added with a slight smile. From the 3rd level of vein opening to the 2nd level of Qi gathering in half a year. Wait, you are the rumored young master of the Xiao family. Xiao Feng. The silhouette was first stunned, and then she violently widened her eyes and looked at Xiao Feng with a burning gaze. To know, during half a year, from the third level of pulse opening to the second level of chi gathering, this is no longer just the word genius can be summarized. This kind of talent, in the entire continent, can be said to be a rare horn. Xiao Feng, meet senior. Facing this burning gaze, Xiao Feng gave Lin Xian a somewhat breathless look, and then he bowed slightly and bowed to the sinful shadow. Young Master Xiao, are you also here for the entrance test? Xianing asked with a smile. A hint of anticipation added to her burning gaze. Naturally, the Flourishing Star Academy. I have admired it for a long time. Xiao Feng nodded slightly. Good. Welcome to the Flourishing Star Academy. Upon hearing this, the sinister shadow spat out 3 good words with delight, and a trace of satisfaction was added to her gaze toward Xiao Feng. From now on, the 2 of you are students of the Prosperous Star Academy. Right. What's your name? The Qianing said, and then she placed her gaze on Lin Xian, who was on the side. My name is Lin Xian. Lin Xian said. The silhouette nodded, and then she took out a jade tablet and used her finger as a pen to quickly write. And in a short while, the jade tablet engraved with the names of the 2 men appeared in the hands of Lin Xian and Xiao Feng. This is your identity jade token, a symbol of your identity, and you can use it after dropping blood to recognize the owner. The sinister shadow explained. Senior, don't I need to test? Looking at the jade card in his hand, Xiao Feng looked at the other party with slight doubt. It doesn't matter if you test it or not. After all, your solo battle against the 5th level of Qi Gathering with the 1st level of Qi Gathering cultivation can be said to be well known. Qianing explained with a smile. Then thank you, Senior. I still don't know Senior's name? Xiao Feng did not make any pretense and opened his mouth to thank him. My name is Lu Roland, tutor of Flourishing Star Academy. My cultivation level is 9th level of Spirit Sea Realm. As for my age, I won't tell you guys. In the future, you guys can call me Tutor Lu, or Tutor Roland. Hearing Xiao Feng's questioning, the Qianin also started to introduce herself. Chapter 7, 2.5 years leave of absence. Instructor Roland, can I take a vacation? Xiao Feng looked at Lu Roland and asked. Lu Roland froze and looked at Xiao Feng with some confusion. It was the first time he had seen someone who had just enrolled and had to take a leave of absence, but he didn't think much of it and slowly opened his mouth and asked. There is nothing wrong with taking a leave of absence, but how long do you want to take? It's not much. I want to hire 2.5 years, Xiao Feng said. 2.5 days ah. Naturally. Lu Roland sniffed and nodded without a care in the world. No, 2.5 years? However, the next moment, she froze in place, her eyes slightly widened, somewhat wondering if she had heard wrong. No? Xiao Feng scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. It can be true. The academy is different from the clan. There is no mandatory. After all, the academy learning benefit is still yourselves. I advise you to enter the academy as soon as possible. Good. Lu Roland didn't say no, but only looked at Xiao Feng with more than a hint of curiosity in her gaze. It wasn't true that there was no one who had just signed up to take a vacation, but it was unheard of for her to ask for 2.5 years at a time like Xiao Feng did. I have some things that I need to take care of, so please ask Mentor Roland to fulfill. Xiao Feng looked at Lu Roland with a determined gaze. That's just it. Since your mind is made up, I won't stop you. I just hope that you return to the academy as soon as possible. Seeing that Xiao Feng was so determined, Lu Roland also stopped persuading him and could only let out a helpless sigh. Many thanks to Instructor Roland. A smile appeared on Xiao Feng's face as he thanked Zhang Roland. However, before Xiao Feng could finish his sentence, a voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Xiao Feng's words. I thought young Master Xiao was a character, but I didn't expect that he would be so arrogant, taking a 2-year leave of absence before actually entering the academy. Is this looking down on the Flourishing Star Academy? Hearing the words that were full of gunpowder, Xiao Feng furrowed his brows slightly and looked at the owner of the voice, only to see, a green-clothed teenager slowly walked in from outside the courtyard and came to the front of the crowd, looking at Xiao Feng with hostility, if any, in his gaze. Xiao Feng. Feeling the hostility from the other party, Xiao Feng was very puzzled. He had never seen this person at all and did not understand why the other party was hostile to him. This friend, I haven't offended you, right? Xiao Feng slowly opened his mouth, the smile on his face gradually converging, and a hint of coldness was added to his tone. Simply looking at you is unpleasant. The youth in green slowly spoke, his eyes revealing disdain. Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the green-clothed teenager's eyes flashed with a hint of anger, and a strong odor of gunpowder spread between the two. With a strong tendency to make a move at the drop of a hat, Lu Roland didn't want to go forward to stop her. Instead, She put on an attitude of watching the show. She normally wouldn't get involved in the conflicts between the juniors, and she also wanted to see how strong Xiaofeng really was. What's going on here? Lin Xian squatted to the side, pulling out a handful of melon seeds and distributing half of them to the red Lin beside him, then asked in a low voice, He, the red face is a disaster. That person is in love at first sight with Xiao's school sister. Red Phosphorus he smiled and explained in a small voice. Hearing these words, Lin Xian looked at Xiao Feiyu and then at the two men with their swords drawn, and suddenly came to a realization and understood what was going on. Feng Zi, him, as the saying goes, it's better to watch the fun. And after understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Lin Xian was also interested and egged him on. Ignoring Lin Xian's arching fire, Xiaofeng stood frozen with the green-clothed teenager for a moment before silently withdrawing his gaze and collecting his emotions. Inexplicable. This person is afraid that he is not a bad brain, Xiaofeng muttered, then looked at Lin Xian and greeted the two of them and left together. Fei Yu, old Lin, let's go back. No longer pay attention to the man in green. Xiaofeng brushed past him and took a big step toward the courtyard, and did not look at each other again. The movement of the sharpness, so that the young man in green did not react to it, is already walking outside the courtyard. It's a pity. I thought I could see the hustle and bustle. Let's go, brother. Next time we have the chance to eat melon together. Lin Xian sighed and greeted Red Lin. Then he got up and followed Xiaofeng towards the outside of the courtyard. See you later, brother, and thanks for the melons. Akarin smiled and nodded, raising the melon in his hand. A few people were just about to leave, but at this time, Lu Wolin was suddenly speaking. Lin Xian, Xiao Feiyu, the morning after tomorrow you guys remember to come to the square to gather. Alright, Instructor Wolin. Lin Xian nodded and answered before leaving the courtyard. As a few people left, soon the courtyard was left with the green-clothed teenager alone. At this moment his face was iron blue, his fists were clenched, and the anger in his eyes was like substance. Xiaofeng, you seek death. The green-clothed teenager gritted his teeth and stared at Xiaofeng's departing direction with eyes that seemed to want to eat the other party alive. Elderly, the youth in green called out in a deep voice. As the voice of the youth in green rang out, a figure with a withered face slowly walked out from the shadows. Young master, what are your orders? Bring back Xiaofeng's head. Killing intent surfaced in the eyes of the green-clothed teenager, and the corners of his mouth showed a hint of a sardonic smile. The old man received the order, and with a flash of his figure, he left the place. Above the streets, there was an endless stream of pedestrians, and Xiaofeng's three men walked through them, heading out of the city. You really have a lot of love interests. Lin Xian let out a hefty laugh and teased. Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Xian's words too. What qualifications does someone who is swayed by emotions have to be my enemy? Looking at the domineering Xiaofeng, Lin Xian rolled his eyes and said somewhat breathlessly, Alright, don't pretend, but he really doesn't deserve to be your opponent. That person will definitely be very angry. This time, Xiao Feiyu covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Hey, it is best to be angry with him. Xiaofeng heatedly laughed, and the overbearing look he had just had instantly vanished. Soon, the three of them returned to Lin Xian's small courtyard. However, just as Xiaofeng wanted to enter the courtyard, Lin Xian stopped him. Something's not right. Lin Xian's expression was serious, not like a joke, and his eyes were filled with vigilance, his senses telling him that there was a great terror ahead. That came at me. Seeing Lin Xian's expression was not right, Xiaofeng also realized something. His expression was slightly serious. The light in his hand flashed, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Snap! Just as Lin Xian's few people were waiting in anticipation, a bit of applause rang out steeply, followed by an old man walking out of Lin Xian's house. Dang, it is a surprise to the old man. Actually can detect the existence of the old man. A hoarse voice came out from the old man's throat. His tone was full of surprises. Who are you? Xiaofeng looked at the unfamiliar old man in front of him and couldn't help but frown. He could smell a hint of danger from the old man, and it was obvious that the other party was not coming from a good place. The man who killed you. The old man seemed unwilling to say more. His figure swayed, rushing toward Xiaofeng. Only a split second is already in front of him. Vast as the sea of breath burst, violently a fist blast. Spirit Sea Realm. Feeling the terrifying aura fluctuation from the old man's body, Xiaofeng's pupils shrunk violently, and not being able to think of anything else, the long spear in his hand immediately crossed in front of his chest, wanting to resist. Bang! In the next moment, Xiaofeng flew out backwards, breaking several large trees one after another, and smashed heavily into the ground, leaving a large pit on the ground. With one strike, The old man had no intention of stopping and attacked Xiaofeng again, but at this time, Lin Xian's figure appeared abruptly and threw a punch at the old man. The old man looked at the incoming fist, his face filled with disdain, and with one kick, he kicked Lin Xian 100 meters away. After receiving a kick from the old man, Lin Xian only felt that his internal organs were twisting and burning like fire. A mouthful of fishy sweetness surged up his throat, and a trace of blood couldn't help but spill out from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 8, Can't fight? Then fight to the death. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way with me. The old man looked at Lin Xian and let out a sardonic laugh, only to see his figure flicker as he once again bullied his way in, blasting out with a fist, a terrifying power wrapped around his fist, with the intention of blasting Lin Xian to death. In the face of the raging fist, Lin Xian didn't have the slightest fear. The power of the stars lingered around his body, transforming into a long sword in his hand, and he met the old man with a sword chop. The long sword clashed with the fist, and in the next moment, the long sword collapsed, and Lin Xian's figure fell back violently, plowing a long furrow in the ground. But, cough, Spirit Sea Realm, when it's really as terrifying as this. Lin Xian sprayed out a mouthful of blood and staggered to his feet, looking up at the old man with a gaze filled with gravity. Oh, actually still able to stand up? Looking at Lin Xian, who was still able to get up, there was more than a hint of surprise on the old man's withered face, but there weren't too many waves. It's okay. Xiaofeng got up from the pit with great difficulty and came to Lin Xian's side, pulling out 2 pills and taking one, while the other was handed to Lin Xian. Can't die for now. Lin Xian took the elixir and threw it into his mouth. Then he was running his gongfu, digesting the medicinal power and recovering from his injuries. His target is me. I'll stall him. You take Fei Yu and go first. Xiaofeng looked grave and said in a deep voice, Don't worry. We'll be fine. I'm implicated this time. You have to buy me a drink. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face, and his gaze landed without leaving a trace on Xiao Feiyu, who was not far away. Although he didn't know Xiao Feiyu's true identity, her background must not be simple, and dealing with the Spirit Sea Realm would definitely not be a problem. You're right, we can't die. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Xiaofeng also had a smile on his face. His confidence did not come from his own strength, nor from Xiao Feiyu's background, but from his master who came from a mysterious background. Humph, dead to the world and still laughing. As the old man looked at the 2 people who were talking and laughing, the old man couldn't help but let out a cold snort as a trace of anger rose in his heart. Old man, if you want to kill me, you're not qualified enough. Today I'll let you see what it means to not want to die. Lin Xian looked at the old man, a touch of madness surfacing in his eyes. Feng Zi, watch this sword. It's going to be awesome. Brilliant star power erupted from Lin Xian's body and burned violently. As the star power burned, the aura of Lin Xian's body began to climb extremely fast. Directly it was raised from the 2nd level of Qi gathering to the 9th level of Qi gathering. 7 swords of the stars. Meteor killing. The extreme sword intent rushed straight up, stirring the wind and clouds. The long sword condensed by the power of the stars was once again held in his hand. Lin Xian bowed slightly, and then he shot out explosively at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Crazy. Really crazy. Looking at Lin Xian as if he was crazy, the old man's pupils shrunk. A sense of crisis surged to his heart. Immediately was no longer reserved. The Spirit Sea Realm cultivation completely erupted. Vast spiritual power convergence of the 2 fists, pushing out horizontally. Boom! The 2 collided together. And for a moment, a terrifying storm of spiritual energy swept through, and everything around them was like papier-mâché between the storms, falling apart. In the next moment, Lin Xian's figure flew backwards and crashed into the mountains, his life and death unknown. The old man, who was still arrogant and complacent, was in a sorry state at the moment. His clothes were tattered, his body was densely covered with tiny sword marks, and even his left arm had gone missing, chopped off by the roots. Little, I'm going to set your bones to ashes. Looking at the empty left arm, the old man let out a roar, and with a flash of his body, he killed towards where Lin Xian was. However, Xiaofeng would not let it pass, and immediately, he stopped it with a cross of his spear. Die for all of you. The old man roared and used his only remaining arm to blast out a fist, vowing to blast Xiaofeng to death. Facing the terrifying attack of the Spirit Sea Realm, Xiaofeng was simply unable to fight back, and for a while, he continuously lost and fell into a critical situation. Seeing that he was about to lose his life, although Xiaofeng was unwilling, he could only turn to his own master. Teacher, help me. This won't hold up? Don't panic, my disciple. My master is coming. As Elder Li's voice rang out, Xiaofeng sensed a huge amount of power pouring into his body from the ring on his hand, causing his cultivation to instantly rise to the first level of the Spirit Sea realm. Good fight, old man. My turn next. Xiaofeng couldn't help but grin as he felt the power within his body, and with a tremor of the long spear in his hand, he forced the old man back, and then he bullied his way up and took the initiative to attack. Spirit Sea realm. This can't be possible. What kind of person are you? Feeling the change in Xiaofeng, the old man's eyes were filled with shock, and the way he looked at Xiaofeng was as if he was looking at a monster. Dead man. No need to know too much. Xiaofeng spoke coldly, and the long spear in his hand quickly pointed out, transforming into a path of cold ons as he stabbed towards the old man. Dang! 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 The intensive attack made it difficult for the old man, who had originally lost an arm, to fight back, and for a while, the situation was reversed and Xiaofeng gradually gained the upper hand. 13 flame-breaking lances. Red Mansion. The crimson spiritual energy erupted, converging on the tip of the gun. The extreme power, letting the snow-white tip of the gun stained with a touch of crimson, and the terrifying temperature on it, even more so, letting the space was a hint of distortion. The red-colored spear was like a fiery dragon, carrying the aura of death as it roared towards the old man, aiming straight for his heart. The old man looked at the incoming lance in front of him. A sense of fear of death immediately surged to his heart, and at that moment he could not care about anything else, and used the secret method to burn himself, forcibly raising his speed, and disappeared at great speed towards the distance. Want to go? Too late. Looking at the old man who wanted to flee, Xiaofeng smiled coldly, and with a steep force in his hand, he violently threw his lance. The lance turned into a crimson meteor, cutting through the void, instantly penetrating the old man and firmly nailing him to the ground. The violent power erupted, and in an instant it took his life. Looking at the dead old man, Xiaofeng's taut nerves slowly relaxed as a sense of disempowerment instantly took over his body and he stumbled and fell towards the ground. However, it was fortunate that Xiao Feiyu, who was on the side, came in time and held Xiaofeng up, avoiding a close contact between him and the earth. Brother Xiaofeng, are you alright? Looking at the frail Xiaofeng, a touch of worry could not help but appear in the young girl's autumn eyes. I'm fine. Don't worry. I'm a bit off my feet after utilizing the secret method. I'll be fine after resting for a while. It's better to go and take a look at Lin Xian first. Xiaofeng gently shook his head, and then he said, Brother Xiaofeng, don't worry. Big brother Lin Xian, his life is not in danger. Only the situation is a little not so good. Xiao Feiyu nodded, and then she was assisting Xiaofeng towards the location where Lin Xian was. At this moment, Lin Xian was leaning against a big tree. His breath was wilted, but it was true that his life was not in danger. But Xiaofeng couldn't help but frown after checking it out. It's too easy to let this old fellow die. Xiaofeng looked at the old man's corpse, and the anger in his heart couldn't help but rise up again. Don't worry. It's just that his meridians are destroyed and his foundation is greatly damaged. It's not an unrecoverable injury for him. However, right at this moment, Elder Li's voice was suddenly resounding in his mind. Teacher, do you want to see what you're talking about? The corner of Xiaofeng's mouth twitched and he was speechless. If it was an ordinary person who received this kind of injury, I'm afraid that it would cut off the front path of cultivation. But Lin Kid is different. He cultivates the power of the stars. Star power? What's so special about it? Xiaofeng froze and asked again. People who cultivate the power of the stars has an extremely strong recovery power, although not as good as the wood attribute of the endless life. To recover this point of injury is still not the slightest problem. Besides, his star practicing skill has been initiated. This injury is nothing for him. Li Lao leisurely explained. That's good. Hearing Elder Li's explanation, Xiaofeng was also relieved. Kid Lin can be more stable than you think. He won't do anything that will destroy his own future. To be able to use the secret method so decisively, I'm sure he's also aware of his own specialness. But this ruthlessness isn't something that everyone has. Elder Li's tone was filled with admiration. His evaluation of Lin Xian could be said to be very good. Chapter 9, Spiritual Awakening. After being crushed by the old man, Lin Xian's consciousness was plunged into chaos, falling into boundless darkness. He had a dream. A long, but vague dream. Are you okay? I'm fine. Thanks for saving me. You're welcome. Where is your house? I'll take you back. I don't have a home anymore. Then you can just follow me from now on. Brother will take you to eat and drink. My name is Lin Xian. What is your name? My name is Su Ruoxue. Ruoxue? I'm going to the Borderlands battlefield. The devil race is invading in force. No one can do it alone. I'm going with you two. You can't cultivate. The borderlands are too dangerous for you. I can't take you there. Don't worry. I'll come back alive. Don't you want to cultivate? Maybe there's still a way to find a way for you to cultivate in the borderlands. Jia. Starsword Father. It's time for you to go on your way. Go to hell. Ahem. About to die? Too bad it didn't make it back alive. Liar. Xian. You liar. I don't want to cultivate anymore. I just want you to live. Extraterrestrial heavenly devils. All deserve to die. I will find you. In the middle of the small courtyard, Xiaofeng was sitting cross-legged in meditation and cultivation when an invisible fluctuation abruptly woke him up. What's going on? Where did such a terrifying mental power fluctuation come from? Xiaofeng snapped his eyes open, and then his gaze was locked onto the room where Lin Xian was. No good. Something's wrong. Xiaofeng gave a dark cry, and then he kicked open the door of the room and rushed in. But the bizarre scene in the middle of the room caused him to be shocked in place on the spot. At this moment, all the objects in the room were free from the bondage of gravity and floated in the air, slowly rotating with Lin Xian as the center. Spiritual power awakening is actually so terrifying. This kid's talent is truly terrifying. If not for the shallow fortune and insufficient blessings, I'm afraid that he would have already soared to the sky. Just as Xiaofeng was shocked, Elder Li appeared beside him abruptly, looking at Lin Xian, who was suspended in the air, with a face full of surprise. Spiritual power awakening? Master, you're not mistaken. Whose spiritual power awakening is so terrifying? Xiaofeng had an incredulous look on his face. Spiritual power awakening is to become a pharmacist must experience things? Xiaofeng also experienced a spiritual power awakening, but at that time also let a palm stone floated up. There is a sky outside the sky. There are people outside the people, born with 9 realms of spiritual power people. This world is not without, said Li Lao smilingly. Senior, Lin Xian's current spiritual power is at that realm? Xiaofeng suppressed the shock in his heart and then he asked, to be able to move like this, it's at least above the 3rd realm. Elder Li stroked his beard and pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. Above the 3rd realm? I was only 2 realms in the first place. Listening to Elder Li's words, Xiaofeng's heart was filled with mixed feelings, and a touch of bitterness could not help but appear on his face. Don't be presumptuous. Your talent is already considered top-notch. A demon like this kid who awakened the 3rd realm of spiritual power at the Qi-gathering realm is a phoenix-like existence in this world. Elder Li looked at the lost Xiaofeng and shook his head slightly before opening his mouth in relief. It's a pity that he's not fire attributed. If he was fire attributed, he'd be a good material for learning alchemy. Elder Li's gaze returned to Lin Xian, then a look of regret appeared on his face. Can't you make pills if you're not a fire attribute? Xiaofeng asked in a somewhat strange manner. It's possible, but it'll be more troublesome. Let's talk about it later. This kid is going to wake up. Elder Li didn't finish his sentence because he sensed that Lin Xian was about to wake up. As Elder Li's words fell, the objects around him slowly fell back to the ground, and Lin Xian, who was on top of the bed, slowly awoke from his coma. This dream, what the hell is going on? It seems like some fragmented pieces. Lin Xian rubbed his aching head, recalling the blurred and broken images in his dream, his heart filled with puzzlement. You're finally awake. Xiaofeng saw Lin Xian wake up and his thoughts were swept away. A smile appeared on his face. Feng Zi, what's going on here? My room got burglarized? Lin Xian looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar room, his head full of question marks. This isn't getting into a thief. It's something you made yourself. Soon Xiaofeng was telling Lin Xian about the awakening of his spiritual power. I see, but who is this old gentleman? Lin Xian looked beside Xiaofeng and asked with some doubt. Perhaps it was due to the awakening of his spiritual power. He could clearly perceive that Xiaofeng was floating an old man. Ha! You can see elderly? This time, it was Xiaofeng's turn to have his head full of questions. It was important to know that Elder Li's spiritual power was extremely powerful, and if it wasn't for his strength, no one would be able to detect his presence at all. You little fellow, you're quite unexpected. Seeing that Lin Xian had discovered himself, Elder Li no longer hid himself and manifested, appearing before Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian greets Senior. Seeing the other main fighter reveal himself, Lin Xian also bowed respectfully. He, this is my master teacher. I can have today. All rely on my master teacher's help. Xiaofeng also no longer dwelled on how Lin Xian discovered Elder Li, and turned to introduce himself. I wonder how Senior is addressed. Lin Xian nodded. Then he asked with an arch. Since you are Little Fingzi's friend, you can just call me Elder Li. Elder Li smiled. He. Senior, Lin Xian is a junior. Don't you have to show it? Xiao Feng hemmed and hawed, rubbing his fingers together as he looked towards Elderly. You brat! Turn your elbow outward. When Elderly heard this, he immediately turned dark and gave Xiao Feng a smack. Little fellow, what do you want to order? After teaching Xiao Feng a lesson, Elderly was looking at Lin Xian and asked, if it's possible, the late generation wants a long sword. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then said, Old me doesn't have any sword collection, only this long sword of second-grade spiritual weapon. If you don't mind, take it and use it first, said. An ancient and simple long sword appeared in his hand. Thank you, Elderly. After Lin Xian thanked Elderly, he received the long sword with an excited expression. As the long sword entered his hand, the original ancient and simple longsword steeply erupted with a burst of starlight, a joyful emotion emanating from it as if it was welcoming his new master. Holding the long sword in his hand, a familiar feeling arose in his heart. Lin Xian didn't know why he had such a strange feeling. Clearly he had only seen the sword for the first time. Phew! Lin Xian let out a breath and calmed down a bit before gripping the hilt of his sword in his hand and slowly pulling it out. Clank! The long sword came out of its sheath. The crisp sword roar cut through the sky, and the lingering sword intent emanated uncontrollably from Lin Xian's body, interplaying with the long sword and transforming into a long river of sword intent that shot up into the clouds. Teacher, are you sure that the one you gave is a second-grade spiritual artifact? Xiao Feng looked at the rushing sword intent and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Something that can be collected by me. Wouldn't it be an ordinary second-grade spirit weapon? Elderly stroked his beard, not too surprised by what had happened to Lin Xian. Lin Xian gradually suppressed his own stormy sword intent, and then he was placing the long sword across his face and examining it carefully. The soft starlight lingered on the sword, which was extremely beautiful, as if it contained the starry sky, giving people a sense of vastness and majesty. But unfortunately, this long sword seems to have suffered a heavy blow. At the moment the sword body is covered with cracks, giving a person a kind of casually bumped, will be broken open the feeling. Looking at the long sword that was covered in cracks, a trace of sadness welled up in Lin Xian's heart for no apparent reason. Slightly raising his hand, his fingertips gently scratched across the cracks as if to smooth them out. As Lin Xian gently caressed it, the long sword trembled, constantly emitting a low humming sound, as if it was saying something. Star Sword? Is that your name? Then you follow me from now on. Feeling the trembling coming from above the long sword, Lin Xian's face grew a wisp of a smile as he gently stroked the sword, murmuring softly. Chapter 10, Separation. It seems that this sword suits you well. Elderly smiled as he stroked his beard. Many thanks to Senior for giving me the sword. After pulling a sword flower and returning the star sword to its sheath, Lin Xian was then thanking Elderly once again. This sword is what I got in an ancient battlefield. Look at its material. Before it is damaged, grade should not be low. I think it must be the weapon of a certain great power. You can be compatible with it, is also your opportunity. Old me here has a secret method of sacrificing a spiritual weapon that you should be able to use, so I'll pass it along to you. I hope you can restore this sword to its former glory, Elderly said slowly, and then he pointed out a finger, passing a secret method to Lin Xian. Feeling the arcane techniques in his mind, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel joy in his heart and once again arched his hand in thanks. Thank you, Elderly. Alright, the meet and greet gift has also been given, so I will go back first. Elderly smiled and nodded. Then he turned into a wisp of white smoke and returned to the ring on Xiao Feng's finger. Really worthy of being the protagonist master teacher. The outburst is just generous. Looking at the hidden Elderly, Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh for a while in his heart. At the same time, Lin Xian sort of understood that with his shallow qi, it was unlikely that he would want to pick up a treasure, and that he would have to rely on the protagonist if he wanted to soar. By the way, how is your injury? Xiao Feng opened his mouth and asked. It's no longer a big deal. Just a few more days of recuperation and you'll be completely healed. Lin Xian smiled and spoke. Under the effect of the power of the stars, the injuries on his body that were originally extremely serious had been recovered to a certain extent, and even his broken foundation had recovered quite a bit. Your body is still really perverted. Such a serious injury lying for a day is good. Envious. Such recovery power I also want to. Xiao Feng had an envious face. What are you envious of? You're an alchemist. Casually pull out an elixir and eat it. Won't you recover from your injuries faster than me? Lin Xian looked at Xiao Feng somewhat breathlessly and mercilessly spat. Cough cough. Let's not talk about this. Since you've woken up, then hurry up and go to the assembly. Instructor Roland has been waiting for a long time. Xiao Feng coughed awkwardly twice. Then he changed the topic. Alright, let's go. Hearing this, Lin Xian didn't delay any longer and turned around, heading towards the door. You don't have anything to bring? Xiao Feng looked at the empty-handed Lin Xian with some consternation and spoke out. Let's say I didn't say that. However, when Xiao Feng looked around and realized that in Lin Xian's room, apart from a few sets of clothes, there was nothing of value, he immediately retracted what he had just said. Let's go. I'm so poor. Where do I get the stuff to take? Lin Xian shrugged. His entire body, except for a few thousand gold coins, and the star sword that Elder Li had just given him, was devoid of anything of value. Sky Spirit City Square. At this moment, above the wide square, overcrowded, lively, black crowd square as the center, surrounded a 3 layers outside the 3 layers. Good lord, why are there so many people? It's more lively than a festival. Outside of the crowd, Lin Xian, who had just arrived at the square, couldn't help but be a little skeptical of life as he looked at the sea of people in front of him. It is an individual who likes to get together. After all, it is only once a year. Let's go. Don't complain. Xiao Feng smiled bitterly, and then he was heading toward the crowd you hard to squeeze. However, Lin Xian did not follow, but slowly closed his eyes, covering the entire square directly with his spiritual power, seemingly looking for how. Not long after, Lin Xian opened his eyes again, a smile on his face as he lifted his leg towards a spot, circling around the outside of the crowd, coming to the weakest spot, and easily passing through the crowd. In the innermost part of the crowd, there were soldiers maintaining order, and the many soldiers formed a circle, blocking the idle people from the outside. Stop the comer! Soldiers see Lin Xian continue to approach. Immediately is issued a rebuke. Solemn killing intent revealed. Let a person's body chills. These soldiers are not ordinary soldiers, but from the battlefield down, have seen the blood of the lions. Alone aura can drink back ordinary people. However, Lin Xian was not the least bit flustered, and after taking out the jade token of the Flourishing Star Academy from his bosom, he smiled and said to the few people, a few big brothers, I'm a student of the Flourishing Star Academy. I'm a little late for something, so please make it easier. The soldiers looked at each other and exchanged a few words, and after ascertaining Lin Xian's identity, they quickly made way for a passageway. Just like that, Lin Xian easily entered the center of the square and arrived at the place where the academy students would gather. At this moment, a group of trainees had already arrived and were chatting in 2s and 3s, and when they saw Lin Xian arrive, they all cast their gazes. Brother Lin, why are you so late? It's just you. Red Lin greeted Lin Xian warmly when he saw him arrive. Big brother Lin Xian, where is brother Xiao Feng? Didn't he come to see you off? Xiao Feiyu did not see Xiao Feng's figure and could not help but ask with some doubt. Feng Zi is still in the sea of people. Lin Xian looked towards the crowded crowd and in his heart, he mourned for Xiao Feng for 3 seconds. I'm sorry, Tutor Roland, there's been a bit of an accident, so I've kept everyone waiting. Retracting his gaze, Lin Xian looked at his mentor Lu Roland and said with an apologetic face, it's not a problem. Fio has already told me about you. Waiting for a while isn't too much of a problem. Lu Roland nodded with a faint smile, not blaming Lin Xian. A group of students, there are not too many complaints, after nodding to Lin Xian, is no longer concerned, each busy with their own go, completely did not say that look at Lin Xian is not happy, out of the words to mock, and then be hit in the face of the bridge. Everyone has arrived, so let's set off for the academy. Lu Roland turned her head to look at the group of trainees, and then she was taking out a delicate boat from within her spatial ring. The small boat surged against the wind, and in the crowd's shocked gazes, it transformed into a giant flying boat that was 100 meters long and hovered above the square. The appearance of the flying boat was ancient and simple, but it did not lose its dominance, emitting a sense of heaviness, and there was a spiritual light lingering on the surface, letting people know at a glance that it was not an extraordinary object. With the appearance of the flying boat, a burst of exclamations erupted both inside and outside the square, and Lin Xian finally understood that there were so many people watching the meeting at the Flourishing Star Academy. Just as the crowd was shocked, the belated Xiao Feng also finally arrived, but when he saw the one who had arrived long ago, he was immediately confused. How did you get here so fast? There are fewer people over there. Lin Xian lifted his chin. You're not generous. There are few people over there, you don't tell me. Xiao Feng had a depressed look on his face, looking at Lin Xian with a grudge in the middle of his gaze. It's not my fault. It's you who ran too fast. Lin Xian shrugged with an innocent expression. It's not that Lin Xian didn't tell Xiao Feng, but the other party dove head first into the crowd, and he didn't even have time to say, you all know my situation, so I won't go to the academy with you. so take care of yourselves, and in 2 years' time, we'll go look for you. Xiaofeng didn't think too much about this matter and turned to the two of them with a serious face. What about you? What are your plans with that afterward? Lin Xian suddenly asked. I intend to go out for training after some more time. The current me needs to raise my power quickly to cope with the 3-year appointment afterward. The current me? I'm still too weak. At the mention of the 3-year appointment, Xiaofeng slightly clenched his fists. His eyes flashed with anger. But more than anything else, he was helpless. Helpless against his own weakness. If he had the power to crush everything, the shame of that day would not have happened. Brother Xiaofeng, I believe in you. You'll succeed. I'll wait for you at the academy. Xiao Feiyu slightly clenched that taut fist. In her autumn eyes was a tenderness that could not be melted. Thank you, Feiyu. Feeling the softness coming from his hands, Xiaofeng gradually calmed down his emotions and smiled at Xiao Feiyu, eating a wave of dog food for no reason. Lin Xian's wonderful mood instantly disappeared without a trace, and turned into a rushing resentment from the single dog. Well, so play it right? Showing love in front of me, right? Cough cough, don't care about these details. Right, I still have some things to do. I'll leave first, see you in 2 years. Feeling Lin Xian's murderous eyes, Xiaofeng coughed lightly, then he was off on his feet and skipped off. Looking at Xiaofeng's departing back, Lin Xian withdrew his gaze and resumed his usual calmness, and then he spoke faintly. You're not worried about leaving Feng Zi alone? Brother Xiaofeng, with his chance, there will be no danger to his life. I believe he has a faint smile on his face, and his gaze lingered in the direction Xiaofeng left. Never leaving. No, I'm referring to something else. Lin Xian shook his head gently with a smile on his face. What is it? Lin Xian's vague words caused Xiao Feiyu to be puzzled and turn her head slightly to look over. Not to be explicitly said. Ah. Lin Xian laughed again and did not explain. After all, is the protagonist a bit of confidant, and then normal not to come over? Afraid to see again when wa have. Chapter 11, Flourishing Star College. As Xiaofeng left, Lin Xian's two men's attention was redirected to the flying boat. At some point, Mentor Lu Roland had already arrived on top of the flying boat. Alright, little ones, board the boat. We're ready to set sail. As Mentor Lu Roland's words rang out, a long staircase slowly extended down from above the flying boat. However, instead of focusing on the stairs, the crowd had their fists in the air and seemed to be preparing for something. The next moment, the stairs landed, and in an instant, as if they had received some signal, the crowd exerted their means towards the flying boat, or rise up in the air by virtue of a secret technique, or leap up by virtue of a strong physical body, or travel with the help of a magic treasure and spiritual artifact. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Not everyone can successfully go up. Some strength is not good people. Directly as from the air fell down, and the earth to a close contact. Miserable appearance. Let a person cannot bear to look at. The general summary is that the 8 immortals are all over the sea, each showing their abilities, as well as being vegetable and fun-loving. No, just getting into a flying boat is as desperate as that? Lin Xian looked at the jaw-dropping scene in front of him and couldn't help but fill his head with questions. This is something you don't know, right? We are all geniuses of each family, representing the face of our respective families. Walking stairs to lose face. On the side, Red Lin explained with a smile. Oh, got it. Lin Xian understood in a second. Simply put, it was a comparison of whoever went up in a handsome pose. Whoever was the MVP. By the way, how do you get up there? Akarin asked with a curious look on his face. Take the stairs. Why bother if there are stairs? I'm all alone and there's no one to watch. Lin Xian shrugged. Heroes see the same thing. Go. Let's walk up. With that, Red Lin was taking Lin Xian by the shoulders and walking towards the stairs. Let's go. Feiyu, don't be dumbfounded. Your family's brother Xiaofeng left a long time ago. Lin Xian didn't resist, letting the other party take his shoulder and walk forward, while greeting Xiao Feiyu, who was still dumbfounded on the side. Good. Xiao Feiyu returned to her senses and nodded indifferently. Then she followed behind the two of them. Obviously she was not someone who liked to be in the limelight either. With the stairs all the way up, the three soon came to the flying boat above. They take the stairs up behavior also did not attract the crowd's eyes and contempt. After all, not everyone has the protagonist that attracts the strange body. The flying boat is very wide, enough to accommodate thousands of people, and there are many rooms, in which there are a variety of facilities for people to rest. Cultivation, martial arts, alchemy, refining, entertainment, learning, Lin Xian surveyed his surroundings, and the assortment of things that were there directly just made his eyes glaze over. Ooh, the academy is really wealthy. After a long time, Lin Xian retracted his gaze and let out an exclamation. I was as surprised as you were before, but that's just how it is when you get used to it. And there aren't many uses, Akarin said with a smile. That's right, all the free time has gone into cultivation. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. In this world where strength was honored, the crowd had long since developed the habit of insisting on cultivation, and not many people would actually use such a variety of facilities, and can enter the academy of the people. None of them are the genius of the family, more or less on the shoulders of the burden. Seize the time to cultivate has long been the norm of the crowd. Well, everyone's here, so let's get going. Mentor Lu Roland saw that the crowd had already arrived, and without further delay, he pinched the spell in his hand and began to sail the flying boat. An arcane pattern emerged, and immediately afterward, amidst the gazes of the crowd, the huge flying boat rose up from the ground and turned into a stream of light, and in just an instant, it disappeared into the sky. This trip is a long way. You can find a room to stay. The facilities of the flying boat you can use as you wish, but you must not damage. After driving the flying boat, the tutor Lu Roland once again looked at the crowd, and after instructing a few things, she entered the room. See, the tutor left. The people have scattered. Looking for a room is to enter the original still quite lively flying boat is soon quiet. Only a few left, 3 or 2, above the deck chatting. Big brother Lin Xian. I'll go back to my room first. Xiao Feiyu greeted Lin Xian before leaving. I'll go back to my room first as well. See you later, brother Lin. After Xiao Feiyu left, Qi Lin also returned to his room. TSK, these people are really rolled. Looking at the departing two, Lin Xian lightly sked. However, he didn't do the same as the two, but instead hugged his longsword and leaned against the fence, admiring the scenery beyond the flying boat. But he was not idle again. While looking at the scenery, while studying the things recorded in the Zhou Tian Xing Xing skill, now that he was already in the Qi gathering realm, he could cultivate a lot more things, and could touch a lot more things already. 10 days passed by quietly. These 10 days passed very calmly, and nothing big happened. However, in the early morning of the 11th day, Mentor Lu Roland was the one who gathered all the people on top of the deck. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. All of them were full of doubts and didn't know why. Mentor Lu Roland looked at the puzzled crowd and smiled faintly, her gaze looking towards the distant sky as she slowly spoke. Little ones, Prosperous Star Academy. It's here. The crowd raised their heads to the sky, and in the next moment, a city gradually emerged from afar, slowly emerging and imprinting itself into the eyes of the crowd. Above the dark city wall, engraved with the traces of the years, giving people a sense of ancient heaviness, the large city gate, engraved with the word star, the strokes of magnificent atmosphere, the Tao rhyme flow. Just a glance is to let a person fall into it, and then hard to forget. The city is full of majestic buildings and pedestrians come and go, presenting a picture of prosperity. Crossing over the city, the flying boat continued onward, and after the prosperous Star City, an academy appeared immediately afterward. The academy covers a huge area, and the buildings within it are scattered. Although not as prosperous as the prosperous Star City, but it is everywhere revealing the beauty, a unique flavor. Behind the academy, there was a forest that could not be seen, in which ancient trees were sky-high and lush, and it was obviously not an extraordinary place either. The flying boat landed on the ground, and the crowd, who had long been impatient, leapt off of it, full of excitement as they pranced down from the top of the flying boat and landed on top of the ground. Looking at the unorthodox crowd, Lin Xian wasn't too surprised this time. Stairs, I don't want to face? I might as well rot in the factory. I'd better take the stairs, otherwise the stairs will really become a decoration. Lin Xian didn't go with the flow, turned around and was walking towards the stairs, following them to the ground. Coming to the ground and taking a look around, Lin Xian then sought out Xiao Fei's figure in the crowd. However, noting that he was not the only one, at this moment, Xiao Feiyu was in the limelight, like a bright star. As the protagonist's childhood friend, the appearance is naturally the top match of the goddess level. As soon as he came down from above the flying boat, it was to let countless male students' eyes turned into love. Some of the bold ones had even gone up to strike up a conversation. However, none of them succeeded, and all of them were politely rejected by Xiao Feiyu with a smile. Looking at the crowd around Xiao Feiyu, Lin Xian instantly dismissed the idea of going up to greet him. If Lin Xian dared to come up and show too much familiarity with the other party at this moment, then he could guarantee that at night he would be put in a sack, beaten with a casserole stick, and subjected to severe beatings. I just don't know what Xiao Feng's expression will be when he finds out and how he'll deal with these love rivals. Lin Xian thought in this manner, and a gloating smile could not help but appear on his face. Seeing that all the people had arrived, Lu Rolin raised her hand and waved it. Then she put away the flying boat. Then she looked at the crowd and said, "Little ones, welcome to Prosperous Star Academy. Within the Identity Jade Pendant, there is basic information about the Prosperous Star Academy and some rules. I won't explain more. You guys watch it on your own. If you say too much, you'll find it annoying. For the rest of the time, you can explore the academy on your own. And if there's something wrong, you can contact me through the Identity Jade Pendant." Mentor Lu Rolin raised the jade pendant in her hand, and then she left with an elegant stride. As tutor Lu Rolin left, the crowd dispersed and Lin Xian strolled through the academy. Could it be an illusion? Why do I feel like there's a gaze looking at me? Suddenly, Lin Xian felt something in his heart and looked slightly to a spot, but found nothing and wandered around the academy while flipping through the information in his jade pendant. Chapter 12, My name is Su Ruoxue. Through the information recorded in the jade pendant, Lin Xian quickly came to understand the basic information of the Flourishing Star Academy. In the Flourishing Star Academy, there were 8 major cultivation treasures: the Gold Spirit Cliff, the Wood Spirit Forest, the Water Spirit Spectral Lake, the Fire Spirit Inflammable Sea, the Earth Spirit Cave, the Wind Spirit Heavenly Island, the Ice Spirit Cold Domain, and the Thunder Spirit Abyss. These 8 cultivation treasures corresponded to the 8 common attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, and thunder, and those with the corresponding attributes could greatly accelerate their cultivation speed by entering them. These in the outside world can cause uproar. The value of inestimable place. In the college is a full 8 as many. Visible Star College's strong heritage. However, if you want to enter these treasured places to cultivate, it is not free. You need to pay a currency that circulates in the academy. Spirit value. At the beginning of every month, the academy would allocate 1,000 spirit value to the students. In addition to that, spirit value could also be obtained through doing tasks, spirit stone exchange and other channels. In addition to the 8 treasures, there were many other facilities in the academy, but without exception, one had to pay spirit value to use them. On the point of paying for facilities, Lin Xian didn't see any problem with it. After all, the academy wasn't a charity, and the facilities in it needed money to maintain. The existence of the academy, to ensure the safety of students at the same time, but also provides a very perfect cultivation environment. And some of these facilities, if the money in the outside world cannot necessarily enjoy. However, it was worth mentioning that the academy tutor's lessons didn't require spirit value. Anyone could go and listen to them. This point made Lin Xian quite surprised. This academy, it's really a good place, but this spirit value needs to take some effort to obtain it. Thinking like this, Lin Xian couldn't help but have a bitter smile appear on his face. Although it was possible to exchange spirit stones for spirit values, he could be said to be penniless right now, and he couldn't even take out a single spirit stone from his body. Without realizing it, Lin Xian arrived at the edge of the academy and entered a forest, before slowly stopping in the middle of the forest. "This friend, you followed me all the way, but what's the matter?" Lin Xian turned around, his gaze blazing, landing on top of a tree in the middle of the woods. His hands carrying the long sword on his chest slowly dropping to his sides, ready to draw his sword at any time. If it was before, Lin Xian would definitely not have been able to perceive the other party, but since the awakening of his spiritual power, Lin Xian's perception had changed qualitatively, and although the other party was very well hidden, he was still clearly perceived. Even if it was a remnant of a soul, it couldn't escape his perception, just like when he discovered Elderly. As Lin Xian's words fell, the woods once again regained their calm and did not move in the slightest, but Lin Xian's gaze, however, never wavered in the slightest. However, Lin Xian's gaze didn't move away in the slightest. He trusted his senses, and once again after a few moments, a white-clothed woman slowly stepped out from behind a tree and appeared in front of Lin Xian's eyes. With her slender physique, proud peaks, and white, flawless skin with hints of redness, she was like a fine piece of beautiful jade that made people want to look at her more. The woman in white was very pretty, like an exiled immortal descending to the heavens. Even if Lin Xian often faced beautiful women like Xiao Feiyu, he couldn't help but lose his concentration slightly at this moment. However, Lin Xian didn't let his guard down on this. He could vaguely sense the hint of danger emanating from the other party's body. It was definitely not something an ordinary chi-gathering realm cultivator could possess. Among the same realm, he had only felt it from Xiao Feiyu. who came from a mysterious origin, and even Xiao Feng, who was the protagonist, had not given him this feeling. At the same time that Lin Xian was looking at the girl in white, the girl in white was also looking at him, with a gaze that was filled with joy and apprehension. But more than anything else it was longing. This girl, haven't we met before? Looking at the white-clothed woman in front of him, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged through Lin Xian's heart, and the god asked, Jen, is it really you? The woman slightly raised her hand and took a few steps forward, seemingly wanting to touch Lin Xian, but seemed to be afraid of something and eventually stopped. But her gaze was always on Lin Xian, not wavering in the slightest. Lin Xian? Listening to this familiar address, Lin Xian's head was full of questions at the moment. As far as he could remember, he didn't remember recognizing the woman in front of him, but the woman in front of him was the one who seemed to know him. Cough. I don't think we've met before. Girl, are you recognizing the wrong person? Lin Xian coughed lightly. The other party looking at him like this made him a little uncomfortable. Ah Xian, I finally found you. I miss you so much. The woman in white seemed to be sure of something, and suddenly she jumped into Lin Xian's arms, warm tears coming out of her eyes, staining her clothes. Feeling the touch of softness in his arms, Lin Xian's mind went blank and he suddenly froze in place, his face full of overwhelm as he held his hands high, trying not to touch the other party. Girl, men and women are not related. Why don't you let go of me first? And if there's anything, let's find a place to sit down and talk. Lin Xian said softly. I won't let you leave me again. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the woman in white didn't show the slightest sign of letting go of her hand, but instead hugged her even tighter, her mouth saying some words that she couldn't quite understand. Seeing that the other party showed no signs of letting go, Lin Xian slightly peeled at the other party, but it didn't have much effect, and he didn't dare to exert himself too hard. So in the end, he could only let the other party hold him. After a long time, the woman in white seemed to have realized something, and finally slowly let go of Lin Xian, and stood to the side somewhat restrainedly, her cheeks reddening as she lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Lin Xian. Her hands twisted together, just like a shy little girl. The absolutely beautiful face, coupled with the shy expression, was like a stunningly beautiful painting, causing Lin Xian to freeze in place once again. Xian, I didn't do it on purpose. The voice of the woman in white was as thin as a mosquito, and she didn't have the same appearance as before at all. Girl, do we know each other? Lin Xian asked strangely as he came back to his senses. The other party's previous appearance made it clear that she knew him and had an extraordinary relationship. Reincarnation of a life? You may not remember me, but I still remember you, and will never forget, the woman in white said softly, with a hint of loss in her tone. Listening to the words of the woman in white, Lin Xian can be said to be a head of too big. The other party said that he knew himself, but he really had no impression of the woman in front of him. Wait, what do you mean by reincarnation? Lin Xian came back to his senses and grabbed the point in the other party's words. If I say that I have memories of my past life, would you believe me? The woman in white raised her head slightly and met Lin Xian's eyes, asking rather seriously. Lin Xian didn't speak, but silently operated the Qi lookout technique recorded in the weekly star skill, which didn't serve much purpose, but after using it, it was possible to see the Qi of all things in the heavens and the earth. The other party said that she had the memories of her previous life, and this kind of reincarnation and rebirth with memories is usually a protagonist's destiny, and he wanted to see how the other party's Qi was. With a flash of starbursts in Lin Xian's eyes, the world in front of him instantly changed, and a purple golden light appeared in his field of vision. Lin Xian looked towards the woman in white, and immediately afterward, a purple and gold phoenix transformed by Qi luck imprinted itself into his eyes, which was currently encircling the woman in white, wrapping her entire body in it. This rich Qi luck, Lin Xian had only seen it on one person, and that person was no one else. It was none other than the scrappy retrograde stream protagonist, Xiao Feng. But, in the next moment, Lin Xian only felt a sharp pain in his eyes. 2 lines of blood tears trickled, and with a snort, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The sudden change of events had directly frightened the woman in white, causing her to immediately panic and assist Lin Xian to sit down. Xian, are you alright? Is this a secret technique backfire? Why did you have to use the secret technique? The woman in white looked anxious, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Lin Xian, her tone filled with concern. It's fine. A small injury won't hurt. Lin Xian smiled, looking at the white-clothed woman who was heartbroken because she was spitting out blood. His heart couldn't help but warm up, and at the same time, he believed most of what he had said before. Taking a breather, Lin Xian couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "This chi lookout technique. It seems that you can't just use it. The cost is a bit big. Are you really alright? I have pills here, so hurry up and take them." Saying this, the woman in white took out an elixir with 7 stripes and wanted to give it to Lin Xian. "There's really no need. When I say it's fine, it's fine. Look, the elixir is put away. Hurry up." Looking at the elixir with 7 stripes, Lin Xian's eyes widened and he jumped up from the ground. That's a 7th grade elixir. To give him treatment for this small injury, which is equivalent to a cannon to hit a mosquito, and 7th grade elixir, sold themselves cannot afford to pay back. "But, you're injured." The woman in white was going to say something else, but it was interrupted by Lin Xian. "Hurry up, or I'll ignore you," Lin Xian urged again, a hint of anger in his tone. "Fine, I'll do as I'm told. Don't leave me alone." Seeing that Lin Xian was a bit angry, the woman in white aggrievedly put away the pills and pulled Lin Xian tightly, as if she was afraid that Lin Xian would really leave just like that. "Phew, it's safe." Seeing this, Lin Xian sighed in relief. A 7th grade elixir. If other people saw it, they would definitely come to snatch it, and then their situation would be dangerous. They were afraid that they would lose their lives. Although this was an academy and it was expressly forbidden not to fight to the death, there were no absolutes and it was good to be careful. "I'm sorry, my fault. A bit anxious. After all, wealth is not exposed." Looking at the white woman's aggrieved appearance, Lin Xian was also a bit guilty. His tone was much milder, and he said with an apologetic face, "It's fine, Xian. I don't mind." Seeing this, the young girl's nervousness suddenly got better and she said repeatedly, "Right, what's your name?" At that moment, Lin Xian remembered that he didn't know the other party's name yet, so he immediately asked, "My name is Su Ruoxue." The woman in white smiled lightly and spoke softly. Chapter 13, Going Out and Picking Up a Wife. Hearing the name Su Ruoxue, an inexplicable sense of familiarity once again surged to his heart, and that fragmented image once again surfaced in his mind, causing him to freeze in place. "Ah Xian, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Lin Xian staring blankly at himself, Su Ruoxue was also a bit puzzled and inquired in a warm voice. "Ah, it's okay, Su Ruoxue? A very nice name." Lin Xian shook his head to dispel the broken image in his brain, then said with a smile, "You said that we knew each other in our past lives. So what was our relationship in our past lives?" Immediately afterward, Lin Xian asked, "Our relationship in our previous life was. Su Ruoxue's cheeks once again colored a blush as she stammered out her words. "What is it?" Lin Xian had a head full of questions, somewhat unable to understand, but it was a very ordinary question. Why would the other party blush? "We are Dao couple," Su Ruoxue whispered with her head lowered in a shy manner. "Really?" Lin Xian looked at the other party with some suspicion, feeling that there was something fishy going on. Have the strength, and have the face value. How will look at him, this kind of common but ordinary people. He is not cool. Article male lead, Shane Xiaofeng to be more or less. "Really? I won't lie to you." Su Ruoxue nodded her head repeatedly with a serious look, but the panic in her eyes made Lin Xian somewhat skeptical. "Really?" Lin Xian asked again. "Really? So, can we continue to be Dao couples?" Su Ruoxue nodded her head once more and asked carefully, her eyes filled with expectant anticipation as she waited for Lin Xian's answer. "I have no memories of my past life. How can you be sure that I'm him? Maybe I'm just a similar flower." Lin Xian gently shook his head. Although Su Ruoxue is very beautiful, a normal person will not refuse, but he is not a person who will be dominated by the desire to accept the feelings of the other party. If he is not the person she is looking for, it is undoubtedly a harm to her. "No, I won't be mistaken. Even if I reincarnate for 1,000 lifetimes, I'll still be able to recognize you at a glance." Su Ruoxue shook her head, her face full of determination. She hadn't wavered the slightest bit on the point of whether or not Lin Xian's was him. "You're quite confident." Lin Xian laughed and ghostly raised his hand, rubbing the other party's head. "You used to also touch my head like this." Feeling Lin Xian's movements, Su Ruoxue's face became more and more determined. "You are him and he is you." Su Ruoxue's stunningly beautiful eyes were misty, her jade hand gently pulling on Lin Xian's sleeve. That careful look couldn't help but cause a pang of heartache. Don't cry. If you think it is, then it is right," Lin Xian said with a smile. He didn't know if it was right or wrong, what the consequences would be, but in this moment, right or wrong no longer mattered. "Husband." Su Ruoxue's autumn eyes were brimming with tears as she jumped into Lin Xian's arms with a happy face. Why don't you just call me by my first name? Listening to Su Ruoxue address herself, Lin Xian was also a little less adapted for a moment, only feeling that it was all too fantastical. Yet it seemed to make sense. Okay, husband. Su Ruoxue tilted her head to look at Lin Xian and nodded. You'd better call me by my first name. You're so beautiful. I'm afraid to go out and be chased by your admirers. Yes, husband. Lin Xian had a headache for a while, feeling that the other party should have listened in. But then again, it seemed like he had. What are we doing now? Lin Xian didn't dwell on it and quickly changed the subject. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Su Ruoxue red face, a face of shyness, eyes vaguely some expectations. A look at the disposal of the king. Lin Xian, I suspected you were driving, but I have no proof. Spat Lin Xian. What's driving? Su Ruoxue asked with some confusion. Nothing. Forget I said it. Let's go. Let's go to its place and stroll around. Lin Xian shook his head without explanation and said again. Good. Hearing this, Su Ruoxue didn't refuse and came out of Lin Xian's arms and hugged her. Feeling the wonderful touch coming from his arm, Lin Xian suddenly felt a surge of qi and blood, somewhat unable to suppress the flood of power in his body. So what? Can you let go of me? Okay. Su Ruoxue answered with her mouth, but her hands had no intention of letting go. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly as he moved his arm. And after realizing that he couldn't break free, he could only allow the other party to hold his arm and walk forward with a helpless face. Looking at the helpless Lin Xian, Su Ruoxue's face flashed with a hint of a scheming smile, but it quickly disappeared. Su Ruoxue was very pretty, and walking in the middle of the academy, she naturally attracted the attention of everyone. My god, that's Fairy Su? Fairy Su actually looks so good when she smiles. He. I still like Fairy Su's cold and icy look. Hey. Don't you guys care who the guy next to you is? Fairy Su actually wrapped her arms around him. What makes him eligible for Fairy Su's favor? Where's my knife? Where's my knife? Here, you go. I spiritually support you. The other party gathering Chi Realm second layer. You open veins 8. Hope can you hold on a little longer? Said it wrong. What I meant was, Fairy Su and this handsome man are talented and beautiful. I'll take a knife and kill a chicken for the two to celebrate. Still playing basketball? Give me the ga. As he spoke, the man was picking up the knife and took a stab at the chicken who was playing basketball on the side. Chicken, well, that's how you play it, right? Lin Xian and Su Ruoxue's intimate behavior drew many envious and jealous gazes, and countless people went crazy over it, but none of them came up to find trouble with him. If this kind of thing was put on Xiaophone, it would probably have popped up by now for the first time ever. Lin Xian felt so comfortable being a supporting actor. As the two of them strolled around, they arrived at the entrance of the Fire Spirit Inferno Sea, and a crimson light door seal was presented in front of their eyes. At this moment, in front of the huge fire-red door, heads were swarming, with a crowd of trainees coming in and out. A lively scene. Magnificent. Tilting his head slightly, looking at the giant light gate that was 100 meters tall before him, Lin Xian couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Ruoxue, do you have spirit value? Lin Xian turned his head to look at Su Ruoxue. He wanted to go in and take a look, but unfortunately, he was shy. Yes. Are you going to the Fire Spirit Inferno Sea, husband? Su Ruoxue nodded. Go in and take a look. Lin Xian nodded. Having made up their minds, the two of them did not hesitate and turned around to step into the fiery red light door. Lin Xian only felt a soft power wrapped around him, and then immediately after a blur, he came to a dark red corridor, and on the periphery of the corridor, there was a boundless sea of fire. A sensation of scorching heat came over him, and in the next moment, a golden flame burned up inside Lin Xian's body, constantly incinerating his body and aura. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Surprise flashed across his face, but it was without the slightest hint of panic. The power of the stars flowed within his body, crushing the flames in an instant without making the slightest ripple. The flames here, they seem a bit special. Feeling the flames burning around him, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. Being able to silently enter his body was by no means an ordinary flame. A spirit fire exists here, Su Ruoxue suddenly said. With her eyesight and cognition, she naturally saw the secret at a glance. Spirit fire is a kind of treasure born between heaven and earth, the king of the flame. Each spirit fire have the ability to burn the sky and boil the sea. Is the fire attribute practitioners are eager to get things. Listening to Su Ruoxue's reminder, Lin Xian probed into the depths of the sea of fire with his spiritual power. and then a mass of extremely hot and massive energy appeared in his perception. However, at the moment, this massive energy seemed to be suppressed by some kind of seal and fell into a dormant state. Who's snooping? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, and Lin Xian's spiritual energy abruptly collapsed, while at the same time, a terrifying spiritual energy steeply spread out from the depths of the sea of fire, following the traces in an attempt to lock onto his location. Lin Xian's pupils shrunk, quickly dispersed his spiritual power, collected his breath and concentrated, and tried his best to hide his breath, so that the whole person seemed to have disappeared without leaving the slightest trace. Strange, could it be an illusion? That spiritual energy swept around a few times, but it wasn't able to find any traces of Lin Xian, so in the end, it could only slowly disperse. Chapter 14, Poverty Limits My Imagination. That was close. I was almost discovered. As that spiritual energy dispersed, Lin Xian let out a breath and patted his chest with a hijacked expression. Looking at Lin Xian's wretched appearance, Su Ruoxue couldn't help but snort a laugh. If you want it, I'll fetch it for you. No need. Spirit flames don't do much for me. Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't have a need for spirit flames. He cultivated the power of the stars, not the fire attribute, and it was useless to ask for spirit fire. Su Ruoxue looked at Lin Xian's lack of interest and dismissed the idea of taking fire, nodding her head gently. Then two people in the fire spirit inflammation sea wandering up, but the fire spirit inflammation sea, in addition to a glance at the edge of the flame, is no other things? Let's go. Go out. Looking at the world of flames in front of him, Lin Xian also greeted without the freshness he had felt before, and then walked towards the exit. Not cultivating here? Su Ruoxue asked out loud. It's so hot here. You're an ice attribute. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Let's go. Let's go. The leisurely voice came out, and Lin Xian walked forward without the slightest intention of falling. Hearing these words, a sweet smile appeared on Su Ruoxue's face, and with a light lotus step, she arrived beside Lin Xian, once again hugging his arm. Hey, 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 can't you spread out? It's hot as hell. Don't. After exiting the fire spirit inferno sea and glancing at the gradually darkening sky, Lin Xian didn't have the heart to wander any further. It's almost dark. Lin Xian looked at Su Ruoxue and said, what's wrong? Su Ruoxue asked strangely. It's dark. Have to go back. Lin Xian just wanted to say something, but said soon as an abrupt end. Lin Xian wanted to say go back and rest, but he suddenly realized that, as a chi-gathering realm cultivator, not eating, not drinking, not sleeping, not resting, there is not the slightest problem. To go back and rest this word, it feels a little perfunctory. Going somewhere? I'll accompany you. Su Ruoxue asked. I'm going to look at the dormitory. The boys' dormitory. Girls aren't quite right together. You go back first. Lin Xian said. Alright, then let's add the jade token first for easy contact. Saying that, Su Ruoxue took out the jade pendant from her bosom. Lin Xian also did not refuse, took out the jade pendant and Su Ruoxue hand jade pendant touched together. Then the two people's friends list is more than each other's name. Alright, I'll leave first. See you tomorrow. Putting away the jade pendant, Lin Xian was walking in the direction where the dormitory was. See you tomorrow. Su Ruoxue's eyes were full of unwillingness to leave, but it was without the intention to stay, quietly watching Lin Xian leave. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the location where the dormitory was located, and a tall building that went straight into the sky was presented before his eyes. This is a dormitory building? Sure it's not a mansion? Looking at the tall building in front of him, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a bit incredulous. If it wasn't for the fact that the tall building in front of him was built out of wood, he would have wondered if he had traveled back. I live on the 100th floor. How long do I have to climb the stairs? It seemed like he thought of something. Lin Xian instantly became saddened as he realized that the floor he lived on was a bit high. Arriving at the doorway, the imagined stairs did not appear. What was presented to Lin Xian was a teleportation array. Good fellow, the academy is really rich and generous. Even the dormitory buildings use teleportation arrays. It's true that poverty limits my imagination. Looking at the teleportation array in front of him, Lin Xian couldn't help but let out an exclamation. He sort of knew that even if there was no such thing as an elevator in this world, he didn't need to climb stairs. It was understandable for Lin Xian to have teleportation arrays in the cultivation treasures, but for the dormitory buildings to also have teleportation arrays was something he had never expected. Stepping into the teleportation portal and silently reciting the 100th floor in his heart, he only saw a light illuminate, after which Lin Xian disappeared into the teleportation array. The things around him changed abruptly. and Lin Xian only felt a blur before his eyes. And then he arrived at the 100th floor. After surveying his surroundings, Lin Xian walked out of the teleportation array and headed towards the dormitory room he was in. The dormitory building is divided into 200 floors, and each floor, in turn, is divided into 4 dormitories, with each dormitory housing 4 people. Lin Xian's dormitory number was 1001, the 100th floor, dormitory number 1. There were only 4 dormitories, and he quickly found the dormitory he was in. Lin Xian pushed open the door and what met his eyes was the spacious living room. In the middle of the living room sat 3 teenagers. When they saw Lin Xian come in, they also looked over. My name, Lin Xian. Meet you all. Lin Xian slightly cupped his fists at the 3 of them. Jiang Tianming, Su Wei, Li Changcheng. Seeing this, the 3 of them also gave their names. Brother Lin Xian, come and sit down. We're discussing who will be the head of the house, Li Changcheng said smilingly, greeting Lin Xian as he sat down. Lin Xian didn't refuse, so he found a seat and sat down. Here, brother Lin Xian, have a huazi. Seeing Lin Xian sit down, Li Changcheng skillfully pulled out a cigarette and smoked it. Looking at the cigarette that Li Changcheng handed over, Lin Xian's heart was filled with question marks, because this cigarette was actually a huazi from his previous life. Even the packaging is the same. This cigarette is nice. Where did brother Li buy it? Lin Xian didn't move as he took the cigarette and put it in his mouth, rubbing out a flame with his hand, lighting it and inhaling deeply. With cultivation in your body, you don't even need a lighter to light a cigarette, directly eliminating the possibility of being shunned lighter. Niche brand. If brother Lin likes it, I'll send you a few packs someday, Li Changcheng said with a smile. At the same time, a mechanical tone in its mind also sounded steeply. Ding! Heavenly Destiny mail match detected. Attributes in view. Name, Lin Xian. Cultivation level, 2nd level of Qi gathering. Technique, Perimeter Star Technique. Star Body Training Technique. Physique, Indestructible Star Body, not fully awakened. Martial Arts, 7 Swords of the Stars. Qi Looking, 7 Star Steps. Treasure, Star Sword, Remnant. Lin Family Jade Pendant. Evaluation, Heavenly Destiny Supporting Role. Shallow Qi, he seems to have some secrets. Ding! Congratulations to the host for befriending the Heaven's Destiny mail match. Rewarded with 5 draws. Ding! Issued mission, become a housemaster. A great man lives between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under people for a long time? As a traveler, when the dormitory house chief, Li Changqing looked at Lin Xian's attribute panel in front of him and couldn't help but be shocked. This was the first time he had encountered someone with the word heavenly fate. Heavenly destiny supporting role? Then wouldn't following him allow you to meet the protagonist? Li Changqing pondered, his gaze towards Lin Xian gradually sizzling, like he was looking at a rare treasure. Feeling Li Changqing's gaze, Lin Xian only felt a chill run down his back and slightly took half a step back, his eyes filled with vigilance as he silently labeled the other party a pervert in his heart. At the risk of asking, what cultivation level are you at now, brother Lin? Su Wei suddenly spoke. I'm not good at cultivation. I'm only at the 2nd level of Qi gathering. Lin Xian smiled. Evergreen Li? Su Wei? Jiang Tianming? Brother Lin is too modest. The Qi gathering realm cultivation is among the top among us freshmen. Jiang Tianming said. Freshmen's cultivation was generally at the 7th or 8th level of pulse opening, and those with Qi gathering realm cultivation could be called geniuses amongst the freshmen. Is that so? Lin Xian froze at his words. He truly didn't know that the Qi gathering realm was in the genius category amongst the new students. We're all at the 9th level of vein opening, and brother Lin is at the Qi gathering realm. So then this house leader will be brother Lin. Jiang Tianming nodded and looked at Lin Xian once again, and immediately afterward, he said, Chapter 15, The Sandcastle Roommate. Host, your position as head of the house is about to be taken. Fail the mission and the reward will be gone. Yo! Just as the two of them were discussing, a mechanical voice was sounding in Li Changqing's mind. I am also helpless. Strength is honored. The other party is the Qi gathering realm. I have no advantage. Li Changqing was helpless, but was not the slightest way. I didn't expect that I haul a traveler, actually can't take the position of the district head of the house. It is simply a disgrace to the face of the traveler. Li Changqing sighed sadly, as if he wanted to give up. Host, don't be a wimp. Go up and fight him and take the position of the head of the house. The system egged on. System, do you see me as stupid? That's the Qi gathering realm, and it's the 2nd level. I'm a vein opening 9th heaven. What am I going to fight with? Fight with my head? Li Changqing looked at the little cutie. like looking at the system with a speechless face. So you've given up? This time, the reward is a spiritual body. Oh, force you can't. You can try and talk to him about the conditions, the system suggested. You're right. As a new age youth, how can we give up lightly? It's not a matter of reward or not. As new youths, we have to be courageous to move up and face the difficulties head on. Hearing the system's words about the reward of the spirit body, Li Changqing immediately came to the spirit, righteously speaking with a solemn expression. For Jiang Tianming's suggestion, Lin Xian is actually refused. Housemaster, this kind of position, surely trivial things, at a glance is not suitable for himself. That, Lin Xian was just about to open his mouth, but unexpectedly at this time, Li Changqing came over and interrupted him. Brother Lin, how about letting me have this house leader position? I can give you compensation, Li Changqing said quietly at Lin Xian. However, no one here was an ordinary person, and with such a close distance, Li Changqing's words naturally fell into Jiang Tianming's ears. Hey, you're not being decent. Jiang Tianming looked at Li Changqing's action and also said somewhat helplessly. You guys don't want to be the head of this house anyway, so why don't you let me do it? Li Changqing hemmed and hawed. The position of the head of the house is always held by the person with the strongest strength. It's not fair to Brother Lin. Su Wei shook his head. Why don't you let me finish? I don't have any ideas for the position of housemaster. You guys do it. Lin Xian said slowly with a helpless face as he looked at the three people who couldn't stop arguing. He was not at all interested in the position of housemaster. This position, although it can bring no small benefits, but then need to do a little obligation. But he was afraid of trouble. Since Lin Xian doesn't want to be it, then let Evergreen be it. I don't have any ideas about this position either. Seeing this, Jiang Tianming also made his attitude clear in a very dry manner. I don't want what others don't want. Su Wei chimed in. Li Changqing looked at Su Wei, his eyes full of speechlessness, full of grudges, and opened his mouth. When you say this, it looks like I am dull, like a rag picker. Then be it or not. Su Wei looked at Li Changqing with a smirk and said, Heaven did not give birth to me, Li Changqing, and the bedchamber is like a long night. Li Changqing stood with his hands behind his back to the three of them, his gaze deep, looking out the window at the vast starry sky. Su Wei, Jiang Tianming, Lin Xian, I have an urge to hit someone. Jiang Tianming tried his best to restrain his inner turmoil, turning his head slightly and no longer looking at Li Changqing. I can't stand it. Eat my kick. Jiang Tianming could tolerate it, but Su Wei couldn't, and flew up and kicked. Li Changqing, who was still silent in his own world, was caught off guard by this kick, and directly flew out from the balcony, doing a free-fall movement. Surname Su, not speaking of martial virtues, actually staging a sneak attack. Li Changqing's miserable cries echoed throughout the dormitory building. Phew, comfortable. Su Wei let out a breath, an unrestrained smile appearing on his face. The height of 100 floors was not a big problem for a pulse-opening ninth cultivator. Falling down would at most hurt for a while, so the three of them were not worried. Not long after, Li Changqing angrily returned to the dormitory, but at this moment, his body was covered in dust. Obviously he had fallen badly. Surname Su, you dare to kick the dormitory head. I'm going to fight you one-on-one. Li Changqing's eyes widened in anger as he looked at Su Wei and said viciously, Come on, eat my kick again. Su Wei wasn't the least bit weak. His body was raging, and he flew up and kicked back. Holy, you don't speak martial arts. Seeing the other party come up and make a move, Li Changqing was also startled, but his action was not slow at all, and he sidestepped to avoid the kick. Su Wei had no intention of stopping. Seeing that one blow missed, he once again threw out a punch, the power of which was so terrifying that it directly tore through the air, bringing up a burst of sound. Facing the powerful punch, Li Changqing did not have the slightest intention to retreat. His golden spiritual energy surrounded his body, and he blasted out with a punch, bringing up a golden residual shadow. However, right at this moment, a figure appeared in the middle of the two, catching both of their attacks. The two powerful attacks were received by the palm of the visitor, just like a mud cow entering the sea, without making the slightest ripple. What? The two Li Changqing people were greatly shocked, with some disbelief in their eyes. The force of this punch and kick, they themselves knew clearly that even if they were at the Chi-gathering realm, it would be impossible for them to take it so easily at the same time. Of course, this wasn't the key that shocked them. What shocked them the most was the fact that Lin Xian had received it purely by physical strength, without using the slightest bit of spiritual energy. Lin Xian retracted his hand and looked helplessly at the two of them. saying leisurely, "Are you two trying to tear down the dormitory? To fight outside?" Lin Xian didn't want to mind his own business, but he might have to live here in the future, and he couldn't let the two of them tear the place apart. Cough. "For the sake of brother Lin, I'll leave you alone." Li Chongqing coughed lightly, but he did not have the intention of making a move in. "I didn't want to kick you either, but I didn't resist when I saw you pretending up," Su Wei said with a shrug and a helpless face. "Evergreen Li, forget it, I won't bother with you." Li Chongqing looked at Su Wei with a head full of black lines, and in the end, he didn't bother anymore. The farce was over, and after a bit of small talk, several people returned to their rooms. Early the next morning, ta-da-da-da, a crisp knock on the door broke the early morning silence. "Who is it?" In the morning, Su Ruoxue. Yawning, Li Chongqing stepped out from his room and opened the door of the dormitory, but when he saw the person outside the door, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Ding, son of Qi detected. Name Su Ruoxue. Cultivation level, 5th level of Qi gathering. Attribute, Ice. Technique, 9 Ghost Xianxian Underworld Technique. Physique, 9 Turn Xianin Body. Martial Arts, Absolute 0. Shakti Eternity. Treasure, Ice Spirit Bead. 9 Revolutions of Sealing Heaven. Verdict, the Son of Qi, the rebirth of a female emperor. Favorability, 0%. Ding, triggering the passive skill. A friend of a friend is a friend of mine. Ding, congratulations to the host on his first acquaintance with the Son of Qi, rewarded with 110 consecutive draw. Listening to the system's prompts in his mind, the shock on Li Changqing's face gradually turned to ecstasy, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift up in a giggle. "Excuse me, does Lin Xian live here?" A clear and cold voice rang out, pulling Li Changqing's thoughts back. "Ringo is staying here." Looking at the cold and frosty absolute beauty in front of him, Li Changqing's heart was filled with doubts, but he still nodded his head. "Ringo, someone's looking for you." Without much thought, Li Changqing shouted at the inside, waking up all the people inside the remaining bedrooms and walking out. Chapter 16, Dog Charms? In the middle of the room, Lin Xian, who was in the middle of his cultivation, heard Li Changqing call out to him, so he also quit his cultivation and walked out from the middle of the room. "Ruoxue, why are you here?" Lin Xian saw Su Ruoxue and was stunned, asking casually. "Wanted to see you, so I came." When Su Ruoxue saw Lin Xian, the coldness on her face melted away like ice and snow, and she put on a happy smile, her eyes full of tenderness. Her lotus steps moved lightly, taking 3 steps and arriving in front of Lin Xian. Su Ruoxue's stunningly beautiful face hung with a faint smile, directly causing Jiang Tianming and Su Wei to look dumbfounded. The three were greatly shocked in their hearts. Su Ruoxue was known for her indifference in the academy, refusing to let others in, and no one had ever seen her smile. But today, they are seeing it. Li Changqing didn't pay the slightest attention to the stunning scenery in front of him. At this moment, he had already called up the system and started the lottery. System, used the 10 consecutive draws. Ding, 10 consecutive draws used successfully. As the system's beep sounded, a virtual carousel appeared in front of his eyes, and then it rotated in a dripping fashion. Ding, get Black Silk X10. Ding, gain Wazi X100. Ding, get Lighter X10. Ding, get Weilong Hot Sticks X100. Looking at the things drawn, Li Changqing immediately faced black, the corners of his mouth slightly twitching. Angrily rushed the system growled, "You give the dog system. What are these things? Ah, it's either cigarettes or chili fries." However, the next moment, a golden light erupted from above the turntable, brightening Li Changqing's eyes. Ding, obtain dog charm, change, X1. Immediately afterward, the attributes of the dog charm appeared in front of Li Changqing's eyes. Dog charms, altered. Enlightenment, 10%. Base ability, immortality, passive, allows the person holding the charm to remain immortal in any situation they encounter. Active, powered by spiritual energy. It can quickly recover from injuries and keep the body intact. Peak ability, control of the Tao of imperishability. Immortality, all things fall, only I am eternal. Introduction, Jackie Chan Adventures World Props, with indestructible divine power, transformed by the system. More potential. Li Changqing froze in, originally full of black lines. He violently collapsed, his face full of shock, excitedly shouted out, "Holy, dog charms! Jackie Chan Adventures Dog Charm." Upon hearing Li Changqing's shout, the crowd looked over with questioning faces, looking at the little cutie, eyes at the bouncing and jumping Li Changqing. Hey, Evergreen, what are you mad about? What cats and dogs? No fever, right? Su Wei took a step forward and touched the other party's forehead with a strange expression. Nothing, nothing, I'm just a little excited. Li Changqing slapped Su Wei's hand away and said with a smile. Immediately afterward, Li Changqing looked at Lin Xian and made a baffling request. I'm invincible. Come slash me if you're a brother. Brother Lin, come slash me. Jiang Tianming. Everyone was dumbfounded, and even Su Ruoxue, who was always as cold as ice, revealed a puzzled look for this. Evergreen, have you been stimulated by something? Jiang Tianming asked. At this moment, Li Changqing's behavior, in the eyes of everyone, was suicide. I'm not crazy. I mean, from now on, no one can talk to me out loud. I will stand at the top of the great Tao with immortality. Li Changqing stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky at 45 degrees. A feeling of loneliness and despondency came over him. Sure enough, crazy. Su Wei nodded seriously, agreeing with Jiang Tianming's words. I'm not crazy. The current me is an immortal existence. If you don't believe me, you can try. Li Changqing was confident. Well, sure enough, crazy. Crazy people, they won't even admit that they're crazy. Lin Xian nodded fervently. Although the dog charm can keep people from dying, they can't just get up and let others cut them. But Lin Xian had already guessed between the lines as to why Li Changqing was so excited. Come, brother Lin, cut me. Seeing that several people didn't believe him, Li Changqing intended to prove it and demanded again. After living for so many years, I've never seen such a request. You must be satisfied. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Sword intent filled his body, transforming into a long sword, and he chopped down towards Li Changqing. The long sword of Jianni was as powerful as a bamboo, and in an instant, it landed on Li Changqing's body, leaving a sword mark on his body. But the strange thing is, there is no blood flowing out of the wound. Instead, it began to heal with an extremely horrible speed, and in a short while it was back to the beginning, not even leaving a scar. The crowd was shocked. Their eyes widened, their eyes filled with incredulity. Only Su Ruoxue and Lin Xian were calmer, only feeling a little surprised. What a subtle power, the characteristic of immortality. This Li Changqing wouldn't be crossing over with a system, right? No, I'm the only one without a plugin? Lin Xian secretly felt the power of the dog talisman, and he couldn't help but be a little confused, feeling that what the other party was holding was the real thing. As Li Changqing's wound was healing, he vaguely felt a mysterious, indescribable power flow on it. I'm going to go. Flow batch ah. Su Wei took a step forward and surveyed the location of Li Changqing's wound, the shock in his eyes unable to dissipate for a long time. The scene in front of him exceeded his cognizance. How about believing it? Li Changqing's face was proud and full of complacency. Lin Xian shook his head and said slowly, even if you really are immortal, when you meet an opponent who is stronger than you can only be a sandbag. Just like this. In the next moment, a vast sword aura erupted from his body, and the star sword was steeply sheathed. 7 swords of the stars. Break! The star sword chi was like a vortex, enveloping Li Qingshan and continuously cutting on his body. Only moments later it was chopping Li Qingshan into pieces. Moreover, no matter how Li Changqing recovered, the next moment it would be dismembered by the sword chi once again. A moment later, Lin Xian dispersed his sword chi, and Li Changqing recovered once more, sitting paralyzed on the ground, sweat dampening his clothes. At this moment, his eyes were filled with shock and gravity, but more than anything, he was awake. Many thanks for the instruction. Li Changqing hereby thanks you. Li Changqing slowly got up and bowed respectfully to Lin Xian. There was no resentment at all. There was only gratitude and respect. Undeniably, the moment he got the dog charm, he was overwhelmed by the sudden ability. But after experiencing this lesson, he also came to understand the truth that being immortal was not the same as being invincible. Facing a powerful enemy, he would be worse off than dead. It's good to understand, but with this ability of yours, as a base card, with such a terrifying recovery, you can feel free to unleash some secret techniques that injure the enemy 1,000 times and damage yourself 800 times. Lin Xian smiled faintly and continued. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Li Changqing's eyes instantly lit up, excitement once again appearing on his face. Ringo! No! Brother! Big brother! You'll be my own brother from now on. It still has to be you. Why didn't I think of that? A great favor. Unforgettable. Li Changqing excitedly shook Lin Xian's hand. However, in the next moment, a cold gaze landed on Li Changqing, frightening him so much that he instantly let go of Lin Xian. Lin Xian wiped his hands in disgust and said helplessly, great kindness doesn't count. Just call me if there's anything good. Woody problem. Li Changqing patted his chest and assured. I do have a secret method here. If you need it, you can take it. Su Ruoxue, who hadn't said anything on the side, suddenly opened her mouth, and in her hand, at some point, there was an additional blood-red jade slip. Ha! How embarrassing. Thank you, sister-in-law. In the future, if there's anything I can do for you, just ask. Li Changqing's mouth said sorry, but his hand is not slow at all. Took the jade symbol as put into the pocket. Hearing Li Changqing address her, Su Ruoxue smiled and nodded, not denying it. Li Changqing's call of sister-in-law could be said to be very comfortable for her. How did you know about our relationship? Lin Xian was stunned, but he didn't deny it. Big brother, is there any need to ask? Sister-in-law's eyes haven't left you since she entered, right? Li Changqing smiled and looked at the remaining two. Jiang Tianming nodded and said seriously, you guys are calling each other so closely. It's a little cutie. It's all obvious. Sui, plus 10,068. Is it that obvious? Lin Xian looked at Su Ruoxue in doubt. Seeing Lin Xian looking over, Su Ruoxue also smiled sweetly. Softly, her bright autumn eyes won in. Only him. Well, it's obvious. Lin Xian fussed and nodded, sort of agreeing with a few people. Chapter 17, Changes. The farce was over, and calm was once again restored in the midst of the dormitory. Sit down for a while, I'll go wash up, Lin Xian said, and then he walked into the bathroom. Good. Su Ruoxue nodded and sat down on top of the sofa, but her gaze, however, was a gaze that always remained in the direction where Lin Xian was. Sister-in-law, how did you and brother Lin meet? Li Changqing asked to Su Ruoxue, his eyes filled with anticipation. This is a long story. A night of heavy snow, a teenager saved a young girl. From then on, the girl is in love with the teenager, but unfortunately, due to a number of reasons, the girl can only hide this love in the bottom of the heart. Su Ruoxue's eyes flashed through a trace of reminiscence in Su Ruoxue's eyes, slowly opened her mouth. What happened afterward? Li Changqing pursued. However, at this time, Lin Xian also finished washing up and walked out, taking over the conversation and slowly said, Later they became adults. Ha, can't you fall in love when you're not a teenager? Li Changqing's face was full of questions and confusion. It's fine, Lin Xian said back. Then, why do you? This time it was Su Wei who opened his mouth, and it was obvious that he also wanted to know. I was young and ignorant at the time, only thinking about cultivation. Lin Xian shrugged, although the fact that there was no such thing didn't stop him from babbling. That's it? Nothing to add? Li Changqing froze, somewhat filled with disbelief. Or what? Is there going to be some more dog-blooded drama? Lin Xian shrugged. Although the matter of Su Ruoxue having reincarnated memories wasn't said, it wasn't too far off. That makes sense. Li Changqing scratched his head, instantly feeling that what Lin Xian said made sense. Speaking of which, in our dormitory, only brother Lin is not single, Su Wei said, stroking his chin, but before he could finish he was interrupted by a biting gaze. Without a woman in your heart, you can cultivate like a god. The first page of the sword manual. Forget your sweetheart, cultivate. The more Li Changqing thought about it, the more angry he became. He violently got up, and without looking back, he walked out. With Li Changqing's departure, Jiang Tianming and Su Wei both went about their own business, while Lin Xian wandered around the academy with Su Ruoxue. Ruoxue, where do you want to go? Lin Xian asked as he looked towards Su Ruoxue who was holding his arm. It's all fine. Wherever my husband goes, I'll go. Su Ruoxue held Lin Xian's hand, her eyes filled with tenderness. So, going to see the scenery? Lin Xian spoke as if inquiring. I wanted to see the scenery, and I've already seen it. Su Ruoxue looked at Lin Xian, her red lips slightly opened as she said in a warm voice. Where? Lin Xian was puzzled and looked around, yet he didn't find any scenic places. You're my scenery. Su Ruoxue raised her head slightly, helping Lin Xian's head, which was looking around, back, and said with a sweet smile. Lin Xian froze, then he smiled, dotingly rubbing the other party's head, then slowly said, We'll tease. You'll have to watch the scenery for the rest of your life. I hope you won't get tired of it. Since there's no place you want to go, let's go cultivate. Lin Xian continued. He didn't know of any good places to go. Su Ruoxue's heart was on him. It was obvious that asking would be a waste of time. Thinking about it, he decided to go and cultivate. As for why he chose the Ice Spirit Cold domain, it was mainly to cater to Su Ruoxue, who cultivated the power of the stars. and there was no place where the power of the stars was abundant in the major spiritual lands of the academy, so it was the same wherever he went. All listened to your husband. Su Ruoxue nodded her head with a light smile and didn't have any opinions. Stepping into the ice spirit cold domain, a piercing coldness struck Lin Xian, causing him to shiver and run his aura to dispel the cold. Ice spirit cold domain, the land as its name, the eyes are all drifting snow, white, no other color. In front of the portal, a natural ice and snow hall into the eyes. Cultivating in a spiritual land requires spirit value, but Lin Xian doesn't have it. But it's not a big problem because Su Ruoxue has. Give us a secret room for two. Entering the great hall, the two came to the front desk and spoke to the managers. How long is it open? The manager surveyed the two men, then asked flatly. 1 month. Su Ruoxue spoke again while placing a purple gold card on top of the counter. The management nodded and took the card. After some operation, they handed the card along with a key to Su Ruoxue. A total consumption of 6,000 spirit value. I wish you two a happy cultivation. Let's go, husband. Su Ruoxue shook the key in her hand and smiled sweetly at Lin Xian. Looking at Su Ruoxue, who spent 6,000 spirit values without blinking, a feeling of being adopted by a rich woman surged through his heart, to which Lin Xian said that it was really good. Getting the key, the two of them were walking towards the place where the secret room was located, and as they continued to go deeper and deeper, a bad premonition gradually surged into Lin Xian's heart. Husband, what's wrong? Su Ruoxue, whose attention had been on Lin Xian, also noticed the change in his demeanor and asked suspiciously. No, something's not right. In the next moment, Lin Xian's pupils instantly shrunk as he picked up Su Ruoxue and his figure violently retreating at breakneck speed towards the outside of the Great Hall. However, Lin Xian was ultimately a step too slow, as a cold aura-like substance violently erupted from underneath the hall, freezing the entire hall in just an instant. Enveloped by the cold aura, Lin Xian was instantly frozen in place, like a statue. The extreme cold aura, the spiritual energy that sealed it, imprisoned the divine sense, and froze everything. Extreme cold, deep into the soul. At this moment Lin Xian, only a trace of consciousness left to remain. He wanted to mobilize the power in his body, but no matter how he urged, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, without the slightest reaction. Crap! I forgot that Ruoxue is the main character's destiny. Accidents can happen everywhere I go. This cold air, what a horrible ice-sealing power. If we can't get out quickly, I'm afraid we'll suffer. Feeling the coldness that continued to invade his consciousness, Lin Xian's mind gradually grew heavy as a feeling of death slowly surged through his heart. Just as Lin Xian was agonizing, a warm current flowed out from the depths of his blood veins, dispersing some of the cold in his body. Although it was only a trace, it was enough for him. Not being able to care about the changes in his body, Lin Xian seized this opportunity and directly ignited the star power in his body. Boom! Brilliant starlight exploded out like the winter sun, dispelling the surrounding cold. But in just a moment, the cold that was enough to freeze everything surged over again, wanting to freeze Lin Xian and the two of them again. Asterisk. Lin Xian cursed, slightly glancing down at Su Ruoxue in his arms, seemingly making some sort of decision. Sighing slightly, although I've only known you for 2 days. I don't know why, but I'm quite happy. The bucket turns, the stars move, starlight surging, as if the arms of the good people package, only to see the surrounding space slightly fluctuations. Su Ruoxue's steeply disappeared Lin Xian arms. Lin Xian, who had done all of this, had a stagnant breath around him, which then gradually declined as the dazzling starlight dimmed and eventually returned to calm. Lin Xian closed his eyes, letting the cold air freeze him again, letting his vitality dissipate. At this moment he was powerless to resist. Only at this time, just at this time, the thread of warmth in his body is to protect the last trace of his vitality. In the middle of the gorgeous room, a teenager suddenly just opened his eyes. Feeling the flames rippling within his body, he could not help but be slightly stunned. Then, as if he had thought of something, he slowly stood up and disappeared, arriving in the middle of a garden and seeking out a couple. Father, mother, the burning heavenly gold flame. There's a disturbance. Why is that? How could this be so? Even though you haven't fully refined it yet, it's not as if it's going to riot. My child doesn't know, but I perceive through the burning sky gold flame that in the distance, there seems to be some kind of existence that is calling out to him. What? You mean, someone is calling on him? The couple snapped to the teenager's eyes, their gaze filled with disbelief. Yes, father, why are you guys so excited? Looking at his own parents being so excited, The teenager was unsure, but nodded anyway. Do you remember? I once said that you still have a big brother, and the talent is amazing. Only blame me. Failed to protect him. Naturally, I remember that Big Brother was gifted with exceptional talent, and as soon as he was born, he managed to condense the burning sky gold flame that no one could condense for millions of years. But does that have anything to do with this matter? This burning heavenly gold flame that you have refined is your big brother's. Chapter 18, Fury. At the Ice Spirit Cold Domain Teleportation Gate, Li Changqing's figure slowly appeared, while Jiang Tianming and Su Wei followed behind him. Let me tell you guys, the effect of the cold gas refining here is really good. You can try it, Li Changqing said as he walked towards the main hall. Wait, there seems to be a person fainting there. Suddenly, Jiang Tianming seemed to have noticed something and slightly looked not far ahead. The three of them froze, and then they quickly walked over. But when they saw the person lying on the ground, they were immediately shocked. And this person is? Sister-in-law. What's going on here? Isn't she with Big Brother Lin? How come she's here? Li Changqing rubbed his eyes, wanting to see if he was blind. What a terrifying cold. You guys see? The entire hall is frozen. Obviously something has changed. At this time, Su Wei also discovered the abnormality of the distant hall, and opened his mouth in some disbelief. So what now? Li Changqing asked. What else can we do? Let's save the people first. The matter of the Grand Hall is not something we can handle. It's better to tell the mentor, Jiang Tianming said. Just as the two exchanged words, Su Ruoxue was the one who snapped her eyes open and stood up from the ground. Sister-in-law, you're awake. Where's Big Brother Lin? Looking at the waking Su Ruoxue, Li Qingshan hurriedly asked. He's still inside. I'm going to save him. Su Ruoxue opened her mouth to explain, and then she shot explosively towards the Grand Hall. Wait, sister-in-law, such a terrifying cold chi. Even if you cultivate the ice attribute, you won't be able to carry it. The three of them, Li Changcheng, violently stopped in front of Su Ruoxue. Get out of the way. Su Ruoxue shouted coldly, and a lingering coldness erupted from within her body, instantly freezing the two of them. But Li Changqing was unaffected. Looking at the unharmed Li Changqing, Su Ruoxue's eyes flashed with surprise, but it was soon covered by anxiety and she once again headed towards the main hall. However, at this time, a sound of breaking winds sounded from behind her. Su Ruoxue raised her hand to receive it, and then a talisman inscribed with this puppy fell into her hand. Sister-in-law, this item can keep you from dying. You must save Brother Lin, Li Changqing said. Su Ruoxue was speechless for a long time. Feeling the power of the rules on top of the talisman, she finally nodded, and then she was speeding in the direction of the main hall. Soon, Su Ruoxue was once again before the frozen hall. However, at this moment, a group of academy powerhouses had already gathered here. Damn it, why did the Xian Nixian spirit ice go berserk? How can it be controlled with such terrifying cold ice power? Unless the Dean personally takes action, who can subdue him? But Dean's gone out. What do we do now? Let's control the situation around us and take one step at a time. That little waif over there, hurry up and get out of here. A white-haired old man noticed Su Ruoxue, who was coming at great speed, and immediately spoke out to stop him. Get out of the way. Su Ruoxue's cold voice rang out, without the slightest intention to stop. We understand your feelings, but when you are affected by this kind of cold, even the spirit sea realm will be in great danger. A beautiful woman sighed and stepped out to stop Su Ruoxue. Get out of the way. A clear and cold voice resounded in the ice spirit cold domain, and in the next moment, the endless ice spirit power violently gathered in one place, and then all of it surged into Su Ruoxue's body. With the influx of huge spiritual energy, Su Ruoxue's cultivation was also soaring at an extremely terrifying speed, and in just a flash, she had broken through 3 realms in a row, reaching the enlightenment realm. With the immortality properties of the dog charm, she could achieve things that were previously impossible. A terrifying cold aura emanated from Su Ruoxue's body as Tao rhythms flowed around her, freezing everything around her. What? Feeling the terrifying cold aura from Su Ruoxue's body, the crowd retreated violently in fear, their eyes filled with shock. At this moment, the aura from Su Ruoxue's body made their scalps feel numb. Even the thing that froze the Great Hall had never made them feel this way. Ignoring the crowd, Su Ruoxue took a step out, and in an instant, she arrived before the main hall, and then pointed out a finger. The arcane Tao rhythms flowed, and as this finger fell, the arcane ice that was originally attached on top of the Great Hall slowly collapsed, and the extreme beginning of the cold gradually receded. However, Su Ruoshue's behavior seemed to have angered something in the hall, and in just a moment, that terrifying cold air instantly pounced again. In the face of the cold air that pounced on her, Su Ruoshue's expression did not fluctuate in the slightest and she stood still, allowing the cold air to attack. In the next moment, a bizarre scene appeared. The moment the cold air came into contact with Su Ruoshue, it was directly sucked into her body and refined into her own power. If it was normal, Su Ruoshue would have been eroded by the cold a long time ago, but now that she had the attribute of dog rune immortality to boost her, no matter what, she would be safe and sound. Nico! A clear cry resounded through the clouds, and in the next moment, an ice phoenix broke out of the ice, emitting an even more terrifying coldness than before, causing the surrounding temperature to lower by a few points once again. The ice phoenix had greed in its eyes, as if it was looking at some delicacy, staring at Su Ruoshue, and then it opened its bloody mouth, carrying enough power to freeze everything as it swooped down. Absolute zero. Cold and clear voice mixed with anger. Facing the swooping down ice phoenix, Su Ruoshue palm slightly raised. Once again a finger pointed out, pointing at the swooping down ice phoenix. As this finger fell, the ice phoenix's figure came to a screeching halt, frozen in this moment, like an eternal sculpture. Controlling the ice phoenix, Su Ruoshue withdrew her hand and walked towards the inside of the hall, searching for Lin Xian's figure. Not long after, Lin Xian's frozen figure was once again in front of her eyes. Husband, I'm back. Su Ruoshue gently caressed Lin Xian's face, the heart hanging in her heart slightly lowered, and then she began to dispel the coldness in Lin Xian's body. The source of the coldness, the ice phoenix, was controlled, and the coldness in Lin Xian's body was quickly dissolved by Su Ruoshue, and he woke up in a short while. Achoo! It's so cold ah! Lin Xian rubbed his shoulders with both hands. Without the protection of his aura, the bone-chilling cold made him shiver straight away. Husband, you're fine. Great. Looking at the awakened Lin Xian, Su Ruoshue could no longer control her emotions and jumped into Lin Xian's arms with tears in her eyes. Don't cry. Don't cry. I'm not fine. Go out first, the cold is killing me. Lin Xian patted Su Ruoshue's back, calming her down. This Thai place. He didn't want to stay a moment longer. Husband, your cultivation is gone. And your body. Su Ruoshue's eyes were red. Her gaze towards Lin Xian was filled with heartache. Lin Xian's body had no fluctuation of spiritual energy. His cultivation was lost, and his tendons were destroyed. I'm afraid that he would never be able to cultivate in the future. Small problem. Go out first. Here, so cold. Lin Xian shivered. In the face of his own exhausted tendons and veins, and broken dantian, Lin Xian didn't have much of a reaction. Compared to his own injuries, he was more interested in hurrying out of here, because it was really cold. Oh, good. At this time, Su Ruoshue had also finally reacted and picked up the nearly frozen Lin Xian in a princess hug, then walked outside. Being picked up by Su Ruoshue, Lin Xian's entire body was blindsided. Hey, don't hug me like this. I want to save face. Chapter 19, Changes Again. Su Ruoshue carried Lin Xian and soon arrived at the entrance to the Great Hall, and the ice phoenix that had been transformed into an ice sculpture also entered Lin Xian's field of vision. Feeling the cold air above the ice phoenix that was so dense that it was extreme, Lin Xian instantly understood what was going on. This ice phoenix. It seems like it's not a demonic beast. It's a kind of heaven and earth spirit. Lin Xian got down from Su Ruoshue's arms and came to the ice phoenix. Reaching out to touch it, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The ice phoenix in front of him didn't have any flesh and blood. It was made up of pure spiritual energy. This is spirit ice, a spirit object. Su Ruoshue nodded her head in response. Spirit ice, a treasure that was born and bred in the earth, contained a terrifying power in it, and was a kind of spirit of heaven and earth, and its value was high enough to make the cultivators of the world rush for it. TSK, the academy is really a masterstroke, binding this heaven and earth spirit here to create a cultivation treasure, but it's a pity that it flipped over. But we're also unlucky enough to have stumbled upon this kind of thing. Lin Xian lightly sked, his tone filled with helplessness. However, this ice phoenix is so terrifying. How did you freeze him, Ruoshue? Lin Xian looked at Su Ruoshue with curiosity. He could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within the ice phoenix, and it was definitely not something that could be handled by the Qi-gathering realm. I borrowed something from Li Changqing for a while and temporarily raised my cultivation to the enlightenment realm, Su Ruoshue explained. Lin Xian nodded and understood, thinking that Su Ruoshue must have cast some deadly secret technique to forcefully increase her strength. But with the dog charm's boost, It kept her from paying a serious price. Take advantage of the fact that there's an immortal power boost now, and you'll collect the Ice Phoenix. Lin Xian looked at the Ice Phoenix and said after thinking for a moment, "It will bring trouble." Su Ruoxue shook her head. The Ice Phoenix was something that belonged to the academy. If Su Ruoxue really refined it, then the academy definitely wouldn't take it lying down. Although the benefits weren't small, the trouble wasn't small either. Listen to me and collect it. Thinking for a moment, he once again looked at Su Ruoxue. If it was an ordinary person, he wouldn't have persuaded the other party to take it away. But Su Ruoxue was different. As the son of Qi, this little trouble wasn't much of a problem for her. Turning misfortune into good fortune, turning decay into magic, those were all the basic operations of the sons of Qi. Good. Seeing Lin Xian's insistence, Su Ruoxue agreed. Arriving in front of the Ice Phoenix, Su Ruoxue lifted her finger to point, and then the huge body of that Ice Phoenix was broken with a bang, and eventually transformed into a palm-sized piece of miniature Ice Phoenix, which landed in her hand. However, to one's surprise, the Ice Phoenix didn't put up much of a fight, allowing Su Ruoxue to refine it, turning into a ray of light that vanished into her body. Okay. After doing so, Su Ruoxue nodded at Lin Xian. So simple? Lin Xian was a bit confused. When did it become so simple to refine heaven and earth spirits? Dao suppression. My Dao is stronger than it. Husband, you will understand later. Su Ruoxue smiled and didn't explain too much. Dao rules? That must be something that can only be comprehended at the Dao enlightenment realm? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Husband is not forgetting anything. Su Ruoxue smiled, and did not say it explicitly. After all, this big thing happened here. How many eyes behind it are staring? Who does not know? Understood. Hearing these words, Lin Xian also remembered something, revealing a look of sudden realization. Just as the two of them were talking, the academy powerhouses who had been watching from outside the main hall earlier appeared and blocked their way. You refined that Ice Phoenix? One of the old men looked at Su Ruoxue, his gaze filled with disbelief as he opened his mouth slightly hesitantly and asked. Su Ruoxue's expression was cold and indifferent. She nodded faintly. She didn't have much good feelings towards the strongest person from such an academy. If they hadn't been insufficiently watchful of the Ice Phoenix, the two of them wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. That Ice Phoenix is something of the academy? Please also hand it over. The old man's expression flashed with a hint of displeasure as he spoke again. Seeing this, Su Ruoxue's eyebrows furrowed slightly and her red lips opened slightly, wanting to say something, but she was preempted by Lin Xian who was on the side. Old thing, just now when the Ice Phoenix stormed out I didn't see you make a move. Now that you've been subdued, you just jumped out. Is your face made of city walls? How come it's so thick? Lin Xian does not care about the strength of the other side. Directly is to start cursing. The main fight life and death to look down on. Do not serve. And he does not think that today he will have an accident. You. The old man seemed to be so infuriated that his face turned red, pointing at Lin Xian, unable to speak for half a day. You what you? We almost didn't die inside just now. It's not too much to ask for moral damages. Old thing, I advise you to get out of the way, or else I'll let you know how the flowers are red. As Lin Xian's voice fell, an extreme cold aura emanated from Su Ruoxue's body and swept towards the crowd. Humph. Strength that is forcibly raised is ultimately false. Today, the old man will try your means. The old man snorted coldly as his enlightenment realm cultivation exploded out, dividing the cold chi. In the next moment, the old man's figure violently disappeared, and in an instant, he had already arrived in front of Su Ruoxue, and with the flow of Taoist rhythms around his body, he threw a punch. Wherever the fist wind passed, everything was annihilated, and the terrifying power raged on. Even the space was hard to bear, just like a mirror, shattering away. Facing the incoming punch, Su Ruoxue was calm and composed. The Ice Phoenix flashed in her hand and gently launched it, and in an instant, the cold air filled the air, and the Ice Phoenix soared against the wind, transforming into 100 feet giant, and swooped towards the old man. Boom! A roaring sound rang out, only to see the old man's figure flying out backwards, crashing heavily into the ground, plowing a 100-meter gully and stirring up smoke and dust all over the sky. There are still experts? Looking at where the old man was, Lin Xian frowned slightly. In his senses, there was an additional strong aura around the old man, one that vaguely surpassed Su Ruoxue's. Hurry up! Lin Xian whispered. Hearing this, Su Ruoxue did not have the slightest delay. Pulling up Lin Xian was transformed into a stream of light to disappear outward. But just at this time, a little bit of lethargic voice was leisurely sounded. As this voice rang out, Lin Xian only felt that the space around him steeply stagnated, and his entire person was as if he was stuck in a quagmire, unable to move a single bit. As the smoke and dust dispersed, a jade-faced, black-haired man carrying a severely injured old man appeared in front of the crowd, and at that moment, was looking at the two of them. Lin Xian with a smile on his face. Although you are the victims, if you take away this ice phoenix, I will be less reprimanded. Leave it behind and I can give you a little other compensation. In response to the man's words, the two of them, Lin Xian, did not respond in the slightest, not even a single movement. It's not a good thing to resist. Seeing that the two were unresponsive, the man did not say any more and raised his hand to grab it. As the man moved, the sky full of aura gathered and transformed into a large invisible hand that grabbed at the two. Watching the giant hand coming, Su Ruoshue's plain face rarely showed a trace of gravity, and immediately wanted to stretch the secret method to break free. However, at this moment, the surrounding void was violently shattered, only to see a black-clothed old man slowly stepping out from the void, lifting his hand and waving it to smash the palm imprints, unlocking the spatial restraints on Lin Xian's two bodies, defeating the palm imprint. The old man looked back at the man, and then he slowly turned around, kneeling down on one knee at Lin Xian and the two of them in a shameful voice. The old slave is late. I hope that the young master will forgive me. Chapter 20, Coming at Me? The sudden change made everyone freeze in place, looking at the black-clothed old man. The smile on the man's face gradually disappeared, and the color of gravity gradually crept onto his face. Who are you? Why are you meddling in the affairs of my prosperous Star Academy? The man asked in a deep voice. In the face of the man's questioning, the black-clothed old man turned a deaf ear, still kneeling on one knee without the slightest movement. In the face of such a situation, the man did not continue to open his mouth, not to mention striking out again, because he felt a trace of pressure, if any, from the black-clothed old man in front of him. Looking at the black-clothed visitor kneeling in front of him, a hint of a smile appeared on Lin Xian's face as he transmitted a voice to Su Ruoshue and snickered. Ruoshue, you're really something. Being able to get such a strong person to escort you. Husband, the senior is obviously not here for me. It should be for you. Su Ruoshue shook her head and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Ha! Lin Xian was confused. How did he not know that he still knew such a strong person? And it was even more impossible when observing the attitude of the black-clothed old man, who clearly placed himself in the position of a subordinate. Many thanks for your help, senior, Lin Xian said tentatively to the black-clothed elder. Hearing Lin Xian's words, a flash of fear surfaced on the black-clothed old man's face, and he hurriedly said, Young lord, don't discount the old slave. This sound of senior, the old slave can't afford it. Ha! Listening to the words of the black-clothed old man, Lin Xian was also certain that the other party was here for him, and his brain immediately went down, and he had some difficulty accepting it for a while. That, senior, did you recognize the wrong person? After a long time, Lin Xian spoke in a slightly embarrassed manner. The old slave won't be mistaken. You resemble the old master. You are the young master, the Lin family's eldest young master, the black-clothed old man said with certainty. Looking at the old man being so insistent, he was also a bit at a loss as to how to explain. But right at that moment, the void shattered once again, and two teenagers walked out from it. One of them was dressed in golden brocade clothes, with sword brows and starry eyes, a face like a crown of jade, a lean figure, looking handsome and unusual, and it was hard to hide the nobility in every move. Another person is 8 feet tall, like an iron tower, a muscle one-high bulge, tiger back and waist, chest broad, with the might of the wind, the pair of clear eyes, but gives a sense of out of place, but a closer look, but also seems to be no problem. Looking at the handsome man in front of him, Lin Xian only felt an inexplicable stirring coming from his bloodline, as if there was something in his body that related to him. Just as Lin Xian sized up the handsome man also looked over, and immediately after, a joyful smile appeared on his face as he spoke with excitement. Big brother, big brother. Hearing the handsome man call out to Lin Xian's big brother, the strong man with the iron tower followed suit. Lin Xian, no? How did this plot happen to me? Where's the promised penniless, sky-crashing opening? In the face of these two sudden big brothers, Lin Xian's already dangling brain was even more unable to turn around, and now his head was filled with question marks. Big brother. The matter is a bit complicated, but you are our big brother, the eldest son of the Lin family, and the connection between the bloodlines can't be wrong. As if he could see Lin Xian's doubts, the handsome young man also opened his mouth to explain. So, I'm the stray young master? Listening to the other party's explanation, Lin Xian came back to his senses, and after organizing his thoughts, he was finally sure of the current situation. This jade pendant. You should have it, big brother. The handsome young man nodded and took out a jade pendant from his bosom. Looking at the other party's jade pendant, Lin Xian also took out the jade pendant that had accompanied him when he was growing up from his bosom. Looking at the two identical jade pendants, Lin Xian finally believed the other party's words. Big brother, this time you believe it. The handsome teenager smiled once again. Believe it or not. But why have you come to me now? 18 years? Do you know how I've lived these 18 years? Lin Xian was indignant, originally thinking that he had no father, no mother, and that the sky was crumbling open. But the other party told him that he was the youngest son of some big family. Big brother, don't be angry. Your situation is extremely special. The general method can't find your position. Even if the heavenly sage makes a move, he can't find the slightest trace of you, said the handsome man helplessly. Alright, in that case I forgive you all. Lin Xian nodded, showing his understanding and forgiving the other party. Lin Xian didn't have much dissatisfaction or resentment, and he had once longed for a good family. But these many years have passed. Such expectations and aspirations has long since been dispersed with the wind. He is no longer inseparable from the parents of the child. Know that the other party did not give up looking for him. That would be enough. Big brother, why don't you regenerate your anger? I'm a bit uncomfortable with your whole thing like this. This time it was the turn of the handsome teenager to be confused. Let's not talk about this for now. I see that this man across the street is very unpleasant. Help me beat him up. Lin Xian waved his hand, then pointed at the man across from him with a bad smile on his face. Big brother, this is Elder Qin, a powerful person from our Lin family, the handsome man said as he looked at the old man in black. Elder Qin, get up and help me beat that person up. Just don't kill him. Lin Xian understood for a second and looked towards the half-kneeling Elder Qin, then said, all right young lord. Elder Qin slowly got up at his words, and then his figure was steeply disappearing, appearing in front of the man in an instant. And raising his hand, he threw a punch. Looking at the attacking old man, the man's cold sweat flowed, and he explained, wait, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I don't want to hurt them. I just want to get back that ice phoenix. However, Elder Qin did not listen to his explanation, and without the slightest intention to pause in his hand movements, he smashed straight onto the man. Ouch! Don't punch me in the face. I'm going to hit back if you do. Goo. I'm wrong, senior. I'm really wrong. The man at the early stage of void treading might be a strong man when placed in the academy, but in front of Elder Qin, it could be said that he was unable to fight back, and he was beaten and screamed repeatedly. The man's wailing didn't attract pity. Lin Xian turned around and was chatting with his two cheap old brothers. By the way, my name is Lin Xian. What are you all called? Old brothers? Big brother, my name is Lin Tian. Third brother, his name is Lin Gang. Tian, is our family big? It's pretty big. Just go back and take a look. Big brother, is our family rich? Give your big brother some whole spirit stones to use. Big brother, I didn't bring many spirit stones with me this time out. Here's 1 billion. Take it first. If it's not enough, we'll get it for you when we get back. After a long time, Lin Xian looked back. At this moment, the man had collapsed to the ground, dying. His originally handsome face had swollen into a pig's head, while Qin Lao stood quietly waiting. Tough luck, Elder Qin. Lin Xian walked over with a smile on his face, squatted in front of the man, patted the other man's cheek, and said with a smile, guess why I didn't move just now? Space is confined. I couldn't move even if I wanted to. Why are you so dramatic? When the man confined them, he already knew that things could not be done and gave up the idea, but the other party did not give him a chance to reply. Hearing this, the man shed tears of remorse, knowing that he had received this severe beating for nothing. How could he have imagined that the unlucky child who was penniless just now would become the young master of some superpower in the next second? Really, life is unpredictable. Large intestine wrapped in small intestine. Chapter 21, Recovery. Do you guys still want this ice phoenix? Lin Xian stood up and scanned the crowd with a smile on his face. Looking at Lin Xian's smile, a chill ran down the backs of the people, and they all smiled sarcastically. What is Mr. Lin saying? I can't understand. That ice phoenix is originally yours. I still have soup at home, so I'll take my leave first. It's going to rain. I'll go back and collect my clothes first. Yes, me too. Excuse me folks, my family's spirit pet has given birth. I have to go back and take a look. I'm also leaving first. With Elder Qin's intimidation, How could the crowd dare to object? They panicked and left the place, fearing that they would be the ones to get beaten up later. And in a moment, Lin Xian was left with a few people in the large ice spirit cold domain. Big brother, let's go back first. Mom and Dad are looking forward to you going back, Lin Tian said. There's no rush. I borrowed something from someone just now and I still have to return it to them. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Then he was leading the crowd towards the teleportation portal and back into the academy. Before the portal, Li Changqing and the three of them were waiting. And when they saw Lin Xian come out, they immediately lit up and pounced on him. Brother Lin, are you alright? Li Changqing sized up Lin Xian, and after seeing that the other party wasn't missing any arms or legs, he was relieved. Don't worry, I'm fine. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Lin Xian said with a smile. Thanks for the talisman. If you have anything in the future, you can come to me. Su Ruoxue slowly spoke and returned the dog talisman to Li Changqing. It's fine. Sister-in-law, don't be polite. Li Changqing smiled and took the talisman, collecting it with him. Here are some 4th grade talismans. Take them. Immediately afterward, Su Ruoxue once again took out a stack of talismans and handed them over. How can this be a good thing? Then thank you, sister-in-law. Looking at the thick stack of talismans, Li Changqing immediately widened his eyes. His mouth said no, but his body was very honest and took it over and put it into his pocket. Just as Li Changqing was giggling, the system's beep sounded. Ding! Su Ruoxue's favorability towards you has increased to 90%. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement protagonist. Favorability directly brushed full. Ding! Help Su Ruoxue mission completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward 10 consecutive draws x1. 4th grade spirit weapon green lotus treasure lamp x1 inch. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's 90%? What's going on with the system? Looking at the soaring favorability, Li Changqing was stunned. Host, you shouldn't underestimate how important Lin Xian is to Su Ruoxue. That's also true, but what's with this achievement? When 90% is full, shouldn't it be 100%? Li Changqing suddenly came to a realization, but soon asked another question. 90% or more. That is to reach the level of lovers' relationship. You think you can knock others' corner? I've opened the back door for you. Don't know enough. I'm not much of a humanized system. The system was somewhat helpless. System, I don't like to hear this from you. As the saying goes, as long as the hoe is wielded well, there is no wall that can't be pried. Hearing this, Li Changqing was instantly unconvinced and yelled, try it then? The system said, full of disdain. Li Changqing glanced at the two people who were sticking together and bubbling with love, and instantly he dismissed the idea, but he would not admit that it was him who was not able to do it, and put on a righteous attitude and said, Lin is my brother. How could I pry him away? System, you shouldn't say that again in the future. Can't, dead duck mouth hard. No matter what you. The system spat out some words. Then it entered the diving mode. No more words. Looking at Li Changqing, who was clearly in a frozen state, Lin Xian somewhat waved his hand in front of his eyes, and after seeing that he didn't respond, he turned his head to look at the two Jiang Tianming. He's been like this. For how long? Lin Xian asked seriously. Hey, it's been a while. From time to time, I go off. I don't know if there is still any salvation. Jiang Tianming sighed. His face is all sad. It has to be treated aggressively. This isn't good. Lin Xian said again. Alright, this is the treatment. Jiang Tianming nodded, followed by a slap. Pop! A crisp voice rang out, and Li Changqing had a jolt and instantly came back to his senses, while then looking at Jiang Tianming with a bewildered expression and asked, what are you hitting me for? Let's get you back to your senses. Your mouth is watering. Jiang Tianming said with a helpless face. Cough. Sorry. Li Changqing coughed awkwardly and silently wiped off his saliva. Seeing Lin Xian finish the matter, Lin Tian also spoke once again. Big brother, since we're done with the matter, let's hurry back. Our parents should be waiting impatiently. Why don't they come here in person? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Being Lin Xian so asked, Lin Tian suddenly is silent. A long time only face bitter open. Father-mother is trying to personally come over, but something cannot get out of the way. So they let us come. It's fine. Lin Xian's expression was calm and didn't ripple too much as he faintly answered. Lin Tian gave the other party a strange look, but did not ask any more questions and turned to say, in that case, let's go back and take a look first. Big brother, your injuries, why don't you recover a bit first? I have some recovery pills here. Lin Tian looked at Lin Xian, whose breath was weak. and voiced out a suggestion. And with that, he took out a few jade bottles, which contained a round and full elixir. The injuries are not enough to worry about, but I can't use these pills. Do you have any heavenly treasures with rich star power on you? Glancing at the various kinds of pills in Lin Tian's hand, Lin Xian however did not take them and asked instead, "Big brother, I have a stone." Upon hearing that Lin Xian needed heavenly treasures that were rich in star power, the quiet and mute Lin Gang was the one who suddenly pulled out a stone and handed it to Lin Xian. The stone flowed with a faint starlight, which seemed to contain the stars, emitting an extremely dense star power. Looking at the heavenly treasure in front of him, Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he took the stone, and then he was revolving the perpetual star skill and began to frantically absorb the power of the stars in it. As the power of the stars flowed into his body, Lin Xian's body was like a parched field encountering mana as it began to absorb the power of the stars crazily, repairing the broken tendons and veins of the Dantian. Lin Xian's recovery speed was very fast. In just half a quarter of an hour, his body, which was originally riddled with holes, had completely recovered, and was even a bit tougher. "Ah, big brother, what kind of physique do you have that recovers so fast?" Looking at Lin Xian's terrifying speed, Lin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. If it was an ordinary injury, he wouldn't have been so surprised, but the injuries on Lin Xian's body were extremely serious. His meridians were broken by inches, his dantian was destroyed, and normally, without the proper heavenly treasures to nourish him, there was no possibility of recovery at all. "It's a little less, but it's almost." Lin Xian didn't reply. Looking at the heavenly material in his hand that had turned into an ordinary stone, he shook his head slightly, and then he tossed it aside. In the next moment, Lin Xian's breath around his body revitalized. His cultivation rapidly climbed up, and within a few breaths, he had recovered to the second level of qi gathering, then the third level, the fourth level, until he climbed up to the peak of the fifth level, and only then did he slowly come to a halt. Chapter 22, What is this called? The scene fell silent, and for a moment, with the exception of Su Ruoxue, everyone was frozen in place, looking at Lin Xian in disbelief. Looking around at the dumbfounded crowd, Lin Xian was filled with confusion, scratching his head in disbelief as he slowly said, "There's no need to look at me like that, right? I'm just having a special physique and recovering a bit faster." "No, brother Lin, who recovers from injuries that also comes with a cultivation enhancement, and it boosts 3 levels at once." Hearing this, Li Changqing directly broke his defenses and cursed as he opened his mouth. "Ahem, isn't it normal to have a bit of a boost after breaking? Don't care about these details." Lin Xian coughed lightly and waved his hand, seemingly realizing how special he was. Without paying any more attention to the shocked crowd, Lin Xian turned his head towards Lin Tian and said, "Let's go, old brother." "Okay, big brother." Lin Tian returned to his senses and nodded. Then he took out a jade talisman and casually crushed it. As the jade talisman broke, the space shook, and a black as ink teleportation portal appeared steeply in front of everyone's eyes. "I'm going to take care of something. I don't think I'll be going back for a few days." Looking at the teleportation portal in front of him, Lin Xian turned his head and rushed to Li Changqing, then pulled Su Ruoxue's hand and took a big step in, disappearing into the academy. Seeing this, Lin Tian's trio didn't dawdle and walked in, and as the crowd entered, the teleportation door began to close, and the turbulent space once again returned to calm, leaving behind a bewildered trio. "TSK, where is this one going? Even using a teleportation talisman, it's really luxurious." Li Changqing returned to his senses and staggered. "Who knows? Let's go. Let's go cultivate." Su Wei shrugged and greeted the two of them before leaving the place. He only felt a change in the things around him, and then Lin Xian realized that he had left the academy and appeared on top of an unknown martial arts arena. At this moment, above the martial arts arena, there were 2 young men competing in a match, and the place where Lin Xian appeared was right in the middle of the two, appearing in the middle of the 2 attacks. "Get out of the way." Looking towards the steeply appearing Lin Xian, both of them were startled, but at this moment, they could no longer retract their hands, so they could only shout in a hurry. Looking at the incoming attacks, a trace of bitterness surfaced on Lin Xian's face, and he couldn't help but spit out. "What's this called? Fortunately I recovered before coming." Spitting was spitting, but Lin Xian's movements weren't slow in the slightest. The power of the radiant star rippled as he casually swung out 2 chopping strikes, meeting each of the 2 attacks and instantly destroying them. The scene was strangely quiet, and the 2 people who were originally fighting were both stopping in unison, staring blankly at Lin Xian in the middle of the field, somewhat unable to believe their eyes in the slightest. What pure sword intent! There are still experts? outside the arena, on top of the spectator stand, a man carrying a long sword slightly raised his head and looked in the direction where Lin Xian was. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then with a flash of his silhouette, he left the spectator stand. Are you okay? Why did you suddenly appear? The two people in the scene came back to their senses and both came over, sizing up Lin Xian with a look on their faces. I'm really sorry to bother you guys. There was a bit of a problem with the teleportation talisman, and somehow I ended up here, and my friend is nowhere to be found. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Hearing these words, the two did not feel surprised. Instead, they revealed a look of dawning realization. Obviously this kind of thing was not rare, and the two had long been accustomed to it. You're unlucky. You should have used the remnants. But don't worry, your friend should be nearby. The two gave Lin Xian a pitying look before comforting him. That's good. Thanks a lot. You guys continue. I won't bother you anymore. Lin Xian nodded. Then he turned around and headed out. However, just as Lin Xian was about to leave, a man holding a long sword stopped him in his tracks. Lin Xian's head was full of questions, but before he could say anything, the majestic voice of the man with the sword resounded in the martial arts arena. Your Excellency is very strong. Can you fight with me? Looking at the other party's eyes hard to hide the war intent, Lin Xian suddenly feel big head. He just came to recognize a relative. Encountered these troubles. Obviously he is a supporting role. Your luck is really bad. This Lin Dao is a proper martial arts nerd? Just like to spar with people. You're probably being stared at by him. Looking at the man with the knife, the two people on the martial arts field's faces steeply and oddly, said in a thin voice to its Lin Xian. No way. Do we have to play like this? I'm that unlucky? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, depression written all over his face, and his eyes gradually became unfriendly as he looked at the man with the knife. He needed a punching bag right now. I can feel your excellency to the battle intent. Make your sword. The man with the sword looked at Lin Xian, grinned, and said aloud. Then I'm not going to be polite. Lin Xian similarly grinned. His palm clenched in vain and the star sword appeared out of thin air. As the long sword entered his hand, Lin Xian's originally calm aura steeply became stern. His clothes moved with the wind. Sword chi surrounded him, like a sheathed peerless sword. His vast sword intent rushed up to the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds in the sky. This is husband's sword chi. Is it in danger? Regarding this rushing sword chi, all the people in the Lin family had sensed it, and that included Su Ruoxue, who had been separated from Lin Xian. Looking at the direction where the sword chi was located, Su Ruoxue's stunning face had a trace of worry added to it, and then she transformed into streams of light and rushed over in the direction where Lin Xian was. At the same time, several other people were also rushing over in the direction where Lin Xian was. Holy, what's the situation? This terrifying sword intent is something that can be cultivated at the Chi Gathering realm anymore? Who is this person? How come I've never heard of him before? I haven't seen this person either. Looking at his clothes, I'm afraid he's not from our Lin family. I didn't expect the geniuses in the outside world to be as terrifying as they are. But only people from our Lin family can enter this space? Stupid. Obviously someone brought it in. What a powerful sword intent. In that case, I can't let your excellency down either. The man laughed loudly, and a domineering and incomparable aura erupted from his body, carrying the intention of destroying everything as it swept towards Lin Xian, fighting against the roiling sword intent without losing the slightest bit of ground. Worthy of being a genius of a great family. One move each. I'm in a hurry. Feeling the overbearing blade intent from his opponent, Lin Xian's battle intent gradually boiled up in his heart. Just what I need. The man didn't really have a problem with that. The real competition, all only in a move between, can open big seconds? Why waste time? Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes, his body slightly sunk down, making a posture of drawing his sword. The sky full of sword intent steeply converged, not a single trace of it spilling out anymore. Just like an ordinary person, no longer divine. Looking at the Lin Xian whose breath was converging, the man's expression couldn't help but become more and more solemn, both hands holding the knife. As the spiritual energy around his body was poured into it, a dangerous aura emanated from it if nothing else. Burning sky, the long blade chopped down, and the overbearing and incomparable crimson blade chi, with a murderous intent, attacked and killed towards Lin Xian. Star 7 swords, sword drawing style, momentary eternity. Lin Xian's slightly closed eyes abruptly opened, and the long sword in his hand was violently sheathed as the radiant sword chi violently chopped out. Sword chi vertical and horizontal, bright like a star. At this moment, heaven and earth lost color. Everything in the world seems to be fixed in this moment. This sword, which was fast to the extreme, collided with the blade chi in an instant. Knives and swords touched together, and a horrifying sword chi and sword intent swept through, raging crazily with the martial arts arena as the center, rippling towards the outside of the arena. Chapter 23, The Protagonist's Aura. The smoke and dust cleared, and the scene above the martial arts arena reappeared in everyone's eyes. At this moment, at some point in time, there was an old man in the field, supporting the man with the sword, his gaze flickering with anger as he stared at Lin Xian in death. Lin Xian stood with his sword, looking at the opposite side of the old man. The heart cannot help but sigh slightly, really afraid of what comes what. Hit the small to the old. Kid, who are you? Why did you appear in my Lin family and injured my Lin family disciples? The old man asked in a cold voice. If you want to help him out, just say it straight. Lin Xian was speechless. The cut was brought up by the other party. First he was injured, and the parents are looking for trouble from him. Humph, don't say? Then I'll take you down first. Hearing these words, the old man immediately became infuriated and grabbed at Lin Xian with a palm. The clayman still had 3 points of fire. Looking at the unreasonable old man, Lin Xian was also inexplicably a burst of fire. Although the two sides' strengths were vastly different, but in a desperate fight, he would surely be able to leave the other side with a scar. However, just as Lin Xian was about to react, a silhouette landed in front of Lin Xian and blocked the blow for him. A cold and clear voice mixed with anger steeply rang out in the martial arts arena. Those who hurt my husband, die. Ice Phoenix surrounds the circumference. Su Ruoxue is dressed in white, exuding coldness, cold and domineering, like a fairy descending to the earth, without earthly temperament. I'm going to go. It's beautiful. Love, love, love. From now on, he's my goddess. Butler Lu. Within 10 minutes, I want all of this man's information. Warlord, warlord, how to chase this kind of goddess. Teach me. Stop it. This kind of goddess warlord also wants to chase. No, are you guys not focusing on the right thing? You see what people call that little brother? Husband. You guys have no chance. Don't think about it. No, I'm not convinced. What's he got? Looks, or strength? Well, he's got both, and can't beat a little. Su Ruoxue's stunning beauty and ice-cold temperament instantly caused a flurry of discussion among the crowd, as well as the adoration of thousands of male compatriots. Su Ruoxue, who had blocked the attack for herself in the nick of time. Lin Xian smiled helplessly and muttered secretly. Sure enough, saving someone at a cardinal point is the standard for protagonists. Husband, are you alright? Su Ruoxue turned her head to look at Lin Xian, her eyes filled with worry and concern. It's fine. Using secret techniques damages the foundation. Stop first. What happens after that? Leave it to me. Lin Xian shook his head, his eyes filled with heartache as he looked at Su Ruoxue and said seriously. The old man in front of him has the strength of the Enlightenment realm, but Su Ruoxue is not even think about it. Blocked in front of him. But, Su Ruoxue was a little hesitant, and once again looked at the old man across the table, a trace of ill will flashing through her icy gaze. Silly girl, concern is messy. Don't forget that my surname is also Lin. Lin Xian stepped forward and rubbed Su Ruoxue's hair, smilingly speaking. Feeling the warmth coming from Lin Xian's palm, Su Ruoxue couldn't help but settle down. Gradually her breath collected, dispersing her forcefully elevated cultivation and returning to the chi-gathering realm. Old man, it's not too late for you to apologize, or you'll regret it later. After pacifying Su Ruoxue, Lin Xian once again placed his gaze on the visitor and spoke with a faint smile. Humph. I would like to see what capital you have to make me regret with your strength at the chi-gathering realm. The old man snorted coldly, not taking Lin Xian's words to heart in the slightest, and as he spoke, he lifted his hand and once again attacked the two of them towards Lin Xian, the Tao rhythms flowing between his hands, clearly intending to teach the two of them a hard lesson. Facing the old man who made another move, Lin Xian smiled blandly, his slightly lethargic voice ringing out leisurely. My parents who I have never met. If you guys stand by and do nothing, then I won't set foot in the Lin family again in the future. As Lin Xian's voice fell, the entire world seemed to have stood still, and the old man who had originally come in a fierce manner was instantly fixed in place, just like a statue. The next moment, a pair of handsome and beautiful couples appeared in front of Lin Xian. Carefully watched their appearance, but with Lin Xian long his 7 points similar. The beautiful woman's eyes were filled with longing and joy as she took a step forward and tightly embraced Lin Xian in her arms. Xianer, all these years, it's been hard on you. Mother misses you so much. I finally found you. The beautiful woman had tears flowing in her gaze and softly said, The sudden embrace made Lin Xian's brain instantly go down. Feeling the warm embrace, an emotion he had never felt before gradually took over his heart. All these years, we have been searching for you, but unfortunately, it is fruitless. The man's eyes were slightly red, and his tone was full of sighs. After a long time, the beautiful woman let go of Lin Xian, wiped her tears, and gave Lin Xian a warm smile. Xianer, welcome back. I feel that you guys aren't all that welcoming, letting me be bullied. Lin Xian muttered in a low voice with a speechless face. The two men's cultivation levels were so high that Lin Xian's words naturally fell into their ears word for word, and a trace of embarrassment immediately appeared on their faces. It's all you. Why are you stopping me? You see, Xianer is going to blame us. The beautiful woman gave the man an exasperated punch and glared fiercely at the other party. Yes. My fault. I just want to see my son's strength. Looking at the furious beauty woman, the man immediately was shrinking his neck and took the initiative to admit his mistake. In fact, they came here the moment Lin Xian came to the Lin family. Only, they didn't come out immediately. Xianer, don't be angry. I'll teach him a lesson for you later. The beautiful woman looked at Lin Xian once again, a smile surfacing on her face once again as she softly said, Hey, you let me be the bad guy alone. Obviously you also. Say that again? Forget I said which bad guy I am. Looking at the two that were bickering, Lin Xian's mouth also surfaced a trace of a smile, although he didn't understand why he was smiling. Husband, you're happy. Su Ruoxue held Lin Xian's hand and smiled sweetly. It's quite happy. What's wrong? Lin Xian looked at Su Ruoxue and wondered. Seeing my husband happy, I am also happy. Su Ruoxue's eyebrows were like the moon, and a happy smile appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Xianer, this girl is? The beautiful woman returned to her senses and did not mix with the man anymore, turning to look at Su Ruoxue and casting a curious gaze. This is my fiancé. Su Ruoxue. Lin Xian introduced. Well, it's the fiancé. He said it. It's useless for anyone to object. Listening to Lin Xian's introduction to her, Su Ruoxue's pretty face instantly reddened, shyly lowering her head slightly as she respectfully bowed. Su Ruoxue, meet uncle and aunt. The beautiful woman with a light in her eyes, pulled Su Ruoxue's hand, carefully examined it. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it, and then she took out a bracelet and put it on her hand. Little Shui, the first time you come to the house as a guest, Auntie doesn't have anything good. This bracelet is a protective spiritual treasure that can withstand a single attack from the heavenly saint realm. Consider it as a meeting gift. This is too expensive. Ruoxue can't have it. Su Ruoxue quickly refused, saying that she wanted to take it off. Don't be polite to Auntie. Keep it. However, Lin's mother pressed her hand and stopped her. Looking at the passionate and fiery beauty, Su Ruoxue blankly turned her gaze to Lin Xian. Since it was given to you by your mother, you can take it. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian nodded, somewhat crying and laughing. He is also considered to have seen the power of the protagonist halo. He, the biological son, has not yet got what good things. The result is Su Ruoxue is the first to get. However, Lin Xian didn't care too much about it. Anyway, they were all his own people. Ruoxue's things, it shouldn't be a problem for him to use them, right? Chapter 24, Life. While the few people were talking, Lin Tian and Lin Gang also arrived at the martial arts arena. Father, mother, big brother, what's going on here? Lin Tian looked around at the messy martial arts arena and asked in confusion. Being asked by Lin Tian, a few people also finally remembered the old man who was fixed in place and cast their gazes over. Looking at the gazes of the several people looking at him, the old man felt a chill down his back and wanted to cry. How could he not have expected that the plain-looking Lin Xian would be the Lin family's long-lost young master? Xian, how do you want to resolve this matter? The beautiful woman asked softly as she looked towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the old man. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an impish smile as he slowly said, on account of your eagerness to protect your son, I won't bother with you, but you have to compensate me for my mental damage, as well as Ruoxue's loss of health, and the cost of lost labor. One strange compensation cost after another came out of Lin Xian's mouth, causing cold sweat to break out on the old man's forehead as he listened. Although the old man shot at himself, but Lin Xian did not feel the killing intent from its body. It is evident that the other party does not intend to lay down a deadly hand. Apparently just want to take the heat for that other party. Protecting the son of the heart can be understood. Great young master. If you don't say a number, I will definitely compensate. The more Lin Xian spoke, the more outrageous he became. the old man finally couldn't help but say as he listened from the side. He was afraid that if the other man said any more, he wouldn't be able to pay out that much even if he sold him along with him later. This addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. I'm not too good at math either. Rounding up. You'll pay out $1 billion. Lin Xian said with a smirk, a kind smile on his face, a harmless look. This, isn't it a bit much? Lin Xian's light words fell on the old man's ears like 1,000 pounds, ruthlessly giving him a heart attack. What? Your life isn't worth $1 billion? Or that I'm not worth $1 billion? Lin Xian's eyes showed a fierce light as he glanced at the old man faintly, his expression gradually turning cold. It's worth it. It's worth it. I'll get the money. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, the old man winced and immediately stopped bargaining, pulling out a storage bag and respectfully handing it over. That's right. Alright, you can go now. Welcome next time. Looking at the storage bag in the old man's hand, Lin Xian once again revealed a smile and reached out to accept the storage bag afterward. This time, Lin Xian didn't make things difficult for the other party and let the old man leave after getting the spirit stones. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the old man was as if he had been pardoned. And in a flash, he lifted up the martial arts idiot on the ground and quickly left the place, fearing that Lin Xian would renege on his words. Come back next time? Never again. This rebellious son, fighting to the eldest young master. I'll clean you up when I get back, the old man thought secretly, and his eyes gradually became nuclear good as he looked at Lin Yidao. Xianer, are you very short of spirit stones? If you need it, mother can give it to you. As the old man left, Lin Xian's parents once again returned their attention to Lin Xian. Just looking at this old guy is unpleasant. Lin Xian laughed and shook his head. He was not obsessed with money, simply looking at the old man and blackmailing the other party. Father, mother, let's go back and talk again, Lin Tian voiced out. Looking around, there were already quite a few curious looks. Clearly this was not a good place to talk. Alright then, go back first. Lin Xian's father nodded, and then he raised his hand and waved, and the crowd disappeared into thin air, only feeling a blur before his eyes. Lin Xian realized that he had already left the martial arts arena and arrived in an ancient hall. Looking at the other side of the means of the sky, Lin Xian immediately is aware of their cheap father's strength. I'm afraid it is extraordinary. Sit down first. Someone, serve tea. Lin Xian's father spoke to the crowd, and then he sat down at the head table. Lin Xian's mother then sat down next to him, then beckoned to Lin Xian. Xianer, come sit here with mother. Let mother take a good look at you. Seeing this, Lin Xian didn't refuse, pulling Su Ruoshiwa along with him as he sat next to the other party. Xianer, all these years, have you been doing well? Mother Lin slowly opened her mouth and asked carefully. At this moment, her eyes were filled with heartache as she looked at Lin Xian. It was very hard for her to think of her son suffering in exile. It's alright, not too bad. Lin Xian smiled and vaguely coped. Although the widow won, these years also live in the comfortable, although not quite brocade food, but not to the point of very difficult. Back then, the Lin family went through a change of heart. Your father and I teamed up to retreat from the enemy, and in a moment of inattention, a traitor stole the young you and handed you over to the hands of the Lin family's enemies. When we killed over to look for you, you have already been drawn blood and dug out bones by the enemy. Do not know where to go. We thought that you have already been, long ago. As Lin's mother spoke, she was already in tears and full of grief, choking and stopping. We searched for you with all our means, but for some reason we could never find you. It wasn't until not too long ago that the spirit fire that your blood transformed into reacted, which allowed us to search for you. It's because we didn't take care of you. It's because we're sorry. Lin father gave Lin mother a heartbroken look, sighed slightly and took over Lin mother's words, his expression filled with guilt. Listening to the narration of the two people, an inexplicable sense of familiarity. First drawing blood and digging out the bones, then a great disaster, breaking the back and obtaining the supreme opportunity. The development of this matter, how he heard how familiar. However, although these things happened to him, Lin Xian didn't think he was the chosen one. He had shallow qi, and he hadn't encountered any chances since he was a child. The only thing that counted as chance over the years, the root cause was still because of Shao Feng. He was considered to have dipped into the other party's light. What's in the past is in the past, and it's not your fault. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head, looking at the two of them as he slowly said, is it really not weird? More or less. It's just that 2 lifetimes have given him a little more sense to not be swayed by his emotions. It's for father didn't protect you, letting you suffer. Xianer if you have any needs, despite raising them, so as to let father make up for 1 or 2. Lin father opened his mouth. There's nothing I need. He was quite well now, and for the time being there was nothing he particularly wanted to do, or to be right about. Xianer don't need to be polite with my father. Money, power, strength, as long as you want, my father can get it for you. Lin father swore. Really no. Lin Xian cried and laughed, shaking his head. His own father was hating to give himself something before he was satisfied. None of them? Then do you like beautiful women? For father to introduce you to one. White skin and long legs. Absolutely beautiful. Seeing Lin Xian shaking his head, Lin father touched his chin, then said with a serious face, "It's enough that I have Ruoshuet. Don't bother." Lin Xian sweated and wiped the non-existent sweat, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Having this kind of father with no sense of boundaries made him feel pressurized. Chapter 25, Scrappy Retreat? This one is familiar to me. Just as Lin Xian and his own father were pulling at each other, Elder Qin was the one who suddenly arrived in the middle of the hall and then reported, "Master, the second young master's fiancé, the Gusu family's side has sent a letter." With Qin Lai's appearance, Lin Yunfeng's attention was finally separated from Lin Xian and he turned to ask, "Are they in trouble?" "Master, you'll know when you read it." As Elder Qin said, he handed a letter to Lin Yunfeng. Lin Yunfeng opened the letter and read it. Then a flame ignited in his hand and burned the letter to ashes. "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Mu Yuncher on the side couldn't help but open her mouth and ask. "It's fine. Some small grasshoppers are just hopping around. Just send someone to deal with it later." Lin Yunfeng shook his head lightly and didn't explicitly say anything. "Xianer, how about considering what father said?" Lin Yunfeng smiled and looked at Lin Xian once again. "Older brother, you still have a fiancé?" However, Lin Xian directly pretended that he didn't hear and asked as he patted Lin Tian's shoulder one by one. It seems like there is. I don't really understand." Lin Tian was also a bit confused. He had heard of it, but was not knowledgeable about it. Seeing this, Lin Mother shook her head slightly before opening her mouth to explain. "Back then, your grandfather fought with a foreign enemy and was seriously injured, and was rescued by someone. Your grandfather was betrothed to the other party in order to repay their kindness. But after you suffered that calamity, you disappeared, and this matter was delayed. Speaking of which, she is also a poor person. From a genius down to a mortal, ostracized at every turn, and now if we come to the door to withdraw from the marriage, I'm afraid that her life will be even more difficult. But with her talent nowadays, I'm afraid that she's somewhat unworthy of Tianer, and we intend to let Tianer withdraw from the marriage." The fall of a genius? Withdrawal? The rise of the reject? Hiss. Lin Xian snapped back to his senses and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His eyes filled with odd colors. This familiar plot. Familiar flavor. Protagonist template But looking at the current situation, his side is not the protagonist, but the proper villain supporting role. According to the plot, after the law withdraws from the marriage, the protagonist will soar to the sky, and then trample their Lin family under their feet as if they were stepping on ants. When he thought about the situation of his family's destruction, he just couldn't sit still. "This marriage, you can't back out." Lin Xian snapped up, his eyes filled with seriousness as he righteously said. "Why?" Several people were stunned, and they all looked at Lin Xian. This thing is a normal person will not oppose. After all, the two do not have any emotional foundation, and even the face has not yet seen. "Xianer, speak your thoughts." Mother Lin smiled as she looked at Lin Xian and spoke. "Although I can't explain why I can't withdraw from the marriage right now, you guys have to trust me. This marriage can't be withdrawn. It's kind of an investment. I'm betting on her to soar." Lin Xian smiled faintly before explaining. Although saying this, the other party might not understand. He couldn't just read the novel himself, know the plot set up, and conclude that the other party would surely rise to power in the future. Could he? Since you, Xianer, said that you can't withdraw from the marriage, as long as Tianer doesn't have a problem with it, then whatever you want to resolve it, my father will support you. Our Lin family is huge. You can come any way you want, even if it breaks the sky. My father will cover for you. Seeing this, Lin's father brightened up and couldn't help but put a smile on his face. He, as a father, hadn't given each other anything for so many years, and now he wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to perform. Then thank you, Pops. Looking at the grandiose Pops, Lin Xian couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Worthy of being in a big family, grandiose. Listening to this old dad, Lin father's body shape slightly trembled, suddenly happy, the corners of the mouth slightly up, then are difficult to pressure. A wave of the hand continued, "Let go and do it. Who dares to stop you? Report for the father's name." No problem. But Pops, I have a question. Lin Xian suddenly remembered something and asked suddenly. What's the problem? Pops, what's your name? Although his own Pops said that he had something to report his name, he didn't even know his name, so he couldn't report a bit at all. My father's name is Lin Yunfeng. Your mother's name is Mu Yunshi. Xianer, you must remember. The smile on Lin's father's face came to an abrupt end, and he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, feeling a little incompetent as a father, not even letting his own son know his name yet. You, don't even say your name, and let Xianer report your big name. Lin mother saw this, her face was full of helplessness, and she was counting on Lin father. Didn't I forget about it? Didn't you say so? It's okay, it's not too late. Good. Looking at the two who were bickering, Lin Xian was dumbfounded, then nodded and memorized the names of both parents. Without caring about the two of them bickering, Lin Xian turned his gaze to Lin Tian, who was eating and watching from the sidelines. What's wrong, big brother? Lin Tian asked suspiciously when he saw Lin Xian looking at him. Old brother. What do you think? Lin Xian patted the other man on the shoulder. Big brother, you arrange is. I do not know much about these. Big brother, you do not push me into the fire pit on the line. Lin Tian froze. He wasn't too interested in these things. Even before this, he had almost forgotten that he had a fiancé. Do not worry, your big brother Hao will pit you. Guarantee to give you a clear arrangement. If you change your mind, then go back to the marriage but have to wait for a period of time to say. Looking at his oldest brother who wanted so much for himself, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Big brother, what are you doing all this for? That's just a small family. Our Lin family doesn't fear. Lin Tian asked the question that everyone present wanted to know. Lin Tian thought that the reason Lin Xian was adamant about not withdrawing from the marriage was because he was afraid that withdrawing from the marriage would bring trouble to the Lin family. If I say that she will return to the top in the future, do you believe me? Lin Xian laughed. This angel investor, Lin Xian, was determined to be it. He had thought that the other party would not believe it, but after Lin Tian heard this, he nodded seriously, making Lin Xian very surprised. Seeing that Lin Xian's face was filled with surprise, Lin Tian smiled. Then he introduced himself. Big brother, this is something that perhaps other people wouldn't believe, but I do feel that what you said, big brother, is very likely to happen. Lin Tian wanted to continue, but at this time, Lin mother was suddenly opened her mouth, took over the words, slightly sighed. In fact, Tianer's talent is not good. Is the legendary spiritless body, born with blocked tendons and veins, chi and blood do not pass, even if we spend countless heavenly treasures, but also still no help. Wait, second brother has poor talent. Mother, are you serious? Lin Xian interrupted Mother Lin's words and looked Lin Tian up and down, his face filled with suspicion. He could feel the hot and huge spiritual power fluctuation on the other party, at least with Spirit Sea Realm cultivation, smaller than him Spirit Sea Realm, saying that the talent is not working. He is 100 not believe. What Mother said is true. For Tianer to be able to have his current cultivation level, it's actually thanks to you. Xianer. Mother Lin hesitated for a moment, looked at Lin Xian with a complicated expression, and slowly said, Chapter 26, Bad. I become the main character chance. Listening to this, Lin Xian was confused. If he wasn't wrong, when he had his accident, his second brother hadn't even been born yet, so how did it come to be off with him again? Just as Lin Xian was at a loss, the temperature around him was climbing steeply. Our Lin family, we call ourselves the pinnacle of the fire Dao. Because of our special bloodline, we can condense a spirit flame, and the thicker the bloodline, the more powerful the flame condensed will be. Lin Yunfeng slowly spoke, a wisp of light golden flame rising in his hand. Flame swaying, emitting light and heat, let a person just look at the body will feel hot, like being in the sea of fire. It's horrible temperature. Even space is difficult to withstand. Broken into pieces, and then incinerated by the light golden flame. Looking towards the swaying pale golden flame, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with shock. With his strong spiritual power, he could clearly know the power of the flame in his father's hand. Even a single strand could burn everything to the ground. And you, Xianer, back then, the power of your bloodline was the first person in the Lin family since the beginning of time, and at birth you awakened the burning heavenly golden flame that is recorded in the Lin family legends. Lin Yunfeng retracted the flame, then looked towards Lin Xian and said with a serious face. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xian also finally reacted, feeling that he had turned out to still be a peerless genius of the ages. Pops, you said that I've awakened an extremely powerful spirit fire. Where is that spirit fire? However, Lin Xian quickly reacted that he didn't seem to feel the presence of a spirit fire in his body. Back then, you suffered a calamity, and your spirit fire was also drawn out by your enemy. When we searched for you, there was no trace of you long ago, and we only saw your spirit fire. Lin Yunfeng's eyes were slightly red, and there was a hidden murderous intent emerging. His fists were tightly clenched, and it was clear that his heart wasn't calm. Xian child, there is something to tell you. I hope you calm down. Your spirit fire, now in the body of Tianer. Lin mother face with guilt, looking at Lin Xian somewhat hesitant to open the mouth, followed by a complex gaze to the side of Lin Tian, seeing mother Lin looking over. He also nodded, his expression calm, without much emotional change, and as his palm spread out, a dazzling golden flame appeared in his hand. This flame and Lin Yunfeng's light golden flame before were derived from the same Lin family bloodline, but they were slightly different. The flame in Lin Tian's hand was darker in color, and the breath it emitted was more pure. Looking at the flame in Lin Tian's hand, the throbbing of his bloodline made Lin Xian uncontrollably raise his hand towards that golden flame. As Lin Xian beckoned, the golden flame abruptly left Lin Tian's palm and slowly floated into Lin Xian's hand, and as the flames left his body, the aura on Lin Tian's body was also steeply weak, falling steeply from the original Spirit Sea realm to the Qi-gathering realm. Sensing the changes in his body, a bitter smile flashed across Lin Tian's face. He was only able to cultivate to the Spirit Sea realm because of the golden flames compensating for the flaws in his physique, and now that his cultivation had fallen, it was within his expectations. Golden flame into his hand. Feeling the familiar sizzling breath, Lin Xian frowned slightly. This is the flame is indeed his thing, but he is at this time from the flame. Sensed a trace of tangled emotions, Lin Xian raised his head to look at Lin Tian. Then he was stunned and said, "Your cultivation level? No harm, big brother. My cultivation is all because of this spirit fire. Now the spirit fire is returned to big brother. It's normal for the cultivation to fall down. I still have to thank you, big brother. Thanks to big brother's blessing, my physique has already received a hint of improvement. At least it can be cultivated normally." Lin Tian smiled and explained. He didn't resent Lin Xian for taking away the spirit flame and letting his cultivation fall, because it wasn't originally his thing. All he had in his heart was gratitude. At least he could cultivate now, although he didn't have the same talent as before, and it was even very difficult, but he had no complaints or regrets. Looking at Lin Tian, who was forcing a smile, Lin Xian's heart was filled with complexity, only to come home and take away his second brother's cultivation. Although it wasn't his own fault, he didn't want it to be like this. As a big brother, I didn't give you any meet and greet gifts when we met, so let's make up for it now. Lin Xian suddenly smiled, and then he did something that shocked the crowd. Lin Xian's breath tumbled around him, and with his spiritual energy, he condensed an invisible long knife, and then he slashed down at himself, and with this slash, he severed the last trace of connection between him and the flames. Put! As the long blade swung down, the only remaining connection with the golden flame was abruptly severed, and Lin Xian violently spat out a mouthful of blood on top of that golden flame in his hand. Lin Xian's face paled with the naked eye, his figure faltering. Severing the last connection to the golden flame was not without a price. As the blood soaked in, the golden flames violently erupted in a burst of golden aura, illuminating the entire hall. Go on, follow your new master. Lin Xian smiled indifferently, and with a flick of his fingers, he flicked the golden flames towards Lin Tian. Golden flame contact Lin Tian instantly was integrated into his body. With the flame into the body, Lin Tian Dao cultivation is also once again restored to the Spirit Sea realm cultivation, even more powerful than before a point. And as the spirit flame entered his body, Lin Tian also entered a wonderful state. All of this happened in a flash of lightning, and by the time the crowd reacted, Lin Xian had already finished it all. Husband, Su Ruoxue, who was on the side, looked at the sudden scene and was instantly frightened, rushing to assist Lin Xian, her complexion filled with anxiety and helplessness. Xianer, Lin father and mother were shocked and came to Lin Xian's side in a flash, hastily stabilizing their injuries with their own aura. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just a self-cutting slash. A small problem. Lin Xian smiled, but that pale face made the words unconvincing. Xianer, what are you doing? That was originally yours. Mother Lin's eyes were red and streaming with tears as she looked at Lin Xian with heartache. That is indeed something of mine. However, it no longer suits me. Lin Xian shook his head. Severing the spirit flame's connection to him, not only did he have no harm, he even had quite a few benefits. The moment he came into contact with Lin Tian Dao, He realized that the residual bloodline power in his body was causing a considerable amount of interference with his special physique. Now that he had chopped away that remaining bloodline power, he vaguely felt that his special physique had been liberated, completely revealing the divine differences that belonged to it. As Lin Xian's voice fell, a bright starlight abruptly erupted from Lin Xian's body, and then his face was once again flushed with an extremely fast speed. This is the undying star body. Father Lin looked at Lin Xian and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Hearing this familiar name spit out from his father's mouth, Lin Xian was instantly curious. Indestructible star body. What's so special about it? Seeing Lin Xian inquiring, Father Lin didn't hide anything and slowly said, according to legend, endless years ago, there was a top human powerhouse who stood up to 4 outer realm demon ancestors with his own strength and didn't lose. And that powerhouse's physique was the indestructible star body. Indestructible star body belongs to the innate physique, has an extremely horrifying recovery, no matter what injuries, even if the tendons and veins are broken and the dantian is destroyed, it can be recovered in a few moments, and cultivated to the great completion can even be reborn by dripping blood. Immortal and indestructible, said to be an extremely powerful physique, but this kind of physique has not appeared for countless years. I didn't expect Xianer to actually this physique. Listening to this, Lin Xian nodded slightly. This was the same as the description of the indestructible star body in the inheritance he had obtained. But the indestructible star body, which could be obtained through acquired cultivation, was not as good as the innate ones though. Father, how do you know all this? Lin Xian asked curiously. If the whole world knew that his physique could be cultivated, wouldn't he be in danger? These are all things that my father learned by accident. Very few people in this world know about this physique. Xianer, you don't need to worry. Father Lin smiled and gave Lin Xian a reassuring expression. Chapter 27, Another Protagonist? Since there are innate spirit bodies, is there also an acquired spirit body? Lin Xian asked once again, inexplicably somewhat curious about these unknowable things. Naturally there are acquired spiritual bodies. The innate spiritual body is a natural constitution that cannot be acquired by cultivation in later life, and the acquired spiritual bodies are collectively known as acquired spiritual bodies. Although innate spirit bodies are powerful, some acquired spirit bodies aren't weak either. Xianer, your star indestructible body should be an innate spirit body. Listening to these words, this time to Lin Xian for a moment some reaction could not come. Could it be that the star indestructible body should not be an acquired spiritual body that came from cultivation? Husband, the indestructible star body is an innate spiritual body, but it can also be cultivated later in life. But it's not as powerful as the innate ones, but yours is the innate physique. Su Ruoxue seemed to be able to see the doubt on Lin Xian's face, and transmitted a voice to explain. Lin Xian came to a sudden realization and understood. Then he also stopped dwelling on the matter of the spirit body and turned to look at Lin Tian. Just as several people were talking, Lin Tian was also awakened, and then he flung himself at Lin Xian and kneeled down, kowtowing violently for a few times, his tone full of gratitude. Thank you, big brother, for recreating the favor. Before the spirit fire, although Lin Tian could also use it, it was unable to be completely refined. After all, it was a product condensed by the bloodline, and Lin Xian's previous act was to completely sever the connection between the spirit fire and himself. The two bloodlines are connected. Without the connection between Lin Xian and the spirit fire, it is easy to be Lin Tian fused into one, a perfect solution to the defects of the physique, so that he regained a new life. This kind of favor cannot be said to be not heavy. Do what? Hurry up and get up. Don't make a mistake. Lin Xian was startled and hurriedly helped the other party up. Big brother, I can't repay your kindness, as long as there's something that big brother can use in the future. Big brother, just open your mouth. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with gratitude and respect as he looked towards Lin Xian. A family doesn't talk about two families. Don't say these words in the future. Lin Xian patted the other party's shoulder with a smile on his face. This self-cutting slash of his hadn't been in vain. Big brother. Lin Tian had mixed feelings in his heart. Obviously his big brother had just come back and they had only met not long ago, but was treating him like this, which made him very moved. Just as Lin Tian was moved, Lin Xian was keenly aware that the feeling Lin Tian gave him seemed to have changed, becoming a feeling that gave him a feeling that could not be described as arcane, as if he was facing the son of Qi. Feeling the changes in Lin Tian's body, Lin Xian also had a bold guess in his heart, and with a thought, he used a secret method to peer into the other party's Qi. This does not look good. A look has almost blinded his eyes. With the operation of the secret method, a purple golden Qi golden light is enveloped in his body. Like a flame, Su burning, emitting a dazzling light, just like last time, just by looking at it. The backlash of the terrifying secret technique caused Lin Xian's throat to sweeten and he once again spat out a mouthful of blood. Purple gold aura. My old brother is actually the main character as well. Good guy. Okay. I'm the only supporting character, right? Lin Xian numb. He felt how this son of Qi don't want money. Wherever you can meet. Lin Xian once again vomited blood. Naturally caused a burst of people's hands and feet. Lin father Lin mother is inside and outside to do a full body check. Until no dark injuries were found, only slightly relieved. Xianer, how are you feeling? Mother Lin asked with a worried expression. Inexplicably feeling some heartache. Xianer should have just used some kind of secret method and suffered a backlash. Nothing serious, and Xianer's physique is special. This injury is not difficult to recover from. Lin father comforted Lin mother. With his strength he could naturally see why Lin Xian was injured. Big brother, why don't you go back and rest first? Lin Tian suggested. No harm done. This small injury is harmless. By the way, old brother, does it feel like you're different anywhere? Lin Xian rejected Lin Tian Dao's suggestion and asked instead. This injury was really nothing to him. Lin Tian froze and felt himself carefully, then shook blankly. There isn't any special feeling. What kind of feeling are you talking about? Big brother? It's that indescribable, esoteric, wonderful, refreshing feeling. Is there really none? Should I have? Lin Tian was still at a loss. You should have. Lin Xian shook his oldest brother and said seriously. But I really don't feel. Forget it, destroy it, I'm tired. Looking at the bewildered Lin Tian, Lin Xian suddenly felt tired. His own qi changes are not perceived. It's outrageous. Lin father and mother looked at the two people who were living in harmony. The smile on their faces grew even wider. He was previously afraid that Lin Xian would be displeased when he found out about this, but now it seemed obvious that they were overly concerned. However, the more Lin Xian behaved like this, the more it made them feel guilty. They owed each other too much and didn't know how to make up for it. Tian go inform the several clan elders and have them head to the council hall. Father Lin looked at Lin Xian and seemed to have made some decision as he said to Lin Tian. Seeing this, Lin Tian nodded. Then he left the hall and went to inform the clan elders within the clan. And Lin Xian's few people were led by Lin father and Lin mother to a spacious council chamber. In the center of the council chamber, there was a long table, with chairs neatly discharged on both sides, and the entire council chamber didn't have too much decoration, revealing a sense of ancient simplicity and elegance. Lin father and mother sat at the first place, and then they waved at Lin Xian and Su Ruoxue. Xianer, come sit over here. Lin Xian nodded, and then he sat on the side with Su Ruoxue. Not long after, one after another, the clan elders came to the council hall, and when they saw Lin Xian and Su Ruoxue beside Lin's father, they were all stunned. Greetings, matriarch. However, they didn't say much, and after greeting Lin's father, they found a seat, but their sights, as much as they could, intentionally or unintentionally fell on Lin Xian and Su Ruoxue. Not long after, seeing that people had arrived, Lin father also stood up from above his seat and smiled to the crowd. Today, I've summoned all of you because I have something to announce. The eldest son of this patriarch, Lin Xian, has returned. Hearing these words, everyone was startled as their gazes converged on Lin Xian. Good. I told you that Uncle Lin Xian's good fortune would be based on the heavens. Good things, heavenly good things. We welcome the return of Uncle Lin Xian. A middle-aged man fiercely rose and said, his face filled with smiles from the bottom of his heart. Welcome back Uncle Lin Xian. When the crowd saw this, they also rose to their feet totaling loud congratulations. Hearing the other party address himself, Lin Xian couldn't help but be a little confused. He even somewhat wondered if he had heard wrong. Being called uncle by someone who was around older than himself, Lin Xian only felt that he was off the mark. But such an awkward scene seemed to be taken for granted in the eyes of the crowd, and there wasn't much of a reaction. What's going on here? Was it called wrong? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched as he looked to the side at his father. He felt very awkward being called uncle by a bunch of people who were better than himself. Oh, yes, they are basically your nephew's generation. Our lineage generation is bigger, said Lin Yunfeng smilingly. After explaining to Lin Xian, Lin Yunfeng then once again placed his gaze on the crowd before speaking again. This time, I've summoned all of you. There's one more thing to announce. This clan chief intends to establish Xianer as the young clan chief. Do you all have any opinions? The bottom of the crowd looked at each other for a while, and then they all nodded their heads in favor of it. But not a single person spoke out against it. The the matriarch's decision is. We have no opinion. The scene was once very harmonious. There was no opinion about him becoming the young patriarch. On the contrary, he was very favorable. This scene was out of Lin Xian's expectations, by all accounts. Shouldn't there be a little bit of open and shut fighting in a huge family? Let me be the young clan leader. Then won't I become the clan leader in the future? Thinking of this, Lin Xian was unable to hold back any longer and stood up violently, his emotions somewhat inexplicably agitated as he objected loudly. Wait a minute. I object. If he does become the young patriarch, how can he swing it in the future? Chapter 28, I object. Wait a minute. I object. A loud voice of opposition rang out in the council chamber, and the crowd looked with the voice and then froze, because the person who opposed it was Lin Xian. The person who had the least possibility of objecting was now raising an objection, a counterintuitive behavior that left them puzzled. Seeing that his son was against it, Lin Yunfeng froze on the spot as well. The position of the young patriarch, which had all the benefits and none of the harms. He didn't understand why the other party didn't want to sit. Xianer, don't you want to be the young clan chief? This position is one where you can get more cultivation resources. Lin Mother Mu Yunshi looked at her son with a surprised and puzzled face, explaining the benefits that a young clan leader could obtain. Lin Xian naturally knew that he could gain benefits from being a young clan leader, but after the young clan leader, he had to succeed the position of clan leader. The body of the previous life as a social animal to fight workers, laboring for a lifetime, now reliving a life. Just want to lie flat quietly, carefree, free and easy, do what they want to do. To summarize, it's just too much trouble for the position. This young clan leader position. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to take on a big role with my shallow cultivation. I'd also like to ask father to choose someone else. Of course, Lin Xian naturally couldn't say his true thoughts out loud, and started to shrug it off with the excuse that he was not strong enough. There's no harm in it. Your talent is there for all to see. No one will say anything. Seeing this, Lin Yunfeng was also relieved, thinking that Lin Xian was afraid that he wasn't strong enough, so he immediately comforted him. As a powerful man, he still had an eye for people, but that previous performance of Lin Xian in the martial arts arena had already allowed him to see the power of Lin Xian's talent. On top of that, Lin Xian was also a 1 in a million innate spiritual body, and his potential was so great that when looking at the entire vast Lin family, not many people could compare. Letting Lin Xian be the young clan head, Lin Yunfeng had thought it through, not just because of the debt he owed Lin Xian in his heart. Yes, Uncle Lin Xian, we all have no problem with you taking this young patriarch position. No problem with that. Lao Lu seconded. Agreed. The crowd had echoed, froze without a burst of opposition. Lin Xian could feel that they were all agreeing from the bottom of their hearts, without the slightest bit of false sentiment. Looking down at the harmonious scene below, Lin Xian couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. It is said that the big families have a lot of right and wrong, but what is this harmonious and cordial scene in front of them? Don't they want to fight for their sons and grandsons? Whoever wants to be. Anyway, I'm not going to be the young patriarch. Let Xiao Tian come. Seeing that things were beyond his expectations, Lin Xian simply didn't pull any punches with them, and directly put down a sentence and sat back down, resting his hands on the back of his head, and began to wander off into the heavens. Seeing Lin Xian with such an attitude, the crowd understood that the other party really didn't want to be this young patriarch. The crowd looked at each other, are full of puzzlement. Some doubt that they are not awake. This rushed this to the door of the benefits. The other side actually do not want. How can there be people these days with the cultivation resources over? Big brother, the rules of all generations. It's always the eldest son who is the young clan leader. It's not appropriate for me to do it. It's better for you to come, big brother. Lin Tian cried and laughed a little and opened his mouth to persuade. The past was the past. The present is the present. In the past that was because you didn't meet me. When you met me you would have been the young patriarch long ago. Second brother, I see that you are as lucky as a dragon. Your future achievements are unlimited. This young patriarch position is yours. Big brother, I haven't begged you for anything. This young patriarch you become. It's considered a favor for big brother. Lin Xian spoke righteously, putting Lin Tian in a daze. That avoiding attitude, as if the position of the young patriarch was some kind of dragon's lair. It's not appropriate. It's really not appropriate. Lin Tian came back to his senses and hurriedly waved his hand. What's inappropriate? It's settled. Everyone who agrees nods their heads. Those who don't split a fork and spiral take off. Lin Xian came to Lin Tian's side, took the other party's shoulder and patted it, then looked at the crowd and said, "Crowd, no. Shouldn't you shake your head if you disagree?" What the hell is a split spiral takeoff? Instead of reacting, the crowd placed their eyes on Lin Yunfeng and threw the question over. Seeing that Lin Xian was adamant about not being the young clan leader, Lin Yunfeng did not force himself in the end and sighed slightly. Since Xianer has no intention of taking the position of the young clan leader, on that day, this position of the young clan leader, you will be the one to take it. The position of the young patriarch, although Lin Tian also wanted to sit, but it was his elder brother's. He didn't have any heart, and immediately he was going to refuse. Father, this is not appropriate. However, before the words of rejection were finished, Lin Xian was directly interrupting Lin Tian's speech with a physical move of forced mic closure. Fine. Congratulations to second brother. Ah, no. Congratulations to the young clan chief. Lin Tian struggled slightly and broke Lin Xian's hand away, then smiled bitterly. Big brother, this is not appropriate. What's inappropriate? If you don't sit in this young patriarch position today, then don't call me big brother. Lin Xian had a serious face, but his tone was full of threats. Don't, big brother. I'll just sit. If big brother one day you want to be the young clan chief, I can let it out. Seeing this, Lin Tian also realized that the other party was coming for real, and really didn't want to be the young clan chief, and in the end, he could only nod his head. That's a good boy, worthy of being my good old brother. Seeing this, Lin Xian patted Lin Tiandao's shoulder in satisfaction. Big brother, I have a question. Why don't you want to be the young clan leader? Lin Tian asked once again. He was very curious about this question. Similarly, the crowd here had also very much wanted to know. The position of the young patriarch is a meat and potatoes position, and it's not always possible to become one if you want to. Oh, nothing. I'm too troublesome, Lin Xian said indifferently. Father and Mother Lin. Lin Ten. A host of clan elders, what a plain and simple reason. As the farce ended, Lin Yunfeng also began to discuss other matters with the clan elders, and as Lin Xian listened, a wave of sleepiness came over him, and leaning against Su Ruoshue's shoulder, he began to doze off. First, he experienced the life and death crisis in the ice spirit cold domain, burning his essence to send Su Ruoshue out of harm's way, and then the slash that severed the connection of the spirit fire transformed by his bloodline. Even though Lin Xian's spirit was very strong, at this moment, he was already a bit exhausted, and now, once he relaxed, without realizing it, he fell asleep. Father Lin and the crowd naturally noticed Lin Xian's state and stopped talking, instead beginning to communicate with their divine thoughts. Xiao Shui, take Xianer to his room to sleep. It's really bitter for this child. Lin Mother looked at Lin Xian with a face full of heartache, then softly said to Su Ruoshue. He was naturally aware of what Lin Xian had gone through before. First the life and death calamity, then the self-slaughter. And although the restorative power brought about by his physique could recover from the physical trauma, the mental exhaustion was unavoidable. No, that's fine. Let him rest. Su Ruoshue gently shook her head, then looked at Lin Xian. Hard work, husband. Looking at Lin Xian who had fallen asleep against herself, Su Ruoshue's eyes were filled with tenderness as she raised her hand to gently help Lin Xian tease his scattered hair. The soft voice was like a breeze, causing a faint smile to appear on the sleeping Lin Xian's face, which should be dreaming of something beautiful. Chapter 29, Great-Grandpa? Me? As the sun set and dusk fell, Lin Xian woke up leisurely, and then realized that the original council chamber, which had been sitting in unison, was now empty, with only him and Su Ruoshue left behind. Realizing that he was still leaning on Su Ruoshue, Lin Xian also hurriedly sat up straight on his body, scratching his head in some embarrassment, and spoke with apologies. Sorry, fell asleep. Husband, you're awake. Su Ruoshue's smiling eyes were like the moon, but she did not blame in the slightest, as always that was full of tenderness. Well, what about them? Lin nodded, and then he asked. Uncle and Auntie just left not long ago, saying that they went to prepare for the dinner party. Since you're awake, husband, let's go over there as well, Su Ruoshue explained. Then she also slowly got up and led Lin Xian towards the place where the dinner party was being held. Soon, the two of them arrived in a hall. There were many tables and chairs in the hall, and at the moment it was already full of people, both old and young, male and female, who were gathered around in twos and threes, chatting and chattering. Sensing the arrival of Lin Xian's two men, the originally bustling hall instantly fell silent. And for a moment, a pin drop could be heard. The gazes of the crowd were cast over, sizing up the two, or to be precise, Lin Xian. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian was calm and relaxed, not timid, and still had a faint smile on his face. Everyone, I know I'm handsome, but I'd be shy if you guys looked at me like that. Lin Xian smiled and spoke, breaking the quiet atmosphere. By Lin Xian, the atmosphere in the arena was once again active, and some of the clansmen whose generations were younger than Lin Xian's also rose to greet Lin Xian. However, one of these epithets was more outrageous than the other, and the scene was very bizarre for a while. Seventh brother. It's good to be back. Ah, eldest uncle hasn't worked in vain all these years. Hello uncle cousin, welcome back. Hello grandpa 7. Good daughter, this is the 7th great-grandfather. Say hello. Ha, oh, hello, 7th great-grandfather. Do you know what it's like to be called a great-grandfather by someone your own age? Now Lin Xian sort of felt it. That feeling can be said to be difficult to say. Although there were many people from the Lin family, the people who came to this dinner party were all from Lin Xian's grandfather's lineage, and aside from a few, the rest could be said to be his descendants. Although Lin Xian felt very awkward, he didn't show it on top of his expression, nodding his head one by one. After some mutual greetings, Lin Xian also finally came to his seat. He, big brother, you'll be fine if you get used to it. Seemingly seeing Lin Xian's dilemma, Lin Tian also leaned over and laughed in a low voice. I just came back and there are several more Tai sons. I feel like I can't adapt. Lin Xian said helplessly. Being a big family, and also a cultivation family, with a long lifespan, this kind of thing where people are small and have a big generation is not something very special. Now this situation, although Lin Xian had expected it, but now he is facing it himself, but it feels quite strange. The dinner was simple. Nothing fancy, just a family gathering for a simple meal, giving Lin Xian a welcome, and in the meantime letting his juniors recognize him. Nothing unfriendly happened, and the night passed uneventfully. The dinner party ended and the crowd dispersed, going back to rest as much as they could, leaving Lin Xian and Lin father and mother alone. Xianer, your room has been cleaned. Later let Tianer take you there. If you need anything, you tell mother. Mother Lin looked towards Lin Xian and softly said, Okay mother, then I'll go back to rest first. Lin Xian smiled and nodded, saying that he stood up and prepared to follow Lin Tian to his room. However, at this time, he seemed to have thought of something, and looked at his cheap old dad. Right, old dad. Which family has a marriage contract with Xiao Tian? Please send someone to poke around. I'll learn about the situation. Alright, father will send someone over. Although Lin Yunfeng did not understand why his son was so attached to this matter, he did not refuse and nodded his head in response. Thanks, Pops. Seeing that his cheap old dad had agreed, Lin Xian thanked him and then followed Lin Tian to leave. However, this voice of thanks, in Lin Yunfeng's ears, was extraordinarily unappetizing. Looking at Lin Xian's departing back, his face full of despondency. To thank me for even this little thing, I'm not a competent father. Xianer his heart is mature, not even a trace of complaining to us all. How did he come over all these years alone? I dare not think. Lin mother Mu Yuncher sighed slightly, looking at the direction Lin Xian left, tears in the eye sockets. Well, don't think about this, at least he accepted us. The days ahead are still long. Lin Yunfeng sighed again. Without thinking about this anymore, Lin Yunfeng faintly beckoned and recruited a person from the shadows. And then he commanded, have someone go and poke around the situation of the Gusu family, and listen to Xianer's arrangements for everything. Since his own son had his own ideas, Lin Yunfeng naturally had to support them. Yes, family master. The visitor nodded respectfully, and then his figure abruptly disappeared into the hall, as if he had never come, without leaving the slightest trace. Lin Xian brought Su Ruoxue and followed Lin Tian to a room. The room was very spacious, in which all kinds of furniture were available, but it was lacking in smoke and fire. Obviously it had been a long time since anyone had lived there, but it was very clean, without a trace of dust. Obviously it was often cleaned. Big brother and sister-in-law, let's see what else you guys are missing. Lin Tian opened his mouth and asked. Lin Xian looked around, nodded in satisfaction, and smiled. There's nothing missing. That's good. You go back to rest first as well. Good. Then I'll leave first. I'll be right next door. If big brother has anything, he can come and find me. Lin Tian nodded and didn't stay long. He soon left the room, closing the door for the two of them in the process. Lin Tian left, and Lin Xian was the only two left in the room. Lonely men and women in a room together. The atmosphere steeply became subtle. The two looked at each other. Who did not make a sound? Cough cough. Why don't I go to another room? In the end, Lin Xian coughed lightly and took the lead in speaking to break the awkward atmosphere. Although Lin Xian had already accepted the other party, after all, He had only known them for 2 days, and he didn't always feel good about things that really needed to happen. Husband, do you not dislike me? Hearing that Lin Xian wanted other rooms, Su Ruoxue's beautiful eyes were instantly covered in mist, and her aggrieved look was heartbreaking. No, how could it be? Rest. Seeing Su Ruoxue in such a state, Lin Xian instantly dismissed the idea. With that said, Lin Xian took off his coat and lay down on the bed with his underwear on. The other party was not afraid of a girl. What was he afraid of as a man? He's not afraid of a girl, so what's he afraid of? Seeing this, a smile also surfaced on Su Ruoxue's face once again, her brows filled with joy and a hint of undetectable smugness. Well, the room in the middle of the bed is not small. 2 people lying on it is not crowded, but let Lin Xian depressed, Su Ruoxue had to squeeze into his arms. Although there was a barrier of clothing, the warm and soft touch was still clearly transmitted into Lin Xian's mind, causing him to not be able to help but feel a sudden surge of qi and blood. Husband, Su Ruoxue lightly called out, looking at Lin Xian with affection. That crispy soft voice, just like a breeze, took away Lin Xian's few to reason. Not long after, the room is ringing the sound of charming, spring color full garden, very provocative. Chapter 30, Cutting, Innate Ninth Realm Spiritual Power? The next day, early morning, after a night of madness, Lin Xian woke up quietly, glancing at the still sleeping Su Ruoxue, gently releasing the other party's jade hand holding him, wanting to get up. However, perhaps having been startled by Lin Xian's movements, Su Ruoxue slowly opened her eyes at this moment as well. I'm sorry for waking you up. It's still early. You can sleep some more. Seeing Su Ruoxue wake up, Lin Xian was also a little embarrassed. After all, he was the one who woke up. Su Ruoxue didn't have the idea of continuing to sleep, and Lin Xian got up together, dressed up and washed up, and then walked out of the room, breathing the fresh air outside the house. Lin Xian's entire body was a few points of mental energy, and with Su Ruoxue in tow, he was strolling around the Lin family. Looking beyond the courtyard building, he suddenly realized that he might have underestimated the strength of the Lin family. The Lin family's strength surpassed his imagination. As far as the eye can see, thousands of buildings and pavilions, hidden in the lush mountains, hidden and visible, like an absolutely beautiful painting, natural and heavenly, without the slightest sense of abruptness. Moreover, the abundance of spiritual qi in this place is several times more than that of the outside world, and this rich environment of spiritual qi alone is enough to make people from the outside world rush for it. Loitering along the way, Lin Xian arrived at the martial arts arena. There were many people above the arena. Almost all of them were practicing. Looking around, he then saw the 2 of them, Lin Tian Lin Gang. Lin Tian was practicing palm techniques. At this moment, his body was like a swimming dragon. One move, rigid and flexible, quite like a 2,000 kilogram momentum. Lin Gang, on the other hand, was carrying a boulder on his back, doing push-ups one after another, beating up his qi, and his muscles around his body were taut, just like a rock, and he was quite burly. Seeing Lin Xian, Lin Tian also stopped and greeted. Big brother, sister-in-law, good morning. As an afterthought, Lin Gang skimmed the boulder on his back to the side, stood up from the ground, and came to the side of the 2. Big brother, sister-in-law, morning. Su Ruoxue didn't say much, just nodded with a light smile. Oh, they're still really rolled. Early in the morning, 1 or 2 of them are so energized. Lin Xian laughed. Look at this. What's a leading role? This is called the protagonist. Even if the talent is extraordinary, but still work hard to cultivate, not the slightest slack, it is no wonder that the protagonist can rise. I'll let Big Brother laugh. Is Big Brother here to cultivate as well? Lin Tian smiled. Then he asked curiously, just having nothing to do, wandering around, happened to come here. Come, let's spar. Lin Xian smiled faintly and replied back. Then he issued an invitation to Lin Tian to spar. Alright, but my realm is a bit higher than yours, Big Brother. Why don't we all not use spiritual power and simply spar about martial arts attainments? Lin Tian didn't refuse, but for the sake of fairness, it was a request to not use spiritual energy. Alright, come on then. Lin Xian nodded his head, and at some point in his hand, he already had a wooden sword in his hand, and then he violently stabbed out towards Lin Tian. This sword is very fast. In the blink of an eye is already close to Lin Tian's body. This finger throat and go. Sharp and decisive. Straight to the vitals. Lin Tian was startled, but his reaction wasn't slow. His feet stepped on the arcane steps and he dodged away with just a sideways movement. Immediately after that, Lin Tian slapped his palm out, bullying his way up. his palms transformed into a trail of shadows, continuously pouring down towards Lin Xian. The biting palm winds brought up a gust of whistling sounds, just like thunderous explosions. In the face of such a swift and quick attack, Lin Xian's expression was as normal. With his strong spiritual power, Lin Tian's stern fistprints were as if a grandmother was playing Tai Chi in his eyes. It was very slow and he didn't need to exert too much effort to dodge it. Facing Lin Xian, who had a terrifying spiritual power, Lin Tian immediately changed his attack method. His stance was pushed to the extreme, and his entire body turned into a stump, constantly turning and moving, and surrounded Lin Xian's entire body in it. However, the strange thing was that even if Lin Tian's stance was fast, he still couldn't touch Lin Xian in the slightest, and the sword in his hand was swung to dissolve all the attacks. The two are extremely fast. Only a few breaths has already exchanged a few hundred rounds, playing hard to distinguish the situation for a time into a stalemate. I'll go. Who is this person? It's actually possible to fight young Master Lin Tian. Lonely and unheard of, isn't it? This is the exiled great-grandpa Lin Xian, who just came back yesterday and beat up the martial idiot. No. The speed of the two of them is so fast that even with full perception you can only vaguely see their movements. You can't see them. You can't see them at all. The same goes for me. Worthy of being the genius of the clan, the two men's sparring session naturally attracted the attention of the crowd, who stopped their movements and watched with sidelong glances. However, the two were extremely fast, and there were only a few people in the arena who could see the two's movements clearly, but it might as well be them watching the fun. Sparring once more, the two finally pulled away and stopped. Lin Tian's face was full of depression. At this moment, he was no longer the same as before. His clothes were not in order. His originally gorgeous clothes had been slashed by the sword chi, becoming torn and tattered, and his bare skin was vaguely visible. On the contrary, Lin Xian was standing with his sword as usual. The smile on his face remained the same. The clothes he was wearing were only slightly dirty, and he didn't see any mess at all. Big brother, how many realms of spiritual power do you have? Reacting so quickly? Lin Tian looked at Lin Xian, who drifted off as if nothing had happened. The color of depression on his face deepened. I don't know. Haven't measured it. Lin Xian shrugged. He wasn't quite sure how strong his spiritual power was. When he first awakened, the other party said 3 realms, but he felt that it could be more than that. That's fine. Just take a test and you'll know. With that, Lin Tian took out a crystal ball and handed it to Lin Xian. Big brother, put your hand on it and catalyze your spiritual power. Lin Xian nodded and didn't refuse, placing his hand up and activating his spiritual power. He was also curious as to what realm his spiritual power was in. In the next moment, as Lin Xian's spiritual energy was urged, a dazzling white light erupted from the crystal ball, brightening the eyes of the crowd. Click! With a crisp shattering sound, the crystal ball's light converged, and then it cracked into 2 halves. Hiss! Looking at the broken crystal ball in his hand, Lin Tian sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and the crowd also stared with wide eyes, full of incredulity. This crystal ball of yours? It can't be an inferior product, right? How did it crack? Looking towards the broken crystal ball, Lin Xian scratched his face in embarrassment, not realizing the gravity of the matter in the slightest. It's possible. Big brother, wait. I'll go get another one. Lin Tian was also a bit stunned. After all, this kind of crystal ball shattering had never happened before. Lin Tian raised his feet and just wanted to leave, but the next moment felt a flash before his eyes and arrived in the middle of the hall. In addition to the others, Tian, don't get busy. Your big brother was born with a 9th realm spirit power. Another test will yield the same result. A soft voice rang out, and the crowd turned back to their senses, also discovering the Lin father and mother duo in the middle of the hall. Hiss, born 9 realms. Although he had a premonition, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he learned the results from his own mother. Back when we were in the martial arts arena, Xianer was able to detect our presence, although he didn't hide it too deliberately. But it's not something that ordinary people can do anymore. Only the 9th realm spiritual power can do it. Father Lin spoke. Then, wouldn't Big Brother be invincible? Lin Tian could not hide the shock in his heart and slowly asked. Although Xianer was born in the 9th realm, his current cultivation is unable to withstand such a terrifying spiritual power, and now at most he can only exert his cultivation in the 3rd realm. Although it can't be fully utilized, some of the characteristics of the 9 realms are still there. Xianer's spiritual power cultivation, strength will be unmatched in the same realm. Father Lin shook his head and explained with a smile. For this matter, you must not spread it out. Seeing Lin father finish, Lin mother also nodded, then instructed. After all, Something like the Born Nine Realms was truly too astonishing. Chapter 31, The Gusu Family. And just as a few people were talking, Qin Lao also appeared in the middle of the hall, bowing respectfully to the few people. The old slave has met the master. The master, mother. What is it? Father Lin nodded lightly. Then he asked, Master, a party of forces wants to forcibly marry Gusu Qingling and annex the Gusu family. Old Qin said what was about to happen to the Gusu family. Listening to Elder Qin's words, Lin Xian immediately brightened up. This familiar plot. Familiar formula. The protagonist's family is in distress. Wouldn't that be a good time to brush up his goodwill? My Lin family's joint family dares to oppress? I'm afraid I'm not out of my mind. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows and was filled with surprise. Young clan chief. Some time ago, the clan chief had already ordered people to secretly release the matter of breaking off the marriage contract. That's why those dared to act foolishly, Elder Qin explained. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Yunfeng, who was located at the first place, and seeing the crowd look at him, Lin Yunfeng could only explain helplessly, I can't really let Tian'er marry a woman who is not well endowed, right? Your father is also looking out for Tian'er, but this was before Xian'er came back, and since Xian'er has other plans, there's no harm in not withdrawing from this marriage, but if she really has poor talent, marrying into the Lin family isn't a good thing. It's good for the Lin family, and good for her. Seeing this, Lin mother also opened her mouth to explain that in a world where the strong are honored, strength is fundamental. This matter, Xian'er, you handle it, we won't get involved. If there's anything you need, just tell my father, I'll be sure to give my full support. Lin father said. Before Lin Xian said that he would take over this matter, they were happy to be free. Seeing that his own parents were so supportive of him, Lin Xian nodded his head in a rather touched manner, rubbing his hands together as he prepared to start implementing his idea. Elder Qin, go prepare some bride price and make a trip to the Gusu family later. Yes, young lord. Elder Qin nodded his head. Then he left the hall. Second brother, we'll go to place the bride price for the Gusu family later. Go change your clothes and remember to wear something handsome. Lin Xian looked at Lin Tian then said, Okay big brother. Lin Tian looked at the tattered and torn clothes on his body and then nodded his head. Then with a flash he left the place and went back to change his clothes. Lin Xian himself found a seat and waited for the two to return. Xian'er, my father hasn't given you anything. You have to pay attention to safety when you go out. This 9th grade spirit artifact soul suppressing bell will be given to you to take for defense. Seeing that Lin Xian had finished arranging things, Lin father also took out a large bell, wanting to hand it over to Lin Xian. Jun soul clock on the flow of Xin Huang Qi, giving a heavy sense of simplicity, carved with insects, fish, birds and beasts, mountains and rivers, vivid, like real. Just look at it can be known and extraordinary things. Thanks, Pops. Looking at the big clock in front of him, Lin Xian was immediately happy. After dropping blood to recognize the owner is in the hands of Up, this break the sky of wealth and fortune is finally his turn. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't refuse, Lin father also revealed a smile and nodded with considerable satisfaction. Xian'er, mother has something for you too. At this time, Lin mother also took out a bunch of pills, talismans, all sorts of heavenly materials, strange and bizarre things, no matter if they were used or not. All of them were stuffed to Lin Xian in a brain. Enough is enough mother. There are so many of these pills. I can't finish them all. Lin Xian said with his mouth, but the smile on his face grew wider and wider. It's fine. Eat it as candy if you can't finish it. Our Lin family is a big family. The last thing we need is cultivation resources. Lin mother laughed, with an attitude that money is arbitrary. Looking at his own mother's bigness, Lin Xian also experienced the feeling of being the son of a rich family. Summed up in one word. Cool. Here, little Shui, this is for you. Lin mother didn't forget about Su Ruoxue on the side either, and also stuffed a bunch of things for her. Auntie, these things are too expensive. Ruoxue can't ask for them. Lin mother's enthusiasm, making Su Ruoxue also a little difficult to resist, full of overwhelm. Egu, you child, just take it. You are Xian'er's fiancé. Naturally you are also a member of my Lin family. What is there to be ashamed of? In terms of words, even if Su Ruoxue had lived 2 lifetimes, she was no match for Lin mother. And in the end, after some bitter persuasion from Lin mother, she ended up accepting these things. Then, thank you auntie. You child, all family, call Auntie Rusty, call mother to listen to. Lin mother pulled Su Ruoxue's hand, a smile on her face, her eyes full of expectation. Mother. Lin mother's enthusiasm made it difficult for Su Ruoxue to resist. Her snow-white cheeks couldn't help but be colored with a touch of scarlet, and she matched it with a weak shout. Good, good, good. What a delightful girl. This mother's voice, called Lin Mother's heart in a blaze of joy. The smile on her face grew brighter and brighter. Looking at Suruoshue's gaze in addition to satisfaction, looking at his rambling own mother, Lin Xian smiled helplessly, always feeling that his mother was more attached to Suruoshue than to him. And just as Lin Xian and the others were getting ready, the Gusu family was in a state of saber rattling at the moment. Family Lord Wang, what do you mean by this? In the middle of the hall of the Gusu family master, Gusu Kengtian, violently stood up from the seats. His slightly aged face was as if it was about to drip water at this moment, gloomy and terrifying. It means nothing. It's my son's good fortune that he can look at your punk daughter. If you're sensible, you'll immediately let her marry into our Wang family. If not, in the middle of the hall, the head of the Wang family looked at Gusu Kengtian with a disdainful face, not putting the other party in the least in his eyes. Is that a threat? The Gusu family head's aura surged out around him and attacked towards the Wang family head, his gaze gradually turning cold with a hint of anger. So what if I threaten you? Your daughter is now an invalid. That Lin family has already planned to give up on you. If not for the fear of them, do you think your Gusu family could still exist? The Wang family head smiled coldly. His vast aura was like a tidal wave, and in an instant, it enveloped the entire Gusu family, pressurizing the crowd to the point that they couldn't breathe. Peak void treading realm. Feeling the other party's strong aura, the pupils of the Gusu family head shrunk, his heart filled with shock. How could he not expect that the other party's strength had actually reached the peak of the void treading realm? The cultivation of the Gusu family head was only in the middle of the void treading realm, and although there were only 2 small realms apart from the peak of the void treading realm, the gap in strength was like an abyssal chasm that was difficult to overcome. I didn't expect that you actually broke through again. The Gusu family lord's expression was gloomy. At this moment, the development of things has already departed from his expectations. How about it? Gusu family head, give me the green spirit crop and become a family. This will be good for both you and I. When the time comes, we will still be able to help the Gusu family. Gusu family head, if you don't think about yourself, don't you think about the entire Gusu family? Beside the Wang family head, a greasy youth with an obese figure slowly said, greed and complacency in his eyes. What are you guys playing at? Do you really think that old me doesn't know? Wanting my daughter is a lie. Wanting to annex our Gusu family, I'm afraid that's what you're aiming for. The Gusu family lord smiled coldly, not believing the other party's bull in the slightest. If you guys came to my Gusu family just to say this, then I can only ask you guys to leave. Come on, send the guests away. Knowing that the other party was coming from a bad place, the Gusu family head had no intention of spending any more time with the other party, and immediately issued an expulsion order. The day the Lin family withdraws from the marriage is the day your Gusu family perishes. Since the Gusu family head doesn't want to talk, then we are. The Wang family head smiled faintly, a dangerous light flickering in his eyes. A few people from the Wang family slowly got up and were just about to leave, but right at that moment, the Gusu family gatekeeper hurriedly ran in and said to the Gusu family head, a few people have come outside, claiming to be from the Lin family, saying that they have come to pay a visit. Chapter 32, Gusu Qingling. Listening to these words, the Wang family head immediately brightened his eyes, and then his face was showing a mocking color. Oh, it seems that the Lin family has come to withdraw from the marriage. Gusu family head, I wanted to let you live for a few days, but I didn't think that the heavens wouldn't allow it. Subsequently, the Wang family members dismissed the idea of leaving and sat down again, intending to watch a good show. Not caring about the taunts of the Wang family head, the Gusu family head was already in a state of confusion at the moment. He naturally knew that the reason why the Wang family hadn't made a move against them yet was because of their relationship with the Lin family, and if the other party backed out of the marriage, then the next moment their Gusu family would be doomed. Come on people, go with me to welcome your guests. In addition to notify Qingling to come over, the things that should be faced, or have to be faced, the Gusu family head sighed feebly, and then was commanded, and then was hurriedly walked toward the door. Although he knew that the other party had come to withdraw from the marriage, the Gusu family head didn't dare to anger the other party. If they angered the Wang family, they might still have a chance of survival, but if they angered the Lin family, the Gusu family would have 10 deaths. Please forgive me for taking the liberty of visiting. Please forgive me, Gusu family master. However, before the Gusu family head could go and greet him, Lin Shan walked in with Su Ruoxue and Lin Tian and a group of attendants. Old me. Gusu Tianqin. I've met young Master Lin. I'm sorry for the delay in welcoming you. Looking at the several people walking towards him, the originally ugly face of the Gusu family had instantly disappeared without a trace, and instead put on a bright smile. Looking at the person coming before him, Lin Xian also smiled faintly and said politely, "You're welcome, Gusu family head. I hope you'll pardon me for coming uninvited. Lin young master can come to the Gusu family. It is my Gusu family's honor. Please be seated. Come on, serve tea," said the Gusu family head. He invited Lin Xian several people into the hall, and hurriedly ordered his subordinates to serve tea and pour water. Entering the hall, Lin Xian also noticed other people in the hall, but it wasn't something he cared too much about, only assuming that they were clansmen of the Gusu family. After taking a sip of the tea served by his subordinate, Lin Xian then placed his gaze on the Gusu family head. "Gusu family head. This time, I've come on behalf of the Lin family for the matter of the marriage contract between my Lin family and the Gusu family. I wonder if Miss Qingling is in the residence." "Young Master Lin, wait a moment. I've already sent someone to inform Qingling." Gusu Tianqin clenched his fist slightly, as if he had already anticipated what was going to happen next. Gusu Tianqin's words just fell. A young girl dressed in green is from the door came in. The girl looks beautiful. The temperament is out of the ordinary. Has the country of the city of the posture. Once into the hall is to attract the attention of all the people. However, the only shortcoming is that there is no cultivation fluctuation on her body. In this world where strength is honored, looks can only be a plus, and even better looks are not as important as a body's cultivation. "Father, are you looking for me?" The young girl slowly opened her mouth. Her clear Oreo-like voice quietly resounded, echoing in the hall, refreshing the heart. "Ling these are people from the Lin family. They came today for the matter of the marriage contract." A trace of intolerance appeared on the face of Gusu Tianqin, and he slowly opened his mouth. Hearing these words, Gusu Qingling also turned her attention to Lin Xian's few people and bowed without being overbearing. "Gusu Qingling, meet you all." However, when he saw Lin Tian in the middle of the team, he immediately froze in place, and suddenly there were a few more points of joy in his bland expression. "Brother Lin Tian, why are you here? Long time no see." Looking at Gusu Qingling, a trace of surprise also flashed across Lin Tian's eyes as he nodded with a faint smile. "Brother Lin Tian, are you from the Lin family?" Gusu Qingling's eyes flashed with a different kind of luster as she slowly opened her mouth to ask, her expression full of complexity. "Right." Lin Tian nodded with a faint smile. Looking at Gusu Qingling and Lin Tian, Lin Xian stroked his chin and raised his eyebrows slightly. He could be sure that these two definitely had a story. These two. There's a situation I'm laying out like this. Isn't it a bit redundant? Lin Xian thought like this, but didn't bother them. Gusu Tianqin looked at the two people who were catching up, and for a moment, he was also a bit puzzled. "Qingling, you guys know each other? Before, when I was out practicing and encountered danger, it was Lin Tian who saved me." Gusu Qingling nodded and then explained. "So it was Mr. Lin Tian who saved Qingling. I would like to thank Mr. Lin. If there is anything that I can use in the Gusu family in the future, please feel free to ask." Upon hearing this, Gusu Tianqin also came to a realization and stood up, respectfully bowing to Lin Tian. "Gusu family head doesn't have to be like this. It's just a matter of lifting my hand. Besides, I already have a marriage contract with Miss Qingling." Lin Tian waved his hand and said in a hurry. It was just a whim to save the man at that time. He didn't think about claiming anything, and he didn't even know what the other party's identity was. Hearing these words, Gusu Qingling and Gusu Tianqin were both stunned, and then they looked towards Lin Xian, who was sitting silently by the side leisurely drinking tea. From the beginning of the entrance, they found that the Lin family has always been Lin Xian as the leader, which they subconsciously thought that Lin Xian is the object of the wedding contract. Xiao Tian is the young patriarch of my Lin family, as well as the object of Miss Qingling's marriage contract. Looking towards the crowd's reaction, Lin Xian also realized that the other party had misunderstood, so he opened his mouth to explain. "Brother Lin Tian, you came over today. Is it for the purpose of withdrawing from the marriage?" Gushu suddenly looked at Lin Tian and asked with a firm gaze, but the slightly trembling tone of her voice showed that her heart was not calm. "That's right, the current me is an invalid, and you are the overly gifted Lin family young patriarch." Before Lin Tian could open his mouth, Gusu Qingling had already asked herself a question. Her absolutely beautiful face was slightly white, and her expression was full of despondency. However, right at this moment, Lin Tian was taking a step forward to embrace Gusu Qingling into his arms and said softly, The marriage contract is finalized. You will be my Lin Tian's wife from now on. I will find spiritual medicine for you, restore your cultivation, and protect you for the rest of your life. Feeling Lin Tian's warm embrace, Gusa Qingling could no longer control her emotions either, and her tears could not stop flowing down, wetting Lin Tian's clothes. Cultivation lost all these years. Gusa Qingling suffered all the stares and bullying in the clan, suffered all the insults and endured the taunts of outsiders. Now that she saw that the person she had fallen in love with didn't dislike her, Gusa Qingling's emotions that had been pent up over the years finally had a place to be released. Is the sun beating out of the west today? The young patriarch has actually gotten the hang of it and can coax people. Looking at this scene, the Qin elder on the side was staring wide-eyed and scared softly. There was no other way. Lin Tian was seen by Qin Lao since he was a child. He never had a problem with men and women. He was properly a straight male cultivation fanatic, but now this scene was breaking his perception. But this is not to blame Lin Tian. After all, the other party is properly a cultivation maniac, either in the cultivation, or on the way to the cultivation. Those love affair is the thing. Lin Tian never contacted. Qin Lao Dao's words, naturally, also fell into Lin Xian's ears, but listening to these words, Lin Xian couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. Qin Lao's words were not wrong, because just now, Lin Tian was enlightened entirely because he was here. Chapter 33, Bride Price. A minute ago, Lin Xian glanced at the sad and forlorn Gusa Qingling, and then at the somewhat frozen Lin Tian. He was furious, and immediately transmitted his voice. What are you waiting for? Your own fiancé. Hurry up and explain and coax that. Big brother. How do you coax a girl? I'm inexperienced. Lin Tian returned to his senses, confused, and turned towards transmission Lin Xian for help. No, you're asking me about this kind of thing? The thing is, I don't know how to do it either. Then how did you chase after your sister-in-law? Big brother? She chased me. Oh, Lin Xian propped his forehead, somewhat speechless. His second brother is really not letting people worry about, obviously so intelligent a person. How to face their own sweetheart became a dullard, speechless to speechless, but the other party is, after all, his own brother. He cannot sit back and do nothing. So it is to catch the duck on the shelf. Hard head as a military division. But the good news is that the results are still great. Let go of Qingling. She can only belong to me. A sudden roar broke the otherwise quiet atmosphere, only to see that amongst the people of the Wang clan who had yet to leave, the young master of the Wang clan had a grimace on his face, as if something beloved had been snatched away from him, and his eyes were full of anger and murderous intent as he looked at Lin Tian. Looking at his own son's irrational behavior, the head of the Wang family instantly broke out in a cold sweat and shot out to knock him out, stopping the other party's death-defying behavior. I'm sorry, my dog's son doesn't know his manners. I hope young Master Lin will forgive me. The head of the Wang family hurriedly apologized. They could disregard the Gusu family, but were unable to disregard the Lin family. It was because he had personally seen the Lin family strike for the Gusu family back then, wiping out a family outright. Suddenly the voice, so that originally was venting emotions. Gusa Qingling recovered his senses, thought of just after their own behavior. The original white face was immediately stained with a reddish hue. Shyly lowered his head. I'm sorry, brother Lin Tian. I lost my temper a bit. Gusa Qingling was full of apologies as she looked at Lin Tian's clothes that were wet with tears. No, Lin Tian just wanted to open his mouth and say that it's okay, but the next moment he stopped, reaching out his hand to touch Gusa Qingling's head, slightly dotingly opening his mouth. Little fool, you're my fiancé. What are you saying sorry for? Being touched and killed by Lin Tian, Gusa Qingling only felt warm in her heart, inexplicably feeling happy, and a touching smile also line surfaced on her face. The originally stunningly beautiful face, with the embellishment of a smile, was even more moving by a few points at this moment, instantly causing Lin Tian to look dumbfounded. Looking at the Gusa Qingling who had already been completely rifled by Lin Tian, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Finally it hadn't been a waste of some of his plans. After resolving the issue of Lin Tian's lifelong matters, immediately afterward, Lin Xian's expression chilled slightly, and then he looked towards where the Wang family was and slowly spoke. Uncle Gusu, are these people from the Gusu family? Hearing Lin Xian's change of address towards himself, Gusu Tianqin was instantly delighted. The boulder that was weighing on his heart landed with a thud, and a smile appeared on his face, before he said, Sir Lin Xian, they're from the Wang clan, and they're here to fall on their sword today. Although Gusu Tianqin's words were a bit of an answer, Lin Xian understood the general idea that if their Lin family was really here to withdraw from the marriage today, When they left, the other party would definitely make a move against the Gusu family. Uncle is overly concerned. Even if the marriage contract is broken, the Lin family will continue to shelter the Gusu family. The Lin family will not be ungrateful. Please rest assured. Lin Tian smiled and then said, even if they did withdraw from the marriage, their Lin family would still continue to shelter the Gusu family. And this was not only Lin Xian's intention, but also his father's, who had specifically instructed him before he departed. Listening to Lin Xian's words, Gusu Tianqin inexplicably some surprise. He has always thought that the Lin family's shelter for them are because of that piece of paper marriage contract. Now it seems to be not so. On behalf of the Gusu family, I thank Mr. Lin for his great kindness, and please feel free to command the Gusu family if there's any use for them in the future. Gusu Tianqin got up and thanked him, his heart filled with gratitude. Without the Lin family's shelter, they would have long since been annexed by other forces. Uncle Gusu is polite. We're all family from now on. Why do we need to be like this? Lin Xian responded with a faint smile, and then he placed his gaze on the Wang family members. Since it's an enemy of the Gusu family, it's good to add something more to this bride price. Lin Xian spoke coldly, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. Since they were enemies, there was nothing to be polite about. Indifferently turning back, looking towards the Wang family crowd, to the side was Uncle Qin commanded. Uncle Qin, trouble you to walk. After today, I don't want to be in the sight of the Wang family. As for them, since they've come, there is no need for them to leave. Flat words without the slightest fluctuation, and the eyes that looked at the Wang family's crowd were as if they were looking at ants. Yes, young lord. Uncle Qin nodded, and then he slightly raised his hand and slightly shook it towards where the Wang clan's crowd was. As Elder Qin clasped his hand in a false grip, an invisible fluctuation steeply came towards the Wang family crowd, transforming into a pair of large hands that grasped a few people in their palms. Seeing Elder Qin take a shot at himself, the pupils of the Wang family master shrank, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately exploded his entire cultivation, wanting to break free from his bonds. However, the Wang family master's cultivation was like the difference between the white moon and a glowing fire in front of Qin Lao, without making the slightest wave. No, 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 my lord, spare your life. Spare your life. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Feeling the threat of death, the Wang family master couldn't care less about his face and frantically opened up to beg for mercy. But Lin Xian didn't even look at him. In your next life, keep your eyes a little brighter. Qin Lao faintly opened his mouth. The palm of his hand once again exerted force, and then all the people of the Wang family were transformed into a gray fly, completely disappeared in the world above. Just like pinching a mole cricket in general. Did not spend effort. Uncle Gusu, is this gift satisfactory? Lin Xian looked at Gusu Tianqin with a faint smile. Satisfied. Satisfied. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Seeing his enemy reduced to flying ashes like this, Gusu Tianqin revealed a look of excitement. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Lin Xian nodded, and then he was winking at Angel Lin. Snap. Lin Tian understood in a second and raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Immediately after that, the servants of the Lin family walked into the middle of the hall carrying one big box after another, neatly arranged in a row. Open up, Lin Tian commanded. As the chest opened, the blinding treasure light instantly filled the entire hall, causing everyone present to squint their eyes. In the box, countless heavenly treasures emitted dazzling treasure light, in addition to which there were also gongfa martial arts, secret spells and Dao techniques, all of which were treasures with extremely high value. Looking at these heavenly treasures, Gusu Tianqin immediately eyes are straight. The whole body is so excited that began to tremble slightly, because these are not in the outside world as rare to see the treasures. With these things, their Gusu family can be on another level. Uncle Gusu, this is the bride price prepared by our Lin family. It came in a hurry and is a bit too simple. I hope you won't mind. Lin Tian smiled slightly apologetically. Don't mind. Don't mind. Young patriarch Lin has a good heart. Such heavenly treasures. My Gusu family deserves it, said Gusu Tianqin hurriedly. Although his mouth said this, the corners of his mouth that were more sadly pressed than AK, and the look of surprise, were exposing his mood at this moment. Chapter 34, Lin Tian, the Straight Man. As such, Lin Xian's few people's trip was considered to have been successfully completed. After some politeness, Lin Xian slowly got up and took his leave. The bride price has been given. As for their wedding date, it's up to them to decide. In that case, we'll take our leave first. Mr. Lin, leaving already? Why don't you stay in the humble abode for a few days, so that old me can do a little of the landlord's favor? Seeing this, Gusa Tianqin hurriedly got up to retain him. Lin Xian opened his mouth slightly, wanting to refuse, but suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he dismissed his intention to leave now. In that case, let's bother for a few days, and check up on Miss Qingling in the meantime. Fine. Then thank you, Mr. Lin. Gusa Tianqin was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. The cultivation problem of his own daughter's talent has always been his heart problem, and now that he sees that there is a hope of recovery, Gusa Tianqin is naturally very happy. Seeing this, Gusa Qingling's eyes also flickered with hope and looked over with anticipation. Elder Qin, please, help Miss Qingling take a look. Lin Xian looked to Elder Qin and pleaded. Elder Qin nodded and released his spiritual energy to start probing the condition of Gusa Qingling's body. Time passed minute by minute, and as time passed, Elder Qin couldn't help but frown slightly. How is it, Elder Qin? Seeing Elder Qin's frown, Lin Tian couldn't help but get nervous as well and asked eagerly. I'm sorry, young patriarch, I wasn't able to see the problem. Miss Qingling's tendons and veins are permeable around her body, but strangely, the aura that entered her body has strangely disappeared. Elder Qin shook his head, stating that he couldn't do anything about it either. Hearing these words, the luster in Gusa Qingling's eyes dimmed once again, and a look of loss flashed across her expression, but she quickly regained her composure. In the face of this result, Lin Xian froze and couldn't help but be a little surprised. He hadn't expected that Qin Lao, this outburst, hadn't been able to see what the problem was. However, once he thought of the other party, that the identity of the son of Qi, Lin Xian is also relieved. After all, it is the son of Qi. If it is so simple, that would be strange. Lin Xian was even a little skeptical that Gusa Qingling didn't also have an external golden finger, a super artifact, the remnants of a powerful person, or something like that in her possession. After all, this was how Xiao Feng came to be, first losing all his talent, then obtaining the old grandpa hangover that was Li Lao and starting to soar. Familiar plot, familiar routine. Thinking of this, Lin Xian also faintly spat in his heart. Young master, you can let the elders in the clan who cultivate the medical path take a look for Miss Qingling's. After all, the old slave is not specializing in the medical path, suggested Qin Lao. Shaking his mind clean of miscellaneous thoughts, Lin Xian pondered for a moment before also nodding his head in agreement with Elder Qin's suggestion. That's fine. Don't worry. There is a medical giant in the clan who should be able to solve the problem of you being unable to cultivate. Lin Tian said to Gusa Qingling. Brother Lin Tian, this is too much trouble for you. It's better to forget about it. Gusa Qingling thanked, but she did not hold much hope. After all, her own body was the situation that she herself knew best. You are my fiancé. No matter what the outcome is, I will do my best to help you. Lin Tian laughed, his clear and sincere eyes not half false. Ringo Tingo. Gusa Qingling heart mixed feelings. Want to say something, but is the words to the mouth but did not say out. She didn't understand why she would be so attached for herself. Obviously she was just an invalid, an ordinary person with no cultivation. Brother Lin Tian, I won't let you down. Gusa Qingling looked at Lin Tian, her eyes gradually firming up as she silently made up her mind. Leaving the hall, Gusa Tianqin warmly invited Lin Xian's few people to the backyard. All of you have traveled a long way, and rest for a moment. The old man has already arranged a dinner to receive you all, Gusa Tianqin said to the several people. As Gusa Tianqin left, Lin Xian, Lin Tian, Ruo Xue, and Cheng Ling were the four people left in the courtyard, while Elder Qin and the others were placed in the courtyard next to him. Gusa Qingling's attention was always on Lin Tian, as if she was about to say something, but she seemed to be slightly hesitant because she was in the way of the presence of both Lin Xian and Su Ruoxue. Lin Tian, on the other hand, sat dumbfounded, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Xian looked back and forth between the two of them, Lin Tian and Gusa Qingling, before an odd smile appeared on his face. Ruoxue, let's go out for a stroll. Lin Xian got up and left the courtyard. Good. Su Ruoxue naturally had no reason to refuse, and got up and followed her out. However, Lin Xian had just exited the gate of the courtyard when he gathered his aura and hid himself to the side. Su Ruoxue watched Lin Xian's movements and a trace of doubt flashed across her face, but then she also reacted and collected her breath together. In the courtyard, Gusa Qingling saw the two leave and was slightly pleased. Then she spoke to Lin Tian. Brother Lin Tian, why haven't you thought about withdrawing from the marriage? There's no reason. It's big brother's intention, and there's no precedent of my Lin family regretting a marriage, Lin Tian said casually as he returned to his senses. Just like this? The smile on Gusa Qingling's face slowly disappeared. Her heart couldn't help but surge with a touch of loss, her emotions becoming low. Listening to Lin Tiandao answer, Gusa Ling heart inexplicably feel a little hard. Although this answer in her expectations. What's wrong? Feeling the change in Gusa Qingling's mood, Lin Tian scratched his head in some confusion. It's fine, brother Lin Tian. Are you tired? Do you want to take a rest? However, very quickly, Gusa Qingling was able to gather her own emotions and a smile was once again raised on her face. Luckily, I'm not tired. So hungry, I'll make you something to eat. I can already dispel the grain. I can maintain my vitality by cultivation. I don't need to eat anymore. Outside the courtyard, listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Xian covered his face and shook his head, a look of lovelessness on his face. Gusa Qingling's affection. This second brother of his really didn't feel it at all. Looking at Lin Xian, who had a look of hopelessness on his face, Su Ruoxue also lost her laughter softly and comforted. Alright husband, don't think about this. Emotional matters, let them go with the flow. You're right. Forget about him. Let's go. Go out for a stroll. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. Then he left the Gusu family with Su Ruoxue. The immortal spirit city, where the Gusu family is located, is a very large city, with many buildings and countless cultivators traveling to and from the city, noisy but not out of order. And as far as the eye can see, there is a prosperous scene. Su Ruoxue held Lin Xian's arm as she walked above the street, her stunningly beautiful face, naturally attracting passers-by to stop and glance. Looking at Lin Xian with envy and jealousy in her eyes, Lin Xian was blissfully unaware of the gazes cast by the pedestrians, a light smile on his face that he didn't take to heart in the slightest. However, Lin Xian's appearance wasn't bad, belonging to the superior class, and since the complete awakening of the star indestructible body, he had even gained an additional distinctive temperament, giving off a feeling of a gentle and elegant gentleman. The two stood together, living as a pair of divine couple, without the slightest sense of incongruity, pleasing to the eye. This familiar scene, familiar configuration, it won't be. Looking at this familiar scene and character configuration made Lin Xian suddenly think of something. However, soon enough, the conjecture in Lin Xian's mind became a reality. Chapter 35, Bad. It's coming at me again. On top of the spacious street, the originally scattered crowd suddenly made way, and a group of people came over in the direction of Lin Xian. The leader was a beautiful young girl, arrogantly walking in front. Every move was full of recklessness, as if this immortal spirit city was her backyard garden in general. Looking at the group of people traveling, passers-by stepped back, their eyes full of fear, not daring to touch them in the slightest. And soon, the group of people arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, but he had no intention of provoking trouble, and with Su Ruoxue in tow, he stepped aside. However, the moment a young girl at the head of that group of people saw Lin Xian, she stopped with a flash of light. What a handsome gentleman! Dare I ask your name? The young girl gazed back and forth at Lin Xian and spoke with a smile. Lin Xian. Looking towards the young girl who had suddenly stopped and accosted him, Lin Xian was instantly filled with questions, his heart full of astonishment. However, very soon, he understood in his heart, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, his heart filled with speechlessness. I thought that Ruoxue would be looked at by a worldly son or something like that, but it turned out to be me who was looked at. I really don't have the life of a protagonist. After spitting slightly in his heart, Lin Xian looked at the young girl and slowly spoke. Under me, Lin Clan, Lin Xian. So it's Mr. Lin. What is Mr. Lin doing in Immortal Spirit City? If you don't mind, this young lady will help out a bit. The young girl looked at Lin Xian and opened her mouth to smile, but a hint of greed flashed in the depths of her gaze. Thank you for your kindness. I'm only here for pleasure, so I won't bother your excellency. The young girl's gaze made him feel a bit repulsed, but Lin Xian didn't show it, still wearing a faint smile on his face. However, Su Ruoxue was not as calm as Lin Xian. Her face was already gradually cold, and there was already more than a hint of ill will in her eyes as she looked at the young girl. Mr. Lin is quite elegant. Meeting each other is fate. I would like to invite Mr. Lin to be a guest in my residence. I don't know, what do you think? The young girl continued. Although she had already paid attention to Su Ruoxue, whose face was not favorable, the young girl just glanced at it with disdain and retracted it, not placing it in her eyes. No, thank you for your kindness. Lin Xian's expression remained the same as he politely refused. Mr. Lin, don't be ungrateful. No one has been able to refuse this young lady yet. The young girl's expression chilled and threatened. You're threatening me? In response to the young girl's threat, The smile on Lin Xian's face slowly disappeared as he spoke coldly. Although she didn't take the young girl's threat in her eyes, anyone who was threatened wouldn't keep a smile on their face, and since the other party was planning to tear his face off, he had no intention of being polite to the other party anymore. Seeing this, the young girl was no longer polite, and with a wave of her hand, she beckoned her entourage behind her, intending to strike. The attendants swarmed up, intending to subdue the two Lin Xian, but at that moment, Su Ruoxue was the first to strike. Roll. Cold words, accompanied by biting cold air, swept out from its body. In an instant will let a group of followers into a block of ice sculpture. Although these attendants were all at the peak cultivation level of the chi-gathering realm, and if it was an ordinary person, they might not be able to fight back, but unfortunately, they had encountered Su Ruoxue. What? Looking at the crowd that had been turned into ice sculptures, the young girl had a panicked look on her face, but she soon calmed down again and screamed out once more. Dare to take a shot at us? Against you guys. Stewardly is over to you. Kill the female, and bring the male back. As this young lady my male pet? Yes, ma'am. Behind the young girl, an old man slowly walked up, looking at the two with an indifferent expression. The strong aura belonging to the Enlightenment realm steeply erupted at this moment, enveloping the two. Lin Xian's body sank, and even steeply it was heavy, as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. The spiritual energy around his body was stagnant and difficult to pass through. Even gasping for breath was incomparably difficult. The strength is not weak, actually resisting the old man's pressure. A trace of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes, but it quickly returned to calm. He had seen many geniuses, but only those who could grow up were called geniuses. Little fellow, as long as you kill her, and then disable your own cultivation, the old man will let you off the hook today. How about it? The old man looked towards Lin Xian, his eyes filled with teasing, waiting for Lin Xian's choice. Lin Xian raised his head with difficulty carrying the pressure, his gaze looking at the old man with a teasing expression. Then he was grinning. Old man, I'll give you a choice today as well. Either scrap your own cultivation or die. Fine, fine. Since you won't choose, then the old man will choose for you. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the old man was instantly enraged. Lifting his hand and grabbing it, he was about to strike at the two of them. Su Ruoxue frowned and wanted to use a secret method to raise her strength to get out of the situation, but she was stopped by Lin Xian. The next moment, a silhouette flashed by, and the old man was instantly flying backwards, plowing a long trail on the ground, and eventually crashed into the distant city wall. Young lord, are you alright? We came late. Please forgive us. Young lord. The two silhouettes kneeled on one knee, asking for forgiveness from Lin Xian. I'm fine. Get up. Lin Xian loosened his muscles and waved his hand at the two. Seeing that Lin Xian was fine, the two of them were relieved and slowly stood up from the ground, coldly looking at the young girl in front of them. Dare to hit my young master. Have you thought about how to die? Today they are also considered to have opened their eyes. Kill them all have not thought, since the young master casually shopping street can meet not open-minded to find trouble. However, at this time, the old man who was originally knocked away also returned with a flash, shielding the young girl behind him. Who are you people? Is it possible that you don't place my city lord's mansion in your eyes? Humph, the city lord's mansion is so powerful. You dare to touch the young lord of my Lin family. One of the guards snorted coldly, not taking the city lord's mansion in the other party's mouth to heart. Lin family? A trace of doubt flickered in the old man's eyes, but soon, the doubt in his eyes turned into horror, as if he had seen something terrifying. The sanctuary Lin family. You're from the sacred domain Lin family. The old man's eyes widened as he spoke out in terror. Still have some insight? Have you thought about how to die yet? The guards laughed coldly, looking at the old man as if they were looking at a dead man, daring to strike at their young master. Death was already destined to be his fate. Two adults. It's my young lady who doesn't know what she's doing. Please open your eyes. Cold sweat oozed from the old man's forehead as he tremblingly bent over and arched his hand, no longer having the arrogance he had before. The two guards didn't say anything else. Instead they looked at Lin Xian. It wasn't up to them to say whether to release or not. What's the point of wasting words with him? Send him on his way. Take this their lady back. I'd like to see what kind of character the city lord is. Lin Xian said indifferently. Villains die from too many words. If you can do it, then try not to beep. Yes, young lord. The two guards grinned, and then the two of them launched themselves at the old man. The three figures were constantly colliding in the air. The vast Tao rhythm flowed, and the terrifying power of the collision of martial arts aptitudes caused this space to shatter with a steep shock, turning it into a void. The old man's resistance didn't make any waves. and soon the two of them were back in front of Lin Xian while still carrying the old man's corpse in their hands. "It's done, young lord." The guards threw the old man's body in front of Lin Xian. "Hard work, take her with you and go back." Lin Xian glanced at the old man's corpse and nodded slightly, then looked to the side at the young girl who had long since frozen in place, before he took Su Ruashiwe's hand and walked back towards the Gusu family. He was no longer going to continue shopping, and after all this, was already disinterested. Chapter 36, Beating the Little One to the Old One. Soon enough, Lin Xian returned to the Gusu household, and at the moment, Gusu Tianqin happened to be trimming the flowers and plants in the middle of the courtyard. When Gusu Tianqin saw the young girl behind Lin Xian who was bound by her guards, his eyes immediately widened. "Mr. Lin, what's going on? This seems to be the city lord's residence's daughter, right? Has she offended you?" Gusu Tianqin asked towards Lin Xian. "Nothing, she came to trouble me and wants to take me as a male favorite," Lin Xian said indifferently. What identity of the other party he did not care. Anyway, there is his own old man to cover the bottom. No matter what the visitor is, what identity he does not panic. Hiss. Hearing these words, Gusu Tianqin immediately sweated, sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and faintly looked at the young girl, her eyes full of pity, her heart silently lamenting. It's not good to mess with anyone, but to mess with Mr. Lin. He naturally knew the young girl's virtues, relying on the fact that his father was the city's lord. He was rampaging through the city, doing whatever he wanted. And even if their Gusu family was the top family in Immortal Spirit City, they had suffered from the other side's anger quite a bit. But in the way of the other party's father is the city lord. Face or to give, can only hold this belly of fire nowhere to vent. But now, the other party is considered to kick the iron plate. The Lin family is not anyone can be offended. Gusu Tianqin, hurry up and tell him to release me, or else your Gusu family won't want to have a foothold in Immortal Spirit City anymore. When the young girl saw Gusu Tianqin, her arrogance rose again, and she shouted at Gusu Tianqin, "Sorry, old man is incompetent. But Mr. Lin is not a member of my Gusu family. I advise you, Mr. Lin is not something you can mess with." Gusu Tianqin did not pay attention to the other party's request and said indifferently, and since the beginning of the day, there was not even the slightest fluctuation in his demeanor. If it was before, he might have cared about the city lord's mansion and given it a few points of face, but now, he had already anticipated what would happen to the city lord's mansion. As soon as Gusu Tianqin's words fell, a strong pressure accompanied by a bellowing cry enveloped the Gusu family. "Gusu family master, how dare you touch my Long Ao Tian's daughter?" A magnificent figure descended from the sky, violently landing in front of Lin Xian's few people. Terrifying power. Just a hint of breath leaking out caused the floor to sink for a few moments. It was evident that the strength of the incoming person was terrifying. "Long Ao Tian, Long City Lord, this is my Gusu family. You are not allowed to act recklessly yet." Gusu Tianqin's face sank. The other party acting like this was clearly not putting his Gusu family in his eyes. "Humph, Gusu Tianqin, if that person was here, this seat would still be able to give you 3 points. You're not qualified. If you don't give my father an explanation for today's matter, there is no need for the Gusu family to exist." Long Ao Tian descended from the sky, coldly looking towards Gusu Tianqin. Killing intent was evident in his gaze. "Father, they bullied me. Kill them all." The young girl looked at the visitors and was also in a good mood. She was ecstatic and shouted. The young girl looked at Lin Xian with disdain and snorted coldly, her tone filled with arrogance. "Humph, still don't release me. I can have my father leave you with a whole body. Noisy, slap your mouth." Lin Xian didn't even look at the other party and faintly commanded. The guard who got the order did not have the slightest delay, raised his hand and gave the young girl a few slaps. Although the guard restrained the force, but the original skin of the young girl was directly slapped into a pig's head. "Dragon Ao Tian? The name is not bad. I just don't know if you have the life of a protagonist." Lin Xian looked towards Long Ao Tian and opened his mouth to say once again, his face filled with playfulness. When Long Ao Tian saw this, he immediately became furious. He couldn't imagine that the other party would actually dare to make a move in front of him, and immediately he landed a palm at Lin Xian. "Little, you seek death." The palm print covered the sky and the sun, in which thousands of Tao rhythms flowed and were endless, and wherever it passed, everything was annihilated. This palm contained a great terror. In the face of a raging palm, Lin Xian is very calm, without the slightest movement, while Gusu Tianqin on the side is looking at Long Ao Tian slightly shaking his head. A look of pity. "Who are you calling a little?" An icy cold voice rang out. Space abruptly froze, and in the next moment, Elder Qin's figure had appeared in front of Lin Xian. In the face of the sky-covering palm print, Qin Lao flexed his fingers and flicked, and in the next moment, the sky-covering palm print shattered with a loud bang. Not even a hint of movement was set off, and it just quietly drifted away between the heavens and the earth. What? The peak of the creation realm. Long Ao Tian's pupils shrank, his eyes filled with panic. Although it was said that he did not use his full strength, but his cultivation was the creation realm. To be able to receive his palm so easily, there was only one possibility. The other party's cultivation was far beyond him, and had definitely reached the peak of the creation realm cultivation. I wonder who the senior is. If I have offended, I hope to forgive you. Long Outyen did not make another move. His eyes were filled with scorn as he looked towards Qin Lao. Instantly he lost his temper and respectfully said, "If you dare to insult my Lin family's young master, you shall be executed." Qin Lao did not reply. His gaze was slightly cold, and he raised his hand towards Long Ao Tian. Thousands of auras converged and transformed into a giant hand with flowing Dao rhythms, and grabbed at Long Ao Tian. Long Outyen was greatly shocked, and his realm of creation cultivation exploded with all his might, wanting to break free, but even though he used all his means, he still couldn't shake the giant hand in the slightest. "Wait, please spare the life of Senior. I would like to offer the location of a secret realm to Senior." Feeling the threat of death, Long Outyen could not care about anything else, and immediately begged for mercy. The secret realm has a fatal attraction to cultivators, because the secret realm represents chance. But Qin Lao was not the least bit moved. The force in his hand gradually increased, about to crush the other party like an ant to death. As a top family, what resources did the Lin family not have? Even if it was the stars in the sky, picking a few of them down would be a breeze, and a mere secret realm was not enough to make his heart flutter. Elder Qin. Wait. Although Elder Qin wasn't interested, Lin Xian was aroused and opened his mouth to stop Elder Qin. "Eldest young lord, if you're interested in secret realms, there are quite a few secret realms within the clan that have yet to be explored," said Elder Qin, stopping his hands and looking at Lin Xian with a slight sideways glance. "Elder Qin is wrong. A secret realm opportunity sent to the door. Don't want it for nothing. Keep him for a while first." Lin Xian smiled faintly, adhering to the principle of not wasting. Don't waste the resources that are sent to your door. Don't want them for nothing. Seeing this, Qin Lao also did not say anything more, dissolved the giant hand away, temporarily letting the other party go. At best, it was just a creation realm. Even if it was let go, it would not pose a threat to the Lin family. "Tell me, what secret realm? If I'm in a good mood, I can let you go." Lin Shen looked towards Long Ao Tian and spoke with a faint smile. 3 days ago, outside the city north of 10,000 miles away above the Tsangmeng mountain, produced violent spatial fluctuations, followed by it is the emergence of a stone door. But there is a prohibition on top of the stone door. The need for 6 creation realm cultivators to join forces in order to break open. Long Ao Tian did not have the slightest hesitation, and said the information about a secret realm he knew. The secret realm was certainly good. In order to save his life, at this moment he could not care about anything else. It takes 6 creation realms to break open? So, there are others who know about this secret realm? At those words, Lin Xian immediately raised an eyebrow. He had thought of the entire secret realm package to bring back to the Lin family, but now it seems to be afraid that it is impossible. Although the beginning of the Let Qin old man directly robbed by force, but this is not like his style of doing. The commotion made at that time was not small. The top powerhouses in the vicinity were aware of it. They naturally wouldn't miss it after deliberation. It was finally decided that 3 days later all the forces would send 20 Qi-gathering realm cultivators in. Long Ao Tian nodded slightly and said again, "Why is it the Qi-gathering realm?" Lin Shen keenly grasped the key point in the other party's words. Because the rules of the secret realm are stipulated in this way, cultivators who exceed the Qi-gathering realm will be excluded from the realm, Long Ao Tian honestly explained. At these words, Lin Xian was speechless. He was ready to bring his gang in to directly ransack some, but it turned out that only the Qi-gathering realm could go in. Chapter 37, The Secret World. Young Master Lin, I've said all that needs to be said. Can you let us go now? Long Ao Tian looked towards Lin Xian, his eyes filled with anticipation. Of course you can. I'm a person whose words always count. Lin Xian faintly made a gesture of invitation to Long Ao Tian. Seeing this, Long Ao Tian was overjoyed and pulled his daughter to quickly leave this place, disappearing without a trace in an instant. As Long Ao Tian and the two of them left, Lin Xian also withdrew his smile and turned his head slightly to look at Elder Qin, who was on the side. Having lived for so many years, Elder Qin naturally understood Lin Xian's meaning, and instantly understood, nodding his head slightly before his figure disappeared into thin air. For this kind of behavior, Gusu Tianqin and Su Ruoxue were naturally looking at it, but they didn't show anything. Their faces remained the same, as if they had long been accustomed to it, as if nothing had happened. In this world of the weak and the strong, to be merciful to your enemy was to be cruel to yourself. Besides, Lin Xian had only said that he could release an opponent, so what business was it of Qin Lao? The secret realm opens in 3 days. Is Mr. Lin planning to go in personally? Is it necessary for me to send some of my clan's disciples paired to go in together to protect you? Mr. Lin, Gusu Tianqin said to Lin Xian. Not only for the protection of Lin Xian's safety, Gusu Tianqin is playing with the idea of letting the disciples in the clan to obtain some chance in it. After all, the secret realm can be encountered but not to be sought, in which chance is naturally also not less. Lin Xian naturally also saw the other party's intentions and said with a slight smile, "Uncle, why do you need to be like this? We are all our own people. Such a good thing will not be missing, uncle. The extra quota, you see to it that the arrangements are made. As for his safety, not to mention how strong he was, just based on the pile of things his parents had given him before, it would allow him to have no more rivals in the same realm, and with Su Ruoxue, a reborn powerhouse, beside him, the sense of security could be said to have been pulled straight to full strength." Cough cough. Then thank you, Mr. Lin. Seeing that the other party had seen through his small mind, Gusu Tianqin coughed twice in slight embarrassment. Time passed quietly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 3 days, Lin Xian had stayed at the Gusu home, practicing swordplay, reading books, and discussing life with Su Ruoxue when he had nothing else to do. Lin Xian would like to go out to shop, but he was afraid that once they go out there will be villains over to look for trouble. Su Ruoxue, that protagonist destiny is not a joke. Once you go out there may be villains minutes to find the door. Lin Xian cannot toss these bad things. Ta-da-da-da. Mr. Lin, are you there? A crisp knock on the door accompanied by Gusu Tianqin's voice leisurely resounded in the middle of the compound. Lin Xian, who was resting in the courtyard, was startled by the commotion and woke up, slowly sitting up from the rocking chair, and after stretching his waist leisurely, he slowly came to the door. Opening the door, Gusu Tianqin's figure came into view as Lin Xian yawned and scratched his head, sleepily asking, "Uncle Gusu, is something the matter?" "Mr. Lin, things have been arranged and are ready to go." Gusu Tianqin smiled. Fine. In that case, let's go." "Right. Younger sibling that?" Lin Xian nodded slightly. Then he asked, "Gusu Qingling is the heavenly destiny son of Qi Fortune Plus. Lin Xian naturally have to bring the other party. Not to say what great chance. Follow the other party to drink soup is also a good choice. Less anyone cannot be less Gusu Qingling." It is worth mentioning that Gusu Qingling inexplicably regained her ability to cultivate and returned to the Qi gathering realm overnight, and when he first learned of this, his entire body was confused. He knew that the other party's cultivation enhancement would be outrageous, but he didn't expect it to be this outrageous. "Qingling is already waiting outside," Gusu Tianqin said again. "Okay, let's get going then." Lin Xian nodded once more, and then he led Su Ruoxue out of the courtyard, heading towards the Su clan's main gate. Outside the gate of the Gusu family, a group of young talents were gathering here, quietly waiting to depart for the secret realm, and naturally, Lin Tian and Gusu Qingling were among them. "Qingling, I can't enter the secret realm. This magic treasure, you take it for defense." With a flip of his wrist, a small tripod with a halo of light flowing, emitting a simple and ancient atmosphere, appeared in Lin Tian's hand. From the point of view of the Tao rhythms that flowed on it, the grade was definitely not low. At least it was an 8th-ranked magic treasure. "Ha! This is too expensive. I can't have it." Gusu Qingling refused repeatedly. The value of the 8th-order magic treasure was extraordinary. Even his Gusu family only had one, but even just one was enough to suppress all the forces and allow them to gain a secure foothold in Immortal Spirit City. Although the secret realm has great opportunities, the dangers in it are also not small, so with a magic treasure to protect me, I can also feel more at ease. Lin Tian persuaded, handing the small tripod to Gusu Qingling once again. However, Gusu Qingling still did not want to accept the intention. "Will be the small tripod back." The two are also stubborn. No one intends to give up, so the two are caught in the middle of the push and pull. "What are you two doing? Playing Tai Chi here?" Just as the two of them were in a stalemate, Lin Xian came over and snatched the small tripod, looking at the two of them with a speechless expression. What is Taiji? A martial art? Lin Tian was confused, not quite understanding what Taiji meant in the slightest. Lin Xian was speechless, but he didn't have any desire to give the other party an answer to his doubts. He turned his head to look at Gusa Qingling, then he tossed the small tripod over. Take it if it's for you. What's the point of being polite with him? Let's go. Set off. Like a statue, Gusa Qingling held the small tripod and froze for a moment, then once again turned his gaze towards Lin Tian, as if he wanted to return this item. Big brother, wait for me. Seeing the other party looking at him, Lin Tian was also aware of the other party's thoughts, and immediately took 2 steps together and chased after Lin Xian in the opposite direction, not giving Gusa Qingling the slightest chance to open his mouth. But this tripod, I can't use it either. There's still a soul brand on it. Gusa Qingling stared blankly at the 8th-ranked magic tripod in her hand, and then looked at the 2 people who had left, and with no other choice, she finally put the tripod away. With all the people to all, Gusa Tianqin also no longer delay time, took out a small boat is thrown out. The small boat wind up, only a moment is turned into a large ship, suspended in the sky above. Grand and magnificent sky, giving people a kind of inexplicable sense of oppression. The airship is a 7th-order flying magic weapon. Although it looks huge, but there is no attack power. In addition to flying very fast, and has a good defense, there is no other special. Nice boat. Surveying the huge ship in front of him, Lin Xian nodded with surprise in his eyes. This kind of airship Lin Xian had seen it once when he was in the Prosperous Star Academy, but the Gusu family's ship was a lot more luxurious than the one in the Prosperous Star Academy. Mr. Lin is flattering. After you. Gusa Tianqin smiled, his face unconcerned, but in his heart, he couldn't help but feel more than a hint of pleasure. Lin Xian wasn't polite, and with Su Ruoxue in tow, he stepped onto the stairs of the flying boat and slowly walked up. As for flying, why fly when there are stairs? What do you need stairs for? Watching this scene, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and then they followed closely behind, taking the stairs to board the airship. After Gusu Tianqin confirmed that no one was absent, he began to catalyze the airship. With the urging of spiritual energy, the runes inscribed on top of the airship slowly lit up with a dazzling light. Immediately afterward, the airship also turned into a stream of light and sped at breakneck speed towards the Tsangmeng mountain where the secret realm was located. Chapter 38, Gathering of the Parties. Above the lofty mountain peak, a huge golden portal was quietly standing, and in the center of the portal was extremely twisted space, like a vortex, which was constantly rotating. At this moment, around the mountain peak, with the portal as the center, 5 flying boats are quietly suspended, while more peripheral, it is densely packed with countless cultivators, surrounding the place. The 5 top forces of the Tsang domain. I didn't expect them all to come. Nonsense. This is a secret realm that is rare to see in 100 years. There are rumors that this secret realm is most likely where the ruins of the Tsangmang sect were located tens of thousands of years ago. Even the 5 great clans can't possibly ignore it. Rumor has it that this secret realm requires 6 realms of creation at the same time in order to open it, which is why the 5 forces were gathered. I wonder which other forces will come. It should be the immortal spirit City Lord. He's also at the realm of creation cultivation, and he's also the one who was first in this secret realm. Look guys, another flying boat has appeared. Just as the crowd in the arena was discussing, a flying boat crossed the void and descended steeply into the Tsangmeng mountain. Appearing on the opposite side of the 5 major forces, Gusa Tianqin stood on top of the prow, looking at the 5 flying boats in front of him, and then he couldn't help but gulp, because he recognized all of these forces, and none of them were above the existence of the Gusu family. As the flying boat appeared, all forces looked over. Even the 5 great families of the Tsang domain were no exception. Not the immortal spirit City Lord? Are you guys seemingly from the Gusu family? In the Lingyue sect, one of the 5 forces closest to the flying boat, a beautiful woman's eyes were full of surprise as she surveyed the flying boat that had suddenly appeared, and then a light eep sounded in the sky above. The Gusu family? This is not the place for you to stay. Let your Dragon City Lord come over. As the beautiful woman's words fell, a slightly dissatisfied voice came out from the crimson flying boat next to her. One must know that the 5 major forces could all have a powerful person of the creation realm sitting at their side, which meant that only forces with a creation realm sitting at their side were qualified to be on par with them, and the Gusu family clearly didn't have this qualification. Friend of the Gusu family, how come we haven't seen the Dragon City Lord? The beautiful woman asked again. Her attitude was quite a bit friendlier compared to the one of the person in the crimson flying boat. When Gusa Tianqin heard this, a trace of bitterness appeared on his face. Then he slowly said, "The Dragon City Lord had something to do and couldn't come, so I hope that you all will forgive me." Gusa Tianqin casually made up a reason, intending to pass it off. After all, he couldn't just say that the other party was dead. If he let all the forces know about it, he might have to cause some unnecessary trouble. What? Can't make it? What's the matter with him? Is he going to take the blame for the delay? Gusa Tianqin had just finished speaking when a red-haired man swept out of the crimson flying boat and instantly appeared in front of it, looking down on the crowd from above. Since he's not coming, then you are not qualified to participate in this secret realm here. Get lost. The red-haired man's gaze was slightly cold, and the terrifying aura of the creation realm steeply enveloped the entire flying boat. The sudden change caused Lin Xian, who was chatting with the crowd on the side, to raise his head slightly, his gaze looking towards the red-haired man in the air, his brows slightly furrowed. Noticing Lin Xian's movements, Elder Qin, who was on the side, also asked immediately, "Young master, do you need the old servant to make a move?" Elder Qin, how bad is this to fight and kill? So many people are watching. Doesn't this affect the reputation? Lin Xian shook his head slightly, then laughed. What the eldest young master said is true. If you want to silence all the people here, it would indeed take a bit of effort, but if the young master wants to, it's not impossible to do it. Qin Lao nodded his head slightly, and then he began the possibility of silencing all the people here. Qin Lao spoke shockingly, so that Lin Xian's brain was instantly down in place. He had reason to suspect that this cheap family of his was afraid that it was not some kind of villainous force, moving to exterminate people's entire family. This was not like what the decent people should say. Cough cough, Elder Qin. This matter is not something that can be prospered. Do you recognize this person? Lin Xian coughed slightly and digressed, fearing that the other party would really turn his thoughts into facts later. If the old servant remembers correctly, he should be the vice sovereign of the 10,000 Flames sect, one of the 5 major forces in the Tsang domain, with a cultivation realm cultivation. Elder Qin pondered for a moment before explaining. 10,000 Flames sect? The name is quite loud, and the temper isn't small either. Lin Xian nodded slightly, and then he was once again placing his gaze on the red-haired man. From the name, he could already guess that the other party should be a force that majors in the fire system, so it is no wonder that the other party is so grumpy. Feeling the horrible pressure coming from the other party, Gusu Tianqin's heart sank, thoughts rolling in his mind. With his current strength in the realm of stepping into the void, it's not enough to be an enemy with the other party. Gusa Tianqin slightly looked sideways in the direction where Lin Xian was, wanting to ask for help, but just at that moment, an overbearing voice was steeply ringing in everyone's ears. He, Yan Zhantian, acting like this, could it be that you're bullying no one in my Gusu family? As the words fell, space steeply tore open a crack, and a magnificent figure steeply appeared in front of Gusa Tianqin, and as the person appeared, the pressure emanating from the red-haired man was like ice melting without a trace, and was dissolved by the other party. Gusa Tianlin, I didn't expect that you actually didn't die and even broke through the creation realm. The man known as Yan Zhantian said with slightly narrowed eyes, his eyes filled with incredulity. Big brother. Gusa Tianqin looked at this familiar figure in front of him, and instantly he was thrilled and shouted out in excitement. Ha ha, old brother, how have you been? Originally, I wanted to return to Immortal Spirit City, but it was unanticipated that I would meet you guys here. Gusu Tianlin leisurely turned around, patted Gusu Tianqin's shoulder and said with a big smile, let's go back and talk about these. Let's solve the matter at hand first. Looking at his elder brother who had already broken through the creation realm, Gusu Tianqin didn't have any other concerns, and then he explained the ins and outs of the matter. Knowing the ins and outs of the matter, Gusu Tianlin once again placed his gaze on Yan Zhantian, and then slowly said, since the Dragon City Lord can't come, then it's up to me to take the shot. I wonder if you all agree. Poof. Yan Zhantian coldly snorted, did not say anything else. Straight back to their side of the power of the flying boat, is considered to be the default of the other side of the argument. The opening of the secret realm is imminent. Obviously the other side also does not want to cause any trouble. The other forces also did not have the intention to oppose. Now the Gusu family has a creation realm sitting in the town, naturally already have the qualification to stand together with them. It's been a long time, fellow Taoist Tianlin. On the side, the beautiful woman of the Lingyu sect smiled faintly, like a spring flower in bloom, and lightly nodded her head as she greeted Gusa Tianlin, but in that seemingly calm gaze, there were some other emotions flickering. Long time no see, so many years have passed. Qinya, you are still so beautiful and touching. Gusa Tianlin looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. His expression couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face as well. Looking at the two people who were looking at each other, Lin Xian's heart was instantly lit up with the fire of gossip. Older brother. I'll bet you 100 million spirit stones that these two are definitely not close. Do you believe me? Lin Xian took his elbow and disliked Lin Tian, who was wandering off into the sky, then whispered, I believe. Lin Tian returned to his senses and nodded slightly, quite agreeing with Lin Xian. Uncle he and that senior, the relationship is quite good. After Uncle disappeared, that senior also came to the house to find a few times. The aside Gusa Qingling spoke out to explain. In detail, Lin Xian's eyes brightened slightly as he silently took out melons from his ring. Chapter 39, Breaking the Prohibition. Opening of the Secret Realm. The appearance of the Gusu Tianlin had lifted the crisis of the Gusu family, and Lin Xian wasn't too surprised by this. For this kind of thing, Lin Xian had long since become accustomed to it. During that time in Sky Spirit City, Lin Xian had not seen this kind of thing on Xiaofeng. As for why the other party didn't show up earlier or later, but only appeared when the Gusu family encountered a crisis, one could only say that it was all a function of the protagonist's aura. Once there is something that the other party cannot solve, there will always be some strong people who don't know where to come from to help Xiaofeng solve the problem. Does that make sense? Reasonable. Very reasonable. After all, it is Gusa Qingling is also the son of luck. With great luck plus body, great difficulties, turn good fortune is the basic operation, like this kind of thing that are in the reasonable. As time passed, the prohibition above the Tsangmeng mountain portal weakened to an extremely weak point. Gentlemen, the time has come. Do it. As a voice came out, above the flying boats of the various forces, 6 figures stepped out, and in an instant, they arrived in front of the portal. The 6 people looked at each other. Their body breath violently erupted, rippling from their bodies. A horrible pressure swept heaven and earth. The crowd all felt a heavy body, like carrying thousands of mountains, pressuring the crowd to gasp for air. In the next moment, the 6 of them struck out in unison, and between the flow of thousands of Tao rhythms, they converged into an extremely terrifying attack that heavily bombarded on top of the portal's prohibition. Boom! 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 An ear-piercing popping sound resounded through the sky, and although the restrictions on it had become very weak under the erosion of the years, it rippled in the face of the attacks of the 6 creation realm cultivators, without the slightest sign of being broken. It could be seen that the strength of the person who set up this prohibition was definitely a top powerhouse above the realm of creation. Click. However, although the prohibition was very strong, but in the absence of people to maintain the situation, in the end it was not able to resist the 6 creation realm joint hands. Only a few moments later a clearly visible crack has appeared on the prohibition. Boom! After a loud sound, the restriction could no longer be supported and shattered, turning into fragments in the sky, just like a sword, shooting towards the surroundings. Although the fragments are not insignificant, but the terrifying power contained in them. But let the crowd of onlookers feel a burst of heartbeat, just like facing the god of death in general. The fear of death suddenly shrouded the hearts of the crowd. Cultivators with stronger strengths were naturally fearless, easily fending them off with the lift of their hands, but those with slightly weaker strengths were not so lucky. The speed of the debris was so fast that they couldn't react in time, and in an instant, they had already been pierced by the splattering debris, and for a while, the field wailed all over the place, plunging into chaos. Lin Xian and the others are the closest to the ban. Naturally they can't be spared. Well, in the moment the ban broke, Gusa Tianqin was back on top of the flying boat, lifting his hand to hold up a barrier to resist the debris as much as possible. As the prohibition shattered, a golden light shot up into the sky, and the vortex in the portal turned rapidly, followed by a picture that appeared in the vortex. The crowd looked up to look inward through the vortex. The heavy mountain peaks steeply into the eyes, between which the divine birds and sacred beasts flew. The tall trees are like pillars in the sky, lofty and spectacular, like a fairyland. Let a person sigh. We and the people from the 5 major forces will go in first, after which the secret realm will be opened. You will have 3 days to explore within it, and what chances you can obtain will be up to you. Gusa Tianlin turned his head to look at the group of disciples and instructed with a serious expression. Although the 5 forces joined forces to break open the ban, but where the secret realm is already well known, want to prohibit other entry, which is not realistic. If you really do so, will only cause all kinds of cultivators to rise up to attack. They can do is to strive for its disciples to seek the greatest benefits. Each of you take one of these jade tags. If you encounter any danger, you can crush it and it will take you away from the secret realm. When Gusa Tianqin finished speaking, he took out 20 jade tags from his ring and distributed them to the disciples on the flying boat. Thank you, Grand Elder. The disciples of the Gusu family received the jade tablet, their expressions suddenly agitated and thrilled, and they all kneeled down on one knee to respectfully thank them. Soon, on top of the flying boat, only a few Lin Xian people remained standing. Everyone else knelt down, becoming a conspicuous bag in the field. Several young friends, not disciples of my Gusu family, right? Gusa Tianlin also noticed Lin Xian's few people and recognized that the other party was not a disciple of the family, a puzzled look appearing on his face. Eldest uncle, this is big brother Lin, they are family-honored guests. Seeing this, Gusa Qingling stepped forward and explained. It's the little green spirit, long time no see, grown up, remember when I was a child I also hugged you to come, that time you were still a small one. Gusa Tianlin sized up the playful young girl in front of him, and then he revealed a joyful smile, reaching out to pat the other party's head, his face full of pampering. At this time, Gusa Tianqin also walked over and whispered something in Gusa Tianlin's ear, and immediately afterward, his eyes instantly became a few points more solemn as he looked at Lin Xian's people. So it's young patriarch Lin in person. Disrespectful. Gusa Tianlin cupped his fists at Lin Tian. He knew how terrifying the Lin family was, and as Lin Tian was the Lin family's young patriarch, he had to respect him. Senior Gusu was polite. We are all our own people. There is no need to be so. Lin Tian waved his hand repeatedly. After some politeness, Gusa Tianlin raised his hand and flipped it over, and several jade tiles that were very different from the previous ones appeared in his hand. A few little friends. This jade tablet can withstand one attack from the creation realm. It's a sort of meet and greet gift. I hope you don't mind. Saying that, Gusa Tianlin gave the jade tags to Lin Xian several people, and Gusa Tianqing, who was on the side, was slightly shocked when he watched his own big brother make such a generous offer. You have to know that something that can withstand a blow from the creation realm is a valuable treasure. The materials needed alone are very expensive, and making it is even more tedious. However, Gusa Tianqin did understand his big brother's approach. After all, it was the other party's extraordinary status. If something really happened, they would definitely be unable to absolve themselves of the blame. Thank you, Senpai. Although Lin Xian had a lot of such similar things on him, he still took the things in adherence to the principle of not wasting them. The teleportation gate has also stabilized and is ready to go in. I wish several little friends all the best. Gusu Tianlin glanced at the teleportation portal in the distance, then said again, all disciples, depart. With Gusu Tianlin's order, the disciples of the Gusu family didn't hesitate for a second, and all of them headed toward the teleportation portal at breakneck speed. Even Gusa Qingling was no exception. At the same time, the other forces of the disciples are also all move up. Each means will speed to the extreme. All want to be the first to enter the person. Good guy, running really fast. Come on, let's go in too. Looking towards the crowd who couldn't wait to grow 2 more legs, Lin Xian let out a slight sigh before greeting Su Ruoxue and heading towards the teleportation portal without any haste. Big brother, please take extra care of Qingling. Before leaving, Lin Tian suddenly called out to Lin Xian and said rather seriously, this secret realm could only be entered by the Qi-gathering realm, and Lin Tian's already Spirit Sea realm could not enter it. Lin Xian didn't turn around, only waving his hand slightly to indicate that he knew, although I don't want to admit it, but Gusa Qingling, as the protagonist, has a great luck protection. Who helps who is still not certain. Chapter 40, Within the Secret Realm. A wave of dizziness hit Lin Xian, and Lin Xian shook his slightly foggy head before becoming to start observing his surroundings. The towering trees shaded the sky, leaving only a few dappled rays of sunlight spilling down, bringing a hint of light to the shadowy woods. Random teleportation? Slightly surveyed a circle. Lin Xian did not find the figure of others, even if it was Su Ruoxue, who entered with him, at this time or already disappeared. Not where to go. With Su Ruoxue's nature, she definitely wouldn't leave him alone. And Lin Xian soon realized that those who passed through the portal would be randomly separated and wouldn't be gathered together. Lin Xian rubbed his forehead, slightly distressed. He had wanted to follow the 2 sons of Qi to see if he could rub some chance, but now it seems unlikely. Forget it, just take a step. Although he was alone, but Lin Xian was not panicked. With the spiritual power to explore some, is to perform the body method, in the dense woods between the fast shuttle up, toward a direction of extreme speed and go. His mental power that far exceeded that of normal people allowed him to explore a much wider area, as well as some hidden dangers, and all the way there, it could be said that it was unhindered. without encountering the slightest obstacle. However, just as Lin Xian was wandering aimlessly, a spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly caught his attention. Without thinking too much, Lin Xian immediately reversed his direction and quickly rushed towards the location of the spiritual energy fluctuation. Although it was uncertain which side of the force the other party was from, it was better than scurrying around in the secret realm on his own. Boom! A boom rang out steeply, and the huge commotion broke the silence of the forest. For a moment, birds and beasts ran away, and insects and ants scattered. At this moment, a red and a green two figures are fighting in the forest. The speed is so fast that it even produces a trail of residual shadow. Under the aftermath of the raging waves, a skyscraping tree is blocked and broken, exploding and turning into a sky of debris. Somewhat capable. It is rumored that the Gusu family's Gusu Qingling is a waste of space. Now it seems that this is not the case. The red-clothed girl looked at Gusu Qingling, flames lingering around her figure, an extremely hot aura emanating from her body, burning everything around her to the ground. You're from the 10,000 Flames sect? You and I have no grievances. Why did you strike at me? Gusu Qingling frowned slightly as she coldly looked at the red-clothed woman in front of her, her tone filled with ill will. Oh, I can kill if I want to. Why do I need a reason? The woman in red smiled indifferently, and then without further ado, with a flip of her wrist, a long crimson blade appeared in his hand, and then she launched an attack on Gusu Qingling once again. The girl in red was extremely strong, with the strength of the 9th level of the Qi-gathering realm, and her moves were extremely terrifying, far from being able to resist the Gusu Qingling who had just stepped into the Qi-gathering realm. Feeling the strength of the other party before, Gusu Qingling eyes are also more than a trace of gravity. Knowing that they cannot be defeated, they began to rely on the wind attribute speed advantage in the woods to move up quickly, wanting to use this to get rid of the other party. However, although the woman in red cultivated the fire attribute, not as agile as the wind attribute, but the advantage of cultivation above, but so that it was not completely thrown away, like a maggot with bones, closely followed behind the Gusu Qingling. Oh, you can't leave today. Stay. The woman in red laughed, the long knife in her hand swung. A splash of crimson blade she wrapped in sizzling flames, chopping towards Gusu Qingling. This knife, like a cracker, speed is extremely fast, with an unbeatable momentum, ruthlessly chopped to the Gusu Qingling. In the blink of an eye is already behind. Gusu Qingling was startled, and the fan in her hand swung, striking out a whirlwind that collided with the blade chi before exploding. Boom! The aftermath wave swept like a furious wave. Gusu Qingling flew backward like a kite with broken strings, was shaken back 100 meters by the aftermath wave, and crashed heavily on top of a big tree. The terrifying force directly broke the tree and turned it into debris. The violent impact caused a turbulence in his internal organs, and unspeakable pain immediately enveloped his entire body. But Gusu Qingling did not stop because of this. Without the slightest hesitation, Gusu Qingling forced the body injury, quickly adjust the body, with the help of the impact of the aftermath, once again to the far side of the disappearance. The speed of the speed is a moment with the woman in red pulled away from the distance. Humph! Trying to leave. The red-robed woman looked at the fleeing Gusu Qingling, without the slightest intention of letting her go, and pinched the spell in her hand, transforming into a flame and chasing after her once again. I don't know what secret method was used, but the speed of the woman in red who was transformed into a flame was greatly increased, and in an instant, she shortened the distance between the two of them and came behind Gusu Qingling, and then once again chopped out a sword. Feeling the fluctuation of the blade aura coming from behind, Gusu Qingling's expression steeply concentrated, and at that moment, he also stopped fleeing, running the aura around his body, and then fiercely turned around to shoot out several palm prints in a row. Boom! The roar resumed. The blade chi palm prints raged, devouring everything around them and turning them into pieces. The terrifying might, hardening a wide open space in the middle of the dense woods. A hit failed. The woman in red is once again launched an attack. Fierce knife force as waves rose, wave after wave continuous. Will Gusu Qingling cage, not give the other party the slightest opportunity to breathe? Facing the intensive attack, Gusu Qingling looked grave and no longer held back. Her palms turned into residual shadows, instantly striking out thousands of palm imprints, constructing a perfect defense, catching all of the saber chi and not allowing it to advance an inch. Facing Gusu Qingling's near-perfect defense, the red-clothed woman's face instantly sank, and she immediately stopped holding back, condensing her aura around her body to steeply slash out a knife, intending to use her strength to break it. The full force of the 9th level of Qi gathering. The power is naturally not trivial. The hot blade Qi even made the spaces produced a silk distortion. although only a trace, but is already extremely appalling. The crimson blade chi, like the scythe of the god of death, brought a sense of deathly crisis to Gusa Qingling, causing her originally already unattractive complexion to once again freeze for a few minutes. Thousand Spirit Palm. Without the slightest hesitation, Gusa Qingling turned defense into offense. Thousands of palm imprints steeply converged, transforming into a nearly solid aura palm imprint, and slapped it against the knife chi. Ka-ching. Although the power of this palm is not weak, but the gap in cultivation, not a move can be easily made up for. Palm prints under the knife gas only lasted for a moment, is broken with a click. Cutting through the palm imprint, the blade chi's momentum did not decrease, and it came towards Gusa Qingling, facing the blade chi. At this moment, Gusa Qingling was already powerless to resist. That palm just now had already consumed all of her spiritual energy. Can only give up. Gusa Qingling sighed slightly in her heart, and with a flip of her wrist she already had a jade talisman. This jade talisman was issued by Gusa Tianlin before, with the role of life preservation, but once used, it is transported out of the secret realm, and will therefore lose the first opportunity to explore the secret realm. However, just as Gusa Qingling was about to crush the jade talisman, a large bell appeared steeply in front of her. Chapter 41, Striking Out. Dang! The melodious sound of the bell rang out, and sound waves like substance rippled out, like waves sweeping towards the woman in red. What? The woman in red was shocked and steeply held up a defense. But to her horror, the defense did not play the slightest role, and it directly passed through the defense and landed on her body. In the next moment, the woman in red only felt that her soul was like being torn by a pair of big hands, as if it was going to tear her into two halves, and as if 10,000 insects were biting her, causing her to be in pain and her eyes to split. Excuse me, this is my sibling. You can't move. The next moment, a voice rang out, followed by a figure quietly emerged. The visitor stood with his arms folded, a long robe without wind, as if there were stars surrounding his body, just like an exiled immortal. The person who came was naturally no one else. It was Lin Xian who came looking for movement. His oldest brother's intended victim was in danger. He naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Looking at the visitor, the woman in red forcibly suppressed the turmoil from her divine soul and stood up from the ground, her eyes rising with anger as she coldly said, "Who are you, daring to spoil this young lady's good deed? Are you not trying to make an enemy of my 10,000 Flames sect?" He, the 10,000 Flames sect, good big wind. Other afraid of you 10,000 Flames sect. I'm not afraid. This person I guaranteed. Even if your patriarch came also useless. Looking at the red-clothed woman, such a behavior. Lin Xian frowned slightly, his tone gradually cold a few points. You dare to disrespect my 10,000 Flame sect. Seek death. The woman in red heard. Immediately is angry. Body shape of flash. Is to Lin Xian face as a knife down. Shot ruthless and decisive. Raging straight to the vitals. Big brother Lin, be careful. Gusa Qingling exclaimed in alarm and warned. In the face of a sudden knife, Lin Xian color remains the same. Far more than the same realm of spiritual power, so that his senses are different from ordinary people. This knife, although fast and sharp, but in Lin Xian's eyes, but it is as if being pressed the slow button in general. Lin Xian raised his hand. The star sword appeared steeply and was held in his palm, and between the flashes of light, he had already swung out a sword and clashed with the long knife. Madaka! With a crunching sound, both of them fell back a few steps, neither of them gaining any advantage. However, the battle did not stop. Only an instant, the two figures were like ghosts disappeared in place, leaving only a blurred shadow, followed by a series of gold and iron clash of figures was like a stormy wind and rain in the field. Dang! 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 Every collision was accompanied by the escape of sword chi and blade chi, like a splendid fireworks display, and under the destruction of the aftermath of the two men's battle, everything around them was also twisted into pieces and mercilessly crushed. So strong, worthy of being a genius of a great family. Looking at the two, a trace of color flashed in the eyes of Gusa Qingling, her heart filled with shock. You have to know that Lin Xian's cultivation is still only at the 5th level of chi gathering, a good 4 small realms lower than the other party. But he can already fight against the other party, which is something that ordinary people simply can't do. Lin Xian's strength is so strong that not only does it make Gusa Qingling sigh, but it also makes the woman in red feel inexplicably alarmed. Obviously he's still at the 5th level of chi gathering, but his strength isn't the slightest bit weaker than mine. This person mustn't be kept. Having made up her mind, the woman in red also had no intention of entangling herself with Lin Xian, and violently swung out a blade, forcing Lin Xian to retreat. and then she was running her body around, making a killing move. Burning sky. The red-clothed woman's body vast spiritual power crazy operation, and then all converge in its hands in the long knife. With the convergence of spiritual power, the knife above the body suddenly light. Incomparably hot breath from its escape from the knife can burn the sky and boil the sea. As the long blade fell from the red-clothed girl's hand, a blade chi condensed to the extreme abruptly erupted out, which contained extreme temperatures, causing everything around it to instantly vaporize without even a trace left behind. Feeling the burning sensation coming from within the air, Lin Xian's expression also steeped in seriousness. From this blade, it made him feel an extremely dangerous aura, causing him to take it seriously. Phew! 7 swords of the stars. Silence. Lin Xian exhaled slightly, his eyes slightly closed, then violently opened. The sword intent around his body violently erupted, as the long sword in his hand chopped out, and then all of it converged into a single sword. A sword out. All things are silent. Wherever the sword chi goes, all things return to silence. All lose their color. Only this sword is dazzling, like a dark night star, cutting through the sky. The collision between the sword chi and the blade chi, the power that was enough to silence everything, was like a raging and surging torrent that tore apart the surrounding air. Under the impact of this force, everything within range was mercilessly destroyed, as if time and space had stopped at this moment. The originally lush forest instantly disappeared, replaced by a barren land. Those trees that were once tall and upright were now only left with stumps and broken branches scattered on the ground. The ground was also overturned by this powerful force, forming a deep gully that was shocking to the eyes. There was no longer a trace of life in this area, and all the lives went up in smoke in this terrifying exchange of power. On the side, Gusa Qingling looked at the terrifying power raging in the field, and couldn't help but be filled with shock. How could she not expect that the battle between the two could actually be terrifying to such an extent? Such a powerful attack. It could be said that it had completely exceeded the realm of the chi-gathering realm. The aftermath dispersed, the two figures reappeared, but at this moment, both of them were in a sorry state. The original unrivaled red girl had become ragged, her spring light leaked, her face was even white, and even the hand that was holding the knife was trembling slightly. However, compared to the girl in red, Lin Xian was in a much better condition. Only his clothes were slightly dirty and he didn't have any injuries. Oh, I have to admit, you are very strong. If you and I were in the same realm, I would not be your opponent. The red-clothed girl's pale face was filled with scorn, and her gaze towards Lin Xian had an extra hint of fear. Any last words? Lin Xian asked indifferently with a calm, joyless expression. Although you are very strong, but with you alone, wanting to kill me is impossible. But before the woman in red could finish, a green silhouette appeared beside the girl in red. Gusa Qingling did not have the slightest hesitation. The spiritual power around the body along with the murderous intent spewed out, converged into a palm, towards the girl in red shot over, directly to the other side of the door. What? Before the red-clothed girl could react, the palm imprint had already landed on her body. Boom! The girl in red flew out backwards, but this palm was not effective. Just in the nick of time, a barrier will be firmly protected up, to block down this fatal blow. This matter is noted down by my lady. Without lingering too much, taking advantage of the barrier's protection, the red-clothed girl put down a vicious sentence before quickly leaving the place. The two of them were not surprised by this. The great sect geniuses, basically all had protective items. Lin Xian did not chase after them. After all, if they really killed each other, it was not that simple. A heavenly pride that came from a large clan. It was impossible to have only one protective item. Just like him, he had a bunch of protective treasures on his body, and unless the heavenly saint made a move, no one would be able to kill him. Chapter 42, otherwise, you should withdraw from the marriage. Gusa Qingling didn't pursue and also returned to Lin Xian, saying with an apologetic face, Brother Lin, I'm sorry for letting her get away. It's not in the way. It can't turn over any waves. Lin Xian said with a bland smile. Brother Lin, thank you this time, but this time, let her run away. When she goes out, I'm afraid that she will even involve you. Brother Lin, Gusa Qingling said with a face full of guilt. Where's the trouble? I'll turn around and bring someone to exterminate her. Xiao Tian has asked me to take extra care of you. If you want to thank me, you should just thank him. Lin Xian waved his hand once again and smiled lightly. Lin Xian naturally recognized the other party's power, a mere 10,000 flames sect, which at best had a heavenly saint in attendance, and to the Lin family, it was harmless enough to suppress with the lift of a hand. Furthermore, Gusa Qingling was the future disciple daughter-in-law that he recognized, the future wife of the young patriarch. How could she let others bully her? Looks like I'm still a bit weak. I'll have to seriously cultivate for a while after I go back, especially in terms of spiritual power. Lin Xian thought this in his mind. He was now empty of the third realm of spiritual power, but he didn't know how to use it. Right. Why don't you use the spirit weapon Lin Tian gave you? Directly suppressing the past with the tripod wouldn't be such a mess. Lin Xian seemed to have thought of something and looked towards Gusa Qingling and asked strangely. He remembered that before he came in, his oldest brother had given the other party an 8th order spiritual weapon to protect his body, but just now he hadn't seen the other party take it out and use it, which made Lin Xian very puzzled. This, brother Lin Tian. It seems that he didn't remove the small tripod soul brand. I can't use it. Gusa Qingling stammered, and then she took that small tripod back out. Looking at the small tripod in the other party's hands, Lin Xian made a probe, and immediately his eyes widened, because he really did find Lin Tian's soul brand on top of the small tripod. I can't help but cover my face for a while and shake my head, and in my heart, I came to my own unreliable brother with an affectionate greeting. What's the difference between giving something away and not knowing to remove the soul brand? What's the use of a small tripod without a way to catalyze it? It's useless. Lin Xian thinks it's too small to be used as a brick. Qingling why don't the two of you get out of the marriage? This brother of mine has a pit in his brain. He doesn't deserve you. Lin Xian looked at Gusa Qingling and said in a serious tone, is this kind of thing something a normal person could do? If he hadn't happened to run into the other party would probably have left the secret realm by now, and would have to miss out on quite a few opportunities. Brother Lin, don't be angry. Brother Lin Tian, it was probably just a momentary forgetfulness. I'm fine, and nothing has happened now. Seeing this, Gusa Qingling also hastened to defend Lin Tian. Alas, forget it, I'll clean him up later. Looking towards Gusa Qingling's tense appearance, Lin Xian sighed slightly, then slowly said, for this unreliable old brother, he is a real headache. Ghosts know what the other side later can still be a little moth out. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's get out of here first. Is there anywhere you want to go? Lin Xian surveyed the surroundings for a moment before saying once more. Without stopping too long, Lin Xian left the place with Gusa Qingling. The huge commotion would not guarantee that it would attract other people. For safety's sake, they needed to leave quickly. I want to explore the secret realm to see if I can find a chance. Does brother Lin want to join me? Gusa Qingling pondered while moving, then said, alright, let's go then. You lead the way. Lin Xian nodded, stating that there was no problem, and even offered to let the other party lead the way, rather than wandering around blindly on his own. It would be better to follow Gusa Qingling, who was the protagonist. After all, the other party had the protagonist's aura to add to it, and would surely come across chances, and by following the other party, he would be able to have a mouthful of soup when the time came. Lin Xian didn't believe in his luck. As a lord who had even picked up money since he was a child, following the other party was undoubtedly the best choice. As Lin Xian and the two of them continued to go deeper and deeper, the scenery in the secret realm gradually changed, and some sparse buildings gradually appeared in front of the two of them. No longer the unchanging sky-high ancient trees. It seems that this secret realm was previously inhabited. Lin Xian couldn't help but murmur as he surveyed the situation he saw before him. Perhaps it was due to the age. The building in front of him was very dilapidated, but from the broken walls, one could vaguely see its splendor back then. Brother Lin, take a look at this. Gusa Qingling's voice came from not far away, and Lin Xian turned his head to look, only to see that he was crouching on the ground and surveying something. Lin Xian came to Gusa Qingling's side, followed by a skeleton also appeared in front of his eyes. The skeleton presents a half-lying posture, holding a long sword that has been broken, empty eye sockets, is looking into the distance. Driven by curiosity, Lin Xian gently pushed the skeleton, but just as Lin Xian pushed it, the skeleton frame instantly turned into dust and drifted away into the air, leaving only a broken sword behind. It seems like this skeleton has been around for a very long time. Without much of a reaction, Lin Xian picked up the short sword from the ground and sized it up. After the passage of years, which contains the spiritual power has been extremely weak, on which a faint sharpness of the gas, but highlights the extraordinary long sword. If it was placed in the past, this broken sword was definitely a rare divine weapon, but with the passage of time, the spirit in it had already disappeared. Ha! What's this? It seems like a token. Just as Lin Xian was studying the short sword, Gusa Qingling on the side made a new discovery. The token presents a green color. Like jade is not jade, like iron is not iron. Slightly rustic. Some light fluorescence flow within it. Looks quite strange. Pale? The surface of the token is inscribed with an arcane script, and although Gusa Qingling did not recognize the script, she read it out without any obstacles, which was quite divine. Looking at the token in the other party's hand, Lin Xian's head was full of questions. This place was just this big. How come he hadn't seen this token just now? Where did you find this token? Lin Xian asked curiously. Right here. Originally buried at the bottom. Half of it is exposed on the top. And tripped me. Gusa Qingling pointed to the pit on the inside. Then said. 6. Not ashamed to be you. The token first put away. There is a big chance in this room. In this regard, Lin Xian can only silently give a thumbs up. Can only say that the protagonist is worthy of being the protagonist. Really go out and pick up the treasure. Even this token had ventured to trip the other party in order for Gusa Qingling to discover him. One could only say that it was truly worthy of being a son of Qi, and that opportunities knew how to deliver themselves to the door. As for whether or not there was a chance in the token, Lin Xian could say that he didn't doubt it in the slightest. Based on his many years of experience in reading online literature, the token in the other party's hand was definitely a chance. Chapter 43, Su Ruoshue's Trouble. Chance? What's so special about this token? Gusa Qingling looked at the token in her hand again and looked at Lin Xian in disbelief as she asked. This is what you keep? It will definitely be useful later. Lin Xian dumbfounded. Cannot say a reason. Simply is not to explain. Just let the other party will be put away. After all, he cannot tell the other party that you are the son of luck. With great luck, go out on your chance to meet? Good. Although she didn't know the usefulness of this token, Gusa Qingling also realized its extraordinary features and put it into the storage ring she carried. After exploring again and finding nothing else special, the two of them were planning to leave this place and continue exploring the rest of the secret realm. Could it be? However, right at this moment, the fluctuation of spiritual energy in the distance was what caught Lin Xian's attention. And even though it was far away, he could still perceive the extreme coldness. That extreme coldness was familiar to Lin Xian. It was an aura that belonged uniquely to Su Ruoshue. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xian increased his speed to the extreme and rushed over quickly towards the location where the fluctuations had come from. Looking at Lin Xian, who had quickly departed in a stream of light, although Gusa Qingling was a little puzzled, she didn't ask and quickly followed. At this moment, in the middle of a palace, Su Ruoshue was surrounded by a cold aura, looking at the unfamiliar man in front of her with a cold expression, her gaze revealing a hint of killing intent. This girl? I have no malicious intent. If I see it correctly, girl, you should be a 9-turn Xianing body, right? The man had a faint smile on his face. His eyes were as deep as ink. Very calm. Not the slightest change due to Su Ruoshue's aura. Roll. Although she was a little surprised that the other party could see through her physique, Su Ruoshue was the one who already had no intention of giving the other party a good face and faintly spat out a word. In my is on the 9 turns of the Xianyang body. I do not know, the girl may be interested in the next couple. You and I both yin and yang harmonization. Cultivation will certainly soar. However, in this regard, the man was not the slightest bit concerned. The smile on his face remained the same, and continued to say, roll or die. Hearing the other party's words, Su Ruoshue's face was already covered in frost, and the cold air around her body escaped, instantly freezing the entire hall. Oh, I am the holy son of the 10,000 Flames sect. The girl can consider clearly. The man saw the situation. The smile on his face gradually dispersed, and there was more than a hint of threat in his tone. Su Ruoshue did not say anything. Jade finger gently lifted, then a finger pointing out. In an instant, thousands of ice cones from the void appeared, like a sword cutting through the void, emitting bursts of sound, shot out towards the man. Humph. Toast to toast. The man snorted coldly. His body erupted endlessly around him, as if it was a big sun, and a scorching hot aura filled the air, fighting against the cold air. The man quickly shot out, steeply shot out a palm, dissolved the incoming ice cone, then violently stepped on the ground. The floor instantly exploded and melted. The man's silhouette shot out explosively, towards Su Ruoshue attacked. Nico! Crisp cries resounded through the hall. An ice phoenix emerged from behind Su Ruoshue, biting cold air raging, so that the entire hall is wrapped in frost. Thousands of snowflakes flying beautiful, even beautiful, like being in the land of ice and snow. Just a glance will make people intoxicated. As the cold air raged, the man's body was gradually hung with a touch of white frost. Even if he was the most masculine and rigid 9 revolutions of Xianyang body was not an exception, and under the erosion of the terrifying cold air, he was slowly transformed into an ice sculpture. However, in the face of the man transformed into an ice sculpture. Su Ruoxue did not have the slightest intention to relax, and flexed her fingers to strike again. Ice Phoenix Jiang Tian. As Su Ruoxue's thin lips slightly opened, the ice phoenix behind her was also violently swept out, carrying boundless cold air. Toward the man turned into an ice sculpture swooped down. In the blink of an eye is already to the other side of the body. However, the next moment, a blood-red flame erupted from the man's body, dispersing the coldness from his body in an instant, and then transformed into a hideous fire beast, which ruthlessly collided with the ice phoenix. Boom! A roar. Two kinds of horrible energy in the hall burst. Tyrannical power will be swallowed by the two. In the violent energy fluctuations, the original will have long been corrupted hall can no longer be overburdened. Burst, instantly into a piece of the ruins. It was a battle between ice and fire, and also a fight between Su Ruoxue and the man. And as the energy dispersed, the figures of the two were once again revealed. At this moment, the original spirited man was already in a sorry state, with his clothes in shreds around his body, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, and an arm that was a kind of icy blue color, vaguely with a cold gas flowing in it. On the contrary, Su Ruoxue was still as cloudy as ever. Even her dress didn't change in the slightest, noble and elegant, and her coldness remained. Cough cough, what a terrifying cold chi, actually able to injure me as a 9 revolutions Xian Yang body. The man coughed out a mouthful of black blood, looking at Su Ruoxue's eyes filled with shock. Su Ruoxue didn't pay attention to the pair of drops, and immediately wanted to end the other party, but right at this moment, a hot blade chi slashed in the air, interrupting Su Ruoxue's movements. Su Ruoxue raised her hand and pointed out a finger, freezing the blade chi, but because of this momentary delay, it caused him to miss the opportunity to exterminate the other party, allowing him to distance himself from Su Ruoxue. At some point, there was already a red-clothed young man holding a long knife in the field, whose breath was very strong and obviously not weak. Good job. After going out, this saint's son will have a heavy reward. First pester her. I will recover for a moment. The man looked at the visitor and smiled bashfully. Then he took out an elixir and swallowed it, starting to recover from his injuries. Good, the youth answered. And then he was carrying his sword towards Su Ruoxue to kill. Su Ruoxue did not have the slightest retention. Raised his hand as an ice phoenix thrown over. But the youth is not weak. Raised his hand and a knife to split the ice phoenix. And then it is once again chopped out a knife gas, straight to Su Ruoxue vitals. Raising her hand, she coalesced an ice shield to block the blade chi, and just as she was about to counterattack, she seemed to have sensed something, and her body slightly veered to the side. There. In the next moment, a blade chi chopped from its back, leaving a huge blade mark on the wall. At some point, the youth had already appeared behind Su Ruoxue. The man who had just been injured by Su Ruoxue had also recovered from his injuries and was about to attack Su Ruoxue. However, right at this moment, a biting sword intent was steeply enveloping his entire body. The man's hairs instantly exploded, only feeling as if a sharp sword was on his neck. The next moment could make his body and head separated. Without the slightest hesitation, the man violently stormed back. Clank! In the next moment, a sword chi descended steeply, cutting through the void, carrying incomparable killing intent, and landed steeply on the man's previous location, twisting the floor into pieces. Chapter 44, Rush. As the sword chi dispersed, a figure dressed in a star robe abruptly appeared beside Su Ruoxue. The person who came was naturally no one else but Lin Xian, who had sensed the aura and rushed over at great speed. Is everything alright? Lin Xian asked with concern in his eyes as he looked towards Su Ruoxue's. It's fine. I just ran into a little trouble. It's not a big deal. Seeing Lin Xian, Su Ruoxue's cold demeanor suddenly melted away with ice and snow, and a smile gradually hung on her absolutely beautiful face. I'm glad it's okay. What happened? At those words, Lin Xian was also relieved. If something really happened to the other party, he could hardly guarantee what he would do. Su Ruoxue's beautiful eyes turned slightly, as if she had thought of something interesting, and then she pointed at the man and said, Husband, he wants to molest me. Looking at Su Ruoxue, who was smiling at Lin Xian, the man who had been forced back by the side was instantly infuriated, and immediately shouted towards Lin Xian in a deep voice. Who are you? Who dares to spoil the good things of this saint's son? Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xian also slowly turned his head back, eyes full of killing intent staring at the other party in death. Sword intent bursting out from his body, mixed with this monstrous anger, enveloping the man. Feeling the sword intent that was like substance on Lin Xian's body, the man couldn't help but be slightly startled. What a terrifying sword intent! To be able to comprehend sword intent at the chi-gathering realm. Could this person be a heavenly sword sex heavenly pride? Leave this one to me. You and Qingling deal with the other one. Lin Xian didn't say too much as he spoke to Su Ruoxue, and then raised his hand in a false grip, and the star sword appeared in his hand. As the long sword entered his hand, Lin Xian's expression was cold and indifferent. The sword intent around him surged once again. At this moment he was like a sword out of its sheath, sharp and clear. Only the blood of his enemies could calm him. Looking at Lin Xian who looked like this, Gusu Chengling and Su Ruoxue were both slightly stunned. Lin Xian looked like this. He was obviously already in a state of extreme anger. Lin Xian was holding a long sword, his feet stepping on the stars, walking slowly. Every step he took, the breath around him was 1 point stronger. In just a few moments his cultivation level had risen from the 5th level of Qi gathering to the peak of Qi gathering. Who the hell are you? Feeling the sense of oppression emanating from Lin Xian's body, the man's complexion gradually became grave as he sensed a hint of danger from Lin Xian. Dead man, not worthy to know my name. As the voice fell, Lin Xian's aura had already reached its peak, and then without the intention of talking too much nonsense with the other party, he raised his hand and chopped out a sword chi. Clank! Crisp sword roar resounded through the clouds. A sword gas was chopped out by it. The sword gas was magnificent and bright, with incomparable vastness, chopping off the sky, falling from the sky, like a meteorite, wanting to destroy everything. Facing such a sword, the man naturally did not dare to hold back, and immediately pushed his holy body to the extreme. The most rigid and masculine power erupted from his body, as if it was the red sun in the sky, scorching hot and grandiose. Great sun burning palm. The man's hand lightly pushed thousands of spiritual power into a bright palm. Palm as its name, seems to have the power of the burning sky. Palm prints where everything is turned into ashes. With the might of the brilliant sun, and the sword gas collided together. Boom! 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 Booms exploded. Terrifying aftershocks raged, and everything around them was destroyed. Boom! Another explosion. Has not yet dispersed the aftermath of the wave steeply by the newborn aftermath of the blast scattered, only to see a blue and a red two silhouettes, with its extremely terrifying speed in the air constantly collision, the movement of the violent, powerful, so that the sight of the Gusa Qingling secretly heart-shocked. Sister Ruoxue, Brother Lin, he's so strong. He's at the 5th level of Qi gathering cultivation to take on the peak of Qi gathering, and he's not losing the battle in the slightest. Gusa Qingling exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. Husband is angry, Su Ruoxue said with a smile. Sister Ruoxue, let's take care of the other one first and go help big brother Lin Xian later. Gusa Qingling said. Good. Su Ruoxue nodded slightly, and then she was looking towards that youth, her gaze slightly chilled. Boom! 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 Sword chi raging, flames tossing, the battlefield is divided into two. The two people each hold one side, each other do not give way. A move between all contains strong incomparable spiritual power, straight to the other party's vitals, not the slightest intention to stay. Using secret techniques for a long period of time was a huge drain on essence. Even if Lin Xian body's essence was more powerful than the same realm, it still couldn't be delayed for too long. But that's all. If you want to kill me, you're not qualified enough. The man laughed coldly, taking advantage of Lin Xian revealing a crack to fiercely dodge and once again punch out. The hot fist wind whistled past Lin Xian's ears, and relying on his powerful mental strength, Lin Xian quickly reacted and narrowly dodged the blow. However, the man wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Lifting his foot was a leg whip that swept towards Lin Xian, bringing off a road of popping noises, which showed the terror of the force of this kick. Soul Suppressor Bell. Imperial. In his hand, a large clock appeared in front of him, blocking this blow, but the clock was also sent flying. But the man was also shocked backward by the force of the recoil. Without a corresponding cultivation level, a 9th grade spiritual weapon couldn't be of much use in Lin Xian's hands. At best, it was a large, sturdy bell. Unable to land a single blow, the man once again twisted his body, and in a flash, he approached Lin Xian once more, sweeping in another kick. Humph! 9 Heavenly Divine Thunder Talisman. In the face of the incoming kick, Lin Xian didn't hesitate for a second, and immediately threw out a spirit talisman. Boom! Berserk purple lightning erupted from the talisman, like a section of blooming purple flowers, with unparalleled destructive power, pouring down on the man's body. You're not the only one with a spirit charm. However, this talisman did not have an effect on the man, and was blocked as much as possible by a golden shield on his body, and in his hand. It was clearly a spirit talisman as well, and it was not of a low grade. Now, it's my turn to counterattack. The man grinned as an extremely strong aura emanated from his body. The strength of his aura was such that even the spirit sea realm would have to retreat for 3 minutes. Over just as the man was about to strike again, a sense of deathly crisis immediately enveloped him. The alarm bells in the man's heart rang loudly as he gave up his intention to continue attacking Lin Xian, and swept away towards the back, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. In the next moment, an ice phoenix violently smashed down on its previous location and exploded with a loud bang, just like an ice flower blooming. Beautiful, but hiding endless killing opportunities. As the ice flower bloomed, a more terrifying cold air than before centered on it, and steeply erupted, and wherever it passed, it was wrapped in silver, turning into a cold ice hell. How is it possible? That fast? The man turned back in shock, looking at the youth who had been turned into an ice sculpture and shattered into pieces, his eyes filled with incredulity. It's mixed doubles time now. Looking at Su Ruoxue, who had already freed up her hands, Lin Xian smiled faintly, followed by a flash of light in his hands, followed by 10 more spirit talismans between his fingers. Without too much nonsense, Su Ruoxue struck again. Thousands of cold air slowly condensed in the void, transforming into 10 ice phoenixes, once again bombarding towards the man. Chapter 45, Run? Waiting. 10 ice phoenixes showed the trend of encircling, wrapping the man firmly in it, blocking all of its way out, wanting to kill it completely. Visible. This time Su Ruoxue is really angry. If you hit Su Ruoxue, there might be a chance of survival, but if you hit Lin Xian, then it wouldn't be a complete break in life. I am the holy son of the 10,000 Flames sect. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? In the face of Su Ruoxue's angry strike, the man was not the slightest bit afraid. The color of madness flashed in his eyes, the breath around his body surged, and a crimson flame erupted from his body. The extreme temperature contained in the flames dispelled the cold and melted the frost. Even the ground was hard to bear. Under the scorching heat, the ground was easily torn apart like paper, and was directly transformed into a huge pit flowing with magma. Ha ha ha, great sun burning palm. The man's long red hair fluttered, laughed up to the sky, like a madman, standing on top of the huge pit, like a fire god descending into the world, blasting out a palm print, which was like a volcano erupting, with endless might violently launched. What are you barking at? Eat my 10 talismans first. Seeing how arrogant the pair was, Lin Xian also threw out the 10 talismans in his hand. The crimson palm prints cover the sky, with the power of burning the sky and boiling the sea, and the ice phoenix and that ruthlessly crashed together, followed by endless thunder and lightning shrouded everything, with the might of destroying the sky and destroying the earth violently broke out. Rumble! Terrifying power steeply erupted from the middle of the battlefield, sweeping toward the surroundings, and wherever it passed, everything melted, and everything seemed like a dream bubble, which collapsed when it was touched. When the aftermath dispersed, the scene in the field also appeared in front of everyone's eyes once again. As far as the eyes could see, there was scorched earth, so it was evident that the terror of these 10 talismans was by no means something that ordinary people could withstand. In the middle of the field, Lin Xian looked at the man who had disappeared. His brows couldn't help but knit slightly. Although the other party had disappeared, he could be sure that the other party hadn't died. He had locked onto the other party's aura long ago, but now that the aura was disconnected, it was clear that the other party had already left this secret realm. Sorry, husband, didn't he manage to leave him behind? Looking at Lin Xian, who had a somewhat ugly face, Su Ruoxue's face also surfaced with a touch of guilt. It's fine, I don't blame you. It's good that you ran away. When I get out I'll bring people to the 10,000 Flames sect and exterminate his clan. Lin Xian rubbed Su Ruoxue's head with a doting face, using the gentlest of tones to say the most ruthless words. After feeling the warmth coming from Lin Xian's palm, Su Ruoxue's mood was much better, and a smile spread across her face. Speaking of which, Ruoxue, you're really powerful. With this level of attack, I'm afraid that the average spirit sea realm would have to retreat. Looking at the crumbling battlefield, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with sighs. One could only say that it was worthy of being the reincarnation of a great power, to be able to have such strength at the chi-gathering realm. It was feared that only Su Ruoxue would be able to achieve this level. Husband is also very powerful. If not husband came in time, I'm afraid I'm in danger. Su Ruoxue smiled like a flower. Above the stunningly beautiful face of the country is full of happiness, as if a praised little child general. Lin Xian smiled, did not say anything. Su Ruoxue as the protagonist, even without him, with the protagonist aura, can also be good luck. Not right. How is this plot development strange? Seemingly thinking of something, Lin Xian quickly recalled what had happened before. And then it was the more he thought about it, the more wrong it was. Gusa Qingling was in danger. Then he bumped into him, successfully forced back the other party and saved him. And then it was Su Ruoxue, who was also saved by him. Good guy. I'd become the protagonist's nobleman. This déjà vu feeling made Lin Xian inexplicably speechless for a while. It is said that the protagonist must have a nobleman to help him when he encounters danger, but the result is that he has become a nobleman to help the protagonist. Throwing out the miscellaneous things in his head, Lin Xian steeply looked into the distance, his brows furrowing slightly. Let's go. Leave first. This huge commotion has already attracted other people, Lin Xian said as he looked towards the two of them. Within his senses, there were already a few auras that were rushing this way, with two major protagonists at his side. Although Lin Xian wasn't afraid of other people, there was no need to expose the whereabouts of his party so as not to attract people's thoughts. The two naturally had no opinion, and both nodded slightly. Then the three of them concealed their breath and vanished into the distance. In the middle of the dense jungle, the three of them were like ghosts, weaving in and out at breakneck speed. Brother Lin, where are we going now? Gusa Qingling looked at Lin Xian and asked. I was going to ask you to come. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Where did he know where he was going? He was all still thinking of mixing some chances with the other party. Husband, this secret realm should be the former site of an ancient power. If we can find its core, we should gain something. Su Ruoxue, who was on the side, suddenly opened her mouth and said, if you put it that way, then it's indeed possible to go over and take a look. But now there's another problem. This secret realm is huge. How are we going to find the core? Lin Xian nodded slightly, agreeing with Su Ruoxue's idea, but soon they realized a new problem. I know, husband, just follow me. Su Ruoxue gave a shallow smile. Then she was the first to arrive in front of the two, reversing the direction and leading the two to quickly rush in one direction. Under Su Ruoxue's leadership, the three of them sped all the way, and soon, an opulent palace complex appeared in front of them. Only, at this moment, this palace was already slightly dilapidated. Although the palace complex was slightly dilapidated, and there were broken walls everywhere, it was unable to hide their former splendor in the slightest, and the indifferent spiritual light that flowed on it even more highlighted the extraordinary nature of it all. Looking at the magnificent palace complex in front of him, Lin Xian also became interested and slowly walked towards the palace, wanting to enter it, but he was blocked by a boundary. There's actually a boundary. Lin Xian frowned slightly as he looked at the boundary in front of him. He can sense the strength of the boundary. Not a few of them can break the chi-gathering realm. That is to say, they can only be outside the light to watch, cannot enter it. Lin Xian was clueless and could only look slightly sideways at Su Ruoxue, casting a look for help. Su Ruoxue understood and said with a smile, husband, although this boundary is sturdy, it has fallen into disrepair over the years, so if we can find its weakness, we can easily get in. I am confident that I can find the weak spot, but it will take some time. But it is a pity that I have not found the token to open the boundary, or else I could go in directly. Lin Xian nodded slightly, and his face couldn't help but show joy. He had gambled right. Following the protagonist would indeed lead to opportunities. This palace was so magnificent. There must be quite a lot of treasures in it. A token? Sister Ruoxue, do you mean this token? Hearing these words, the Gusa Qingling on the side thoughtfully took out an ancient token from within her ring, then looked at Su Ruoxue and asked. Chapter 46, Baby Gets Hand Cramps. Soon, the token from before was taken out by Gusa Qingling, and Su Ruoxue looked at the token and the word Songming on it, and her face couldn't help but flash with surprise. That's right, it's this kind of token. I didn't expect Sister Qingling to actually be able to search for it. It's a way to save a lot of effort. Su Ruoxue nodded slightly and said with a faint smile, this was previously found in the middle of a ruin. I wanted to throw away. Then Brother Lin said it might be useful, so I put it away. I didn't expect it to really come in handy, but also thanks to Brother Lin. Gusa Qingling looked towards Lin Xian, her eyes full of incredulity. How could she not have imagined that this token really existed in chance? Before she had thought that the other party was just talking nonsense. Ha ha, I was just saying it off the top of my head. I didn't expect to really have a chance. Lin Xian laughed and responded. Now that the token is in hand, it's much easier. Su Ruoxue took the token from Gusa Qingling's hands, and pinched the spell in her hands, and immediately afterward, the originally ancient and simple token bloomed with a dazzling light. As the token emitted light, the outer boundary of the palace changed, and a ripple spread out, followed by a portal that appeared in front of the crowd. That's awesome. Ruoshua, how did you know how to use this token? Lin Xian gave Su Ruoshua a thumbs up and marveled. Husband, could it be that you don't believe that thing I told you when we first met? When Su Ruoshua heard this, a touch of grudge surfaced in her eyes, and her slightly aggrieved appearance was exceptionally compassionate. Of course I remember. I'm just a little surprised. Looking at Su Ruoshua's appearance, Lin Xian hurriedly waved his hand and said, Really? Of course it's true. Fool no one but you. Looking at the two people who are laughing and joking, the Gusa Qingling on the side immediately feels that the whole person is not good. She feels like a light bulb, completely redundant existence. At the same time, she was also a little surprised. She did not expect, like an ice lotus flower, has been rejecting people outside Su Ruoshua. There is still such a side. Hey, looked at. Gusa Qingling suddenly is to think of a certain wood, inexplicably feel heavy and far, cannot help but a sigh. The sound of Gusa Qingling's sigh naturally caught the attention of the two of them, and both of them turned around to look over, their eyes filled with doubts. What's wrong with this? Sad face? Lin Xian asked strangely. Properly. Why did the other party look so preoccupied? This was very suspicious. Ah, it's fine. Just remembered something. Seeing the two of them suddenly looking at themselves, Gusa Qingling was also startled and hurriedly collected her thoughts and smiled. Lin Xian gave the other party a strange look, feeling that the other party was up to something, but since the other party didn't intend to say anything, Lin Xian didn't continue to ask and turned to say, Since the boundary is open, let's go in. The three did not hesitate. Lifting their legs was from the portal stepped through, into the boundary, and as the three entered it, the portal above the boundary was also again restored to its previous state, tightly closed, without the slightest gap. Go go go. Let's see what treasures there are. Lin Xian rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement, and walked towards the nearest hall, obviously already a little impatient. After all, there is nothing more exciting than searching for treasures. Crunch! As the heavy door was pushed open with a creak, the things in the hall were also then printed into the eyes of the crowd. Rows of shelves were neatly placed therein, and above the shelves were densely packed with all kinds of pills. Vomit ho! Hit the jackpot. It's actually all elixirs. Looking at the densely packed pills on the shelves, Lin Xian was instantly bright. So many pills. If they were all moved away, even if they were eaten as candy, they would have to be eaten for a year and a half. Compared to Lin Xian's excitement, Su Ruoshua appeared much calmer, casually picking up a bottle of elixir to check it out, followed by a slight shake of her head. Husband, these elixirs have lost a serious amount of their medicinal power, and are already of little value. After the baptism of time, the potency of the elixir has also long been 1 out of 10, although the external appearance of the, then won't I be happy for nothing? Lin Xian's expression froze, and the smile on his face was steeply fixed, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. That's not quite true. Pills above the 6th grade don't lose their medicinal power due to the passage of time. They should be able to be preserved. Su Ruoshua covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Seeing this, Lin Xian's eyes also lit up once again, fiercely covering the entire hall with his spiritual power, his figure steeply disappearing in front of everyone's eyes, just like a ghost, constantly weaving in and out of the medicine shelves. Not long after, Lin Xian was back in front of the eyes of the two. At the same time, there was also a large pile of jade bottles in his arms, and in the jade bottles, without exception, they were all above the 6th grade pills, and among them, there was even no lack of 8th grade pills. Ha ha ha, get rich! Lin Xian laughed out loud. In his eyes was a color of excitement that he couldn't hide. Since he was a child, he hadn't seen so many high-grade elixirs. This time it could be said that he got a good deal at once. Come, let's have one for each of us. Lin Xian wasn't stingy and distributed the pills to Su Ruoshua and Gusa Qingling. Lin Xian wasn't lacking in elixirs. After all, his parents had given him a whole bunch of them before. The grades weren't any lower than these. The reason why he was so active was mainly because he was enjoying this process of looking for treasures, enjoying that sense of excitement. Thank you, Brother Lin. Gusa Qingling's eyes lit up and she took the pills with a happy face. With these pills, their family's strength would definitely be able to go to the next level. Just keep it, husband. I still have a lot of pills on me. Su Ruoshua didn't take them. Instead, she let Lin Xian keep them all. Alright, if there's a need, you can find me to get it. Lin Xian didn't say anything more and nodded slightly, putting away the remaining pills. Lin Xian is not worried that the other party does not have pills to use. After all, before his bossy parents also hard stuffed a lot of pills to Su Ruoxue. A year and a half cannot eat the kind of. That treatment is not in the least bit worse than his own son. Go, next palace. After taking the pills, Lin Xian was thinking of going to the next palace to hunt for treasures, but at that moment, Su Ruoxue called out to Lin Xian, "Husband, don't be in a hurry. There are still some good things here." With that, Su Ruoxue was leading the two of them to the deepest part of the palace, before a wall. "Ha! There's something odd about this wall." Lin Xian raised his hand and touched the wall in front of him, his eyes filled with surprise. In Lin Xian's perception, the wall in front of him seemed to have an extremely hidden boundary, except that the boundary's concealment was extremely powerful, and if he didn't intend to perceive it, even if his spiritual power was as strong as he was, he wouldn't necessarily be able to perceive the wall's special features. "That's right, this should be a secret room." Su Ruoxue nodded. Then with a flip of her jade hand, the token appeared in her hand once again. With the convenience of the token, Su Ruoxue easily unlocked the boundary, and then a dark door appeared in front of the three of them. Another exciting opening session. Lin Xian hemmed and hawed, and as his palms powered up, a friction sound rang out, and the dark door slowly opened with it. Chapter 47, 9th Grade Pills. As the door of the secret room slowly opened, a fresh fragrance of medicinal herbs hit their faces, and then the scene in the secret room appeared in the eyes of the three of them. The secret room was not big, but it was exceptionally neat and clean. Above the surrounding walls was a row of shelves, and above the shelves, there were rolls and rolls of parchment listed. In the center of the secret room was a pitch-black Dan furnace with a lifelike true dragon inscribed on it, so realistic that it looked as if it would fly out of it in the next second. Dan furnace emits a faint spiritual light, silk incense through the furnace floating in the chamber. Refreshing, through the mouth of the furnace, you can see an emerald green pills, is quietly suspended in which, on top of the elixir, there are 9 tiny lines looming, silk Taoist rhythms flowing on it. Just a glance is to make people can no longer take their eyes off, so that the original is extraordinary elixir, adding a touch of strangeness. This is a holy elixir. Looking at the pill in the furnace, Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim in shock as his eyes widened. Dan 1 road, divided into 9 products, each increase of 1 product, the pill will be more than 1 line above. 9 products of the pill can be called the world's top, respected by the world as the Holy Dan. 9th grade elixir, capturing the creation of heaven and earth, had the effect of giving birth to white bones from the dead, no matter what injuries one suffered, as long as there was still a breath of air. Taking the elixir, one could instantly recover to the peak, or even go 1 step further. 9th grade pills, put to the outside world will definitely set off a storm of bloodshed. Visible degree of its preciousness is by no means ordinary, and this pill in the pitch-black furnace in front of him was clearly a 9th grade pill. How could this not make Lin Xian excited? Boy, 9th grade pills. I've never seen one in my life. I don't know if the Lin family has 9th grade pills. Looking at the 9th grade pills in front of him, Lin Xian couldn't help but be slightly staggered, and at the same time was also a little curious as to whether or not his wealthy and generous parents had 9th grade pills. Husband, don't underestimate those ancient families, just like the Lin family that you're in. Husband, the 9th grade pills. It's still very simple to take them out. Su Ruoxue smiled faintly and gave Lin Xian the science. Hearing this, Lin Xian also realized that a divine family that could pull out a 9th-ranked magic treasure for him to defend himself obviously couldn't possibly not have 9th-ranked elixirs. This elixir, do you guys want it? Without dwelling on the issue any further, Lin Xian looked at the two and inquired, Brother Lin, just take it. This kind of grade of elixir, the Gusu family can't protect. It. Gusu Qingling shook her head slightly. She was clear about the strength of her family. The strongest person was only at the realm of creation cultivation. Once the news of the 9th grade pill was leaked out, it would surely invite endless calamity. Just take it, husband. Su Ruoxue naturally wouldn't be with Lin Xian and gave the elixir away. Neither want it? Forget it. I'll take it then. Seeing that both of them had no intention of collecting it, Lin Xian was quite surprised, but he didn't say much. Since neither of them wanted it, he could only take it himself. Lin Xian took a step forward, wanting to open the alchemy furnace to collect the elixir. But in the next moment, Lin Xian's movement was a beat. His eyes gradually glazed over as he looked back outside the chamber. Su Ruoxue seemed to have sensed something as well, and Lin Xian looked outside the chamber at the same time, her expression gradually becoming serious for a minute. Your Excellency, since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Lin Xian's voice was like a torrent, echoing through the great hall. As Lin Xian's voice fell, A man dressed in a green-colored fancy dress and holding a long sword also walked out from the shadows and appeared in front of the crowd. I, Lu Chuan of the Heavenly Sword Sect, meet you fellow Taoists. The man was unassuming and slightly clasped his fists at the three of them. Lin Xian. Lin Xian returned a salute from the three of them, and then they went straight to the point, slowly saying, "Fellow Taoist Lu, you're late. This elixir already has an owner." Although he could sense that the other party was very strong, but with 3 against 1 and the advantage in his favor, Lin Xian could not be the slightest bit of a wimp. When Lu Chuan heard this, a bitter smile could not help but appear on his handsome and rigid face. Then he looked at Lin Xian's 3 people and asked, "I wonder, gentlemen, if this elixir can be parted with? I am willing to exchange it with other treasures." Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He couldn't help but look the other party up and down. He didn't know where the other party got the confidence to say this. The 9th grade pills were worth so much that he didn't believe that the other party, a chi gathering realm, could take out an equivalent treasure. However, compared to this, Lin Xian was more curious as to what the other party wanted the 9th grade elixir for. The 9th grade elixir could never be used at the chi gathering realm. Even possessing it would be a sin, and would only invite others to covet it. Seems to see what Lin Xian heart. Lu Chuan slowly opened his mouth and explained, "This pill, extremely important to me. I need to use it to save my sister. I know that now I cannot take with it, want to wait outside." But, Lu Chuan wanted to say something, but said halfway is stopped. After all, such words, he himself heard all feel ridiculous. Save your sister. Listening to the other party, Lin Xian rubbed his chin, and then he was using the chi looking technique on Lu Chuan. As the chi lookout technique was unleashed, the world in Lin Xian's eyes also quietly changed. In his eyes, at this moment, Lu Chuan's body was covered in a golden color of chi, and even vaguely showed signs of transforming into a purple gold color. Although it was not as good as Su Ruoshue's kind of pure purple gold color, the chi was also very strong. However, very soon, Lin Xian frowned slightly as he realized that Lu Chuan's chi faintly carried a hint of blackness, something he had never seen before. Could it be that Lu Chuan will experience some kind of calamity in the future? Not dispersing the chi looking technique for the black gas in the other party's chi. Lin Xian's heart also had some guesses. Pushing his thoughts down, Lin Xian once again looked at Lu Chuan, then smiled faintly and said, "The pills can be let to you, but there are conditions." At those words, Lu Chuan's eyes steeply erupted with light. Originally he had no hope for this, but at this moment Lin Xian's words were bringing him hope. "No matter what the conditions are, as long as I can fulfill them, even if it means death." Lu Chuan's gaze was firm as he looked towards Lin Xian, his tone filled with determination. "The conditions are simple. Make a friend with me." Lin Xian smiled faintly and spoke in a shocking manner. On the side, Gusa Qingling slightly opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she didn't say anything. Using a 9th grade elixir to make friends, was afraid that it was unique in the entire cultivation world. Of course Lin Xian wasn't stupid. If it was an ordinary person, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't give the elixir away. But the person in front of him was a son of Qi. Hearing this, Lu Chuan froze in place. He thought that the other party would put forward some extremely difficult conditions, but it turned out that the other party's request was just to make friends with himself, which made him very shocked and very confused. What? Is brother Lu unwilling? Lin Xian saw the other party freeze in place and was somewhat puzzled. His own Hall a Lin family young master. Want money? Want resources? Have resources. Want talent? Have talent. Want to make friends with each other? The other side still have to hesitate. This makes him very incomprehensible. It's Mr. Lu's honor to be friends with Brother Lin. If Brother Lin doesn't mind, Mr. Lu is willing to serve as a dog and horse. Lu Chuan cupped his fists and bowed to Lin Xian, his tone filled with seriousness. Forget it if you're a dog or horse. I'm just making friends with you. It's not like I'm asking you to be my little brother. Lin Xian waved his hand and refused. Having the son of Qi as his follower, with the other party's ability to cause trouble, and attracting monsters passively, it would be considered good if he didn't cause some big trouble for him. When I think about it, with Su Ruoshue to the street to stroll a little, can cause problems? If you add a Lu Chuan, that shall not be all day trouble all over the body. Chapter 48, Pulling Together. Seeing Lin Xian as follows, Lu Chuan could not help but freeze in place again, not knowing what to say. Obviously they just know. The other party is a 9th grade pills to him, although it is to put forward the conditions, but the conditions of the simple. With the white sand and there is no difference between. Brother Lin, aren't you afraid that I will cheat you? Lu Chuan was silent for a moment and asked again. You're not this kind of person. Lin Xian laughed lightly. He had always been an accurate judge of people. Besides, he didn't really care about a mere elixir. Thanks a lot. Lu Chuan's mind is full of thoughts, although there are 1,000 words, but do not know how to speak, and finally turned into a sincere thank you. Brother Lu, don't have to be polite. It's just one elixir. If it can save your sister, it's a good thing. Lin Xian smiled faintly. A single 9th grade elixir could pull in a son of Qi. He was making a bloody profit any way he counted it. Su Ruoxue and Gusa Qingling watched from the sidelines. Although they had a lot of doubts, they didn't ask more questions. They didn't think that Lin Xian was really stupid. There must be some reason for him to do so. However, if outsiders knew that someone had used a 9th grade elixir to pull in a Qi-gathering realm, they might treat Lin Xian like a cutie. Treating. In that case, on behalf of my sister, Mr. Lu will thank Brother Lin first. Lu Chuan had gratitude and sighs in his eyes, but more than anything, he was happy. Lu Chuan was happy for his sister because with the elixir, then his sister would be saved, and at the same time, he was also happy for himself to meet a character like Lin Xian. Brother Lu will take the pills, lest there be any cross-currents. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then said again, good. Lu Chuan nodded. Then he entered the secret room and came to the Dan furnace to open it and take the Dan. Soon, Lu Chuan was in the furnace to take the 9th grade pills. As for the other items in the secret room, he did not move. The other party can let the pills to him. He has been very grateful. He is not a person who does not know how to satisfy. Seeing Lu Chuan finish taking the pills, Lin Xian also looked through the scrolls on top of the shelves, and then was pleasantly surprised to find that these unremarkable scrolls were actually all the formulae for refining pills. Pills are easy to buy. A party is difficult to find. Pills Dan Feng. None of them are extremely valuable. Every alchemist will be treated as a treasure, and never easy to spread out things. Now here is so much. How can let a person not excited? These are the Dan formulas. Let's see if there's anything you guys need? Lin Xian asked as he looked at a few people. A Dan formula? Let's see. Gusa Qingling sniffed, also came to be interested. Flipping through the top of the shelf, after some selection, will be a few pieces of the Dan formula to get the hands. But she chose these Dan formula grade is not really high. The high grade Dan formula she is not one of them to take. Don't you want these 8th grade Dan formulas? Lin Xian gave the other party a strange look. Brother Lin, with my family's conditions, I can't refine such pills. It's better for you to take it. Gusa Qingling explained. There is no 8th grade alchemist in her family, and she can't make pills even if she has a formula. So she gave it up on her own initiative. And compared to high grade pills, low grade pills are more likely to bring benefits to the family. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian didn't say anything else, waving his hand and putting away all the remaining Dan formulas, followed by looking at the alchemy furnace in the middle of the chamber. And after pondering for a few moments, he also put it away. Although he didn't know how to make pills, Xiao Feng did, and there was a chance that he could give it to the other party and brush up another wave of goodwill. Sweeping away the things in the secret room, the few people did not stay here for much longer, and quickly left the place, arriving outside the Great Hall. Brother Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll take my first step. After exiting the Great Hall, Lu Chuan also intended to leave there. Brother Lu, don't be in a hurry. There are a lot of good things in this secret realm, but there are also a lot of people, so it's good for the 4 of us to explore together, so we can take care of each other. Lin Xian said with a smile, not intending to let the other party leave just like that. If there were 3 sons of Qi following him around, wouldn't the treasures and opportunities be in his hands? This is also good. Seeing Lin Xian open his mouth, Lu Chuan was too embarrassed to refuse and nodded his head in agreement. Seeing that the other party agreed, Lin Xian's face could not help but reveal a smile, and without further delay, he took the lead and led the crowd towards the other palace. But when they arrived at the other palace, they realized that the palace door was already open, and it was obvious that other people had already entered it. Being shortcuts, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, and without delay, he led a few people in. At this moment, quite a few people had already gathered in the Great Hall, and the arrival of Lin Xian and the others naturally drew the attention of all of them. Casting glances, without caring about the gazes of the crowd, the first thing Lin Xian did was observe the situation in the palace. The interior of the palace is very wide. In the center of the hall, there are 100,000 light clusters are quietly suspended in it, and inside the light clusters, there are all kinds of magic treasures that are flickering with spiritual light. Just as Lin Xian was observing the massive light, a young girl was suddenly running over, and with an agitated face, she arrived in front of Lu Chuan, whose arms were holding a pale young man. who was obviously suffering from extremely serious injuries. Senior brother Lu. Little fan, he's injured. Do you have any healing pills on you? The woman looked at Lu Chuan with an anxious face and asked. No, I've already taken all the pills I have on me to you. Lu Chuan shook his head slightly. Ah, how could this happen? Elder brother, you quickly think of a way. Xiaofan's injuries are really heavy. The young girl sniffed, and immediately she was flustered. What's going on? What happened? Looking at the injuries on the teenager's body, Lu Chuan was also slightly shocked. The hideous scratches almost split his entire body in two, and his internal organs were clearly visible, making it unbearable to look at him. The external injuries were not the most serious. The most serious thing was that the teenager's origin was withered at this moment. His tendons and veins were broken. He had already fallen into a coma, and it was already difficult to maintain even the most basic aura operation. Xiaofan, he was attacked by the golden-winged roc. The young girl's eyes were a little evasive, and she stammered. Lu Chuan looked at the young girl in front of him and felt that the other party seemed to be hiding something, but at the moment, he did not look into it deeply, and after pondering for a moment, he said, Senior brother's situation is very bad, so we can only send him out of the secret realm to let the elders save him. Okay, let's get going then. Leaving the secret realm would mean missing the opportunity, which was not what the young girl wanted to see, but at this moment, the other party's situation was urgent, and leaving was no longer an option. You take senior brother to leave first. I'll stay in the secret realm and see if I can find heavenly treasures to help senior brother recover from his injuries, Lu Chuan said. Then please, senior brother. Seeing this, the young girl also no longer say anything, took out a jade talisman crushed open. In an instant a space fluctuation will be two people shrouded. Immediately after they are disappeared in the hall. Let's hope the clan elders can save him. Watching them leave, Lu Chuan also sighed slightly, his fingers slightly rubbing the space ring. His eyes are full of complexity. In his hands, the 9th grade pills can completely cure it, but that is what he used to save his sister. He cannot afford to give up. Lin Xian took in the scene as much as he could, and a look of puzzlement couldn't help but appear on his face, because he had just utilized his Qi lookout technique and discovered that the injured teenager's Qi actually appeared to be a kind of black color. And after the contact between Lu Chuan and that teenager just now, Lin Xian was shocked to find that the black color in Lu Chuan's Qi was 1 point more intense. Ruoxue, have you ever seen black chakra? The black Qi on that teenager's body puzzled Lin Xian, so he used his divine soul to communicate and inquire to Su Ruoxue on the side. Black chakra? Haven't really seen it. What's wrong, husband? Su Ruoxue was slightly stunned, as if she had touched a knowledge-blind spot, and it took a moment before she came back to her senses. It's fine. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. Seeing this, Lin Xian didn't dwell on this matter, just assuming that he had misread it. Chapter 49, Seizing the Treasure. With the passage of time, the people in the hall were gradually more and more. The geniuses of the various clans were naturally not vegetarians, and it was to be expected that they could arrive here. Lin Xian 4 people stood aside, and did not have the slightest action. Although the treasure in the hall is extremely tempting, but no one can guarantee that those wrapped in the treasure of the ball of light, whether or not there is something fishy, can walk here. Are all people elite, who do not want to be the first to take the treasure of the people? Since all of you are unwilling to take the treasure, I will be the first one to do so. Time passes a little bit. Eventually someone can hardly bear the temptation. A man smiled broadly and stood up. To a long knife is to extend the hand, a grasp up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the man's hand passed through the mass of light and gripped the hilt of the knife. Immediately after the mass of light dispersed, the handle of the long knife fell into the man's hands. See, the light group is not dangerous in the presence of all the people. Our action have to fly up towards a light group is to pounce on. But at this time, those light group but seems to feel the danger in general. In the hall in a haphazard flying up, to avoid the crowd of chase. A time, the hall in a mess. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the others did not hesitate any longer and flew away, heading towards the nearest ball of light. 7-star steps. Lin Xian let out a low gulp and directly used his stance, his entire body instantly transforming into a residual shadow as he moved quickly through the hall at a peculiar pace, quickly chasing after the nearest light mass. The light mass could isolate the spiritual probing, so no one knew what the grade of the magic treasure in the light mass was, and it was all up to luck to get what grade of magic treasure they could get. With the convenience of his stance, Lin Xian quickly harvested 2 magic treasures, but just as he was about to chase after a third, a sound of breaking wind was heard abruptly behind him. Lin Xian's heart felt something. His figure steeply deviated, followed by a sword chi that flew past Lin Xian. chopping on top of the pillars of the Great Hall, splitting it in two. This sword was not bad. If Lin Xian didn't dodge, Lin Xian would have definitely landed in a serious injury. Dodging this sword, Lin Xian's body abruptly turned cold, the star sword steeply entering his hand as he turned around and swung his sword out, chopping at the sneak attacker. The sword chi was magnificent, like a life-threatening scythe, and with an extremely terrifying speed, it directly chopped on the body of the sneak attacker, directly splitting the other party in two, and bright red blood instantly stained the floor of the Great Hall. Lin Xian's expression was without fluctuation, calmly withdrawing his long sword. Although he was a supporting character, he wasn't some cat or dog that could be provoked. When he was a soft persimmon, then he had to be prepared for his teeth to be chipped off. After seeing Lin Xian's strength, some of the people who had originally intended to kill Lin Xian to seize the treasure instantly dismissed the idea and shifted their targets to others. As the crowd looted, the magic treasures in the hall were quickly divided up, and Lin Xian also had a small harvest, getting 2 5th-order magic treasures and 1 6th-order magic treasure. Su Ruoxue, on the other hand, got 2 7th-order magic treasures, as well as an 8th-order magic treasure. Much better than Lin Xian. Can only say that the protagonist deserves to be the protagonist. The aspect of luck is completely compared to. Even Gusa Qingling and Lu Chuan's harvest is also much better than Lin Xian. There is no one lower than the 6th order. Compared to 1, Lin Xian's hand is simply broken copper and iron. Now that we have everything, let's go. Without lingering too long, Lin Xian pulled the crowd together and quickly left the Great Hall, and then headed towards the boundary beyond. The contents of this palace had basically been scavenged by the various forces. There was no need to linger too long, and they had also gained a lot of benefits from it. Soon, the 4 of them came outside the boundary and disappeared into the woods, rushing towards the depths of the secret realm. But they were not the only ones who left the palace. In the middle of the woods, Lin Xian's 4 were speeding along quickly, but at that moment, Lu Chuan seemed to have discovered something and spoke out to remind him. Brother Lin, there are 4 rats following behind with peak chi gathering cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian wasn't surprised. After all, following the 3 protagonists, it wasn't uncommon to come across things that involved killing people for treasure. In this regard, he was not worried. Su Ruoxue's strength was something he had clearly seen, invincible in the same realm. Even if he crossed over to kill the enemy, it was simple. Don't say that the one who came was only the peak of the chi-gathering realm. Even if the one who came was at the spirit sea realm, he didn't even bring a wimp. Once the secret method was opened, once the magic treasure was lit up, killing the enemy across the ranks was a routine for the protagonist, without the slightest difficulty. What are you talking about, Brother Lu? This is not a rat. This is the god of wealth, delivering a treasure. Lin Xian smiled faintly and took the star sword out once more, and without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and chopped out a sword chi towards his back. Lu Chuan naturally knew what Lin Xian wanted to do. At that moment, he also smiled. The long sword in his hand was steeply sheathed, also launched an attack on the people coming from the back. Su Ruoxue and Gusa Qingling were also each using their own means to strike out an attack towards the enemy. Boom! 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 For a time, roaring sounds resounded through the forest as powerful forces raged, opening up a clearing in the middle of the dense forest. The sudden strike of Lin Xian and the others had caught the other party off guard, causing them to suffer a great loss, but at the same time, it had also enraged them. Damn it, kill them all, the man at the head shouted. Then he killed towards Lin Xian and the others. The remaining 3 followed suit and launched an attack. In the face of the raging several people, Lin Xian's 4 people were not afraid at all, and met them with their swords. For a time, the sword chi and blade chi spread across the sky and the earth. The fist and palm prints covered the sky, and the berserk power filled the entire battlefield. 4 people's strength is not weak. A time Lin Xian and a few people are also fighting hard to share. But there is one person except. That is Su Ruoxue, an ice phoenix down. The enemy even had no time to beg for forgiveness. Is frozen into an ice sculpture. In the daylight appears to be glittering, as if a work of art. Su Ruoxue, who had freed up her hands, came to the battlefield where Lin Xian was in an instant, and then she once again condensed an ice phoenix and threw it at the enemy. As the ice phoenix exploded, the terrifying coldness contained within it erupted, freezing everything, which also included the few people who were fighting Lin Xian. As the 2 men fell, the scene began to fall side by side, and in no time, Lin Xian was cooperating with Lu Chuan and Gusa Qingling to kill the remaining 2 men. Why bother? Who is not good to choose, but chose us. Lin Xian looked at the several corpses on the ground and could not help but sigh. If they were to choose other people, with their strength at the peak of the Qi gathering realm, they are not sure to succeed, but they will definitely not lose their lives. But unfortunately, the other party has chosen them. You have to know their side, but there are 3 sons of fortune. None of them is not the existence of the opening. In the same realm, who touches all have to die. After scavenging the things on these for scattering children and distributing them evenly, Lin Xian and the others set off again, heading deeper into the secret realm, not taking this little episode to heart. Chapter 50, Ruins. As Lin Xian's few people continued to penetrate deeper and deeper into the secret realm, a ruin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Here is. Looking at the ruins in front of him, Lin Xian was slightly disoriented. Some broken images surfaced in his mind, and in a trance, an extremely magnificent and luxurious palace surfaced in his mind, quietly overlapping with the ruins in front of him. At this moment, there were no longer ruins in Lin Xian's eyes, but a magnificent palace. Between the thousands of agar wood standing, the flow of divine light unceasingly, glittering, constructed a beautiful landscape. The palaces between the sacred birds and beasts tumbling, playful play. The whole one is like a fairyland on earth, revealing a quiet and peaceful everywhere. Lin Xian shook his head vigorously, his eyes regaining their clarity as the scene disappeared. But that image from before still lingered in his mind. What's going on? An illusion? Lin Xian's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at the ruins in front of him, feeling a trace of sadness in his heart for no reason. Husband, what's wrong with you? Su Ruoxue asked softly, seemingly sensing Lin Xian's abnormality. A hint of concern added to her tone. It's fine. Let's go. Go over and take a look. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Then he walked towards the ruins. As a few people continued to go deeper and deeper, the scene in the ruins was completely presented to them. As far as the eye could see, there were ruins everywhere, not a single intact place. In the ruins, there are some pale skeletons scattered in bits and pieces, even after years and years of scrubbing, but from its residual pressure, still let Lin Xian secretly feel palpitations, visible in the bones of the cultivation in life, by no means general. What the hell is going on here? Lin Xian was puzzled. He didn't understand what kind of change had caused the formerly magnificent and incomparable sect to turn into the ruins it was today, causing countless powerful people to fall here. The sight in front of him shocked Lin Xian, as well as Lu Chuan and Gusa Qingling. Even Su Ruoxue frowned slightly, her expression filled with complexity. As they continued to go deeper and deeper, the wreckage steeply disappeared, and what was presented in front of everyone's eyes was no longer the ruins of the palace, but a reddish-colored scorched earth that bubbled with the slightest hint of black gas. Feeling the black aura rising in front of him, a feeling of disgust from the depths of his soul surged steeply through his heart, giving Lin Xian an urge to destroy it. There is something odd about this black gas. It makes me instinctively feel repulsed, and it gives me a sense of danger. Lu Chuan, who was on the side, frowned, and his tone was full of seriousness. I also have this feeling. Lin Xian's complexion was also serious for a few moments. His gaze toward the scorched earth was filled with scorn. He always felt that something bad would happen. Everyone, don't get close to here. Go around and see if you can gain something. Lin Xian looked at a few people before saying once more. Upon hearing this, Gusa Qingling and Lu Chuan nodded slightly, and then they explored the surrounding area, while Lin Xian himself found a rock, waved his hand to brush away the dust on it, and sat down leisurely, without the slightest intention of wanting to look for a chance. Seeing this, Su Ruoxue also sat down beside Lin Xian and asked softly, Isn't husband going to go for a spin? No, I'm out of luck. I'll go for nothing. A lot of strong people have fallen here, and according to Lin Xian's guess, the only chance he can find is to pop up with a remnant soul and give some kung fu inheritance, magic treasures and spirits, or something like that. With Lin Xian's understanding of himself, this kind of chance was definitely something he wouldn't be able to encounter. After all, he hadn't even encountered something like picking up money on the ground. Moreover, the merit law inheritance and so on, he is not lack of. The circumstantial star skill and the all-encompassing, he has not yet comprehended how much. As for the resources is even more not lack of. He is the Lin family's youngest master. What he wants is a word of matter. You're not going? Lin Xian asked as he turned his head towards Su Ruoxue. I'll stay here with you. Su Ruoxue smiled shallowly, leaning slightly sideways on top of Lin Xian's shoulder, slowly closing her eyes, enjoying a moment of peace. The breeze blew, bringing up a slight coolness as Lin Xian looked out at the setting sun in the distance, slightly lost in thought, seemingly thinking about something. Young man, don't you want the secret books of Gongfu? As long as you open your mouth, I will give it to you. However, right at this moment, a leisurely voice was steeply ringing in Lin Xian's ears, startling him so much that he almost didn't jump up. Lin Xian turned around, only to see that at some point, an illusory figure with white hair had appeared behind them, looking at them with a smile. Holy, I don't know. You old man. People scare people to death. Lin Xian cursed, not caring in the slightest what the other party was. Cough cough. Sorry lad, it's the old man's fault. The old man was good-tempered, and didn't care about Lin Xian's outburst, saying with a smile, I'll forgive you for now. What are the secret books of feats? Take them out and take a look. After a burst of birdsong, Lin Xian's anger subsided quite a bit, and he also remembered what the old man had said earlier. I'm sorry lad, my inheritance is not suitable for you. I was speaking to this girl just now, the old man said with a smile, and then he was looking at Su Ruoxue on the side. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was left speechless. He thought he had transited. His feelings were not addressed to himself, but to Su Ruoxue. One can only say that it is worthy of being the protagonist. Sitting in place, there are opportunities rushing to the door. I don't care. You scared me. You have to compensate me for the mental damage. However, Lin Xian didn't care about that much. The chance was right in front of him. He had to come over even if he was hard-headed. No way. Young man, you're blackmailing an old man with a remnant soul? The old man's eyes widened at once. What words, what words? It's called reasonable compensation. What if I have nightmares at night after being hit by you like that? Besides, with such a wide place, you favored coming out from behind me. Lin Xian did not let up at all and broke up with the old man. The old man, a residual soul, naturally not as experienced. Information bombardment. Network baptism of Lin Xian's opponent. Not a moment is defeated. Waved his hand and said, well, I'll give you compensation, that is. Do not think of the latter part of the young people have such a powerful mouth. With that, the old man then took out a piece of meteorite iron from nowhere and threw it to Lin Xian, and immediately afterward said, this is all that's left on my body. Take it. Lin Xian suspiciously took the meteorite iron thrown over. Then a stumble, almost being brought down to the ground by the meteorite iron. Who would have thought that although the meteorite iron is not large in size, but the weight is out of its terrible. One must know that Lin Xian's indestructible star body had an extremely terrifying strength after its complete awakening. Even lifting 1,000,000 pounds was a breeze, yet he was almost caught with this tiny piece of meteorite iron. Why is this thing so heavy? Lin Xian felt that if he threw this thing out during a fight, it could knock his opponent unconscious. This is a piece of 10,000 star meteorite iron. Its quality is not a problem even if it is used to build an 8th-ranked magic treasure. It's normal for it to be a little heavier. Little fellow, you're not being vain, are you? The old man looked at the embarrassed Lin Xian with a smile, his face filled with gloating. Who are you calling vain? Be careful of me suing you for slander. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and was instantly enraged. Little one, don't get excited. There's no shame in this kind of thing. At those words, Lin Xian's eyes gradually became dangerous, sword intent lingering around his body as he silently drew out the star sword from his waist. The old man has a party that can be cured. In the next moment, Lin Xian's aura abruptly disappeared, and suddenly there was a spirit fruit in his hand, which he peeled with his star sword. Old sir, do you eat fruit? The late generation will peel one for you. Chapter 51, The Past. Looking at the comical scene, even Su Ruoxue, who had always disliked laughter, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Well, understanding, a child can be taught. Also, the old man will pass on your side. Yuan, come forward. The old man ate the fruit that Lin Xian had peeled and nodded with considerable satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately came up. Although he was not vain, who would mind having more of this kind of thing? Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could still pass it on to others for the benefit of society. Only to see the old man lean over and say something in Lin Xian's ear. And immediately after, a look of sudden realization appeared on Lin Xian's face as he nodded earnestly. The old gentleman is truly a divine doctor. It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. The old man smiled broadly and waved his hand with a spring in his step. After the farce, the old man also once again placed his gaze on Su Ruoxue, and after a slight survey, a look of surprise could not help but flash through his eyes. This little friend, who carries the 9 revolutions of the Xianing body, but is not troubled by the cold. I think I have already found a suitable cultivation method, so old me would be superfluous. Listening to the old man's words, Lin Xian couldn't help but have a puzzled look appear on his face as he opened his mouth and asked, Old sir, what do you mean by that? The old man glanced at Lin Xian, but he didn't begrudge him, and immediately explained, there are some powerful physiques that are accompanied by great dangers if they don't receive the proper guidance, and the 9 revolutions Xianin body is one of them. If you cannot channel the cold qi in your body in time, it will lead to stagnation of the tendons and veins, and you will suffer from the pain of the backlash of the cold qi day and night. But this little friend does not have this problem. Saying that, the old man raised his hand and grabbed it. Immediately after that, a jade brief appeared in his hand. Then, under the old man's control, the jade brief floated to Su Ruoshue's body. In this jade slip, is the cultivation method of the 9 revolutions Xianin body, as well as some of the old man's cultivation heart virtues. I hope that it can be of help to little friend, and also be considered as the old man's last help to this heaven and earth. The old man said slowly, raising his eyes to look at the ruins before him. His expression could not help but have a trace of despondency in it, and his tone was full of desolation. Many thanks, senior. For the old man's kindness, Su Ruoshue didn't refuse, and after thanking him, she put it away. Old sir, what exactly happened here? Looking at the old man who had suddenly changed his expression, Lin Xian also thought of something and opened his mouth to ask. The old man remained silent for a long time, the slightest hint of murderous intent flickering in his gaze, his aura tumbling around him. Lin Xian's question had evoked bad memories. Countless years ago, the extraterrestrial demon clan invaded Might Songming sect. That battle, we fought a terrible battle. Saints bled, blood spilled into the sky, and all of the strongest people in the sect fell, with no survivors. After a long time, the old man slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and faintly began to recount what had happened here. But the old man's slightly fluctuating soul body was an indication that his heart was not calm. Lost? Listening to the old man's narration, Lin Xian's mood couldn't help but sink. No, we won that battle, although the entire clan had no survivors. But the extraterrestrial demon race was no better. The comers were all left behind by us, which even included 2 heavenly demon saints. The old man seriously said. His tone changed to calm. His complexion was suddenly excited. His eyes had more than a trace of worship and admiration. At that time, Might Songming sect patriarch, the Tsangming sword saint, fought 2 heavenly demon saints with his own strength. That battle could be described as earth-shattering. And the aftermath alone was to make the 10,000 paths annihilated and the order collapsed. The old man tirelessly narrated, while Lin Xian and the 2 of them quietly listened without the slightest impatience. Nor did they utter a word to disturb him. It's just a pity that after that battle, the patriarch also failed to survive. At the end of his words, the old man couldn't help but let out another long sigh, his agitated expression steeply becoming despondent, and his words were filled with regret. After a long time, the old man once again looked at Lin Xian and the 2 of them, and sighed quietly. The invasion of the extraterritorial demon race? Treating the living beings of my 10,000 spirit realm as grass. Their hearts can be put to death. The old man doesn't ask for anything else, but I ask that my young friend be able to contribute to the tranquility of this realm if she has accomplished something in her cultivation in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's face also gained a trace of solemnity as he cupped his fists and said, Senior's instructions. I will certainly keep them in mind. Good, good. The future of this world will be left to yourselves. The old man nodded with satisfaction, and his body gradually collapsed, transforming into a bit of spiritual light that drifted away and disappeared into this world. Looking at the location of the old man dissipated, Lin Xian heart inexplicably some melancholy. As for the old man said in the mouth of the devil, he is not worried. After all, their own side is a bunch of protagonists, not the slightest panic. Boom! Suddenly, a distant roar pulled Lin Xian back to his thoughts, and after a brief inspection, a touch of helplessness couldn't help but appear on his face. No other, because at this moment Lu Chuan has been surrounded by several cultivators, can only say that it is worthy of being the protagonist, really inexplicably will encounter all kinds of things. Come on, go check it out. Lin Xian greeted Su Ruoshue, and then he rushed over to where Lu Chuan was. Kid, hand over what you're holding, or you won't be able to get out of this secret realm today. The man's hand flamed over as he looked at Lu Chuan and said coldly. Lu Chuan wrinkled his brows and looked at the crowd that surrounded him. His eyes gradually turned cold and his tone was Sinran. Killing people to seize treasures. Is this the way the 10,000 Flame sect acts? I advise you to leave on this. Mr. Lu is not a good bully. He, do you think you're the holy son of the 10,000 sword sect? No one will care if they kill you. The man smiled coldly, without the slightest intention of retreating. Oh, in that case, don't blame Lu for dying, if you want to blame. Lu Chuan slowly sheathed the long sword in his hand, and the silk sword intent steeply diffused. 7 swords of the stars, meteor killing. Brother Lu, why are you wasting words with them? Just send them to reincarnation. People have not yet arrived. The sword chi first, bright star like a meteor across the night sky, in a moment is chopped to a person. That person, although some reaction, rapid defense, but ultimately is a step too late. The sword chi broke through the defense and slashed through his body, taking his life in an instant. Lin Xian held a long sword and appeared beside Lu Chuan, looking calmly at the remaining 3, then said indifferently, "People from the 10,000 Flames sect, what a narrow road. Dare to kill my 10,000 Flames sect disciple. Kill him for me." As he watched his companion fall into a pool of blood, the man in the lead instantly became furious and brought the remaining 2 men with him as he rushed towards Lin Xian. "Not to mention you guys, I dare to kill even your saint's son." Lin Xian snorted coldly and quickly swung out a few sword chi, forcing the 3 back instantly. He wouldn't be the slightest bit soft in the face of the 10,000 Flames sex people. "Come on, pull out." Feeling the terror of Lin Xian's strength, a few people instantly retreated. But at this moment, if they wanted to run, it was already too late. The 2 of them didn't give each other this opportunity. "Now that you're here, don't leave." Lu Chuan coldly opened his mouth, not knowing when he had already come behind the several people, blocking their retreat. A bitter sword chi steeply erupted from his body. Without too much nonsense, Lu Chuan 2 people once again shot. Sharp sword chi in an instant is filled with the entire space. In an instant as the 3 people will be twisted into a blood mist. Even resistance cannot do. Chapter 52, Resurrection of the Demon Saint. "Brother Lu, what's going on?" Sheathing his sword, Lin Xian looked at Lu Chuan and asked. Seeing Lin Xian inquiring, Lu Chuan's face instantly became more than a touch helpless, slowly explaining, "I just encountered a bit of chance. It should have been seen by them, and they are staring at me." For this explanation, Lin Xian is not surprised, slightly nodded. After all, this kind of thing he has encountered a lot before with Xiao Feng together, is always encountered inexplicably come to provoke the cannon fodder villain. "Let's go. Go find Shangling. It's time to go out." Without caring about this little episode, after pondering for a moment, Lin Xian was planning to leave the secret realm once he found Gusa Qingling. After all, the chances of this place have basically been scavenged for almost all. However, before the 2 of them could take any action, an extremely terrifying pressure swept across the entire secret realm, instantly pressing them to the ground, unable to move. What's going on? Such a terrifying pressure. Lin Xian was startled and braced himself to look towards the place where the pressure was coming from, only to see black gas rising into the sky in the distance. The center of the black gas, a blood-red eyes emerged, a dull and powerful heartbeat from which came out. This heartbeat, as if there is magic, so that people are unconsciously to the location of the black gas walked over. "Damn! What the hell is this?" Lin Xian cursed and shook his head, resisting the erosion of the sound, maintaining the last trace of clarity, pulling Lu Chuan, who had long been muddled and was continuously walking towards the black gas, and then he was taking out the jade talisman that his own father had given him earlier and crushing it open. Ka-ching! With the jade talisman broken, only moments later, the space steeply cracked open a mouth, a magnificent figure from which stepped out, surrounded by what seemed to be the flow of the great Tao, and its terrifying power, so that this space is difficult to bear, and constantly collapsed open. This is the aura of the heavenly demon saint. Lin Yunfeng looked at the black gas in front of him, and there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Slightly raising his hand, the soul suppressor bell in Lin Xian's arms fell into his hands. As Lin Yunfeng urged, this holy weapon finally revealed the true power it contained. The originally ancient and simple soul suppressor bell steeply erupted in a burst of brilliant light as arcane runes flowed from it, exuding an extremely terrifying might. Shun! Lin Yunfeng's hand pinched his hair and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, followed by a finger pointing on top of the soul suppressor bell. The clear and melodious sound of the bell rang out. A strange power instantly swept across the entire secret realm. With the sound of the bell ringing, the heartbeat full of magic collapsed steeply, and the space that had been constantly crumbling because of Lin Yunfeng's appearance instantly stabilized. Not only that, Lin Xian was even more shocked to discover that the entire space of the secret realm had been blocked off as a result, and anything related to space was rendered useless at this moment. Xianer, it's dangerous here. Father will send you out first. Lin Yunfeng looked at Lin Xian, and then, regardless of whether the other party agreed or not, he raised his hand and opened a teleportation portal, sending several people out of the secret realm. Songming Sword Saint, let's see how you can stop me this time. We won after all. where the black gas was raging. A black figure roared, its blood-red pupils staring dead ahead at the illusory silhouette, its tone full of disdain. The illusory woman looked calm and said lightly, "Nine heavenly demon saint, when I didn't let you fall completely, it was this seat's dereliction of duty, so I will make up for it. Now, ha ha ha, big talk, you are only a remnant soul now. Your cultivation is 10 to 1. What are you going to fight against this seat?" The black shadow laughed out loud, as if he had heard some kind of joke. The illusory woman's expression remained calm, without the slightest fluctuation, and she turned her head to look at Gusa Qingling, then slowly and gently opened her mouth and said, "Little friend, are you willing to exterminate the evil devils together with me? Late generation is willing. To get rid of the devil and defend the way is the nature of the living beings in my realm." Gusa Qingling didn't hesitate, immediately nodded her head and agreed, even though her strength was low at the moment. At any time there was the possibility of her body dying, but she still didn't retreat. Good. If everyone is like this, the 10,000 spirit realm is free from worry. Looking at Gusa Qingling's determined eyes, the woman's face also had a trace of a smile, and then she no longer hesitated. Turning into a stream of light, she entered Gusa Qingling's body. As the woman entered her body, Gusa Qingling immediately felt that she had lost control of her body, and at the same time, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from her body. Without too much nonsense, the Sangming Sword Saint controlled Gusa Qingling's body and raised his hand to chop out a sword. This sword, which traversed heaven and earth, seeming to split the entire world in two, like a dexterous wind with extreme killing power, instantly chopped on the black shadow, and then exploded, transforming into thousands of sword chi and wind asters, wreaking havoc on the black shadow. "Jia Jia Jia, Pale Sword Saint, at this moment, you are too weak." In the next moment, a chilling laughter rang out, and a terrifying black gas violently erupted from its body, instantly devouring and annihilating the sword gas, and then it slapped a palm at the Sangming Sword Saint. The palm print covered the sky, carrying an extremely terrifying might, falling from above the firmament. The power contained therein made the surrounding space unbearable, and began to fluctuate violently, nearly collapsing. This palm was enough to exterminate the world. If it fell, then no one would be spared in this secret realm. Feeling the terror of this palm, the Pale Sword Saint also couldn't help but look grave, and immediately stopped holding back and used his supreme sword. Clank! Brilliant sword light lit up. Thousands of sword chi converged into a sword. This sword, like a dawnlight cutting through the darkness, from the bottom up, instantly pierced through the giant palm and crushed it, chopping it out in the air. A very strong sword. However, do you still have the strength left to chop out a second sword? When the palm imprint was crushed, the Nine Heavens Demon Saint wasn't annoyed. Instead, the color of all things appeared on his face, and his aura around his body flourished as he once again slapped out a palm. Looking at the huge palm that came again, the Pale Sword Saint, although he has the heart, but is still unable to block, can only watch the palm prints fall. However, at this time, a golden flame is emerging from the palm print, with the intention of burning the sky and destroying the world, with the palm print as the fuel, steeply spreading out. In a moment as the palm print will cover the sky into nothingness. A mere crippled demon saint dares to act recklessly in my 10,000 spirits realm. Do you really think that there is no one in my realm? The flames swayed, space constantly crumbling and recovering under the flame's scorching heat. Lin Yunfeng slowly stepped from the void, the strength of the peak of the heavenly saint realm on display at this moment. Burning sky golden flame. You are that person's offspring. A scornful look appeared in the eyes of the Nine Heavens Demon Saint, and the intention of retreating sprang up in his heart, and he immediately wanted to break the void and escape. Not good. He's trying to escape. The Sangmeng Sword Saint also noticed Zhou Tian's movements and immediately warned. Don't worry, senior. The moment I came here, this space was already blocked by me. Lin Yunfeng naturally noticed the other party's movements and smiled blandly, without the slightest intention of stopping them. Soon, the Nine Heavens Demon Saint's face darkened as he realized that the space had indeed been blocked and he had lost the possibility of leaving. Chapter 53, Demon Saint. Fallen. Today, you will only end up falling here. Lin Yunfeng choked with one hand, and a large sun rose from behind it, releasing endless light and heat, illuminating the night as if it were day, and the terrifying power contained within it, just by looking at it would make one's body's spiritual energy boil around them, as if they were in a sea of fire. Go! A finger pointing out, the great sun shot out, with terrifying heavenly might to the 9 heavenly devil saints bombarded and killed, even if it has not yet arrived in front of the body. The burning hot air, is to let the 9 heavenly devil saints around the escape of the devil gas instantly evaporated. Demonic gas dispersed. A set of Senran's pitch black skeletons surfaced in front of everyone's eyes, on which the sword marks are all over the place. Cracks countless, as if it will then fall apart. Visible countless years ago that battle. The damage caused to it cannot be said to be not heavy. Ha ha ha, even if this seat dies, I'll still want you guys to take the back. Facing the incoming strike, the 9 heavens demon saint knew that he was simply unable to resist it with his current remnant body, and immediately, he also laughed out loud and invoked his origin, intending to self-destruct. Humph, if blowing themselves up could pull this seat along with them, then they would have done it a long time ago. Lin Yunfeng snorted coldly. His hands changed, the soul suppressor clock reappeared, and then rose with the wind, instantly enveloping the 9 heavenly demon saints along with this heaven and earth. Shun. Terrifying suppressive force poured out from above the soul-suppressing bell, transforming into chains, binding the 9 heavens demon saint, completely controlling him in an instant, and even failing to explode himself. Boom! The great sun fell. Heavy bombardment in the 9 days of the devil saint body, rumbled and exploded. Berserk power crazy raging, will continue to wear down the 9 days of the devil saint of the remnants of the body. Do not consume a few moments is turned into a bit of black mango, drifting away, was overturned by the flames completely burned into nothingness, and then there is no trace. Looking at the complete disappearance of the 9 heavenly devil saints, Sunming Sword Saint is also like a relief. Serious face is above more than a smile. If there can be a character like Little Friend in the future generations, this realm will be free of worries, said the pale sword saint with a slight sigh. Senior Song Mang is flattering. Back then, Senior killed and sealed 2 heavenly demon saints with 1 against 2. It should be a model for cultivators in the 10,000 spirit realm. Lin Yunfeng said with a smile. Nowadays, how is the situation? Not caring about what Lin Yunfeng said, the Song Mang sword saint pondered for a moment and asked a question of utmost concern. The storm is coming, but there is still a ray of hope. Lin Yunfeng did not say more. After all, the complexity of the situation here is not something that can be said in 1 or 2 sentences. The future. It's yours. I should also go. The pale sword saint sighed slightly, his illusory figure detaching itself from Gusa Qingling and hovering in midair. With the departure of the Tsongming sword saint, Gusa Qingling also regained control of her body, staring blankly at everything in front of her, not really knowing what had happened. At the time of possession, the Tsongming sword saint closed off Gusa Qingling's senses. After all, this level of combat, every move contains the truth of the great Tao. Not the chi-gathering realm can watch. If you force to watch, will only be damaged soul, turning into a walking corpse. Senior, has the evil demon been resolved? Gusa Qingling asked as she looked towards the Tsongming sword saint. It has been resolved. As a token of appreciation, I will pass on a gong method to you. The Tsongming sword saint smiled and nodded, and then he lifted his hand and tapped on top of his brow, passing on a gong method to Gusa Qingling, feeling the extra wind spirit sacred skill in her brain. Gusa Qingling's face also revealed a look of shock, and she hurriedly thanked. Many thanks to Senior for granting the method. My time is up. Goodbye, 2 little friends. Pale sword saint nodded slightly. The figure gradually faded, and finally slowly disappeared into the no-sea, completely left this world. Greetings to Senior. Gusa Qingling's expression was solemn as he slightly cupped his fists and bowed. Cultivate well. You have a long way to go. Lin Yunfeng thoughtfully glanced at Gusa Qingling and instructed her. Then he raised his hand and sent her out of the secret realm, while also sending out all the remaining people in the secret realm in the meantime. Beyond the secret world, he only felt a blur before his eyes, and immediately after, Lin Xian realized that he had left the secret realm, and along with Su Ruoxue and Lu Chuan, he was thrown by his own father on top of the plaza before the huge portal. Brother Lin, I have to go back first, my sister is still waiting for me. After slowing down for a moment, Lu Chuan slowly spoke to Lin Xian. Alright then, we'll talk next time. Take this jade pendant. If you encounter something you can't solve, crush it and I'll have someone help you. Lin Xian didn't say anything to stay. He took out a jade pendant and gave it to the other party. This jade tablet was made by Qin Lao. It was for Lin Xian to contact Qin Lao in an emergency. As for why he gave it to Lu Chuan, it was because he felt that the other party would be in trouble next, and when the time came to let Qin Lao go and help out, wouldn't the good feeling be directly pulled full circle? At this moment, the unknown Qin Lao is still leisurely drinking tea on top of the flying boat, unaware that Lin Xian has already increased his workload for his bodyguard job. This must not. Brother Lin, you all have already helped enough. Lu Chuan refused. Although he knew that Lin Xian's status was by no means ordinary and probably didn't care about this, but he had already received quite a bit of help himself, so how could he accept it again with a thick skin? Don't refuse. If you die, won't I give this elixir away for nothing? Lin Xian said with a smile. It was a 9th grade elixir. If the other party didn't have it, wouldn't he have lost his blood? Hearing this, Lu Chuan froze, inexplicably feeling a bit reasonable, but always feeling where it is strange. Don't be so grumpy, if you feel bad. If there's any good thing to call on me, that's it. Seeing that Lu Chuan was still hesitant, Lin Xian himself was stuffing things into the other party's hands. Alright then, thank you brother Lin. The favor of escorting me, Lu will definitely keep it close to his heart. In the end, Lu Chuan accepted Lin Xian's kindness and put the jade pendant away. Alright, go back first, knowing that you can't wait. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Seeing this, brother Lu nodded slightly, and then he rose up in the air and flew towards the location where the Heavenly Sword Sect's flying boat was located. After seeing the other party leave, Lin Xian also returned to the Gusu family's flying boat. Big brother, you guys came out? Lin Tian looked at Lin Xian and the two of them. Surprise flashed in his eyes. After all, the other party had only gone in for a few days. There's been a change. Lin Xian shook his head, but did not go into detail. What happened? Right, has Qingling not come out yet? At this time, Lin Tian also noticed that Gusa Qingling had not followed the two of them out, and he couldn't help but worry. Don't panic, I called father over. Nothing will happen. Lin Xian said slowly. What exactly is going on in there that we actually have to ask father to take action? Lin Tian was startled. His expression filled with disbelief. Not quite sure. After he came over, he sent us out. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He also wanted what happened inside. Just between the two conversations. The square below is agitated, but into the secret world of the disciples of the various clans. At this moment is suddenly appeared in the square above. The sudden change of events caused the elders of the various sects to be somewhat unable to sit still, and they all went down to check on their disciples and inquire about the cause. It was still reasonable for one or two to leave the secret realm, and for all of them to leave the secret realm together was very strange. For the elders' cross-examination, a group of disciples are all asking questions. After all, to be able to stay awake under the mighty pressure of a demon emperor is an extremely difficult thing. Chapter 54, Lu Chuan slandered. After some fruitless inquiries, the elders of the major powers left with their respective disciples. Although there was no substantial proof, they were able to guess one or two. There should be a strong person who had made a move, and can send all the disciples out of the secret world at the same time. This kind of means, very people can be. The strength is certainly not weak. They do not want to go to offend a strong person. This is to leave, is the best choice. The departure of the major forces, so that the surrounding scattered cultivators for a time some puzzled, but soon they are also guessed what. Could there be danger in the secret realm? It shouldn't be. Look at all those disciples coming out alive. Are we going in? Life and death look down. If you don't serve, do it, whether you can soar or not. It depends on this time. However, in front of the great temptation of the secret realm, there were soon people who couldn't hold on and gritted their teeth and stepped into the teleportation portal. With one person successfully entering the secret realm, others were no longer concerned and scrambled to enter the secret realm, and for a while, the scene gradually became chaotic. However, all of this was no longer related to the major forces. They had given up on this secret realm from the moment they left, and he didn't want to let the disciples in his sect take too many risks. Besides, they had already gotten a lot of benefits, so they had to give the others a taste of their own soup. In the northern part of the Tsang domain, in the midst of the vast and boundless mountains, the flying boat belonging to the Heavenly Sword sect was traveling through them, like a sharp sword, cutting through the sky and speeding towards its destination. The speed of the flying boat was extremely fast, and it soon returned to the location where the Heavenly Sword sect was located. And when one looked around, what entered the field of vision was the ancient and simple building. Heavenly Sword sect's architectural ordering is very random and without any rules and regulations, but it is giving people a natural feeling. Standing between the mountains and forests, without the slightest sense of incongruity. Eventually, the flying boat landed on top of the sect square, and as it landed, the group of disciples who had gone to the secret realm to practice landed from it. Let's go back to see my sister first and give her the elixir. Lu Chuan had just landed from above the flying boat and did not stay too long, turning around and heading towards his residence. However, before Lu Chuan could leave, two disciples from the law enforcement hall stopped him, looking at Lu Chuan indifferently with a look of disgust in their eyes. Something wrong? Lu Chuan naturally noticed the other party's gaze, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. His popularity in the clan was still very good. He didn't understand why the other party would look at him with such a look. Lu Chuan, you are suspected of mutilating your fellow disciples. Come with us. The law enforcement hall disciple spoke indifferently, as if Lu Chuan was some kind of unforgivable person. Hearing this, Lu Chuan's brows furrowed deeply, but was not too surprised as he calmly spoke. Can you let me go back first? Lu Chuan at the moment is most relieved, or his sister. Every moment of procrastination, her sister's situation may deteriorate. No, hurry up and follow us, or don't blame us. The two men from the law enforcement hall didn't agree to Lu Chuan's request, and their complexion remained icy cold. Lu Chuan looked at the two men, slightly tightened the long sword in his hand, but in the end he calmed down and did not choose to do it. If he did it at this time, then there is no room for things to be salvaged. Fine. I'll go with you guys. Lu Chuan looked up at the two and slowly spat out a sentence. At this moment, the disciples in the field who had not yet dispersed, seeing Lu Chuan being taken away in the name of mutilating his fellow disciples, were already and somewhat incredulous. Could it be a mistake? Brother Lu is quite good to us. Last time my life was in danger, it was Brother Lu who put me under. Right. Senior Brother Lu was so nice. How could he brutalize his fellow disciples? It should be a misunderstanding. Go. Let's go over there too. Soon, under the leadership of the law enforcement hall disciples, a solemn hall appeared in front of Lu Chuan's eyes. Looking at the three words of the law enforcement hall on it, Lu Chuan looked complex. Did not expect him to pay so much for the clan. The final destination is here. People who need to enter the law enforcement hall to be judged. Then it means that the clan has already grasped the evidence. Since the creation of the law enforcement hall, there is no one can walk out unharmed. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chuan did not retreat and stepped into the law enforcement hall with a calm demeanor. He had not done anything to maim his fellow disciples, and with a clear conscience, he was naturally fearless. Lu Chuan, do you know your offense? The serious-faced law enforcement hall elder on top of the hall let out a furious cry and looked angrily at Lu Chuan under the hall. Lu Chuan didn't pay any attention to the law enforcement elder's question, and turned to look at the beautiful-looking woman on the side, which was his senior, Li Shiye. Behind Li Shiye, there stood a man and a woman, respectively his senior sister Lu Ruyan, as well as senior brother Chu Fan. However, at this moment, Chu Fan's breath is weak, his face is pale, just like a serious injury has not yet healed. Very pitiful appearance, but Lu Chuan is from the depths of its eyes, saw a touch of complacency. Why? Lu Chuan looked at this senior sister whom he had taken good care of. His heart vaguely ached a little, but he had never done anything to apologize to the other party. Senior brother, it's not right for you to injure senior brother Chu. Snatch his 9th grade pills, and push him into the clutches of the golden-winged rock. Senior brother Lu. Senior brother Chu is injured and needs that elixir to treat his injuries. As long as you return the elixir, the clan will definitely be lenient. When Lu Ruyan saw Lu Chuan looking at her, a flash of panic appeared in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared, and she put on a look of "I'm doing this for your own good." Lu Chuan, what Ruyan said, do you recognize it? Li Shiye looked at Lu Chuan with a disappointed expression and asked in an icy tone. Master teacher, I haven't done it. Lu Chuan said calmly. Master, senior brother may just be a banghost obsessed. I do not blame the land's senior brother, but also please master can spare senior brother this time. Just after Li Shi finished speaking, Chu Fan put on an understanding look and looked at Lu Chuan, saying with a disappointed face, Senior brother, if you really want that pill, senior brother will just let you have it. There's no need to plead for him. Master will seek justice for you. Li Shi looked towards. His tone was all soft, not the slightest bit of the coldness from before. Looking at so gullible 2 words of the master, Lu Chuan, that heart of the last, that respect and gratitude, is also completely evaporated. 3 feet of ice is not a day of cold. This kind of thing Lu Chuan has experienced many years together with the master. Even worse than a stranger who just met. Lu Chuan slowly closed his eyes as the previous moments in the sect surfaced in his mind. When he was 6 years old, he and his sister, who had no one to turn to, were brought back to the clan by him by Li Shi, and at that time, he regarded the other party as his family. Although Li Shi was very strict with him, he was willing to do so, and cultivated desperately, just to not let the other party down, just to share the other party's worries in the future, just to become the other party's pride. When exactly did it start? Lu Chuan cannot figure out. Perhaps the other side of the first distrust. Opening his eyes again, Lu Chuan's eyes already had more than a touch of relief in them. The corners of his mouth tinged with bitterness as he slightly shook his head inside. How stupid. This sigh was Lu Chuan's mockery of this master of his. He mocked the other party, so easily as his own disciple as a gun. At the same time also mocked himself, put his feelings, used in an unworthy person, even if he did more, but cannot withstand Chu Fan's 2 words. At one time, he had seen the other man as family, but from now on, no more. Chapter 55, Abolition of Cultivation. Lu Chuan, what else do you have to say? The law enforcement hall elder snapped, as if Brother Lu was truly a sinner. Since the elder said that I injured senior brother, may I ask where the evidence is? Lu Chuan looked at the law enforcement hall elder and asked indifferently, facing Brother Lu's questioning. The law enforcement hall elder was also furious for a moment and shouted angrily, evidence? Could it be that the injuries on Chu Fan's body are not fake? The sword wound on his body still has your sword chi remaining on top of it. Could this elder still recognize a mistake? Hearing the law enforcement hall elder's outburst, Lu Chuan immediately frowned. He had never made a move against Chu Fan, so why would his sword chi remain on the other party's body? Moreover, that 9th grade pill, it should still be in your possession. Seeing Lu Chuan's silence, the law enforcement hall elder, who thought that Lu Chuan was weak-minded, immediately said again. The next moment, the law enforcement hall elder's body around the body breath burst out. Strong pressure steeply Lu Chuan shrouded, immediately as to make him feel the body sink. Can no longer move? It only felt that a divine thought swept through, and immediately after, a jade bottle flew out from Lu Chuan's arms and flew in diameter to the law enforcement hall elder's hands, and inside the bottle was a pill with 9 dandelions. Heavens, it's really a 9th grade elixir. Could it be that Senior Lu really made a move on his own senior brother for the sake of the elixir? This, Senior Lu is quite nice. How could he do such a thing? Is there any misunderstanding here? The appearance of the 9th grade pill was like a bomb, startling up a huge commotion, causing a crowd of disciples watching from the side to talk about it. Watching the pills being taken away, Lu Chuan was instantly agitated. He desperately struggled, wanting to get rid of the restraints, but the disparity in strength was such that it was a luxury for him to even move. Give it back, Lu Chuan hissed, his eyes red, staring at the law enforcement hall elder. The pill was his only hope of curing his sister, and now the other party was mercilessly taking away this hope. Ignoring Lu Chuan's hissing and that devouring gaze, the law enforcement hall elder handed the pill to Chu Fan, then asked, Chu Fan, is this the pill? Chu Fan received the elixir. A flash of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed, and with a grateful face, he said, yes, many thanks to the elder. No harm done. As a law enforcement hall elder, this is all what this elder should do. The law enforcement hall elder nodded slightly. Immediately after that, it was looking at Lu Chuan once again and said in a cold voice, Lu Chuan, now do you still have anything to sophistry? Lu Chuan, you are too disappointing for your teacher. You actually really did this kind of thing. Li Shi sighed with a complex expression when she saw that Lu Chuan really had a 9th grade elixir on his body. The elixir was gifted by my best friend, and it had nothing to do with Chu Fan in the slightest from the beginning to the end. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and said, looking at Li Shirie with only endless anger in his gaze, Lu Ruyan, have I ever offended you in my normal life? And you want to victimize me like this? Lu Chuan's gaze was creepy, like a fierce beast that wanted to eat people. It was itching to eat them alive. He did not say that he was offended on weekdays, and he could be said to take care of Lu Ruyan in every way. As long as it was what the other party wanted, he would try his best to seek it out. Simply because Li Shi had once said that he should take more care of his senior sister. He couldn't figure out why the other guy would do this to him, even if he had a dog that would wag its tail at him. Feeling Lu Chuan's gaze, Lu Ruyan was also a little flustered and at a loss for words. He didn't understand why his senior brother, who used to take care of himself very well, would turn out to be like this. She obviously just told a small lie, but the other party was so mean to her. She wanted to tell the truth of the matter, but as soon as she thought that Chu Fan still needed pills to heal his injuries, she was instantly firm and said once again, Senior brother, it's true that you've taken good care of Ruyan, but you shouldn't have harmed senior brother Chua. Oh, you also know that I take good care of you. Extreme anger, so that his body slightly shaking, even his voice is a little trembling. Then today I'll make the charges stick. As Lu Chuan let out a roar, his body's aura steeply soared, and in a moment, he actually broke free from his restraints, instantly chopping out a sword towards Lu Ruyan as well as Chu Fan's position. The radiant sword chi carried an endless killing aura, illuminating the entire law enforcement hall. The sudden change of events caused the law enforcement hall elders to freeze in place, and after regaining their senses they then burst into a fury, unbridled. Lu Chuan's attack, and did not hurt the two, raised his hand as Li Shi stopped, but Lu Chuan's rage, but let her slightly shocked. He could not imagine that the always gentle Lu Chuan actually will be in the law enforcement hall bursting up to hurt people, being lawless and openly rioting in the law enforcement hall to injure people. This elder cannot spare you. Someone come, abolish his cultivation and expel him from the sect, the law enforcement hall elder bellowed. In the next moment, several law enforcement hall disciples swarmed up and struck out, wanting to subdue Lu Chuan. But how could Lu Chuan be captured? Get out! Only a hint of angry shout was heard. The next moment the violent power from Lu Chuan's body erupted. Those law enforcement hall disciples were just like a kite off the line. They flew backwards, spitting out blood. As the best of the new generation of disciples, Lu Chuan's strength is naturally extraordinary, and it can be said that it is difficult to find an enemy in the same realm. Although the strength of the law enforcement hall disciples are all in the upper class, but they are still not rivals. Rampant. This elder is here, and still dares to act recklessly. You can't stay here today. As he spoke, the law enforcement hall elder arrived in front of Lu Chuan in an instant, and with golden spiritual energy lingering in his hand, he violently slapped out his palm. Today, I'll let loose. Lu Chuan bellowed, not caring about the gap in strength, gathered spiritual energy around his body, and raised his sword to meet him, without the slightest fear. Lu Chuan knows clearly that today it will be difficult to escape death, even if he does not die in the law enforcement hall. After his cultivation is abolished, the people he had previously offended will also put him to death. Senior brother, stop it. Lu Chuan, he didn't deserve to die. Li Shi was startled and wanted to stop him, but he was ultimately a step too late. Under the absolute power, the golden palm was as powerful as a bamboo. Lu Chuan's all-out sword was crushed in only a split second. The long sword crumbled inch by inch, and then the might was unabated as it heavily slapped on brother Lu. Put! Lu Chuan violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His body shape flew out backwards and heavily hit the wall of the law enforcement hall, and his chest was directly sunk in an extremely horrifying magnitude. Humph! If it wasn't for your master's father pleading for you, this elder would be able to take your life right now. And if you're persisting in your stubbornness, I'll be clearing out the door on behalf of my senior sister today. This slap from the elder of the law enforcement hall didn't kill Lu Chuan, but rather nullified his cultivation. Although Lu Chuan's strength was very powerful in the same realm, in front of the law enforcement elder who was in the enlightenment realm, it was still not enough to look at. Cough! Lu Chuan struggled to get up from the ground. The intense pain stimulated his nerves, and then it was extremely hard for him to breathe. Brother! At this moment, a thin little girl squeezed in from the crowd, seeing Lu Chuan's dying appearance, immediately exclaimed, already pale because of weakness, but more emaciated a point. Brother, what happened? Why are you bleeding? Looking at the hideous palm print, the little girl's eyes were full of panic. Her body tears could not stop flowing. She slightly stretched out her hand wanting to touch, but she was afraid of hurting the other party. Chapter 56, Saving the Day. Looking at his sister who was at a loss for words, a touch of gentleness surfaced in Lu Chuan's eyes, and with difficulty he raised his hand to brush away his tears, and softly comforted. Ah Ali, don't cry, don't cry. It won't look good if you cry your face off. Brother is incapable. There is no way to help you to find the elixir. Is the brother sorry for you? I promised my mother to take care of you. Now it seems to be to renege on the promise. He is most unable to let go or his sister. The cultivation world is weak and strong. He is not assured that once he died, then her sister's end. There is only one. It's a pity. Brother Lin has some good intentions, but I'm going to die. The favor can only be returned in the next life. Looking at the pills in Xu Fan's hand, Lu Chuan, although he had the heart, was powerless to take it back. Thinking of Lin Xian, Lu Chuan seemed to think of something. The dead eyes once again lit up hope, calling on the last trace of spiritual energy. Will be a jade talisman from the storage ring? And then quietly crushed. I don't want it. I don't want any pills. I just want you to live well. Brother, promise me, okay? Listening to Brother Lu's words, the little girl shook her head frantically, her tear-filled eyes full of expectation. Seemingly thinking of something, the little girl violently looked back to the crowd here and pleaded to the law enforcement hall elder and the others. Please, save my brother. As long as I save my brother, I'm willing to do anything. Sister, don't ask them. A bunch of hypocrites. They're pity. I don't care. Lu Chuan called out to the young girl. He was originally injured by the other party, so how could he thirst for their help? In Lu Chuan's eyes, several people were hypocritical and shameless, and he did not accept the other party's help. Lu Chuan, you deserve to be punished for mutilating your fellow disciples. I wanted to leave you alive, but you are unrepentant, and you are to blame for ending up in this situation, the law enforcement hall elder said coldly, without the slightest bit of sympathy. No, it can't be. My brother isn't like that. You guys are slandering, injuring my brother. You're all bad people. Hearing the law enforcement hall elder's words, the little girl was first stunned, followed by a resounding voice with anger, which came out from the young girl. Brother and sister rely on each other for many years. The little girl is naturally clear about Lu Chuan's behavior. Definitely not the kind of people who mutilate their fellow disciples. Even if there is, it must be the other side first move. Humph. The human and material evidence is all there. Mutilating fellow disciples. This is an indisputable fact. Don't be obsessed, or else don't blame this elder for being ruthless, the law enforcement hall elder said in a cold voice. No, I believe brother. The little girl shook her head and locked eyes with the law enforcement hall elder, her gaze filled with determination, not wavering in the slightest. Lu Chuan, now that it's come to this, are you still not ready to admit your mistake? Li Shurye once again looked at Lu Chuan and said slowly, with the help of his sister. Lu Chuan staggered and stood up from the ground. The wounds on his body were still bleeding. The intense pain stimulated his nerves, but he still stood straight. Master, this is the last time I will call you master. Lu Chuan, what's wrong with that? Although Lu Chuan's voice was weak, the firm words echoed in the ears of the crowd for a long time. Elder brother, just admit your mistake. You'll die that way. Looking at Lu Chuan, who still did not want to admit fault, Lu Ruyan was also a bit flustered, although she framed Lu Chuan, but never wanted each other's lives. Yes, senior brother, just admit your mistake. Chu Fan also put on a concerned look and opened his mouth to persuade. However, at this moment, Chu Fan's heart was still already happy. Lu Chuan, this time, it's your own death, so you can't blame me. I'll take your 9th grade pills. I don't feel that I will perish here. On the contrary, I have never felt so refreshed. It's as if I have seen a new life. In the face of the two men's hypocrisy, Lu Chuan did not care. His face was a smile that could not be stopped. The mental relief made him feel unprecedented ease. Since you've finished your last words, let's send you on your way. Without any further hesitation, the law enforcement hall elder shot out a palm print at Lu Chuan. In the face of this incoming palm print, Lu Chuan did not fear, nor did he resist, slightly turning his head to look at his sister next to him, and then laughed. Sister, are you afraid? Not afraid, as long as there is a brother. Ali is not afraid. The little girl's face did not have the slightest fear. With a faint smile, she already had few days left. Now she could accompany her brother to death. She was very happy. Lu Chuan took his sister's hand, and as the palm prints approached, the eyes of the brother and sister slowly closed, welcoming death. Brother Lu, I haven't seen you for half a day. Why have you gotten into such a state? A bright laugh rang out, and in the next moment, the palm prints stagnated abruptly, and then gradually fell apart, turning into bits of light that dissipated into the void. Ka-ching! Before the crowd could react, the space abruptly shattered, and Lin Xian stood with his hands in the air, looking calm as he stepped out of the void, while behind him, followed by Elder Qin, let Brother Lin see the joke. Lu Chuan helplessly laughed. He also did not expect, just separated for half a day. He is to make it like this. This is my sister, Lu Li. Lu Chuan looked at his sister to the side and introduced her to Lin Xian. Looking at the skinny little girl in front of him, Lin Xian frowned slightly and slowly squatted down, gently rubbing the other party's head before smiling. Hello little sister, do you want some candy? With that, Lin Xian took out a round candy with 7 stripes on it from his ring and handed it to the little girl. Looking at the strange brother in front of her, Lu Li also turned her head to look at Lu Chuan, seemingly seeking the other party's opinion. Seeing the so-called candy in Lin Xian's hand, Lu Chuan's eyelids couldn't help but jump, and for a moment, he hesitated a little, but in the end, he still nodded to Lu Li. Wow, thank you brother. When Lu Li saw the candy in front of her, she immediately brightened up, smiled happily, and took the elixir and put it into her mouth. As the medicinal power melted away, Lu Li suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness, and then she fell into a deep sleep, while her originally pale face also recovered a trace of blood color. Seeing the other party in this state, Lin Xian's brows couldn't help but furrow, his eyes filled with puzzlement. By all accounts, A 7th grade elixir that treated any injury of an ordinary person was undoubtedly a cannon hitting a mosquito. But now on Luli it was merely making the other party look a little better. Brother Lin, you are like this. I am afraid that I cannot afford to pay back even if I sell. Lu Chuan sighed helplessly, but he is also clear about his sister's situation. If there is no elixir to renew her life, there is only one way to die. What else? This is a meeting gift for your sister, Lin Xian said with a faint smile, as if what he just had wasn't a 7th grade elixir, but really just a candy. Let's not talk about this. It's better to solve your problem first. Lin Xian's gaze swept sternly over the crowd, finally stopping on Chu Fan. This person, he could be said to be deeply impressed. That black chi, he still hadn't figured out what was going on, but he was clearly aware that the other party was definitely not a good person. Chapter 57, No Reason to Interfere? Then destroy his clan. Who are you, daring to trespass my heavenly sword sect, looking for death? Looking at the two Lin Xian who suddenly appeared, the face of the law enforcement hall elder immediately became ugly, and immediately shouted. In all the time he had lived, he had never seen anyone who dared to force their way through the mountain gate or even intervene in the law enforcement hall. Hearing the bellowing of the law enforcement hall elder, Lin Xian also turned his head to look over. After Lu Chuan's firm description, he was also clear about the circumstances of the matter, making it impossible to help but somewhat wonder if the world he had traveled through was a female frequency world. It doesn't matter who I am, but I'm afraid that you'll have to give an explanation for defaming my friend today. Lin Xian shook his head slightly, then swept his gaze indifferently over a few people, whether it was his master teacher or the law enforcement hall elder. In Lin Xian's opinion, more or less, he should go and look at the brain. Brain is a good thing, but unfortunately they don't have it. As a sect elder, being able to be utilized by a chi-gathering realm disciple, it really makes it hard to judge. Joke, the internal matters of the old man's clan need to be explained to you. An outsider? What qualifications do you, an outsider, have? At those words, the law enforcement hall elder laughed angrily, as if he had heard something very funny. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian slightly froze, then looked at Elder Qin. He really didn't know much about these things. After all, he had never encountered them before. Seeing Lin Xian look over, Elder Qin also smiled and nodded his head. Yes, young master, we really don't have the qualifications to meddle in this matter. After all, it's an internal matter of someone else's clan. And young master, you're not a member of the Heavenly Sword sect. Seeing Elder Qin nod his head in confirmation, Lin Xian couldn't help but scratch his head. And for a moment, he was also a little confused, and began to think about the way to go about breaking the situation. However, the old servant's relevant suggestion is something that young master can listen to. Old Qin continued. What suggestion? Seeing that Elder Qin had a method, Lin Xian immediately became interested and asked. Simple. Since we don't have the position to intervene, then just don't intervene. The old servant will go back and call for more people to directly destroy the Heavenly Sword sect. The effect will be the same. Elder Qin smiled faintly and immediately followed up with a shocking, over-the-top idea that froze everyone in place, causing Lin Xian to be unable to stop his eyelids from jumping. That flat tone, as if in saying what an insignificant thing in general. Obviously this kind of thing the other party is really not less dry. He had reason to suspect that Qin Lao used to work as a villain, and he couldn't move without thinking about destroying people's entire families. And he was just trying to help Lu Chuan, but it turned out that Qin Lao was already thinking about how to destroy his family. However, after a careful thought, Lin Xian immediately brightened up. Qin Lao's right. Since he couldn't intervene in the clan's internal affairs, wouldn't it be better to let the clan disappear? Rampant. How dare you threaten to destroy my Heavenly Sword sect? If you don't give an account today, Your Excellency is afraid that you won't be able to walk out of here. The law enforcement hall elder's face was grim, his aura sinking around him, and he had a tendency to make a move at the drop of a hat. Humph. Sayings? When the old man destroyed the human clan, you were still playing in the mud somewhere. Elder Qin snorted coldly as a terrifying aura belonging to the peak of the creation realm erupted from his body, instantly enveloping the entire Heavenly Sword sect. The law enforcement hall elder was the first to bear the brunt of the pressure, and was immediately pressed to the ground by the pressure, his eyes full of panic, and no longer had his previous imposing appearance. This Taoist friend, why be angry? What is there to say? Sit down and say it clearly, okay? In the next moment, a voice rang out in the law enforcement hall, like a spring breeze, dissolving the pressure. When Elder Qin made his move, he naturally attracted the attention of others, and as the voice fell, a crane-haired old man appeared in the law enforcement hall. When the law enforcement hall elder Li Shi and the others saw the old man in front of them, they were all startled, and then they all arched their hands and saluted. Disciples, meet the sect master. The old man waved his hand slightly, signaling that there was no need for the crowd to worry too much, and then he looked at Li Shi and asked, Shi, what's going on? Li Shi looked complicated. After hesitating for a moment, she also told the matter. It's the disciple who failed to teach properly. Lu Chuan. He injured the youngest disciple for a 9th grade elixir. We are in the process of judging him. Soon. The old man understood the context of the matter and frowned slightly. Then his gaze looked at Qin Lao and said, This fellow Daoist, this seat will give an explanation. This matter has nothing to do with old man. Old man is only here to accompany my family's young master. Elder Qin said with a faint smile. He didn't want to meddle in such troublesome matters. Listening to Qin Lao's words, the Heavenly Sword Sect Patriarch could not help but feel a burst of surprise at that moment. Being able to let a person of the realm of creation close protection. His identity was definitely extraordinary, and he immediately inquired about it. I don't know your name, little friend? Lin family, Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't hide anything. He identified himself. He wasn't too interested in things like pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Hearing the word Lin family, the old man's heart was suddenly startled, and then an extremely terrifying power slowly surfaced in his mind. So it's Mr. Lin. I wonder how Mr. Lin wants to handle this matter? The old man asked very politely with a smile on his face. I guess this senior is a sensible person. You elders, without substantial evidence, are the ones who injured my friend? I'm afraid this is lacking in propriety. Lin Xian said with a smile. Please also rest assured, Mr. Lin, this seat will investigate clearly. The Heavenly Sword Sect Master nodded slightly and promised. Immediately afterward, he was looking at the law enforcement hall elder, and then asked, since it is said that Lu Chuan mutilated his fellow disciples, is there any substantial evidence? Back to the sect master. Disciple once had Lu Chuan's sword chi residue in Shu Fan's wound, and disciple also searched for that 9th grade elixir from his body. The law enforcement hall elder said one by one. However, before the law enforcement hall elder could finish speaking, Lin Xian suddenly interrupted the other party, his gaze looking towards Chu Fan, who was cowering behind Li Shirie, and said coldly, whether Lu Chuan hurt him or not, I don't know, but that 9th grade elixir, when did it become his? I don't remember that the elixir was given to him. Hearing these words, Chu Fan was instantly flustered. Although he knew that Lu Chuan had a 9th grade elixir in his possession, he had never thought about the origin of this elixir. As for the Li Shirie on the side, her face couldn't help but become unsightly when she heard this, and she looked at Chu Fan and asked, Little Fan, what's going on here? Damned Lin Shen, you dare to spoil my good deed. You already have a way of getting killed. Chu Fan thought with gritted teeth in his heart, but on his face, he did not dare to show the slightest. Tears in his eyes, put on a pitiful look and said, I'm sorry, master, I was wrong. I was just afraid that my injuries would not recover, and I heard that there was a 9th grade elixir on my senior brother's body, and so it was. Little Fan, how could you do this? He's your senior brother. You've disappointed me too much. Li Shi sniffed and was also a bit in disbelief of his ears, not expecting his disciple who had always been well-behaved and understanding to do such a thing. Junior brother didn't do it on purpose. And to take a step back, could it be that senior brother Lu wasn't at fault? If it wasn't for the fact that senior brother Lu had a 9th grade elixir on his body, junior brother wouldn't have done such a thing. Lu Ruyan, who was on the side, saw Chu Fan's appearance and immediately felt a burst of heartache as she hurriedly defended him. Chapter 58, Facts aside? Then talk about fists. Looking at the crying Chu Fan, Lin Xian immediately had a surge of blood pressure. It was disgusting for him to slander others himself and put on an aggrieved look himself. Crying you cry? You're still aggravated up there. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xian dodged to Chu Fan's side, lifted his foot and kicked it, then grabbed the other party's collar and fed the other party a big mouth. Playing mind games? Ha! Disgusting, isn't it? Playing the poor guy, right? You still want pills? I can give you a few slaps. As Lin Xian spoke, he frantically slapped at Chu Fan's handsome face, so fast that he even fanned out sparks. Li Shi wanted to stop Lin Xian, but the gaze of Qin Lao on the side, which was full of threats, made it freeze in place, and the Heavenly Sword Sect Master had no intention of stopping him. In his opinion, the other party just deserved what he got. Don't hit my senior brother. It was Lu Ruyan, who was on the side, who reacted by immediately screaming and rushing up to try to pull Lin Xian away. Lu Ruyan does not come over okay. The moment he thought of what the other party said before, Lin Xian is suddenly from the heart of anger. A come-over is kicked over to the ground. In passing is to help each other to a set of facial relaxation package. There's a mistake, isn't there? According to what you say, I will give the potion out. I also have a mistake? Just you call version T0 right. Others spoil you. I don't spoil. Eat a move. A 360-degree spiral slap. Lin Xian rotated in place 360 degrees, and then a slap on the other side of the pretty face. Directly is to make it like a gyroscope, quickly rotating up, and ultimately crashed into a side wall. A pretty face directly is swollen into a pig head. Phew, get comfortable. Cheek is really thick. Hands hurt. After beating up both of them violently, Lin Xian shook his somewhat sore palms and exhaled rather freely. The unhappiness in his heart swept away, and he felt a burst of refreshment. Great job. Lu Chuan silently gave a thumbs up to Lin Xian. Watching the two men get beaten, he couldn't mention how much more enjoyable it was. In the past, he was in the way of his master's face, otherwise he would have already hung Chu Fan up and beaten him. Pack of cool. Next time there's an event like this, remember to call out to me, Lin Xian said with a smile on his face, unable to finish. Looking at the two people who had been beaten into a pig's head, Li Shi couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Although the other party had done something wrong, but after all, they were his disciples. Thinking of this, Li Shi once again looked at Lu Chuan, and then spoke with a guilty face. Xiao Chuan, it's the master who misunderstood you. The master will make it up to you. Please also forgive your senior brother this time, and you also injured your senior brother. I've never taken a shot at Chu Fan, and you've never believed anything I've said. Lu Chuan looked calm, quietly looking at Li Shi, then slowly shook his head and once again said, this cultivation has been abolished. What I have done for the clan over these years is considered to be a repayment of the grace of nurturing. From now on, I have nothing more to do with the Heavenly Sword sect, anymore. You, want to quit the Heavenly Sword sect? Li Shi was full of disbelief. He thought that the other party would yell and scream and ask for a statement from himself, but it was not thought that the other party would so calmly propose to withdraw from the clan. Senior brother Lu, you're quitting the sect? Why? Lu Ruyan sniffed and climbed up from the ground, topping her face that looked like a pig's head and said in a slight panic, don't call me senior brother. The moment you falsely accused me, I ceased to be your senior brother. The sword chi on Chu Fan's body, it should have been caused by you using the amulet I gave you, right? Lu Chuan indifferently looked at the senior sister in front of him whom he had taken good care of and slowly said, not long ago, Lu Chuan had made an amulet and given it to the other party, which saved a sword chi. Brother Lu had not made a move to injure Chu Fan, so the sword chi that remained on the other party's body must be the sword chi that he had left in the amulet before. How could he not have imagined that what he used to protect the other party would actually turn into a life-supporting talisman to defame himself? What? Ruyan, is this true? When Li Shiye heard that, she also looked at Lu Ruyan in shock. How could she not have thought that her well-behaved female disciple would actually join forces with Chu Fan to deceive herself? Seeing Lu Chuan recognize his own tricks, Lu Ruyan also he is not helped but slightly lowered his head. His eyes dodged, did not dare to look directly at Lu Chuan. This is also worried about junior brother's injury. So just, but it's just that you've been wronged. Why should senior brother be catty about it? Putting aside the facts, isn't senior brother at fault? If you, senior brother, had taken out the pills to save junior brother, none of this would have happened later. However, a lifetime to be a strong version of T0, such as the Smoke Emperor and Howl Be Soft, immediately is to find a self-professed tenable reason, sticking his neck to retort. However, just as Lu Ruyan finished speaking, Lin Xian rushed up again, kicking him to the ground and raising his hand to slap the other party again. Ah! Help! Why are you hitting me again? Master, quickly save me. Seeing that Lin Xian was going to hit himself again, Lu Ruyan immediately turned to Li Shi for help. However, with Qin Lao suppressing the whole scene, Li Shi didn't dare to have the slightest action, although she had the intention to stop it, but she could only watch the other party get beaten up. Throw out the facts, huh? Then let's talk about fists. Why did I hit you? Why didn't I hit you? Not hit anyone else? Are you not at fault for getting hit? Although Lu Ruyan's strength wasn't weak, it wasn't enough in front of Lin Xian, and she was soon caught by Lin Xian and slapped madly. Looking at Lu Ruyan who was getting beaten again, Li Shiye also put her hope on Lu Chuan and pleaded, quickly make your friend stop. She is your senior sister. Lu Chuan heard, shrugged his shoulders, did not have the slightest intention to call a halt, and even silently pulled out a slate and handed it to Lin Xian, and then said with a face full of helplessness, "Although Brother Lin is my friend, I don't have the right to care what he does. Brother Lin, that's my senior sister. Go easy on her," Lu Chuan said to Lin Xian. "What? Get down to the point? Copy that. No problem. No, Brother Lin, don't fight. Well, at least it's my senior sister. Don't beat her to death." "What? Don't beat it to death? You want to do it yourself? That's fine. Leave her a breath and make sure she doesn't die." So, in Lu Chuan's persuasion, Lin Xian played more vigorously, playing and even took out the elixir to the other side of the treatment of injuries, and then went on to play. Seeing this, the smile on Lu Chuan's face grew even bigger, and the previous unhappiness could be said to have been swept away. He treats Lu Ruyan not thin, but the other side is so falsely accused of him, causing his cultivation to be abolished, nearly killed. From that moment on, in his heart is no longer in this sister. He did not do it, that is to give each other face. In the end, between Lin Xian Dao's efforts, Lu Ruyan himself was crippled, dying on the ground, a look of more out of breath and less in breath. Looking at Lu Ruyan, who only had one breath left, Li Shi was filled with heartache, but was not saying anything and silently helped the other party heal up. On the side, the Heavenly Sword sect master looked at this scene with a rather complicated expression, and finally let out a slow sigh as he looked at Li Shiye. "Is this the good disciple you taught? You can't live with your own sins. Sect master, this matter is a disciple of religious incompetence. Disciples are willing to accept the punishment, but also ask the sect master to punish them leniently." Li Shi lowered his head. His heart was mixed, and for a time, he was also a bit bewildered. "Humph, you'd better think about how to make the disciples forgive them, or else this seat will clear the door for you today." The Heavenly Sword sect master snorted coldly, his tone carrying a full of coldness. Chapter 59, The Fall. After the breaking, Lu Chuan, can you spare the life of your senior brother and sister? Li Shi looked at Lu Chuan and eagerly expected. In the face of his own Li Shi's plea, Lu Chuan's expression remained calm, without the slightest fluctuation, and only asked lightly, "Want me to spare them? When the elders of the law enforcement hall wanted to put me to death, why didn't they spare me? God's sins are forgivable, but it's all because of themselves." Lu Chuan this question let Li Shiyu suddenly speech block. Yes, in Lu Chuan was smeared, but they never thought to spare each other. How to request Lu Chuan to spare them? If Lin Xian hadn't appeared, then Lu Chuan and Lu Li would have already died in the hands of the law enforcement hall elders. "Don't, Master. I know I'm wrong. Master, save me. Senior brother Lu. Ruyan knows she's wrong. Forgive me this time." When Ruyan Lu heard this, she was instantly panicked and hurriedly pleaded to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan didn't have the slightest reaction to Lu Ruyan's plea for mercy, and didn't even look at the other party as he looked towards Lin Xian and said, "Trouble brother Lin. Elder Qin. Send them to reincarnation." Lin Xian grinned and said to Elder Qin, "Good." Qin Lao did not have too much nonsense. In the shocked gazes of Lu Ruyan and Shu Fan, he raised his hand and slapped his hand. The two of them didn't even scream. They were directly slapped into nothingness and completely disappeared between the heavens and the earth. Watching old man Qin obliterate the two men, Lin Xian then turned once again towards the Heavenly Sword sect master, and then said, "With this matter settled, I won't stay much longer. Farewell. Take care, Mr. Lin." The Heavenly Sword sect master had a smile on his face and did not have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Losing two disciples and being able to avoid the calamity of extermination was already an extremely good ending. Furthermore, even if Lin Xian didn't kill Lu Ruyan and Shu Fan, he wouldn't stop there. Disciples with such a heart would only be a scourge if they stayed in the sect. "Let's go, Brother Lu." Lin Xian greeted Brother Lu and then walked out of the law enforcement hall. Lu Chuan didn't hesitate, picked up his sister and followed. "By the way, this law enforcement hall elder of yours is incompetent." Suddenly, Lin Xian seemed to have thought of something and turned back to the Heavenly Sword sect master with a meaningful comment. Then he did not stay any longer and headed outside the Heavenly Sword sect. The law enforcement hall elder was certainly detestable, but his crime was not to the point of death, so Lin Xian was too lazy to do anything about it. He had already said what needed to be said, and he was sure that the Heavenly Sword sect master would take care of the rest. Seeing Lin Xian and the others leave, the Heavenly Sword sect master also set his gaze on the law enforcement hall elder and said coldly, "It seems that the job of the law enforcement hall isn't suitable for you. Go and watch over the borderlands." "Yes." Disciple obeys. The law enforcement hall elder didn't have the slightest hesitation and didn't dare to have the slightest dissatisfaction. Being able to leave a life behind was already good. He didn't dare to ask for anything more. After dealing with the law enforcement hall elder, the Heavenly Sword sect master then placed his gaze on Li Shi with a complicated expression. Then sighed. Take care of yourself. After saying that, the Heavenly Sword sect master was transformed into a clear wind and slowly disappeared into the law enforcement hall. Li Shi's eyes were full of confusion. The picture of getting along with Lu Chuan gradually reappeared in her mind. Recalling what she had done before, a touch of bitterness gradually appeared on her face. It's me. Wrong. People are often like this. The world. The only time you know how to cherish is when you lose. Outside the Heavenly Sword sect, Lu Chuan looked at this place where he had lived for more than 10 years. His heart was full of mixed feelings. After so many years, Lu Chuan had long ago taken this place as home. Lu Chuan's eyes have confusion. All along, he has been living for the sake of others. For the sake of the clan. He is not clear about what he wants, and where to go. Hey, Lu Chuan, what are you doing? Still going or not? Seeing that brother Lu hadn't moved, Lin Xian couldn't help but be a bit puzzled and shouted out. Lu Chuan came back to his senses, and then he smiled blandly. The confusion in his eyes was swept away, and without any more lingering, he turned around and walked toward the distance, toward that vast world. Gone. He shouldn't be constrained here. His journey was the heavens and the vastness of the stars. And now, he would take his first step. Boom! In the next moment, an aura rose from Lu Chuan's body. His clothes moved without wind, and a sword intent erupted from his body. And his injuries, but also in a strange force under the rapid recovery up. Only a moment, the original was abolished, cultivation is recovered. And even a step closer, directly is a breakthrough to the spirit sea realm. With Lu Chuan's breakthrough, above the sky, visions arose, countless long sword shadows appeared in the air. A white-clothed shadow holding a long sword, stepping on thousands of long swords, as if he had come from the heavens and was on the verge of falling down to the mortal dust. Such heaven and earth visions naturally attracted many Heavenly Sword sect disciples to watch, but none of them were shocked when they saw that the initiator of the visions was Lu Chuan. Heaven and earth visions. My goodness, senior brother Lu actually triggered the heaven and earth anomaly. What kind of physique has he awakened? Senior Lu is so handsome and so strong. He wants to talk. Don't call Master Lu. Master Lu. Master Lu has already quit the Heavenly Sword sect. Asterisk. It's all because of that Lu Ruyan and Chu Fan, who gaslight senior brother Lu. This pair of dogs, to die like this. It's cheaper for them. This is the sword immortal prodigy among the heaven and earth visions? I didn't expect this little fellow to actually be an innate sword Dao saint body. On the side, Qin Lao looked at the vision that enveloped the heavens and earth and couldn't help but be slightly stunned and surprised. What the hell? An innate sword Dao saint body? And it's even broken through. Hearing Elder Qin's words, Lin Xian's eyes widened slightly. However, when you think of the identity of Lu Chuan, son of luck, Lin Xian immediately is relieved. Due to the blessing, awakening physique, and then soar to the heavens. That is the basic operation. Although, however, Lin Xian was truly envious. How did he say that he pressed the indestructible star body? And how did he not have a vision when he awakened? Damn you to hell. Looking at this handsome and very handsome vision, Lin Xian's back teeth are almost gritted, both afraid of the brother over the bitter, but also afraid of the brother to drive a Land Rover. So handsome heaven and earth vision, why he does not have ah. With the passage of time, the heaven and earth anomalies dispersed. Lu Chuan also slowly awakened, feeling the changes in his body. For a moment a smile could not help but appear on his face, sort of a blessing due to a disaster. 13 is all loaded. Why don't you go? However, in the next moment, a voice sounded quietly in his ears, and Lu Chuan turned around violently and he only saw that Lin Xian had stood beside Lu Chuan at some point and was looking at him with an envious and jealous look. Ahem. Gone. Gone. Lu Chuan coughed lightly and nodded awkwardly. Little friend, don't be in a hurry. Are you interested in being my personal disciple? However, Lu Chuan wanted to go, but at this moment, someone did not let him go. A crane hair and childlike face, ethereal atmosphere of the old man, steeply appeared in front of him. The heaven and earth anomaly just now was noticed by many people, and naturally, there was no lack of some hidden powers among them, and it was unfortunate that Lu Chuan was looked upon by one of them. Chapter 60, Green Lotus Sword Saint. Hey, old man, coming up here and robbing people? Who are you? Seeing that an old man suddenly appeared, that is, to snatch a person with himself, Lin Xian was immediately also a bit annoyed. He had managed to save the other party and help the other party to solve the trouble, but the result was that an interception came out halfway. Who can endure this? Good brat. I'm a heavenly saint, and you're actually calling me an old man? Seeing Lin Xian call himself an old man, the white-haired old man was immediately blowing his beard and glaring at Lin Xian in dissatisfaction. Are you strong? What's the point of having a high cultivation? Coming out to hang out is about strength and background. Which path are you on? Lin Xian didn't wimp out in the slightest and glared back, then said again, I have no power. A casual cultivator. People on the road called the old man for Green Lotus Sword Saint. Little guy, where do you mix? So arrogant. Not afraid of the old man to take action against you. Seeing Lin Xian say so, the old man was not angry. Instead he smiled and asked, my father, Lin Yunfeng. I'll be arrogant. How about beating me to death? Lin Xian smiled blandly, and immediately reported his cheap father's name. Hiss, you're Lin Yunfeng's son. Hearing Lin Xian's words, even if the old man was a heavenly sane powerhouse, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Regarding Lin Xian's conversation, the old man didn't doubt the truth in the slightest. After all, Lin Yunfeng was a heavenly sane powerhouse. Taking the other party's name and foxing them was a cause and effect to be carried. Just calling out the name would be perceived by the other party. Cough cough. Little friend Lin. Almost done. The old man is here to take in a disciple. Not to mix things up. The old man coughed lightly and returned to the topic. He hadn't thought about making a move on Lin Xian either, especially after knowing that Lin Xian was Lin Yunfeng's son. Che, it's no fun. But this name of old dad, it's really good. Lin Xian saw this and didn't make any more trouble. At the same time he was also a bit surprised that this cheap old dad's name of his was really working. Little friend, would you like to worship the old man as your teacher? Without bothering about Lin Xian anymore, the old man placed his gaze on Lu Chuan and then asked, can you save my sister? Lu Chuan asked without answering, looking at the old man. When the old man heard this, he immediately checked the condition of Lu Li in Lu Chuan's arms, and immediately afterward, he frowned slightly. Your sister, to be able to live until now, is nothing short of a miracle. The old man looked at Lu Chuan and sighed slightly. Old sir, what do you mean by that? How is my sister? Lu Chuan looked at the old man and asked anxiously. Your sister, should be carrying the legendary chaos blood? But it was forcefully drawn out, can live until now, but also thanks to her to take a not low-grade elixir, hanging her life. If not, she would have been, long ago. The old man sighed. What? Hearing what happened to his sister, Lu Chuan's face was immediately livid, and the sword intent around his body tumbled, accompanied by the ultimate killing intent steeply rushed up to the sky, stirring up the sky full of wind and clouds. Lu Chuan, calm down. The priority right now is to save your sister. Looking at the furious brother Lu, Lin Xian immediately let out a low shout. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Chuan's riotous sword intent slowly converged and gradually regained its calmness, and then he was seriously thanking Lin Xian. Thank you very much, brother Lin. Lu Chuan knew that if Lin Xian hadn't fed his sister a 7th grade elixir, her sister would have been afraid of an accident at this moment. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He had sensed that the other party was not in the right situation when he came before. Otherwise he would not have taken out a 7th grade elixir for Lu Li to take. If you want to save this little girl, you need at least a 9th grade elixir to reshape her origin. If you can worship me as your master, the old man will definitely find it for you. The old man said seriously, clearly putting his blood on the line in order to take Lu Chuan as his disciple. I can't worship you. Can you save my sister? Lu Chuan suddenly looked at the old man and asked seriously. You little fellow, the people who want to worship the old man as a teacher can circle the Tsung domain several times, and you actually refused. Just, the old man and you have a destiny. The old man you help you is. The old man helplessly shook his head, but did not refuse to save Lu Li, which made the crowd was a little surprised. The old man did not expect, he haul a heavenly saint powerhouse, want to accept a disciple, actually will have a day to be rejected. Master is above. Accept my disciple's obeisance. However, the next moment, Lu Chuan's was kneeling down towards the old man and kowtowing 3 times. Lu Chuan's sudden move, so that all the people are a little puzzled, but soon came to understand. It is clear that Lu Chuan this is a test of each other. Good boy. You also test up the old man to come. Small mind is more. The old man saw the situation, also reacted. Cannot help but lose laughter. Disciple, I just don't want to worship someone who uses my family as blackmail. Brother Lu smiled. Don't worry, although the old man is not a good person, but taking someone's soft underbelly and threatening such things, the old man still won't do it. The old man laughed. Don't force yourself if you don't want to worship the master. It's not like I don't have pills. I took back the previous pills in passing. Lin Xian took out an elixir with 9 dandelions from his bosom and threw it to Lu Chuan. Back when he had violently beaten up Chu Fan, he had taken back that 9th grade elixir. Cheaper for no one but Chu Fan. No, your Lin family is so big. You still lack a genius? Do you have to steal it from me? When the old man saw the scene, he was speechless. He naturally knew that the Lin family was big, but he did not expect that the other party actually had a 9th grade elixir on him. Hey, what kind of words are these? Lu Chuan is my brother, so it's reasonable to give away an elixir, right? Lin Xian said with a hefty smile. It was hard to come across the matter of investing in the protagonist. He naturally couldn't miss it. The name of the angel investor. Lin Xian wanted it, and it was useless for anyone to come. Besides, I'm doing you a favor. You're even saving the 9th grade pills, Lin Xian said immediately afterward, giving the old man a blank look. According to you, why does it feel like I have to thank you? The old man spat. Forget about the thanks. Now that you have the pills, you'd better hurry up and save his sister. It's too late for that. Without dwelling too much on this matter, Lin Xian looked towards the still unconscious Lu Li, then said to the old man, "Alright, the old man will start now." The old man didn't dawdle and pinched the spell in his hand. Immediately after that, Lu Li and Lu Chuan's arms floated up from and hovered in the air. Immediately afterward, that 9th grade elixir slowly transformed into a medicinal power-containing creation under the old man's control, wrapping Lu Li's entire body. Under the effect of the 9th grade elixir, Lu Li's face was also gradually flushed. His thin body gradually became normal, and his crippled origin was then compensated for under the effect of that power of creation, and the lost life force was able to be restored again. This process lasted for a day and a night until the early morning of the next day, when the old man slowly withdrew his hand, and Lu Li also awoke from his coma. "Brother, you're fine." "Great." Lu Li woke up, and when she saw Lu Chuan, who was already completely unharmed, she also jumped onto the other party at once and smiled happily. "Brother is fine. Ali, do you still remember what happened the night before? The day you were injured?" Lu Chuan smiled and hugged his sister up. Then he inquired. "Well, at that time, I only felt black in front of my eyes, and then I don't remember anything." Lu Li thought about it, but it was none of them could not remember. Hearing this, Lu Chuan also tightened his fists, his eyes full of hatred. His own sister was hurt, but now is not even know the murderer. "Apprentice son, don't panic. Master has a solution." Seeing this, the old man knew that his time to perform had come, and immediately said, Chapter 61, Chu Fan is still alive? "Master, are you telling the truth?" Looking towards the old man, an expectant light shone in his eyes. Naturally, the old man nodded, and immediately afterward, with a spell pinch in his hand, a drop of blood floated out from Lu Li's body and landed in his hand. Immediately afterward, the old man's palm flipped, and an ancient copper mirror appeared in his hand, dropping blood onto it, and a burst of light erupted from above the mirror. Then there was no more. The bronze mirror hovered silently in the air, never changing again. Strange, this person's heavenly chances have actually been obscured. The old man's eyes flashed a trace of surprise, but did not give up on this. Look slightly serious up. Around the body of the Taoist rhyme flow, the hands of the magic trick flying change. As the old man continued to deduce, the copper mirror finally changed, and a familiar silhouette steeply surfaced in the mirror. Chu Fan. Looking at the figure in the mirror, Lu Chuan was suddenly furious, killing intent in his eyes as if to condense into substance. Blood-red eyes staring at the figure in the bronze mirror, like a man-eating beast. Even when the other party falsely accused him, he had not been so angry. Lu Li was his only relative, and even more so, his scales. Moving him could be, but he would not allow others to move his sister. Letting him die is too simple. Lu Chuan toned cold. If he knew at that time that Chu Fan was the murderer who hurt his sister, Lu Chuan definitely would not let the other party die so painfully. No, this person should still be alive. Suddenly, the old man shook his head and said in an affirmative tone, "This shouldn't be." It was Elder Qin who made the move in the first place. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He was somewhat unconvinced that a Qi-gathering realm could escape under Qin Lao, a peak creation realm powerhouse. No, young master, what this senior said should be true. When the old servant made a move, vaguely aware of a strange feeling, only at that time did not think much about it, just as an illusion. On the side, Qin Lao also opened his mouth. His face was quite ugly. How could he not expect that a chi-gathering realm could actually escape in his hands? Oh, not dead? Very well, I will make life worse than death. Lu Chuan forced down the anger in his heart and said with a cold smile, Master, can we know his location? Lu Chuan looked at the old man and asked. In the eyes of the crowd in anticipation, the old man sighed slightly, rather regretfully. No, he is covered by heavenly chances on his body. Even if the old man makes a move, he can't locate his position. But what is certain is that he has left the Heavenly Sword sect. Like this? Lu Chuan sniffed and fell silent. His eyes lowered, not knowing what he was thinking. Don't worry, I have a premonition that you guys will meet. Lin Xian patted Lu Chuan's shoulder and comforted him. His words were not just to comfort the other party. As a son of Qi, there was no doubt that he would definitely face off with the other party again in the future. Phew! Lu Chuan exhaled and nodded slightly, adjusting his mindset and suppressing his anger. He understood that if he couldn't find the other party, then was there any use in getting angry again? Next, what are the plans? Seeing that Lu Chuan had calmed down, Lin Xian was also relieved and immediately asked. The current me is still too weak. Cultivate for a while first. Lu Chuan pondered for a moment, then said, since that's the case, why don't you come to the Flourishing Star Academy? I just happen to be in it as well. Lin Xian suggested. It should be said that the cultivation conditions of the Prosperous Star Academy were much better than any normal sect. It was just a bit of a waste of spirit stones. Lu Chuan didn't rush to agree, but looked at his master, wanting to see what good advice the other party had. Prosperous Star Academy. It's not a bad place. If you want to go, my master won't stop you. The old man stroked his beard and nodded slightly. Immediately after that, the old man took out a storage ring as well as a jade tablet and handed it over to Lu Chuan. And then said once again, there are some cultivation resources inside, enough for you to cultivate to the enlightenment realm, and this is a summoning jade tablet, so if there is something that happens, you can contact your teacher. Thank you, master. Lu Chuan didn't make any pretense and took the ring and thanked him. My master has to go and deal with some things during this period of time. This is a gong method obtained by the old man in his early years. Only the innate sword Tao's sacred body can cultivate it. You take good care of your enlightenment and strive to cultivate the great Tao as soon as possible. The old man pointed a finger at the center of Lu Chuan's eyebrow, and immediately afterward, Lu Chuan felt that a wave of extremely complicated and mysterious knowledge was imprinted in his mind. 10,000 Paths Sword Scripture. What an arcane technique. Thank you, master, for granting the technique. Lu Chuan naturally realized the power of this gong method and immediately thanked him. Since I have accepted you as a disciple, it is the responsibility of the master to preach and teach. Well, the master is leaving. If you encounter danger, you can crush the jade token and the master will come to your aid. After instructing once again, immediately afterward, the old man's figure disappeared into thin air, never to be seen again. Greetings, master teacher. Lu Chuan made a distant bow in the direction the old man had left, completely recognizing this master teacher from the bottom of his heart. Up is a variety of cultivation resources. Supreme Gongfa, visible each other on their own heart, is sincere to accept their own as a disciple, not like the previous Li Shiyu. Let's go. Go back first. Seeing the old man leave, Lin Xian then turned his head to Lu Chuan and said, much more, Xin Lao, investigate the 10,000 Flames sect, and prepare for a bit of a feud with his family's holy son. At this time, Lin Xian suddenly thought of something, and looked towards said to Xin Lao, to exterminate the 10,000 Flames sect? No problem, young master, I am familiar with this matter. The old servant will go to make arrangements, but it may take a few days to set up the formation. Xin Lao understood and swore with conviction, his eyes slightly excited. Arrange it as you wish, just do it as soon as possible. Lin Xian nodded slightly, but looking at Elder Qin's appearance, he always felt that something was strange. Millions of miles away, in the middle of a pitch-black cave, an illusory silhouette quietly emerged. And if Lin Xian and the others were here, they would be able to recognize that this person was none other than Chu Fan. Damn Lu Chuan! Damn Lin Xian! If it wasn't for the system making a move, I'm afraid that I would have already died. Chu Fan's face was hideous, and his face was as gloomy as if it was about to drip water. Chu Fan actually also possessed a system called the Super Villain System, a system that could plunder the chi of the Sons of Qi to obtain various treasures. System? What's the deal with this Lin Xian? Chu Fan asked to the system. Ding! This person is a variable. The system originally said that the plot is not set in stone. Variables? That's troublesome. The plot direction has already deviated, and will lose quite a few advantages in the future. Chu Fan's brows were furrowed. His eyes were bright and dark, and he was vaguely worried. He had previously relied on his foresight to learn that the other party would obtain a 9th grade elixir as the basis for framing Lu Chuan. Now Lu Chuan is afraid that he has already broken the back and been discipled by that heavenly saint powerhouse. All of this should have been mine. Damn it, Lin Xian. You already have a way to take your death. Thinking like this, Chu Fan's eyes were also surfacing with a trace of killing intent. It was obvious that he had already moved to kill Lin Xian. That's just it. It's still important to recover now. System. Use the chaos bloodline to help me remodel my flesh. I want to achieve the chaos body. After a long time, Chu Fan suppressed the killing intent in his heart and said to the system, Ding, deduct 10,000 heavenly destiny values and start remodeling your flesh. As a ray of light wrapped Chu Fan, his illusory figure began to remodel under a strange force. Soon, Chu Fan reshaped a body with the help of the system. A body that was even more powerful than before. Jia. Worthy of being a chaotic body condensed with chaotic bloodline. It's really powerful. I really want to know Lu Chuan's expression after knowing that it was me who smoked his sister's chaotic blood. It must be very, very wonderful. Feeling the majestic power in his body, Chu Fan let out a strange laugh with a smile spreading on his face. His eyes filled with smugness. Jia. Lu Chuan, count yourself lucky this time. You won't be so lucky next time. Chapter 62, Return to the Academy. At the back of the mountain of the Flourishing Star Academy, the originally calm space steeply cracked open into a gap, and immediately afterward, Lin Xian walked out of the crack with Su Ruoxue, Lu Chuan and the others. After leaving from the Heavenly Sword sect, Lin Xian first went back to the Gusu family and spoke to Lin Tian, and then he brought Su Ruoxue with him to return to the academy. The appearance of Lin Xian's few people naturally attracted the attention of those powerful people in the academy. And not long after, a young man appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and this man was no other than the one who had been violently beaten by Elder Qin earlier. Holy, how come it's you guys? The man was shocked when he saw Lin Xian and pulled his legs out to run, not wanting to stay a second longer. Don't run. What are you running for? Am I that scary? Don't worry, I won't hit you this time. Seeing that the man was about to run, Lin Xian hurriedly called out to the other party. Hearing this, the man paused suspiciously, then asked, You really won't hit me? After all, the last time he was beaten, he is still fresh in his memory, although they are all minor injuries, but the pain is really painful. He just sensed the space fluctuations, thought to come to check out a bit, not to get beaten. Really? By the way, there's something I want to ask you for. Lin Xian nodded helplessly, then said, That's fine then. Anything? I'll definitely help if I can. The man was slightly relieved. As long as the other party didn't let anyone beat him up, then anything would be fine. As for not helping, he hadn't thought about it. After all, if the other party got angry and let someone beat him up, he couldn't even run away. This is my friend, a genius. Arrange enrollment for him, Lin Xian said as he pointed to Lu Chuan on the side. This is simple. This little friend, what is your name? The man sniffed, and immediately agreed. After all, this kind of thing was not a matter at all to him. A senior member of the academy. I'm Lu Chuan. I'm sorry to trouble you, senior. Lu Chuan saluted the man and then said, knowing Lu Chuan's name, the man did not continue to say anything, took out a jade plate as carved on it. Not long after, a carved Lu Chuan's name identity jade plate is brand new out. This is your identity jade token. By the way, this little girl is your sister, right? The man handed the jade token to Lu Chuan, then also noticed the little girl beside him and asked, Yes. Lu Chuan nodded. Given that you have your sister with you, I'll arrange an independent dormitory for you. Just, sniffing, the man then thoughtfully arranged an independent dormitory for Lu Chuan. There was no way. He was afraid that Lin Xian would be dissatisfied later and ask someone to beat him up again. Then, thank you, senior. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan also brightened up and immediately thanked him. You're welcome. Things are taken care of, so I'll leave first. With that, the man quickly left the place with a flash. Brother Lin, I'll go to my residence first to take a look around. If there's something, you can come find me. As the man left, Lu Chuan also intended to go to his place of residence first to have a look around, and soon after, he bid farewell to Lin Xian and left. Good. Lin Xian nodded. Soon after, Lu Chuan left the place with his sister, leaving only Lin Xian and Su Ruoxue standing in the same spot. Taking a look at the already slightly dim sky, Lin Xian also said to Su Ruoxue, Ruoxue, it's getting late. Go back to the dormitory first. After being away for so long, it's time to go back and take a look. Good. Su Ruoxue nodded. Soon, the two of them were separated and headed towards their respective dormitories. Soon, Lin Xian returned to the dormitory, and as soon as he pushed open the door to the dormitory, he immediately saw the three of them, Li Changcheng, sitting together and chattering. Seeing Lin Xian return, Li Changcheng also stood up from above the sofa with a delighted expression. "Wipe, brother Lin, you're back." Receiving the huazi handed over by Li Changcheng, Lin Xian sat down on top of the sofa, casually lit the huazi, and began to gulp down clouds and mist. "It's still you who have to be this powerful." When Li Changcheng heard this, he immediately took out 10 huazi from his ring and placed them in front of Lin Xian, then said, "They're all brothers. Brother Lin, don't be polite to me." Lin Xian was not polite. He put away the huazi, and then he took out a bunch of spiritual melons and fruits, and a large pile of pills, and placed them on top of the table. A wide variety of things. Directly the entire table was full. Lin Xian smiled. "I went back for a trip and brought some local specialties for you to try." Looking at the melons and fruits above the desktop that were glowing with spiritual light, the three of them were first stunned, and then they were shocked. Asterisk 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 brother Lin, are you getting rich? These good things, I haven't even seen them after living for so long. No more pretending. Let's show my cards. I'm a rich second generation. Lin Xian spread his hands and directly confessed. Are these really all for us? Li Changcheng asked uncertainly, realizing that these things in front of him could be worth a lot. Of course, it's considered a bit of a thank you for your help last time. Lin Xian nodded and said, these things might be precious to them, but to him, they were dispensable. After all, he still had a bunch of them in his ring. Righteous father is above. Accept my son's obeisance. Hearing these words, Li Changcheng instantly called out for his righteous father, almost as if he was kneeling down and kowtowing to Lin Xian. It's better if you don't call me righteous father. I'm afraid that those juniors in the clan will have to take a knife to you if they know. Lin Xian stopped Li Changcheng's behavior. After all, there were quite a few people in his clan who called him great-grandfather, and their cultivation levels were all not weak. If the other party knew about this, they wouldn't go crazy and chop people up. Although in the clan, the other party has to call himself this gathering gas called grandfather, but go outside. That cannot be the same, especially his pile of nephews, outside that is either the god of the sword or the saint of the gun. By the way, what were you guys just talking about? Lin Xian didn't say much on the topic and asked instead. Oh, nothing, it's just that the academy is going to hold an academy competition in a few days. We're planning to go over there to participate. Are you going to go or not, brother Lin? Jiang Tianming said while nibbling on a spirit fruit. Any rewards? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was also interested. After all, he was quite free, so if there was a reward he was interested in, he could take part in it. Yes, the reward for the first place is a 10,000-year-old ice lotus, the second place is a 5th grade marrow cleansing pill, and the third place name is a sword heartgrass. Li Changcheng thought for a moment, then said, 10,000-year-old ice lotus? Sword heartgrass? The academy is really wealthy. Hearing about the 10,000-year-old ice lotus for the first place reward, Lin Xian was instantly surprised. After all, this thing was unattainable and had great benefits for ice attribute cultivators. However, what Lin Xian cared about the most was the third place reward. The sword heartgrass contained a hint of the true meaning of the sword Dao. A sword cultivator would refine it and feel it. It could enhance their own perception of the sword Dao. It was definitely a good thing that could not be missed. As for the second place marrow cleansing elixir, Lin Xian wasn't interested in it. There were several more lying in his ring. An elixir like the marrow cleansing elixir could only be consumed once in a person's lifetime. It could cleanse and remove impurities from the body, and enhance talent. Lin Xian had taken it once before, and he didn't know if it was because he had cultivated the star body training technique, but he realized that the effect of the marrow cleansing pill on him could be said to be minimal, and the boost was very limited. That sounds like a good reward. In that case, it's good that I'm coming along for the ride. Although he wasn't interested in the marrow cleansing pill, Lin Xian was planning to fight for that sword heartgrass. After all, he was also a sword cultivator, so it would be a lie to say that he didn't need it. Chapter 63, rounding out the top 3 programs. Phew. Early the next morning, Lin Xian woke up quietly from the roof of the dormitory and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, immediately followed by stretching and getting up to move his muscles. As for why he would be on the roof, the main reason was that the higher the place the more dense the star power was, and the faster he could cultivate. Woohoo! After some activity, Lin Xian intended to go downstairs, but he didn't take the teleportation array or the stairs. Instead, He chose to take a leap off the roof of the building and go straight into a free fall. Lin Xian was rapidly falling downwards, the harsh wind cutting across his body, blowing his robes knowingly, while he slowly closed his eyes, quietly listening to the wind whistling in his ears. As for whether or not he would fall to his death, Lin Xian said that he was a dang chi gathering, not to mention 200 floors, where to add another 200 floors that would not be a problem. After all, this is not a certain continent, or almost a god, flying on the sky and the risk of being dropped dead. This is not pure waste. Moreover, the gathering of Chi realm will be able to fly in the air. Even if he does not fly in the air, with his current physical strength, he should be worried not about himself, but should be worried about the ground. Will he be smashed out of the pit? Lin Xian descended very quickly, and in a moment, he reached his floor and swept past the window of his dormitory. Holy, what's falling down? And this scene just happened to be seen by Li Changqing's trio. It seems like Ringo. Is this a game of freefall? Su Wei said with some uncertainty. It's brother Lin. That's alright then. I guess he's practicing some kind of poem technique that falls from the sky. Li Changqing sniffed, but also a sigh of relief. If something fell down and hit the flowers and plants, it would be bad. After all, it is everyone's responsibility to protect the environment. And green mountains are golden mountains. Soon, Lin Xian was close to the ground, and the moment he was about to land, he was seen making a magnificent turn, and then he landed firmly on the ground, landing in front of Su Ruoxue, who had just arrived downstairs. Morning, Ruoxue. Lin Xian smiled and greeted the other party. Good morning, husband. Su Ruoxue arched her eyebrows and smiled sweetly, just like a stunningly beautiful landscape. Her jade hand gently lifted, and she was arranging Lin Xian's clothes, which were somewhat messy by the wind. Right, isn't the academy competition in a few days? The first place reward is quite suitable for you. Do you want to participate? Lin Xian suddenly just asked. With Su Ruoxue's strength, wanting to take first place was simply easy. Participated. Su Ruoxue nodded slightly. The 10,000-year ice lotus, an ice attribute heavenly treasure, was still quite interesting to her. Seeing Su Ruoxue want to participate, Lin Xian was slightly pleased, but soon he realized a problem. If he and Su Ruoxue were to face each other later, the joke would be too big. Forget it, take a step and see what happens. Slightly shaking his head, Lin Xian didn't continue to think about this. At that time, if he was really up against it, then he would just admit defeat. He couldn't beat it anyway. Husband, what are we going to do next? Looking at Lin Xian, who was somewhat lost in thought, Su Ruoxue took her hand and waved it in front of his eyes before asking. It's weirdly boring. Let's walk around. Lin Xian came back to his senses and thought for a moment, then said, in the academy, in addition to cultivation is cultivation. As long as you have spirit value, then it's not a problem how long you cultivate in the cultivation room. But Lin Xian doesn't want to cultivate. After all, the academy was full of talented people who spoke well, and it would be a shame not to go shopping. As soon as he said he was leaving, Lin Xian quickly took Su Ruoxue to stroll around the middle of the academy. After walking around aimlessly, the two of them, Lin Xian, eventually arrived in the middle of the martial arts arena. At this moment, on top of the huge martial arts arena, there were two figures interlacing, majestic spiritual energy, spewing out from both of them, and every time they exchanged hands, it was accompanied by a huge commotion. Ha! Lu Chuan? Who is this fighting with? Looking at the figure in the martial arts arena, Lin Xian let out a light eep, his eyes flashing with a hint of curiosity. He knew Lu Chuan's strength. With his innate sword Dao Saint body plus his spirit sea realm cultivation, he was afraid that there were not many freshmen in this academy who would be his opponent. Sword 1. The Tsunlong emerges from the sea. Above the martial arts arena, Lu Chuan swung his long sword in his hand and steeply chopped out a sword. A sword out. 10,000 swords follow. Vast sword chi convergence into a huge dragon, roaring toward the opponent swooped down. This sword, the momentum is great. The sword intention is overpowering. Even if it is far away from each other, it is possible to feel the power of this sword. Facing the long dragon of sword chi, the white-clothed figure above the martial arts arena, but not the slightest bit of fear. The breath around the body is no longer hidden, steeply revealed, is certainly the second level of the spirit sea realm. Thunder method, Karen. White figure, long hair flowing, violent thunder power. It's as the body emanated, transformed into a thunder and lightning Qilin. Toward the sword chi dragon is to meet up. Boom! The giant dragon and the Qilin collided, and then exploded. Sword chi and lightning instantly filled the entire martial arts stage. ravaging the crowd above the audience. In the face of the raging aftermath, the crowd immediately scattered and fled. Running fast, okay, some running slow. Directly was the aftermath of the wave lifted off. Experience a trapeze. However, there are two exceptions in the field. In the face of the aftermath, Lin Xian expression calm, standing with his hands, without the slightest intention to retreat. A thought is to construct a barrier in front of his body. The aftermath will be isolated in the outside. The spiritual power of the born 9 realms was no joke, and although he could only exert 3 realms right now, resisting this bit of aftershock could be said to be stress-free. As the aftermath dispersed, the situation in the field was also once again imprinted into the eyes of the crowd. At this moment, the two had stopped, and the robes on the man in white had already turned into cloth, and the hideous wounds were continuously flowing with blood. On the contrary, Lu Chuan, only the corner of the clothes slightly dirty, not the slightest injury, just a glance at the high and low judgment. Lu Chuan won. You're strong. I lost. Here's the bet. The man in white smiled bitterly and transferred 1,000 spirit values to Lu Chuan. Understood. Lu Chuan had a smile on his face and clasped his fist at the other party. I'll come back to challenge next time, the white-clothed man said once again, and then he left the place. As the man in white left, Lu Chuan also noticed Lin Xian and Su Ruoxue in the field, and then he walked over. Wonderful battle. I didn't realize that you're still a fighting maniac. Old Lu. Lin Xian laughed. Battle mania doesn't count. It's just that I've just broken through not long ago, so I'm beating up my foundation and practicing my sword skills in the meantime. Lu Chuan shook his head slightly and laughed. By the way, are you interested in participating in the academy competition? The 3 of us will directly bag the top 3. Lin Xian thought about it and said towards Lu Chuan, that's exactly what I want to do. I want to take the second place marrow cleansing pill and give it to my sister. Lu Chuan didn't refuse, nor did he need to. He had intended to take the second place prize. That's just right. We'll just round up the top 3. Lin Xian hemmed and hawed, already somewhat looking forward to it. Although I believe in your strength, brother Lin, but the order of the match is based on the draw, so if we meet before the final, what then? Lu Chuan pondered for a moment, then asked a crucial question. Lu Chuan's words, all of a sudden is by Lin Xian dry silence. The smile on his face is gone. If it is really against, he will certainly have a person eliminated. Then how to wrap up the round? He was so happy that he forgot this crucial point. Whatever, when the time comes. Chapter 64, Start of the competition. 3 days passed by quietly, and the great competition of the Flourishing Star Academy arrived as scheduled. Due to the sheer number of people, the Academy split the tournament into 10 arenas to be held, dueling by drawing lots, with 2 cadets selected from each arena. But, coincidentally, Lin Xian and Su Ruoxue and Lu Chuan were actually assigned to the same venue, which meant that they would definitely face each other. The wrapped circle plan. It died before it even started. Lin Xian looked at Su Ruoxue and Lu Chuan who were standing beside him, his complexion filled with depression, and he sighed helplessly. Husband, don't be discouraged, there might be a turnaround. Su Ruoxue covered her mouth with a smile and comforted Lin Xian. Forget it, it's fine, let's go to the draw first. We can't be right on the first one, can we? Lin Xian consoled himself. Then he and the crowd went to the lottery box, put his hand inside, and after fumbling around for a while, he took out a small ball with the word 2 on it. This box could be isolated from mental probing, so Lin Xian wasn't able to sense the numbers of the small balls in it, so it was all down to luck as to what he could draw. Soon, the 2 are drawn a good variety of numbers, but when he saw Lu Chuan drew the number pole, Lin Xian suddenly sighed people numb. Coincidentally, not coincidentally, Lu Chuan actually got and he is exactly the same number. That is to say, his first match, he will have to face Lu Chuan, this kind of hanging brother. This is not purely for nothing. Brother Lin, do you need me to release the water? Lu Chuan asked with a smile. No need, just in time for us to cut a deal. In response to Lu Chuan's request to release the water, Lin Xian expressed his refusal. Since things had already happened, it would be better to fight with the other party for real. And he was quite curious as to how strong the other party's strength really was. Right, Ruoxue, what number are you? Suddenly, as if he remembered something, Lin Xian looked toward Su Ruoxue and asked curiously. I'm number 1. Su Ruoxue took out her own little ball, which was clearly labeled with a large number 1. First match, Su Ruoxue versus Shimu. Soon, Su Ruoxue entered the middle of the martial arts arena, and opposite him was a man wearing a mask with flowing purple hair. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that my opponent in the first match would be Fairy Su. Shin Yu laughed out loud, his gaze sizing up Su Ruoxue, his eyes high with battle intent. Su Ruoxue didn't say anything, she just looked at the other party faintly. She felt an extremely odd power from the other party. Race, start. Without giving Su Ruoxue too much time to think, the moment the referee's voice fell, Shin Yu transformed into several doppelgangers, charging towards Su Ruoxue from all angles. Looking at these doppelgangers, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Ruoxue's eyes. Even with her insight, she was somewhat unable to tell which one of the other was the real body. Ice Seal. Since you cannot tell the real from the fake, Su Ruoxue simply do not bother to distinguish. Majestic cold air from its body to escape. Instantly as the entire martial arts arena along with those split together with the ice. As the cold air froze all the doppelgangers, the surprise on Su Ruoxue's face was 1 point thicker. A touch of crisis steeply surged to her heart. Without the slightest hesitation, she lifted her hand and pointed. An ice shield steeply condensed from behind her. Ka-ching! In the next moment, the ice shield shattered. A dagger with a demonic light steeply broke through the ice shield, stabbing straight towards Su Ruoxue, and in an instant it was already in front of her. And at this moment, Shin Yu's figure was also completely revealed in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, he was already just 1 meter away from Su Ruoxue. This silent concealment technique could be described as bizarre to the extreme. With the weirdness of the doppelganger, he would confuse the enemy, and then rely on the weird art of concealment to get close to the enemy and deliver a fatal blow. If he had met someone else, he might have already lost the battle. But unfortunately, his opponent was Su Ruoxue, absolute strength that could break all trickery. Absolute zero. In the face of such a powerful strike, Su Ruoxue's demeanor remained the same without the slightest bit of panic as she gently spat out 4 words from her mouth. In the next moment, the attacking Shin Yu was fixed in place, no longer able to move forward, covered with frost, and in an instant was transformed into an ice sculpture. Hiss! What a terrifying cold aura! Fairy Su is too strong. What happened? Who am I? Where am I? How come I'm frozen? It's hard to see at all. Not only is Fairy Su beautiful, she's also so strong. Did this Lin Xian save the world in his last life, to be able to gain the other party's favor? I'm not convinced. I want to challenge Lin Xian. You and Lin Xian. It should be a 9-1 opening. 1 second for the other. Cutting you into 9 pieces. The sudden reversal could be said to have ignited the entire room, causing the crowd present to instantly boil over. All of them talking about it. In the field, Su Ruoxue didn't stay too long. Lifting her leg, she walked towards the field. At this moment, the victory has been decided. In the Qi gathering realm, there is no one who can break free from this move. Su Ruoxue, win. As the referee's voice rang out, the first match came to an end, and without the slightest suspense, Su Ruoxue was victorious. After Su Ruoxue left, a few staff members also came up and moved the frozen Shin Yu down as a statue. Although Shin Yu did not die, but the surrounding vitality was frozen. A moment is not recovered. If there is no strong help from the academy, it is estimated to maintain this look for a period of time. That was awesome. Watch me perform next. Looking at Su Ruoxue's return, Lin Xian wasn't stingy in giving out praise. Husband, Lu Chuan is at the Spirit Sea realm. Why don't you just admit defeat? Su Ruoxue said with slight worry. Don't worry, I have my measure. Lin Xian nodded. Because it is the freshman competition, so the college does not limit the Spirit Sea realm cannot participate. And the freshmen in the original there are not a few Spirit Sea realm. Lu Chuan is one of them. Good Death just happened to be met by him. However, although the Spirit Sea realm is indeed strong, but this gap is not impossible to make up for. It is very simple. He became a Spirit Sea is it? Second match. Lin Xian versus Lu Chuan. As the referee's voice sounded again, Lu Chuan and Lin Xian also entered the martial arts arena, standing opposite each other, with battle intent in their eyes, quietly gazing at each other without saying a word. Game on! With the referee's order. The next moment, the two moved. The long sword in their hands was violently sheathed. Their figures abruptly disappeared, and in an instant, they collided together. The two shares of sword intent scattering in all directions, filling the entire martial arts arena. Boom! Only to feel a huge force coming at him. Lin Xian violently fell backwards and out, his feet plowing a long furrow in the ground. Worthy of being a son of Qi, terrifying as it is. 9 changes of the stars, amazing god. Lin Xian let out a slight sigh. His complexion then became serious as he violently stepped out. His aura around him surged, and in an instant, he was elevated to the Spirit Sea realm. This was a secret method recorded in the Zhou Tian Xing Chen secrets, which could press and overdraw the origin for a short period of time to obtain an increase in cultivation, but it had extremely serious side effects, and after using it, it would fall into a state of extreme weakness, requiring a long period of time to recover. However, when this secret method was in Lin Xian's possession, that drawback was no longer a drawback. With the undying star body's terrifying resilience, a mere overdraft of the origin was completely insufficient. To others, perhaps this was a life-burning secret technique, but to Lin Xian, this secret technique was a divine skill that was tailor-made for him to fight at a transcendent level. Chapter 65, Losing It All. Again, Lin Xian's sword chi lingered around his body, and with a loud laugh, his body abruptly disappeared, transforming into a residual shadow as he pounced towards Lu Chuan, and with extreme speed, he swung out dozens of swords in a flash. Good coming. In the face of Lin Xian's overpowering attack, Lu Chuan advanced instead of retreating, and for a while, the sword shadows raged and the sword chi rippled, leaving a trail of sword marks above the floor. Clang! Only intensive collision sounds could be heard, and for a while, only sword lights crisscrossed across the field. No longer seeing the two figures, with his cultivation at the chi-gathering realm, he forcefully fought against the spirit sea realm. Lin Xian's action shocked everyone. Even the group of academy executives on top of the high platform of the martial arts arena revealed a look of surprise. This son isn't weak. Even though he used a secret method to raise his cultivation, his talent is truly amazing. This kind of pure sword intent is not something an ordinary person can cultivate. On top of the high platform, the old man looked at Lin Xian under the field and stroked his beard as he laughed. Eldest elder, if it is about sword Dao alone, this little guy named Lu Chuan is afraid that he is only strong and not weak. Beside him, a beautiful woman with a shapely body said with a smile, carrying the innate sword Dao Saint body, and at such an age he has already broken through to the spirit sea realm. This son has the posture of a great emperor. The old man nodded slightly and commented again. No, if we really talk about talent, the one who was on the stage before is truly terrifying. With that extreme coldness, I'm afraid that the average spirit sea realm is no match for her. To the left of the old man, a rather young-looking man was sitting on a chair with a lazy expression. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this person was the one who had made a move to try and retrieve the Xianmei spirit ice last time. That little girl just now, she is the one who took that Xian underworld spirit ice, isn't she? The old man's eyes also flashed with surprise when he heard this. Yes, originally I wanted to take it back, but she is the fiancé of that boy Lin Xian, and that boy is the youngest master of the Lin family. The man said with a helpless face. Oh, since this is the case, then give it to her. That is, the people of the Lin family has already come to find the old man. The old man smiled slightly, as if that Xuanji spirit ice was not a natural born and bred spirit, but an ordinary piece of ice. The battle in the arena continued, and after sparring once more, Lin Xian was able to distance himself from Lu Chuan. Star 7 swords, 10,000 star silence. Thousands of sword chi converged and transformed, and all of them returned to the long sword in his hand, and as the sword chi continued to converge, the ancient and simple long sword also surged out of his divine difference, emitting a bright light like a star. The long sword swung down, a sword chi chopped out. This sword, bright as a star, so that the great sun is lost color, with the destruction of all might, toward Lu Chuan chopped, a hidden killing chance in the midst of brilliance. Good sword technique. In that case, then I won't hold back. Facing the raging sword, Lu Chuan was not afraid at all, and with a big smile, he swung out his sword. Sword 2, Sunfall, brilliant heavenly might, suppressing all things. This sword, like a great sun falling, in the crowd's shocked gaze, the two sword chi violently collided together. The two attacks exploded, and an overpowering sword instantly filled the entire martial arts arena, completely drowning Lu Chuan and Lin Xian, and then swept towards the audience. However, these sword chi didn't manage to leave the martial arts arena, and were blocked by a boundary just before reaching the edge. The aftermath dispersed, and the scene in the field reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, Lin Xian's clothes were broken, and his body was densely packed with tiny sword marks, making him look quite wretched. Compared to Lin Xian's misery, Lu Chuan was slightly dirty and unharmed, and the two of them were in a state that could be described as one heaven and one earth. No more games, let's go. Looking at the unharmed Lu Chuan, Lin Xian's head was filled with black lines. He was so angry that he almost didn't drop his sword on the ground, and he didn't have the interest to fight anymore, so he immediately leapt and returned to the stage. Looking at Lin Xian, who had suddenly admitted defeat. Lu Chuan scratched his head in confusion, wondering how his opponent had stopped fighting after fighting. Second match. Lu Chuan wins. Soon, the referee announced the result of the match, and there was no doubt that Lu Chuan had won. Husband, are you alright? Looking at Lin Xian, who was covered in blood, Su Ruoxue couldn't help but have a touch of heartache well up in her eyes. Don't worry. It's fine. It's all minor injuries. It's already healed. Lin Xian smiled and touched Su Ruoxue's head, comforting her. The injuries on his body also looked horrible. In fact, they are superficial injuries. Not a moment later is healed, and even did not leave a scar. For injuries of this magnitude, Lin Xian naturally didn't place them in his eyes. Fatal injuries were not enough for him, and such minor injuries would be even less of a concern. Although it was said that he had forcibly elevated to the spirit sea realm by relying on the secret method, the consumption of the secret method was very huge. After chopping out that sword, the spiritual chi in his body was already depleted. If not for that, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. The two are friends. There is no need to fight for your life and death. Really, if you fight for your life, Lin Xian does not see will lose to Lu Chuan. The match still continued. In the match after that though, there was not much to see anymore. The ones who took the field were basically at the pulse opening realm, and there weren't even many at the chi gathering realm. During that time, Lu Chuan and Su Ruoxue also fought a few matches again. But fortunately, the two of them, Su Ruoxue and Lu Chuan, did not face each other. Without the slightest surprise, the two managed to stand out and enter the top 20, making it to the finals. The rules of the finals were not the same as before. The finals used a melee. Whoever could last the longest on the field, then whoever was the final winner. However, all of this no longer has much to do with Lin Xian, who was already eliminated in the first match. As the audition ended, the sky gradually darkened, and Lin Xian, Su Ruoxue, Lu Chuan, the three of them, were once again gathered together. Tomorrow is the finals. It's a pity that the wraparound plan has been declared bankrupt, Lin Xian said with a look of regret. Husband, if you want the sword heartgrass, I can get it for you, Su Ruoxue said. No need. What I lack is not the sword heartgrass. Lin Xian helplessly laughed. As the youngest master of the Lin family, to ask for the sword heartgrass, it was a matter of words. Relying on his family to obtain resources was ultimately less fun, and he even missed the days of self-reliance in Heavenly Spirit City a bit. Brother Lin, you're here too. Have you advanced yet? Just as Lin Xian was reminiscing about the past, Li Changqing appeared and greeted Lin Xian. No, I met him. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and pointed at Lu Chuan, rather depressed. When Li Changqing heard this, he also looked towards Lu Chuan, and immediately afterward information about Lu Chuan appeared in his eyes. Name, Lu Chuan. Cultivation, Spirit Sea Realm. Attributes, Metallic. Technique, Wan Dao Sword Scripture. Physique, Innate Sword Dao Holy Body. Martial Arts, Sword I Tsanglong Out of the Sea. Sword 2, Sunset Fall. Treasure, Golden Spirit Sword. Verdict, The Son of Fortune. Tragically Slandered. Reborn in Fire. Favorability, 0%. Ding. Son of Chi detected. Ding. Triggering the passive skill. A friend of a friend is a friend of mine. Ding. Congratulations to the host on his first acquaintance with the Son of Chi. Rewarded with 110 consecutive draw. Chapter 66, The Temptation of Spicy Fries. Listening to the system's prompt in his mind, Li Changqing couldn't help but freeze in place, his eyes full of surprise, his heart exclaiming, Holy, another Son of Chi. Looking at Li Changqing, who suddenly began to froze while chatting, Lin Xian was filled with suspicion and shook his hand in front of his eyes, then said, No, are you sick again? How come you're not moving, but you're lost in thought? Brother Lin, you're simply my lucky star. Li Changqing looked excited. Lin Xian? What you said? Split up. Understandable, but linked into a sentence I don't understand. Lin Xian's head was full of question marks. Couldn't understand it at all. Cough. It's fine. It's normal to not understand. Li Changqing hectically coughed and was also a bit embarrassed. Immediately after that, Li Changqing was looking at Lu Chuan, his eyes gradually sizzling as if he was looking at some rare treasure. Facing Li Changqing's gaze, Lu Chuan subconsciously took half a step back, exactly the same as Lin Xian's reaction back then. Brother Lu, the whole huazi. Li Changqing skillfully pulled out the huazi and was scattering it. No, I don't smoke. Lu Chuan refused, because her sister didn't like the smell of smoke, and he wasn't in the habit of smoking huazi. So, want some chili strips? Upon hearing this, Li Changqing also put away the huazi, and instead pulled out a pack of large gluten chili strips. Lu Chuan looked at the novel packaging of the spicy strips, and for a moment, he was also a bit curious and opened his mouth to ask, "Spicy strips? What is it?" "A snack. Trust me. You'll like it." Li Changqing laughed. Spicy noodles as a snack for young and old. He was confident that the other party would like it. Hearing this, Lu Chuan half-heartedly took the spicy noodles, and after tearing the package open, the oily light red spicy noodles were revealed in his eyes. Smelling the sweet and spicy flavor coming from it, Lu Chuan ghostly tasted a mouthful, followed by a flash of amazement in his eyes. Extremely flavorful special flavor instantly captured the taste buds of Lu Chuan. Although he has eaten a lot of delicious things, but it is not like in front of the general spicy noodles. Let him feel moved. Quite tasty. "Brotherly, where did you buy these spicy noodles?" "I'll buy some for my sister to try someday." Lu Chuan looked at Li Changqing and asked. "This is the food of my hometown. It can't be bought outside and it's not worth much. I still have quite a few here. Brother Lu can take some back to your sister." Li Changqing was not stingy. He took out a few more packs of spicy fries and stuffed them to Lu Chuan. Then thanks a lot." Lu Chuan didn't refuse, and after thanking him, he put it into his storage ring. "It's okay, they're all friends." After some operations, Lu Chuan's favorability was also increased by 10 points. An unexpected gain that made Li Changqing smile a little. "Sherpa, those who see it have a share of it." However, just as Li Changqing was secretly laughing, Lin Xian's voice came over in a ghostly manner, and he also deliberately emphasized the word Sherpa. Sorry." Li Changqing instantly woke up from his joy and hurriedly took out a few packets of spicy fries again and gave them to Lin Xian, tearing open a packet and eating it himself. Looking at the familiar package, Lin Xian skillfully tore it open and used his spiritual power to pull out a strip from inside, placing it to Su Ruoxue's mouth. Then said, "Ruoxue, you also taste it." Smelling the fragrance coming from above the spicy noodles, Su Ruoxue was also a little curious for a moment. Her small mouth slightly opened and gently tasted a bite. A very unique flavor. Su Ruoxue nodded slightly surprised. "Have some more if it's delicious." Lin Xian handed a new packet to Su Ruoxue, then ate it himself. Su Ruoxue did not refuse, took the spicy noodles as a small mouthfuls of taste up. Hands and feet, all show elegance. Compared to Su Ruoxue's elegance, Lin Xian was much rougher, grabbing the spicy strips and gnawing on them without any image to speak of. But Lin Xian, who had already transformed into a dry rice man, didn't care about these details. "Husband, what do you like to eat? I'll make it for you some other day." Looking at Lin Xian, who was addicted to chili fries and couldn't help himself, Su Ruoxue thought for a moment. Then she asked, "I like you and what you make." Lin Xian smiled. Hearing these words, Su Ruoxue seemed to have thought of something. Her cheeks slightly reddened, and there was more than a hint of shyness in her complexion. Looking at the two people who were showing love in public, Li Changqing immediately felt that the spicy noodles in his hand didn't even smell good anymore. The scent of the chorizo also caught the attention of the others, causing the surrounding crowd to look over. "Wow, it smells so good. What kind of food is this? It seemed so good before. Look, Fairy Sue is eating it too. It must be delicious. And I don't know where she bought it. It looks like that brother took it out. Why don't you go over and ask?" Soon, a passerby came over and asked Li Changqing, "Brother, what are you eating? It looks delicious. Where did you buy it?" "Chili fries, hometown specialty. Here's a packet for you to try." Those who dared to take a step forward often had unexpected rewards. Li Changqing once again took out a packet of spicy fries and gave it to the passerby. Looking at the spicy fries in his hand, the Roadrunner brother also tasted it, but this taste is to let him freeze in place. Strange flavor. Let him fall into it. Difficult to extricate himself. What Li Changqing didn't know was that it was this kind gesture of his that made this passerby brother, who afterwards searched the entire 10,000 spirits realm, was unable to find the same flavor. "Right, Evergreen, have you made it to the finals yet?" Lin Xian suddenly remembered something and looked at Li Changqing and asked. "I'm a house captain. It's still not a breeze to enter the finals," Li Changqing said with a face full of complacency. Yes, since you've made it to the finals, help me get the sword Heartgrass and I'll trade you something else. Or I can buy it with spirit stones." Hearing this, Lin Xian instantly had an idea. Relying on the immortality ability of the dog charm and the enchantment of the life-burning type of secret method, Li Changqing's hope of being able to enter the top 3 was still very high. How many spirit stones are you going to offer, Brother Lin?" Li Changqing rubbed his hands together and asked with an expectant expression. 1 million. I don't know how much this thing is worth. If it's not enough you can add. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then said, rating the young. 1 million. No problem. Don't worry and leave it to me. It's just the sword heartgrass. I'll definitely help you get it. Li Chongqing agreed without the slightest hesitation, patting his chest and guaranteeing, as the head of the house, helping one's roommate that was all proper. He was definitely not tempted by spirit stones. Definitely not. Then it's up to you to perform. Lin Xian smiled. He kind of realized the charm of money. As long as the spirit stones were in place, the other party was more attached than you. The price is in place, and the heavenly saint is dry and wasted. As long as he had enough spirit stones, then even if he let someone a heavenly saint powerhouse, that wouldn't be a problem. He naturally knew that the sword heartgrass wasn't worth enough for 1,000,000 spirit stones, but he had money to spare, and it was considered an investment for the other party. Chapter 67, The Whole Job. The night passed quietly, and as dawn broke and the sun just rose, the academy was already bustling with activity. Although the day dawns, but the martial arts arena at the moment is already surrounded by many students, standing in 2s and 3s as a group, while chattering and laughing, while waiting for the start of the game. Good lord, why are there so many people? Li Chongqing looked at the crowd clustered together outside the field and couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Just fly in, Lin Xian said. Li Chongqing gave Lin Xian a blank stare and said somewhat breathlessly, I'm still at the vein opening realm. I can't fly a bit. Husband, sit on this and go in. However, right at this moment, Su Ruoxue was the one who spoke up. Raising her hand and waving it was the body of Xianmei Spirit Ice. A huge ice phoenix appeared in front of everyone's eyes. With the appearance of the ice phoenix, the surrounding temperature instantly dropped below the freezing point, causing everything around to be hung with frost. The crowd only felt a burst of cold air coming. All of them couldn't help but rub their arms, their bodies slightly trembling. Although Su Ruoxue had already restrained her might, the extreme coldness was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Go! Lin Xian pulled Su Ruoxue's hand, and directly, he leaped onto the back of the ice phoenix. And Lu Chuan and Li Chongqing also stood on the back of the ice phoenix when they saw this. As the ice phoenix's wings shook, its huge body immediately rose up and flew towards the middle of the martial arts arena. By the way, how will you all make your entrance later? Standing on top of the ice phoenix, looking at the crowd below, Lin Xian instantly had an immature idea for later. What else? Isn't it jumping? Li Chongqing asked, scratching his head. How meaningless would that be? This kind of scene. Mustn't we have a whole lot of work? You guys are like this, said Lin Xian. A smirk also appeared on his face, disguised as the king of ideas, speaking his thoughts to the three of them. As time passed, the other people who entered the final also went into the martial arts arena, but only Fairy Su, Lu Chuan and Li Chongqing had not yet seen silhouettes, so that the audience under the stage were all talking about it. Why haven't the rest of the guys shown up yet? Fairy Su hasn't come yet either. No, look in the sky. Fresh. A hint of phoenix sound rang out. The crowd looked up, greeted the rising sun, only to see a light blue jacket-dressed Su Ruoxue. From the sky above slowly stepped, Ice Phoenix hovering on its side, giving people a sense of majesty and solemnity. Silk cold in its body around, in the reflection of the sun, glittering, give a person a kind of refusal outside the cold sense. With its step-by-step down, road snowflake ice crystals from its feet rise, as if, in the cluster of their king. At this moment, Su Ruoxue was like an ice queen, cold, beautiful, and not to be blasphemed. Su Ruoxue's appearance instantly ignited the entire martial arts arena. Is this Fairy Su? Not sure. Look again. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Another day of hating Lin Xian, worthy of being my idol. So beautiful. How can I become as beautiful as Fairy Su? No, dude, aren't you ing male? Su Ruoxue lightly floated and landed in the middle of the martial arts arena, looking at the boiling crowd, slightly surprised. She actually didn't like this kind of high-profile appearance and had never tried it before, but since it was Lin Xian's idea, she didn't reject it, though she hadn't expected it to be so effective. Clank! But bring the audience's shock, but also in the back, only heard a sword chant sounded. The next moment, the audience in the field, only feel the palm of the hand-long sword is not subject to the air trembling up, steeply broke the air. Thousands of long swords converged, eventually forging a staircase that seemed to connect heaven and earth. Slowly dropping down into the martial arts arena, Lu Chuan stood with his feet on a long sword in his hands in the air, coming from the sky, his golden robe moving with the wind, free and easy, floating and immortal. Lu Chuan's appearance was way more stunning than Su Ruoshui ever was. WC. Just. Awesome. Mr. Lu is so handsome. Love love love. No. How come they come out one more fancy than the other? Are they not consumed? Are we still competing? Losing a match is only for a moment, but being handsome is for life. It's me. I'll have one too. Yes. 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 Handsome is the end. Why are they all playing like this? High above the sky. Looking at Su Ruoxue and Lu Chuan in the field, Li Changqing's face was all depressed. He also wanted to do some flowery work, but the strength did not allow it. A great power reincarnation strength is extraordinary. An innate sword Dao Saint body, harnessing the heaven and earth 10,000 swords. How can we play? It's not even playable. Even though he had the system couldn't give him a cool appearance. Ding! Detecting that the host is in a dilemma. This system will release the quest reward, Thunder Spirit Body, in advance. As the host of this system won't allow you to go out without a good appearance. The fusion of the Thunder Spirit Body will have the phenomenon of 10,000 thunders coming to meet you. Host, please bravely jump down and leave the rest to this system. I go. System? Something you are really on. Li Changqing immediately widened his eyes, somewhat incredulous. That must be. This system is not one of those unscrupulous systems. There are rewards this system is really handing out. Be more spirited. Don't lose your honor. With the system's words, Li Changqing was instantly excited and said to Lin Xian, who was at the side, Brother Lin, put me down and I'll give you a big show. Okay. Although Lin Xian didn't know what the other party was trying to do, he still revoked the spiritual energy that was originally carrying the other party and let the other party fall from the air. Boom! As Li Changqing descended downward, a thunderbolt exploded, and immediately afterward, the originally clear sky was dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a thundercloud shrouded the entire martial arts arena. In the next moment, a ray of electricity erupted from Li Changqing's body, and at this moment, it was as if he had changed into a different person, with wisps of electricity jumping around his body. Boom! Seemingly in order to echo Li Changqing, the thunderclouds rolled up steeply, and immediately afterward, a huge thunderbolt fell down, landing directly on Li Changqing. However, this thunder was the one that didn't bring the slightest injury to Li Changqing. Instead, it caused his breath to skyrocket, and in an instant, the Qi-gathering realm came into being. Li Changqing was bathed in thunder. His expression was calm, falling from the sky. Each step was met with thunder. At this moment he was like an emperor in thunder, holding thousands of thunder, sacred and majestic. This scene, naturally, was also seen by Li Changqing's other two roommates. No, this is that evergreen guy? How did he do that? Su Wei looked at Li Changqing in the field in shock, somewhat incredulous. Don't care how he did it. Play this game, right? Count me out if I can get him in the door tonight. Zhang Tianling's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy, and he almost didn't clench his teeth. Above the martial arts stage, a group of academy executives looked at one cooler than the other, and could not help but fall into silence for a long time before someone slowly spoke out. A breakthrough on the spot? And awakened the Thunder Spirit Body? Could it be that this kid suppressed his cultivation and waited for this occasion? Possibly, but handsome is really handsome. Spirited. This is the young people. We did not play like this back then. Really, times have changed. Another person agreed. I think that there should be an award for the best way to come out. What do you all suggest? Chapter 68, A Punch and a Gathering of Qi. In the air, Lin Xian was also a bit stunned as he watched Li Changqing's maneuvers. Is this the power of the system? It instantly changed his physique. Looking at Li Changqing, who suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person, Lin Xian combined his conjectures and eventually came to this conclusion. The fact that Li Changqing was able to obtain some rare and strange things, and the fact that he was now awakening a special physique, were all attributed to the fact that Li Changqing might be carrying a traveler's golden finger, a system. However, in that case, third place should be secure. Looking at Li Changqing, who had broken through the Qi-gathering realm in an instant, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. The stronger the strength, then the other side, and to get the third place the greater the possibility. But Lin Xian is somewhat curious. Li Changqing's system, in the end, how to come? Just as Lin Xian pondered, Xin Lao's figure appeared beside him, respectfully saying, "Young master, you commanded the old servant to do things. The old servant has already done it. We have been outside the 10,000 Flames sect, quietly laying down the imprisoned sky array, just waiting for young master you to go over the matter in the secret realm." He did not forget. As early as a few days ago, He had already instructed Qinlao to understand the situation of the 10,000 Flames sect, and began to plan for the arrangement. After all, the extermination of the sect of a craftwork. How many heavenly saint powerhouses do they have? Lin Shan looked a little more serious as he looked at Elder Qin and asked. As far as old servant knows, they have just one heavenly saint realm, the founder of the 10,000 Flames sect, the 10,000 Flame Venerable, whose cultivation should be at the third sky of heavenly saint. Old Qin replied. In the family, are there any spare heavenly saint realms? Lin Shan nodded slightly and asked again. The mere 10,000 Flame sect wasn't worth him asking his father to take action. Young master, your great-nephew, Forestry, should be able to make a move? He just came back from the extraterrestrial battlefield. He should be free. Old Qin pondered for a moment, then said, fine, then please come over. When the grand competition is over, we'll head to the 10,000 Flame sect. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with the slightest bit of killing intent. Since the other party had escaped, then don't blame him for coming to his door. Race, start. Just as Lin Xian and Elder Qin exchanged words, the finals were also kicked off after an order from the referee. Although the referee had already announced the start, the 20 people in the arena did not make the slightest move. No one made a move. They were all quietly watching. A messy fight like this, pulling one hair moves the whole body. The mantis catches the cicada. The yellow bird is at the back. No one wants to be known as the cicada or the mantis. Everyone wants to be the yellow bird at the end of that. However, as the clock ticked down, someone was eventually unable to hold back and took the lead towards the nearest target. Boom! A booming sound rang out, breaking the stalemate in the arena, and it seemed to have caused a chain reaction, as all of the people present shot out. In an instant, all kinds of powerful attacks filled the entire martial arts arena. However, there were two exceptions, and that was Su Ruoxue and Lu Chuan, and no one dared to take a shot at the two of them. The power of the two people was obvious to all, although no one was willing to touch their mold. But Li Changqing was different. Although he showed extraordinary when he appeared, but he couldn't help but just break through the gathering, and he was directly targeted by the two people. Fine, fine. See that I'm easy to bully, right? Looking at the two people who were attacking, Li Changqing was instantly furious and laughed. The spells in his hands were quickly pinched, and then he clapped his hands together and shouted out, blood sacrifice. In the next moment, Li Changqing's body immediately erupted with a burst of blood-red demonic light, followed by his body's aura skyrocketing, reaching the peak of chi gathering in a matter of moments. Blood sacrifice was the secret method given to Li Changqing by Su Ruoxue, which could obtain extremely powerful power in a short period of time by sacrificing itself. But after that, it was an extremely horrifying price to pay. But this was not worth mentioning for Li Changqing, who possessed the immortal dog charm. Looking at Li Changqing, whose cultivation had skyrocketed, the chi-gathering realm that had originally intended to make a move on him was immediately startled and immediately turned in the right direction to frantically flee. Want to run? Too late. Shatter the darkness with thunder. Li Changqing's arms spread out. His body was surrounded by thunderous aura, and a terrifying aura rose up from his body before he violently blasted out a fist. Boom! Dazzling white light appeared, only to see the thunder across the sky, with extremely horrifying speed, violently chopped to one of them. Directly chopped, the other party flew out upside down, heavily hit the ground, covered in scorched black, instantly lost the ability to act. Boom! As he did, Li Changqing once again swung out a punch, and in a matter of moments, he sent another person to the bottom of the field, and then turned his gaze to Li's other participants. Feeling Li Changqing's gaze, naturally they only felt an uncontrollable chill behind their backs. There was no way around it. Those two punches just now were too terrifying. The horrifying scene of a single punch of the chi-gathering realm had been engraved in their minds. However, Li Changqing didn't care about that much. He raised his hand and blasted out a fist, eliminating one of the contestants. What he wanted to do now was to take advantage of the fact that he had the secret method to boost his power and eliminate everyone. Don't be afraid. Everyone, let's go together. Eliminate him first. However, right at this moment, one of them violently rushed over towards Li Changqing, waving his long sword fearlessly, and quickly launched an attack. Boom! However, in the next moment, Li Changqing threw out a thunderbolt, splitting him in a scorched black, and he was instantly eliminated from the tournament before he could make it out. Who else? Li Changqing shouted rather arrogantly, and together with his strong and incomparable posture, he unexpectedly scared the crowd for a while, and none of them dared to come forward again. Third place? I'll take it. Who's in favor? Who's against? Seeing this, Li Changqing struck the iron while it was hot. His eyes swept over the crowd, and declared in a domineering manner. The people present naturally didn't dare to object, shaking their heads like rattlesnakes, fearing that if they shook their heads slowly later, Li Changqing would send himself a thunderbolt. That's good. Know your stuff. Seeing this, Li Changqing also collected his breath and stood to the side, not continuing to strike, slightly relieved. The crowd looked at each other in dismay. Without Li Changqing's interference, the field also erupted into battle once again. Although there was no hope for the top 3, they could still fight for the rest of the rankings. I'll go. Who is this Li Changqing? How can he be so brave? He seems to be the head of dormitory 1001. Lin Xian seems to be in that dormitory as well. What? Such a strong shepherd. Why don't I have one? Another day of hating Lin Xian. The world's heroes are really like a river of carp. Li Changqing's pugnacious behavior naturally shocked the audience in the arena, and for a while, they were also talking about it. At the same time, Li Changqing's performance had caught the attention of the Academy's senior management. Above the high platform, looking at the change that had occurred in the field, the Academy's senior management looked at each other, and for a while, they actually didn't know what to say. Here Li Changqing is interesting. His strength is good. Is he a disciple from a big family? Dean, what do you think? An elder said skeptically. Big family disciple or not, cold disciple or not, our academy will not refuse anyone. This son although acted recklessly, but his heart is good, and did not lay down a deadly hand, is a good seedling. In the center of the high platform, an old man with an old face sat on it and looked at Li Changqing under the field and nodded slightly. What the old man said did not make sense. Although Li Changqing relied on secret methods to forcefully raise his cultivation, if more than a dozen disciples swarmed him, he really might not be able to hold his own. Chapter 69, End of the Great Competition. As time went on, the number of people on the field dwindled until there were only 4 left. Su Ruoxue, Lu Chuan, and Li Changqing, all 3 of them, had their gazes on the remaining person, and had no intention of making a move, just quietly looking at each other. Masters, I don't need to bother a few of you with this. I'll go down myself. Being watched by the 3 people, that person suddenly felt like sitting on pins and needles, always feeling like he was being stared at by some kind of flood beast, and immediately jumped down from the ring by himself. One is stronger than the other. Can't afford to mess with it. Can't afford to mess with it at all. Quickly slip away, although his heart is not willing. But as the saying goes, the one who recognizes the time is a handsome man, and he does not want to be beaten. As the last person left, there were only 3 people left on the field, Su Ruoxue, Lu Chuan and Li Changqing, but all 3 were friends, so naturally there was no possibility of a fight. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the top 3 to be rounded up by a few of us. Li Changqing laughed out loud, his eyes filled with excitement. Brother Lin's plan, in disguise, has succeeded. Lu Chuan also laughed. 3rd place is in hand, so I'll go down first. With that, Li Changqing was leaping down from the ring and ran to claim his prize. As for the 1st and 2nd place, he didn't want to fight, and there was no need to fight. After all, the 2 men's talents could be said to be one more terrifying than the other, and it would be better to surrender directly as they couldn't be defeated even if they fought. As he watched Li Changqing leave, Lu Chuan also placed his gaze on Su Ruoxue and pondered for a moment before asking, Miss Su, is it possible to have a sparring session? After all, if the 2 of them were to get off the stage and leave like this without having done a fight, the audience under the stage would be afraid that they would be cursing shady practices. Good. Hearing Lu Chuan's words, Su Ruoxue nodded slightly. Her complexion did not change much, still so calm and cold. Offended, Lu Chuan let out a confession, and then his entire body was transformed into a remnant shadow, launching an attack towards Su Ruoxue. The long sword in Lu Chuan's hand was as fast as lightning, carrying an incomparably sharp aura as it continuously chopped towards Su Ruoxue. In the face of the sword like a raging storm, Su Ruoxue resolutely immobile, looked calm, close to the long sword but by the ice crystals transformed by the cold gas blocked down. Not the slightest crack. Seeing this, Lu did not continue, his body shaped violently backward. Long sword swing, cut out a sword chi dragon, roaring towards Su Ruoxue, tearing and biting. In a flash is already in front of him. In the face of the sword chi dragon, Su Ruoxue did not have the slightest intention to dodge, her delicate jade finger lightly pointing on it. In an instant, a bitter cold air from its fingertips exploded down, and in an instant, it was the giant dragon was turned into an ice sculpture. Ka-chow. After that, Su Ruoxue flexed her fingers and only heard a crisp shattering sound, and the next round of the giant dragon ice sculpture was transformed into a sky full of ice dust. drifting away into the air. The following easily dissolved the Spirit Sea Realm strike, which allowed Lu Chuan to have a deeper understanding of Su Ruoxue's strength, and at that moment, he also became serious, as if he had no intention of staying. Miss Su, the next sword, please be careful. Boom! In the next moment, Lu Chuan's Spirit Sea Realm cultivation almost exploded out, and his strong sword intent was like a sharp sword, plunging straight into the sky and stirring up the sky full of wind and clouds. Sword 3, Reverse River and Sea. Lu Chuan looked serious and swung out a sword. This sword had the ability to overturn rivers, and the extreme sword intent seemed like it was going to split open this heaven and earth, causing everything to fall over. Facing Lu Chuan's full-strength sword, Su Ruoxue's expression became a little more serious, but her complexion still didn't change much and remained calm. Ice Phoenix Jiang Tian. Su Ruoxue pinched her hand with a spell, and then raised her hand to point, and an ice phoenix was condensed in the void, ruthlessly colliding with the sword chi. Boom! The two terrifying attacks collided together, and then exploded. The terrifying cold air, half of the ring in front of Su Ruoxue, directly transformed into a land of ice and snow. Silver light, even beautiful. The ring in front of Lu Chuan, not much better. Originally flat ring, at this moment has gullies and ravines. In addition to Lu Chuan's feet, there is no longer a complete place. The two of them unleashed a terrifying attack, causing the originally noisy audience to instantly quiet down, all of them looking incredulously at the two people in the arena, as if they were looking at monsters in general. What a terrifying cold chi. It's Lu who lost. Looking at the ring that had been destroyed beyond recognition, Lu Chuan said with a bitter smile, although the situation seems to be evenly matched, but Lu Chuan from Su Ruoxue that to the end, have not tasted there has been a change in the color of the face, but can see that the other party did not go all out. As Lu Chuan conceded defeat, the great competition came to a close, and there was no doubt that Su Ruoxue won the first place, Lu Chuan the second, and Li Changqing the third. After each of them had received their rewards, the crowd was once again gathered together. Hey, Brother Lin, the sword heart grass you asked for. Li Changqing raised the box in his hand and said with a smile on his face. Lin Shen took the box, and as the box opened, a small grass with blades that looked like sharp swords, with hints of sword intent lingering, appeared in front of his eyes. Feeling the true meaning of the sword Dao emanating from it, Lin Shen nodded in satisfaction. Then he took out a black card with 1,000,000 spirit stones that he had prepared beforehand and handed it over to the other party. Brother Lin's atmosphere. Li Changqing took the card and was playing with it lovingly. His face was a smile that couldn't be melted. You deserve it, Lin Shen said with a faint smile. 1,000,000 spirit stones. For him it was just a drop in the ocean. He didn't care. There was no way. Who let him be the second generation of the rich and capricious. Brother Lin, I'll go back first. I have to check on my sister. If there's anything you can come find me. After the few people chatted for a few moments, Lu Chuan, who was a sister controller, excused himself and left. Husband, I have to go into seclusion for a day. With this 10,000 years ice lotus, I can smoothly break through the Spirit Sea realm in the future. After Lu Chuan left, Su Ruoxue also spoke. Breaking through the Spirit Sea? Do you need anything else? Lin Shen froze, not expecting the other party to break through the Spirit Sea realm so soon, but once he thought of the other party's terrifying talent, Lin Shen was relieved. No need. It's good to have the 10,000 years ice lotus. It'll take about a day. Husband, don't worry. Su Ruoxue shook her head slightly. Alright, Ruoxue, when your breakthrough is complete, come find me, to go out for a bit. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Husband, hug. Su Ruoxue didn't leave immediately, but quietly looked at Lin Shen for a while, and then she made such a request. Lin Shen slightly stunned, then is smiling to give each other a big hug. Su Ruoxue's body is very soft, ice cold. Hugging is very comfortable. For a time to make Lin Shen a little bit of love. What's wrong? Suddenly want to hug? Eventually, Lin Shen let go of Su Ruoxue and rubbed the other party's hair before asking. Secret. Su Ruoxue had a playful look on her face and had no intention of telling Lin Shen why. Seeing this, Lin Shen didn't ask any further, rubbing the other party's head once more before smiling. Little fool, go and close your seclusion. I'm always here. Good. Su Ruoxue nodded, then left the place with 3 steps and 3 turns back. Chapter 70. Do you call this the human emperor streamer? Looking at this scene, originally still full of smiles, Li Changqing suddenly is not laughing out. He feels now he is like a roadside dog, was inexplicably kicked a foot, and then hard to plug a handful of dog food to his mouth. Brother Lin, Is it really appropriate for you guys to show your love in public? Li Changqing said quietly. What's inappropriate? If others can show off, why can't I? Lin Xian said with a playful smile. Besides, I didn't see a lot of other people showing their love in the first place, so what's wrong with me showing it? What's wrong with that? Before Lin Xian met Su Ruoxue, he didn't watch other people show love all day long, and he didn't just carry on through it and didn't get pissed off. Hearing this, Li Changqing was at a loss as to how to retort. Is it against the law to show love? Not illegal, but immoral. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No more games, let's go. Li Changqing turned around and walked away, as if he had made some kind of determination, and never took another look. As Lin Xian watched the other party leave, he merely smiled, tossed the box in his hand, and after pondering for a moment, he too left the place. In the retreat room, Lin Xian sat cross-legged. In his hand was the sword Heartgrass. Silver-white light flowed over it again. Wisps of the true meaning of the sword Dao lingered on it, appearing quite divine. As Lin Xian's hands changed, a flash of starlight reappeared on his body, accompanied by a sharp sword intent that slowly emanated from his body. Sword intent surfaced, and the true intent of the Dao of the sword within the sword Heartgrass floated towards Lin Xian as if it was being pulled by some invisible force, integrating as much as it could into his body. As a trace of the true intent of the Dao of the sword was incorporated, the sword intent on Lin Xian's body was as if it was becoming more and more condensed and stronger. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a sword unsheathing its sheath, its sharpness showing, giving off a sense of extreme danger. Time passed. As Lin Xian continued to absorb it, the true meaning of the Dao of the sword on top of the sword Heartgrass gradually thinned out, and was eventually devoured and refined as much as it could be, completely transforming into a mere mortal object, its divinity no longer present. Phew! Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The turbid chi was like a sharp arrow with a hint of sword intent, leaving a sword mark on top of the wall. As Lin Xian awoke, the aura on his body skyrocketed, and in a matter of moments, he had broken through 2 small realms in a row, arriving at the 7th level of chi gathering. This sword Heartgrass, it's divine. Feeling his own sword intent that had nearly doubled in strength, Lin Xian nodded with considerable satisfaction, his face filled with delight. Getting up and moving his muscles and bones, Lin Xian then left the retreat room. The sword Heartgrass had already been refined and there was no need to continue staying here. He still had very important things to do than cultivating. Outside the retreat room, Lin Xian had just come out of it when he saw Elder Qin waiting outside, as well as Su Ruoxue. In Lin Xian's perception, at this moment, Su Ruoxue was already more than a few times stronger than before, and it was clear that with the help of the 10,000 years Ice Lotus, she had already managed to break through to the Spirit Sea realm. Ruoxue, you've come out of seclusion. How long have I been practicing? Lin Xian wondered. Since Su Ruoxue had already come out of seclusion, it was obvious that his time in seclusion wouldn't be short. Young master, you've been cultivating for a day and a night, and young lady has just come over. Qin Lao replied. Right. Has my good great-nephew come over yet? Lin Xian nodded, then asked. Young master forestry, he has already come over, nodded Elder Qin. As Elder Qin's words fell, the space around him also steeply distorted, and immediately afterward, a white-clothed man with an incomparably terrifying aura appeared in front of Lin Xian's eyes. Forestry, meet Uncle 7. The white-clothed man respectfully bowed to Lin Xian, and this person was no one else. It was Lin Xian's great-nephew. Forestry, in Qin Lao's mouth, a heavenly saint saluting a chi-gathering realm. If it was placed in the outside world, if others saw it, they would definitely drop their jaws, but Forestry didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. As an ancient family with a long heritage in the 10,000 spirits realm, the Lin family might not have anything else, but in the item of respecting elders and uniting with friends, it was highly valued. It's rumored that 7th uncle has extraordinary talent. Now that I've seen it, it's true. His future achievements will definitely not be low. Lin sized up Lin Xian for a moment, then said with a smile, It's alright. It's not as good as you say. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, compared to Su Ruoxue, Lu Chuan, these sons of Qi, his talent is really not enough to see. 7th uncle is modest. Such talent, even in the 10,000 spirits realm, is one of the few. Forestry continued. Let's not talk about this. Let's go to the 10,000 flames sect first. Lin Xian didn't mean to talk more on this topic and quickly changed the subject. After all, Su Ruoxue talent is better than him, or the reincarnation of a great power. Lu Chuan talent is also better than him, carrying the innate sword Dao holy body. it can be said that one is more powerful than the other. Alright then, go over first. Forrest didn't have a problem with it and nodded slightly, then immediately raised his hand and grabbed it to open a spatial channel. And across the channel was where the 10,000 Flames sect was located. Led by forestry, the crowd passed through the spatial passage, and immediately afterward, a barren and red land appeared in front of their eyes. Looking around, as far as the eye can see is a red, rich and pure fire attribute aura, filling the entire space, like being in a furnace. Dry, hot, is the only feeling of the crowd. In the center of the red earth, a huge volcano stood quietly, and there were buildings on top of the volcano, and this was where the 10,000 Flames sect was located. Is this the 10,000 Flames sect? Elder Qin, make your move. Looking at the brilliant and majestic sect in front of him, Lin Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest and said to Elder Qin in a flurry. Yes. Elder Qin nodded his head in response, and the spells in his hands changed. Immediately after, a huge formation was centered on the 10,000 Flames sect, enveloping the 100 miles around the 10,000 Flames sect. The heaven imprisoning formation has been used? Uncle 7, how did the other party offend you? Is this to exterminate the other party's entire family? When Forrest saw such a big battle, he was also a bit surprised for a moment. The saint son of the 10,000 Flames sect has moved against Ruoxue in a bad way. Lin Xian said indifferently. The saint son of the 10,000 Flames sect, in his eyes, was already a dead man. Oh, that's indeed damned. I'm familiar with this matter of exterminating the clan. Leave the rest to me. Forrest nodded slightly, his expression clear. Said he raised his hand and grabbed it. A long streamer emitting black gas appeared in his hand, vaguely, and even heard the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling from it. Obviously not an extraordinary thing. Looking at the long streamer in his good nephew's hand, Lin Xian immediately widened his eyes with a horrified, shocked expression. This is the 10,000 soul streamer. Lin Xian felt bad. His Lin family wouldn't be some kind of absolute villainous family, right? This good great-nephew of his, he looks harmless. But the 10,000 soul streamer is pulling out when he says so. Wrong, 7th uncle. This is the human emperor streamer. I'm a member of the righteous path. How could I refine something of the devil's path? Look, there are words here. When Lin heard this, he immediately corrected himself, saying that he also gave Lin Xian a look at the 3 big words on the human emperor streamer. No, whose human emperor streamer is emitting black gas? Lin Xian was filled with skepticism. Uncle 7 is wrong. This is not black gas. It is Hongmeng purple gas. It is only a little thicker. Purple-black. It is normal. Forrest smiled lightly and shook his head. Explaining again. Chapter 71, Lazy Speaking, Worthy Listening. With the opening of the Grand Formation, the disciples within the 10,000 Flames sect were also aware of it and looked up to the sky. And then they all panicked. Holy, what a terrifying Grand Formation. Our clan is surrounded. What the hell? Is an enemy hitting the door? Don't look. Quickly go and invite the patriarch. To know, I have to run. As panic spread, the 10,000 Flames sect was also in complete chaos, and some timid disciples had even left the sect and fled towards the outside world. The change in the sect, naturally, also attracted the attention of a number of strong people within the 10,000 Flames sect, who broke through the air and came into the air to check it out. And Yan Zhantian, who had led the team to the secret realm before, was naturally among them. This is the heaven imprisoning Grand Formation. Who is it that wants to strike against my 10,000 Flames sect? Yan Zhantian's face immediately became grave as he looked at the Grand Formation that enveloped the entire sect. Prisoner of the Sky Array. As the name suggests, even the sky and the earth can be imprisoned.